He said,
Welcome, Illumineers, to Charlie's Collectible Show, Day 2. It is the first look, Charlie's. If you're here with us this morning, you've heard about Charlie's. You know that Charlie's is one of the storied tournament series in Disney Lorcana. It was one of the first major tournaments before we even had DLCs, and we're bringing you the latest one here this morning. I'm Liam. I'm here with Katie. Katie, how you doing this morning?
I am so excited. I already have my notebook
Oh,
going
my
here.
goodness.
If you guys see me distracted, I'm not journaling. I am just getting excited because we had 7 rounds of top-tier Disney Lorcana yesterday, and we are headed into round 8 in just a few, like about 10, 15 minutes. So what are the stories? What are you excited about, Liam?
Oh, there's so many stories. Look, I'll start where I started this stream and where I started yesterday talking about the history of Charlie's. This is one of the premier tournament series in all of Disney Lorcana. Not only is it the oldest third-party tournament, third major third-party tournament, oldest major third-party tournament, but it also, the history is made here. There are so many amazing players which have taken down this tournament, and this tournament does help to set metas. It does give us a hint about what is coming. We can talk about, I always like to talk about Brendan DeCandio bringing Diggy Diggy Hole here, taking it down and putting that deck on the map and giving it a name which has stuck around forever. You also have Lucas Serrano, who was 15 years old at the time, taking down his amethyst Ruby mentor in Kendall Burdett on his way to winning the tournament himself, the youngest player ever to do that and to win a tournament of this caliber. And then you have Christopher bringing the Brooms and Yen Sid before Worlds and putting that deck on the map. And then we saw that deck played in the World Championship. And so Charlie's is a phenomenal event. You always see some amazing play, and who wins and the deck that wins ends up mattering a whole lot when it comes to the competitive meta for the rest of the season.
Yes, and I mean, there is a rising star in the room that people know and love. And once you meet him, it's hard to not love him. But we have Tiago, who brought down the last one with his Amethyst Steel. Man, we're warming up. We warm up with the colors here in the morning. But yeah, he came in with the Amethyst Steel, and like he was warming up because I remember distinctly we were talking about, I was doing like my little notebook thing, and Sailor of Team Maelstrom was sitting there, and I said, well, there's Tiago's in the top. And he said, oh, Tiago's going to do great. He's going to win. I said, well, why? Who is this? And he said, don't worry. He's built different. And so, I mean, his reputation preceded him, and now that reputation is firmly cemented. He took home a gold Mickey at Singapore just last weekend, and then he flew back here, and now he is in contention here. He is fighting through to get these next 2 matches. He's sitting at 15 points, so he just has to simply win his next 2 rounds, and he should be in a good spot. But very exciting names. It's very exciting to see the who's who and what decks they have. And there's been some exciting decks. It's not, listen, Blurple and Amethyst Steel are in the room, But there's other decks, and there's been some fun matchups. The deck that we talked about of Sapphire Emerald, we saw a mirror match. My goodness, those matches can go a while. Control decks against each other. Who
Yeah.
knew? But it's a deck that I mean, it's a very big contention that we have a board wipe. You just have to kind of work a little harder at it, but. Very
Yeah.
exciting. I mean, what was some of your favorite decks that you saw yesterday that maybe took you by surprise?
I don't know. I mean, so by and large, a lot of the top decks and what people brought are what I think people expected everyone to bring. At the top tables, I walked around earlier in the day and talked to a lot of the players who were sitting at the top tables, and as they were looking across, they said. It was hard to pick out a deck that was the clear majority. They said the top table was pretty evenly split 4 ways between Blurple, Amethyst Steel, Emerald Sapphire, and Amber Emerald. The dogs, the low to the ground dogs, being pretty prevalent here as kind of the aggro deck that's doing well. But there's plenty of others. There is Ruby Amethyst in the room. That deck has been on the rise, especially since it took down the CCQ in Las Vegas. So plenty of those here. A few different builds. Emerald has several different builds here, including some weird end game like bend to my will versions, and then a very aggressive burn version, which I believe Spessy was playing in the LCCC.
Yes, Spessy with 28 1-drops in the LCCC.
Yeah. There's a version of that here, maybe inspired by Spessy, maybe Parallel Evolution, but it's actually doing well, and I think is X and 1 as well. And so Emerald Amethyst a chance to crack the top cut as well, still in contention here. And then Katie, there is Zansied bringing in an Amber Amethyst deck, pulling in Josh Polt and bringing in this color combo into a big tournament, and actually is X and 1 right now with a chance to make the top cut. And I think, hang out, don't go anywhere, because I think we're going to see that deck here in round one today on stream.
Yeah, we don't get to choose 100% who's on stream, but we can definitely say please, and that's definitely the please deck because it is always exciting. Zansied is one of those players where when I see him play a deck, I always caution people. I'm like, hey, just because Zansied's doing great with this deck, caution. It's kind of like a car where you're like, listen, this thing drives rough and kind of thing because he is a master at piloting decks. We saw him with Jafar Wheel where he ran that deck and everybody was like, Jafar Wheel? Did you see it win any other tournaments? No, because Zan is built a little bit different than your average player, but I'm so excited to see what he's able to do with that deck. And we are getting pairings. So if you see me, I'm kind of looking here. The pairings have gone up. There are 2 undefeated players. So we get to the ID country, which means intentional draw, where players say, we're good. We have enough points where we can just cruise into the top 16, which will happen after round 9. So the 2 undefeated players are Dragon Johns, who we saw on stream playing Amethyst Seal. And then we also have Diego Saz, a pretty good player, and he was on that Amber Emerald Dogs build. So those 2 players likely will ID. There's not really people will sometimes play to get the seeding in that top seed, but sometimes they go, listen, I'm tired. Let's just take it to beat to your. I saw Dragon John's had a bowl of Chipotle that apparently he got last night. Knowing, I said, did you get 9:30 a.m. Chipotle? He said, no, I got it last night. So shout out to him. But everybody else is probably going to play. I don't think anybody else is at the point where they can ID comfortably yet.
Well, what's interesting about the ID in this scenario is they're the only 2 undefeated players, I think.
Yes,
and
100%.
So usually if you had a field, for example, where you had 8 players who were undefeated and they're all drawing, then that top cut math, there's tiebreakers and all of that, and so it's a little more fuzzy. But at X, O, and 2, I think you're pretty comfortably in the top half, if not, I think probably, yeah, you'd be in the top anyway. So they're looking at 1 and 2 seed, I think, anyway at X, O, and 2.
Yeah.
So it's the intentional draw versus playing it out. There's very little incentive at this point, I think.
Yeah.
Which is really interesting.
So they're feeling quite good. But in the meantime, I mean, then we start looking at the rest of it. And we have 1 player sitting at 19 points. That was Memmaker, who had the deck tech where we saw, and he was featured in round 6. He was playing the Amethyst. The inks. I'm warming up, guys. I'm doing my stretches here. But Sapphire Emerald, Memmaker was playing that deck, and so he's at 19. But then we have this huge band of 18 points where people are going to be fighting out to try to get to the points they need. So you guys say, well, how do the points work? So this is a best of 3 format, as we saw. Singapore is best of 1. We used to have best of 2. This is best of 3. So if you win, you get 3 points. If you tie, you get 1. If you lose, you get 0. So we're at that point where we're in a control meta due to the fact that there are some, we're not in a control meta, but there is the control deck that we talked about of Sapphire Emerald in the room. So those ones, I think a few of those went to time. So you are seeing some ties already in here. And so those were not IDs. Those were just decks that said,
decks that went to time.
We can't finish.
I love round 1 draws are always fun to me because I look, people like, I'm like, how'd you do? And they're like, I'm 001. And I'm like, Where?
I
What'd
haven't
you do,
started
Rob?
the
What did
day
you
yet.
do? Like, yeah, like, what are you doing? But we're gonna get ready for round one here shortly. I don't know. We don't always look at the chat, but sometimes we do. And this morning, I just want to say good morning to everybody out there. I see a couple first-time chatters here in the chat. Good morning to you all.
Yeah.
Let us know throughout the day who you're rooting for, who you want to see. I see. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I got excited because I saw the zoologists. I love
Oh,
zoologists.
zoologist. Hi, zoologist.
Yeah, they aren't here today. I was kind of a little disappointed, but they were, I believe, at least top 32. I think, yeah, they made top 64, top 32 in the DLC Milwaukee. Love seeing them. And then, yeah, we have a few other Brit Strange Brit Specials, are local to me. I love them. And yeah, so shout out to everybody in the chat. We still have someone, V5. Let's go, Bivens. Bivens is also in the room, and he is still in contention. I believe he's got the same record of 5-2 where he can.
Yeah. So let's talk about a little bit because I don't think we've actually highlighted for folks what we're actually watching today. Just to lay it out.
Where are we?
Where are we? And I think you can intuit based on what we're saying, but we did do 7 rounds of our 9 Swiss rounds yesterday, so we're doing the final 2 this morning. Folks battling it out to make the top cut, and then we're going to cut to the top 16, and we're going to watch obviously that all the way through to the finals. So we are cutting to 16. One other note, Katie. So people are playing for more than just the cash prize, which is announced as the kind of the banner for the tournament. In addition to that, people can earn Charlie's points, which will get them access to the Invitational at the end of the season, which is a $50,000 event. Pretty huge. There's going to be, I think, about 100 players playing for that prize, and it will be the best of the Charlie season. So we're really excited for that later on. There is still a chance to register for future Charlie's events if you want to accumulate more points. I think the next event is in Houston. So make sure you check out Charlie's website if you're interested in competing and working towards that. In addition to that, there are some DLC promos here for people to win.
I saw
did you get a look at them yesterday?
I did. They were walking around and they had them. I said, you should get a steel briefcase. But they have 3 different types of promos. We have 16 of the Mulan promo. So then the top 16 will get that. Top 8 gets the Simba. Correct, Simba. I always get Simba and Mufasa confused. They do look alike.
Both lines.
Family resemblance. And then the top 2 will get that Elsa Ice Maker promo. So very exciting. And then if you win, you get $7,000. $7,000
and an invite to the North American Continental Championship. This is the first Charlie's. That's a CCQ, which is very exciting. And the other thing that we'll point out is there are players here who already have their invite to Continentals. And so there is the possibility, I don't think we've had confirmation that it works this way, but I think you can intuit that there will be a pass down if, let's say, the winner has already received his invite. That CCQ invite will likely pass down. I think, just hadn't been confirmed, but I think to the next person. And so that's also something we'll keep our eyes on.
Yeah, a player who is in that top contention, TFM's Chaotic. I talked to him and he was like, well, yeah, of course I have my invite, but I want to keep playing because, you know, if you get first place, you get $7,000. So no confirmation on whether it pass downs, but I'm sure that's something that we will find out. But we are seeing the players sit down and shuffle. And man, we did get a man with a plan. It's Zan Syed. And the other deck I am equally as excited about because I told you, hey, guys, I've said all day, you know, Amber Seal, it was a deck. People played it. We're not going to see it again. But some hero came through. Now, this is my biggest kind of heartbreak that happens in tournaments.
Yes,
Liam,
right.
It happens all the time.
I know exactly what you're about to say.
Yeah, where it's 2 decks and you're like, I can't believe you guys made it this far. And now it is kind of a situation where whoever loses this, it doesn't guarantee they're out, but it is harder. And so I never want to see 2 exciting decks play each other. But either way, this is going to be a match that I'm excited about, but it might be a little fast. We'll see. I'm not sure. There's been rumbling. So in the casting world, we pop out and we kind of go around and we talk and say, what's going on? What's going on, guys? And we get to hear a little bit. So I know that Zan's deck is unique, and it has to be, right? Because Amethyst Amber is not a combo you're seeing all the time at the top tables. But I don't know what Frunglor. We'll work on that. Frunglor.
We need a name.
PH Groglor. Either way.
We need a chat. Somebody give us a name. The right name. Just
right. Just don't give us a name. But either way, Frunglor. His name is Fronglor in here. So
I know. Grog.
Frong and Zan.
PH Groglor. Grog. I think I'm gonna go with Grog until I get
Grog here.
Yeah, so which feels rude, but no, it's very exciting to see 2 decks that are kind of on the fringe. And one thing you talked about earlier is Zan and his deck building, his prowess, and bringing this in here, a deck that you know, not many people were expecting, and that you have to be Zan to pilot this. There are certain players who are masters at identifying the right deck for the right moment. And another player I'll talk about who is here, Zach Bivens, a fun story I have. Zach Bivens actually won CCS as well. running an Amethyst Steel deck with Arthur way back from Rise of the Floodborn that bounced things back to your hand and you got extra lore. And it was a deck that was very, very difficult to pilot. And a bunch of people picked it up and tried it. And the Twitterverse quickly learned that rule number one of piloting that deck is be Zach Bivens.
Yes.
Because he had a lot of hours on it and knew how to pilot it. Yeah, so it's fun seeing Zan bring this in here. Zan is another player who tests meticulously and is very, very good at reading metas for particular events and identifying the right tool for the right moment and carrying it into events. Zach is another player. There's others. Mo Shamlin, I would argue, is another one.
I'm Joshua Paltry.
And Josh Palt is the other one.
He was able. And is it Josh Palt? If I'm putting the tree on inadvertently there?
I've always said Palt, and I think that's right, but I'm
going to call our good friend Josh. But I mean,
Yeah.
he is somebody that, he famously brought his Perdita Amber Amethyst deck into Atlanta and was able to take down that DLC. But here's the thing. When you see this color combination, you might think it's going to be some kind of, so it looks like this color combo is incorrect. So Amber Steel is confirmed dead. That was Dumbo that went into the ink
Yeah.
So sorry, guys. I was so excited. I
Nah.
couldn't wait to see it. So it is Amethyst Steel. So now I am firmly rooting for Zan in a spicy build. But this is such a good thing to point out. When you look at Amber Amethyst, you think, well, that's probably going to be hyper aggro, right? He did not play a turn one. And I'm looking at his hand. We see Elephants. VCL says this is not a hyper aggro matchup. So that means that Zan is up to something very different than the hyper aggro, dual
Or he
color
got a terrible draw, right?
Yeah, maybe, right? But, yeah, true. But I mean, in his hand, we did already see the Elephant, Elsa, and those are not traditionally aggro cards. Also, we see Junior Woodchuck Guidebook. We see a Lantern. We see, my goodness, he's testing me. And
The
honestly, the biggest
Elephant.
test is going to be for our poor card reader because, my goodness, these cards. We're gonna be all doing that thing. We're like, well, I
Yeah,
think
shout out to Jutana on the
who's been
the Glumineers on the card reader here for helping us out.
Is a hero here. But there's that Junior.
There's that Lantern.
Yes, and Lantern is a card we haven't seen used a lot.
I remember the great Lantern debates of early Lorcana with
I know.
do you play the Lantern? Do you play
In
do
vintage.
you not play the Lantern? Yeah, in vintage Lorcana. GOAT format Lorcana.
Yeah, right. And so, I mean, Lantern was reprinted in Fabled because, it is a tool that is a discount. And unlike the ones attached to our good friend Huey, where Huey is a character,
Oh my goodness.
2 lanterns. And so now we know Zan has a plan. And the plan is to try to get some high value. Amber can't ramp. Amethyst doesn't ramp, but what you can do is get some discounts. And so then now we finally getting a character to play on the board with Cheshire Cat Inexplicable, which is a 3/4 and has that incredible boost ability. So now we're starting to see he is establishing a board. How will he use it?
Yeah, really important to get a body on the board here, and we'll see if Grog has the Strength of Raging Fire. That's something that this deck wants to do, and would be really good to clear off that cat to enable him to quest freely with some of these other characters. But he's thinking about it. Let's see. There's probably now. Here's the thing: like if you're one of the top players here, like rumblings get around the room, and you kind of figure out what other players are doing. So it's, there's a chance here that Grog, whose real name I still don't know, but I'm gonna go with it.
He says it's Frog.
Frog.
The chat says it's
Oh,
just
Frog.
Frog. Just
Okay,
call him
Frog.
Frog. And I like
Got it. Frog, if that's the moniker, that's the moniker. So doesn't have the strength. So Frog probably knows generally what Zan's trying to do. There is a chance that he's sitting here looking at this color combo and being like, I'm not sure what you're up to, but probably knows the line. In any case, I think he would have loved to get that Cheshire Cat off the board if he was able to. Now that cat going to be able to do some shenanigans here. Zan thinking about his line.
Now, you guys might hear us talk quite a bit about Zan because we are in the same seat as Frog saying, so Zan, what are you up to over there? And so Amethyst Steel is a deck we have seen in this meta quite a bit. We saw it take down tournaments. We saw it's been in the finals of Bologna and then also Milwaukee. We saw it in the finals of Singapore. So it's a deck that we're pretty familiar with. Notably, he does have the Olaf, which we saw used to some great success by the undefeated player Dragon Johns, who was able to hurl the Thunderbolts on his own Olaf to go ahead and get a giant Cobra play, which was pretty phenomenal. Bounce a giant Cobra back to hand. So this isn't still an interesting deck, but Zan is the one where I'm just like, what are you doing over there?
Yeah.
And what are you doing over there? Indeed, he has access to 3 ink, 2 lanterns, which lanterns you can go ahead and exert and use it as a discount to your next character. So effectively, that's 5 ink. And so he is debating, what is this going to look like?
So,
Okay, and this is a tech we have not seen. This is a card I was very excited when it was printed. It does have an epic that I truly love. Is the Horseman Strikes! Exclamation mark. So you got to draw a card, best 3 words in Disney Lorcana, but you also banish a character with evasive. So Dumbo, Genie, watch out. There are pumpkins flying.
Yeah, and flying into the face of Genie there, sending it to the discard pile. There were other lines available. Cheshire Cat, of course, with its damage move ability. We could have cleared off 2 other characters and given Frog the option to bounce that Olaf, or a card with that Olaf back to hand, but choosing here to take out the Genie instead. The name of the game for Zan right now is slow down this aggression. Whatever Zan's setting up seems to require a bigger character. There's a reason you put character ramp in this deck with cards like Lantern. So he clearly wants to get to the later game in order to unlock whatever he's trying to do. And on the other side, Frog probably trying to close this thing out, as fast as possible to keep Zan from getting there. So now Zan able to make a challenge as well, trying to decide: do I clear off that Olaf now before there's something more dangerous to bounce, or do I just take care of that Captain Hook and invite the crack back? And we will see something else. It's another cat, leveraging those lanterns to double the cats on the board. And now we have a pride. What do you call a group of cats? Of
Yeah, I think
Cheshires.
it'd be a Pride, right? Because I mean, Pride Rock. I'll go ride Animal Kingdom's Savannah ride, Kilimanjaro Safaris, and I believe they will tell you that. Where did you know a group of this? But now 2 Cheshire Cats are fine, but the thing is you do have to pay to boost. Now you can boost once per turn. Now this is something that's interesting. Can you boost 2 cards once per turn? Is it once per turn
Yes.
per card? Okay.
Yeah.
So, but you do need the ink. So, note he needs 4 ink if he wants to do that. Also, he needs some damage. So, it's kind of he's investing in his future here. So, we'll see how this plays out. But that is all he's able to do this turn. He's definitely setting up something because right now, 2 Cheshire Cats, 2 Lanterns isn't exactly a winning. But
Well, and no challenge from the cat either. So
no,
valuing keeping that card there, giving up a little bit of lure gain perhaps, or calculating the Frog is not going to quest. But what that does open up is now a Strength of Raging Fire. If we drop another character, can clear off a cat with a single drop of a character rather than being a little bit short. So, but Zan valuing those cats there, and it doesn't matter when you hurl a Thunderbolt, you deal enough damage anyway. So Thunderbolt coming in. This is the younger cousin or the second cousin of Along Came Zeus. He's hurling Thunderbolts now in this meta.
Yeah, things are a little bit slower. Now we do have the zoologist and zoo arcade. I love the chat coming in and saying it's a glamour of cats.
A glamour, thank you.
Or clouder, which I'm going to go with glamour because Zan with a clouder doesn't sound very fun.
I feel like glamour, as far as Cheshire cats go, I feel like glamour is, or with Cheshire cats, perhaps it's unique. Maybe it's a mystery of Cheshires.
Yes, and so the mysterious glamour has been broken up by that Thunderbolt card, which has been exciting. It's exciting to have access to that firepower. I do love it in Blue Steel that Challenger can actually be used with Hades, something you don't get to see all the time. However, we don't get to see here because we don't have any deities on the board. But now we are seeing what Zan is going to do with his resource. Earlier in the game, we saw a few cards. We did see the Elsa Fist Spirit. We also saw the Elephant, Madam Mim Elephant, one of the remaining Madam Mims we have in this world. So I am now curious. I love watching Zan think because I'm like, you can't really read on his face what's going to happen next. Does he know what's going to happen? And his opponent also sitting there going, "What are you going to do, Zan? Please tell me." You have one cat. Hades going down to Thinkwell looking for a deal, but now is looking to be ink. 5 ink, 3 ink exerted, 2 lanterns, and there is that Fifth Spirit.
It is the Elsa coming down. We saw this in the early game. Zan trying to figure out which I'm going to exert here. Zan, as you pointed out, Kate, a very, very, very meticulous player.
Exactly.
Zan thinks very, very carefully through his moves before taking them. We've seen him play a lot now on stream, and he's very, very thoughtful with his turns, often taking the time to think through multiple lines and making sure he's executing, his preferred one.
And we've learned, I mean, I've had a chance to interview him. I mean, he's somebody where there are players that will practice a deck for a really long time, and then there's also players that sometimes they just start they can just look at a deck and be like, I get it. And so I'm very interested to see. I'm hoping that if we have Color doing the interview, then we'll get some information on this because I remember last time I interviewed him, I was like, "Oh, you picked blue green. What made you pick that?" He's like, I thought it seemed fun." So it's always so crazy that he's a guy that can truly look at the cards and be like, I think I can make this work. In this case, he was able to use that Elsa to do a little bit of cleanup. On the other side, we just have a single Olaf helping hand and a genie, and Zan has his Elsa Fifth Spirit and Cheshire Cat inexplicable. So now it is just an issue of who will keep developing. And the card draw situation is very important to Frog. He needs to make sure he keeps up with Zan. Amethyst, they both have access to card draw, but it is one of those things, if you stall out, you might have some issues. But I do see he has 3 cards in hand, now inking Demona. And there we go.
Doc, and we're going to discard another cat, foil version there, to draw 2 cards.
Yeah, and sometimes you don't.
There's the strength. Okay,
Yeah.
that's big.
That was a big gamble, right? Because I mean, if it didn't pay off, then he used a card. He got rid of a card that maybe he'd want to use later. But that strength, it only hits for 3, but that's enough to take care of either one of these characters on the board.
Yeah, strength. It's funny. You hear us, especially in these is the Amethyst Steel matchups, talking about strength of Raging Fire all the time. It is usually fairly critical on that turn 4 in order to establish temp or maintain your tempo and reduce your opponent's momentum, being able to sing it to remove the biggest threat in your opponent's side of the board. Sometimes a genie, um, but and for that reason, the card is so important. And for that reason, these games often come down to did you find a strength or not, and in the mirror, who found most strengths. And it seems like relying on one card or talking about the importance of one card is silly in a deck like this that isn't built around a particular card, a combo card, or a combo piece. But the thing about strength is because you can sing it for free, it allows you to remove your opponent's most dangerous threat while leaving you the ink to establish more threats on your side of the board. So sometimes a 2 or a 3 character swing. And that momentum swing on critical turns is huge and can completely change the tempo of the game. And so in games where an Amethyst Steel player does not find a Strength of Raging Fire or doesn't find it early or doesn't find it at all, they're definitely on the back foot. And so, especially when you have a singer on board already, finding that Strength of Raging Fire feels pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I will say ever since I started hanging out with TCG players, I've learned they love an inflammatory statement. And one I heard is they said, without strength, Amethyst Steel is not a deck. And I mean, I think that might probably be a little bit hyperbolic, but to your point, it changes the momentum so drastically. It is just a tool that they can use very tactically. Now, in this case, using it tactically against a deck where you have no idea what this man is up
That's
to
right. That's
becomes
right.
a lot less fun because you're like, is Elsa the important card? And here we go, a card that was, I believe, revealed by Rebecca Quest, who is a dear friend of ours and fellow caster. We know the way. Liam, tell us a little about this card.
We know the way. This card hasn't seen a ton of play, but people have tried to identify some fun ways to use it. This card says, shuffle chosen card from your discard into your deck, reveal a top card of your deck. If it's the same name as the chosen card, you may play the revealed card for free. Otherwise, put it into your hand. So it puts a card back in your deck, and then you draw a card, and if you're lucky, you get a free card off of it. Now, this card is kind of fun. It has some utility. It's really beneficial when you know what's on the top of your
Yes.
deck and you can kind of set up a free play. But I'm starting to get an indication of what this deck is and what it's trying to do because there's only certain scenarios, I think, where you would work this card into your deck as part of your game plan. And I'm excited to see if it pays off. I won't spoil the surprise.
Yeah, and it's so interesting because I mean, I try, for the drama of it all, we all try to be like, well, I mean, we don't know, to be candid, if you guys are in Charlie's, we're kind of in like a little storage room, so we don't get to see a lot. However, people have been talking about Zan's deck, and this is something that if you guys are on social media, every once in a while, people say, these cards, I think we can use them in a cool way. Now, I generally kind of scroll on because combos in Disney Lorcana don't always work, but I am wondering, what are we going to see here? Because this deck's not aggro. It's not super, it's not doing a lot other than just surviving. It's doing a little control right now. I think Elsa and this Cheshire Cat have done a really great job at doing board control. But now I think we're getting a little bit of the puzzle piece of what is the plan here? What is the win condition? Every deck has a win condition. What is Zan's?
Yeah, so the interesting thing about combo decks is it requires you to work in some cards that are not necessarily optimal, which kind of breaks up like the good shells, the good cards in a particular set, and try to force you to do awkward things. The nice thing about this combo is it exists in a color which is very, very powerful, and it allows you to leverage the Amethyst shell, which all Amethyst decks are running, which includes the Elsa, the Genie, and some of the typical early game anti-aggro cards. Here we do have that strength coming down, used to clear off that Cheshire Cat. It's done enough damage, says Frog, and we're going to see a Demona and a We Know the Way that was tucked under that going to the discard pile. But because this combo deck can leverage a lot of the powerful cards in Amethyst that a lot of players are running anyway, and splash in the Amber to kind of unlock this combo, it feels like it is better than the average combo deck that we've seen.
I love right now. So we will sometimes glance at chat just to be like, what's going on? Who's in there? And watching people be like, I'm going to figure this out right now is incredible because imagine what's happening is the people trying to figure out in the chat and Frog is sitting there being like, well, I have to figure it out by myself, guys.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Don't Google. If you're in the chat, don't Google it. See if you can figure it out based on the puzzle pieces that you see.
Yeah, I will never forget. I was in a set champ.
Boom!
There we go. Here's another fail. and splashing. It is Monstro coming down.
Monstro.
He's an infamous whale, and he's been infamous in Blurple, but now he's infamous in this deck. Here, he has his rush. You can choose and discard a card, ready this character. He can't request for the rest of the turn. Puzzle piece 2.
A monster. It's whale of a card. This card has become more popular, I think, as the meta's gone on. People were working him in to Blurple earlier for some removal, and he kind of has been in and out. Now I think he's in the preponderance of Blurple decks, and usually used as an anti-aggro or an a board clear. You can discard cards, ready him, and use him to clear off 2, 3, 4 smaller characters or 1 or 2 big characters. A whale of a card, a lot of fun, but the fact that you can ready him allows you to do other things besides just challenge. And so we'll see, as you pointed out, Katie, puzzle piece number 2, we'll see how Zan leverages this and if he can get his game plan unlocked. Frog says, I would rather you not do that, but he will play an Elsa here, exert the other Elsa. He's going to try to do some board control, and unfortunately, he's gotten to the point of the game, though. He's managed to push him. Oh, that's a strength for 4 damage. And the Thunderbolt, boom, boom. That whale showed up. It was scary, not sticking around for long. The 1-2 punch, sending him to the discard pile. Now Frog scooping up an extra lure with that dock, managing to clear that big threat off the board. Zan now is going to have to find another puzzle piece.
Yeah, and I think this is why. So combo decks are one of the coolest things in TCGs. I think every TCG has had them. The issue is there is always puzzle pieces, and it's very rare you can combo deck in one turn. A famous one was in, I believe, set 3, where we had Bayou, Sheriff of Nottingham, and I believe one other card. And the issue with it is when it comes down, if you know the combo, you can start blinging up. This random monstro coming in and doing nothing makes you go, well, I think you're trying to do something. And then if you've been on social media, you're like, oh, okay. Beast, thank you so much. Beast was the other puzzle piece.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Yes, Beast Bayou, Sheriff of Nottingham. And so this is a situation where it's precarious. You have to get it set up. Now, Zan does have access to ink here. We have, Black Sleeves on my enemy here. I think we have 4, 6 ink and 2 lanterns. Yes, he was able to do. He has 8 total. So can he get another whale? Is whale the only win condition? A lot of these decks have the plan A, but they can win through another one. The best combo decks will have a plan B, because if the only plan is a combo, then you can be in a position where you just watch your opponent just play normal games. But Frong is having a good game. I mean, and that was a critical piece of removal. Having both of them, having characters on the board for the strength and having access to be able to hurl his thunderbolts was very, very, very important for him here.
Yeah, we'll see how Zan responds. Now, Frog, I think, if I'm seeing things correctly, empty hand now. So did manage to clear that off, has a decent board, but will be top decking now, hoping to find a dock or a genie or something else to allow him to build board state while refilling his hand. We will play another cat here and boost the cat. Let's slide this damage over to the genie. So stacking up a little damage there for later, and that later is right now, as Elsa will challenge in and remove that 2 lore from the board. Zan, I think at this point, doing his best to rebuild his board and slow down Frog to prevent him from closing out the game before he can get his other puzzle pieces. That's a fairly good top deck there. That's a very good top deck. A genie into a dock, establishing 2 characters and 2 cards in hand. That's like, if you couldn't script it any better than that, I think. And Elsa challenging in, removing that other Elsa, that feels really good from Frog. And I feel like the scales have tipped significantly with that top deck. Back over to Zan now to see how he responds. He'd love to find another monster, I think.
Exactly. And it's so interesting that you point that out. I mean, as far as Amethyst Steel goes, it feels like sometimes when we talk about Amethyst Steel, it turns out we talk about dock strength over and over again. Dock strength, dock strength, dock strength. And this was an example of, well, those 2 work together, because, I mean, it's all about the docks. You have the ink to play to capitalize on everything, to have the best ink economy. Now, Zan is sitting there going, well, it's not over for me. So he has his own genie, which is not, I don't think, a combo piece, but it does draw you some cards. There we go. That Horseman Strikes, the Horseman Strikes, as we saw, being able to just remove an evasive and draw another card, getting him closer. Now, Frog does not have game on board, so that is something to keep in mind here. But man, he has been able to find. He has 2 cards in hand, and it makes me believe that they're 2 great cards, because he has been having some excellent draws, finding removal exactly when he needs it.
Yeah, I mean, that turn, so incredible, so incredible. Zan now, I mean, yeah, as you pointed out, clearly not out of it yet, but it feels really bad seeing your opponent sitting with those 2 cards. Cheshire Cat will challenge in. We have 2 ink left over, so let's see if we slide that over. I'm assuming to the Elsa, clear that off the board. There it is. So definitely keeping Frog, on his the back foot a little bit here. Frog wants to race ahead, but Zan able to clear off, 2 characters aboard at least every single turn, just stemming the bleeding while establishing a couple genies this turn. So not a terrible turn there either, but we'll have to deal with Frog's response, as Frog does have 2 cards in hand. Again, we know that Zan has Monstro in this deck, so as Frog's trying to clear things out, Zan has a way back in, and we're going to drop a little Rafiki here just for some insurance. Not terrible, and questing for 2 now. A powerful turn in response from Zan, but it's back to Frog.
Yeah, I mean, he was able to draw some cards, build up a board present, do some removal, and it sounds like that is part of Zan's deck here, is to do as much response and control as possible with his resources to draw cards while, for example, the Horseman Strikes is an excellent example of a card that can do some control while also maintaining that card draw. We do get to see a Giant Cobra, which is fantastic to get 2 lore, discarding that Olaf, 1 card, and there's
Oh
another
my
dog.
goodness! Oh my goodness!
So Amethyst Steel, this is why people get mad at you, Amethyst Steel, because they always have it, is what they say. Unless I'm playing it, and for some reason I don't have it, but there is another dock, 2 more cards right to his hand. Now, if he has the availability to play another card, he might here just keep going wide, and let's see what he does. No, he cannot play either one of these cards yet. But my goodness, what a masterful way of showing why Amethyst Steel just does what it needs to do to stay in the game.
Dock. I mean, just sometimes the docks are clumped, sometimes you never find them, and sometimes they're spaced perfectly.
Exactly.
Hitting 2 docks, at the perfect time there. So everything's clicking for Frog's deck right now. Zan has done very well in responding and clearing things up. We'll see if he has an answer this turn here. But Frog now sitting all the way at 16 lore. We know Cobras are in this deck as well, so there's a chance for him to close it out and get that extra 2 lore if he needs to. But that means that with the ready characters on board, that is a quest and a Cobra away. I did get a quick look at his hand. We have a Lexington in there, so that's not super helpful. I didn't quite see what the other card was. But let's see how Zan responds.
And here we go. Another puzzle piece. We have a location. I believe that is the Great Illuminary, which is a new card from this set. So this card here is one where you are able to move to it for 1, and then characters gain, exert, draw a card while here. So is this a puzzle piece? Is this a red herring? I don't know.
See, I don't know.
I don't know. I wish I could tell you I'm an expert. I like to know. I know cards, but my goodness, I don't know how they all work like this. And nobody knows how cards work like Zan knows. But here we go. We're going to go ahead and put the genie in, kind of giving it a Dumbo light ability. You don't gain the lore, but you can go ahead. You don't have to pay. So it's like, I don't know, another way to draw cards, which shows how important card draw is in this deck. He is digging for pieces of the puzzle.
Yeah, digging. And so one of the things here, and as I think we're going to scoop, one of the things here that tells you is that Zan was looking for that out. I do think the Great Illuminary is one of the puzzle pieces that Zan needs to complete his plan, his combo, as it were, and he wants to protect that if possible. Probably having that in hand for a while and waiting until he got the other pieces on the board to be able to leverage it. It does only have 3 willpower. It's a very, very good ability on that location and a pretty small movement cost. So the trade-off is it's very weak and it goes down easily. So when you see Zan dropping it on the board and then moving characters there to try to draw cards, he's looking for that out. He's giving up that combo piece early to try to save the game. And unfortunately for him not finding it, I think he would have loved to find another Monstro there or something else that he has to do with that. But nevertheless, we're on to game 2.
And I think it's important to note that, I mean, sometimes you look at combo decks like this and you're like, well, guys, Amethyst Steel is really good, and Zan didn't win. Zan is 6-1, and this room has a lot of Amethyst Steel. So I would bet my bottom dollar that Zan has beat an Amethyst Steel at some point in the past 24 hours. So this is a situation where he's shuffling up here and just saying, all right, let's do it again. But I will say that, I mean, obviously this deck does something lethal if you're able to get to 6-1 in this kind of room. So I'm excited. I want to see it. We always ask for a game 3. So I'm hoping we get to see Zan's combo, because otherwise this will be the day where we're like, hey guys, can't wait till you see this. And then we're like, well, we didn't get to see it, but it was pretty cool. But I think the monster, the big story here is that Monstro, because that Monstro, if he would have survived, I think this would have been a very, very different game. However, the perfect removal appeared right at the time that he needed it.
Yeah, and so talking about game plans, it's difficult for us to talk about whether or not he was on plan early or whether his draw was good or bad because we don't know the exact list and what he's trying to do. But we did see later on a Rafiki come into play and the Palace Guard that was inked, or Royal Guard that was inked. So we know that Zan does have some early game anti-aggro here, which is something he'd probably like to find against this Amethyst Steel deck to shut down that early questing. And so Zan, without a 1-drop last game, probably didn't have his ideal draw. We'll see if this game he manages to do that. I don't see a 1-drop there either. There's the guidebook. There's the Lantern, which is not terrible for turn 2. For his build, which will enable him to get to that Cheshire Cat quickly. But yeah, I don't know if this is ideal draw either. So we'll see. Although I say that as he only shifts one. I thought he'd already shifted. So there we go, altering one card away. So Zen clearly likes what he has. And yeah, we'll see what his game plan is. On the other side, Frog with the 1, 2, 3, 4 into the Genie, without the early strength, though. He would have loved to have that. We'll see if he's on that line. I do think I see a strength in hand. So I think Frog probably on a pretty good opening as well here. And so we'll get to see, hopefully, these decks on plan, on script. And yeah, Captain Hook here for turn 1 for Frog.
Yeah, putting that pressure on. Now, we didn't see a 1-drop in game 1. We're not even sure. We did see Rafiki at one point on Zan's side, so there is one, but I don't know if that's essential. But we do know that one of Zan's plans is to make sure that he controls Frog and doesn't let Frog leap into that 20 lore he needs to win. In this case,
was that a Frog pun?
It was.
That's pretty.
I was
good.
waiting to use it, and I didn't get a chance last time.
That
But there
really
we go.
Good.
He's just gonna say, "I don't need a 1-drop. I need a lantern. I believe in the combo, and I believe I'll get there. And this lantern is a key point. I have a dream."
Yeah, so Doc being played here on turn 2, not the ideal turn 2 play, establishing that body, leads me to believe he either has another one or an inkable problem, or just needs to establish that 2-drop. So for the Strength of Raging Fire. So back over to Frog here, and it's the Cobra on turn 3. So big body, well statted, and going to quest again up to 3, the same lore total on this turn as last game. Zan getting that Genie down earlier, though, thanks to the Lantern. Not a super powerful challenger, but can do a little bit of cleanup if he wants here. And what else do we have in store? Leveraging the Lantern again. Leads me to believe we might see a cat here.
Wow.
Nope, it's another Genie. Draw another card.
Big fan of the chat. Really got excited. There was so much chatter about cat chatter. But here we go. He's developing that board going wide, and this is what it's a very successful strategy in the sense that he just needs to make sure that Frog doesn't do what he did last time and just keep questing and get to 20 before he's able to do the cool stuff he needs to do to win. So we're going to go ahead and see an Olaf down to the Inkwell, and there is Dumbo, the 8th wonder of the universe, and there is everybody's favorite card in the whole game, Strength of Raging Fire, taking one of the 2 genies down into a banish pile. Banish. Was that the official word? The banish pile?
The banish pile. Yeah, absolutely.
Sure.
Absolutely. A pile of banished cards. So not the ideal opening, I think, for Frog, but pretty darn close. You'd love to establish a Genie there. Dumbo is fine to get that strength online, but now it's exposed. Hades coming down, offering a deal to Frog. Frog saying, hey, you can have the cards. I like my Dumbo. I need that card draw. And Zan drawing 2 off of that. Royal Guard here, Palace Guard, rather. Royal Guard. Palace Guard.
I get the 2 confused. Quite frankly, it is a
How
difficult
mean
one.
for them to give us both of those.
Royal Guard, Palace Guard. One is
grubs.
notably an octopus, but
That is true.
So I would be very scared to give Zan card because we saw how desperate he was to get cards last game. He is trying to get cards. I mean, mind you, we all want to draw cards in this game, but he needs to draw cards because it's not about having characters to play. It's about getting pieces to what we call this game as a OTK or 1-turn win, meaning that you are able to do something where the cards vibrate together and you win in 1 turn. Is that what he's trying to do? Probably. But I would be very afraid to let him draw any cards. However, Hades did let him do a little card draw.
We'll see, but definitely protecting that elephant, using it there to clean up that Genie. Now, Zan, I think, has a cat in hand, so we'll be able to answer that Dumbo if he wants. Trying to figure out what the line is.
Now, are you
here.
saying the cat to avoid saying Cheshire in front of villain who's in chat?
I think I'm doing it right. I think I'm doing Cheshire right.
Under Cheshire, yeah.
Yeah.
We got it, but yeah.
I think I'm doing it right.
And here we go, under Cheshire indeed. We're going to go ahead and boost and move the 2 damage over here, which is a excellent way to do removal in a pinch and a little bit of healing kind of in a way because you're just moving it over. And there is Junior Woodchuck Guidebook, which is a card that we haven't seen before because it's new, and I didn't expect to see as much as we have in the past 2 days, but they has seen a lot of play, more than I expected.
Yeah, I mean, it's been around since the beginning of the meta. Didn't see a ton of play early, and it's been worked more and more into lists now. A card revealed by JDZ Quest. Go watch the reveal.
Yes.
Really, really fun. Frog now responding, getting a cat of his own on the board, doing a little damage, moving, and getting that Hades off the board now. So it's this back and forth between these two. But right now, board state, an edge to Frog, who makes sense. He just took his turn. Back over to Zan for the response now. Let's see. We drew a location, so I think he got that great Illuminary that he needs for later. Probably not where he wants it, though, but it is one of the tools that he needs to unlock his game plan. A lot of ink being exerted here and unexerted. Readied.
Now for
I think if you unexert it, like because you're kind of taking back the exert, I think that's an unexert rather than a ready. That's
yeah,
what I'm
right.
gonna go with.
Unexert. Exert, unexert. For people just joining, this is game 2. Frog did take down game 1. We are in round 8 of 9 rounds. So Frog took down game 1, but now we are watching Zan say, come on, come on, I'm going to show you this cool thing we can do. We see Iago, I believe that's Stomping Mad Iago, which I think is an adorable little card with a big attitude. He is able to go ahead and has Challenger 5, I believe, which is pretty insane. Yeah, Stomping Mad Challenge. Wow, I did that. My
Yeah,
goodness. I'm
very
always so
good.
proud of myself when that happens. But here we go. We're going to go ahead and rush in here, deal some damage, probably boost that cat. And here we go and get that cat on cat violence here, cat fight, if you will.
Yeah, a little cat fight. Sliding the damage over, removing that Cheshire, and so establishing 2 characters again. Back over to Frog. We'll see what Frog's response is. 3 ink exerted here. It's a cat again.
I know this is. I've never actually seen this many Cheshire cats in one game.
What a catchy series of plays. Boosting here again, sliding the damage over, and there we go. So just the cat's doing work here. Who needs a bell when you do bell multiple times?
Exactly. I mean, Bell moves 3, and that is nice. Notably, 3 is more than 2, but Bell can only once. And this Cheshire cat, you can boost once per turn. And if you have multiple cats, you are absolutely flinging that damage everywhere. But here we go. We're going to go ahead and exert a lantern and 4
I was
ink.
gonna say 4. I think they're probably an Elsa.
Why not? Elsa
And-
cats only allowed.
That's right. This is an Elsa and cat battle here. Just this battlefield full of Elsa's, ice flying and cats disappearing and appearing. Now we're going to challenge the dock. Elsa's going to go into the cat. I bet we're going to see a boost here to follow, a boost to boot. Another card here going to be slid underneath that cat to get the damage off Elsa onto the Cheshire, and down it goes. So we have 1 more cat into the discard pile. We need a cat counter to see how many we've seen this game. I do think, is that a Hades in hand there that Frog had? I think so. So that available if he wants it. But so another fun card I want to point out, Zan's hand. If you've been keeping an eye out, there's another card that we haven't seen played yet. It's Alan Dale
Yes.
in Zan's hand, which says whenever you play a song, gain 1 lore. It's a 4-cost 2/3. So another card that doesn't see a ton of play, but a fun card to see in Zan's hand. Maybe we'll see it on the board eventually. Back with Frog. Frog's going to play the Hades. Offer a deal. Do you want this card? If you do, you have to let me draw 2 cards. Zan saying, no thanks. I'm going to send this cat and all of its boosted cards to the discard pile, or I'm sorry, to the deck, because they all follow, and Hades now being established there.
Yeah.
So back to Zan.
Yeah, and it makes sense because I mean, the interesting thing about this Hades cards is it's a very tempo kind of deck or card where you basically have to kind of look at your momentum and your player's moment or your opponent's momentum and be like, well, how much do they need cards? How much do I not care about this one character? So in this case, he's like, listen, I know you need cards, and I absolutely don't want to give you a single one. So here we go, because Zan has all the cards. There's Alan
Dale.
a true rock star of the movie Robin Hood. Whenever you play a song, gain a lore. He's a 2/3, quest for 2. I think this is a puzzle piece, guys.
Oodalali, golly, what a card. Alan Dale making an appearance here, illustrated by the incomparable John Lauren. Picking up that card there. Back over to Frog. Frog establishing the Black Heron, a great turn 2 play here, being played significantly later, but able to make full use of his ink to establish a wide board state. But notably here again, okay, look at that. And there we go. It looks like that. Yeah. Sometimes you get surprised by the scoop. I did not see Zan did not have the combo in play. Zan did not have the win condition in play, but I'm gonna wait for it to pop up. Zan going to 20, and just Frog calling it, just not having what he needs, knowing that Zan. I mean, to be fair, Frog had an empty hand. Zan had a fairly healthy hand with Alan and Dale established, and so Frog seeing the writing on the wall. I guess just scooped, saying I want to be on the play. So one of the things though in this, like a draw, is not awful, but you'd rather not draw. You'd rather win this game, and so we don't have the round timer up. But one of the considerations likely is Frog knows that Zan is playing a game. Zan is playing a long game, and that any game where Zan is able to go tit for tat with Frog's board and draw the game out is going to go long as Zan sets up his combo. Both those games went a little bit longer, not super long, but I do think that he was just trying to, preserve some time.
So for those at home, they're like, okay, guys, what's going on here? So it's kind of like the kind of situation here where Alan Dale is like a very key piece of the puzzle here. So if you have We Know the Way, and this is, I think, what's happening because we didn't get to see his hand, but We Know the Way, each time you sing a song, you gain a lore. So in theory, if you also had Monstro, you can discard a copy of We Know the Way, and then you can put it into your deck, and then you get the second copy. So you do this like infinite We Know the Way monstro discarding.
So it only works if so the interesting thing here, it only works if We Know the Way is the top card of your deck that you get to play for free, because eventually you run out of
Yes.
sings. So what happens is Monstro, when paired with a card like Library, you can exert him to draw a card. When you exert him to draw a card, you can then discard that card to ready Monstro, to exert him again to draw a card, to ready him to draw a card. And what you can then do is cycle your whole deck down to where all you have left are We Know the Ways, and loop those is kind of and then loop those infinitely.
Yeah, and it's so interesting. If anyone's ever played a different kind of trading card game, you'll see this. This hasn't really happened in Disney Lorcana. Combo decks have not really happened yet. But in other games, what will happen is you'll just show a card. The people know about the combo so much that you say, "Here they are," and your opponent goes, "Okay." Because in theory, you could say, "No, we got to work through it. Let's go. Let's draw a card. Let's discard a card. Do this, gain a lore. Go do this, gain one lore." In this case, we don't have to do that because both players have understood. There's a chance that Frog has already had, I mean, explained. I would say explain it to me at length, please. But
Yeah.
in this case, he did do an expeditious scoop. We saw Zan literally just go 20. I've never seen that happen where like he just was like it's 0 to 20 in under 4 seconds. But here we go, and we now Frog he knows the plan here. He says, "I gotta get these strengths. I gotta go ahead." We do see Circle of Life, which is something that can be
Interesting.
used to go to get one of those giant whales back perchance if you need it. However, you cannot get it back from your inkwell, so that card is gone for good. If maybe he has more. But there goes a Rafiki who can go ahead and respond to the aggression on the Amethyst Steel side of the board.
Yeah, so this is the first time we have seen a turn one play from Zan, getting the Rafiki out, shutting down some questing, at least slowing it down. And now we have 1, 2, 3. So Frog right on plan here with the 1, 2, 3. Lexington is a well-stated character on turn 3, and we do have the song available. Zan has established a Lantern on turn 2, as I think we've seen him do every game. So essentially ramping 1 ink on turn 2. Similar, he's like, who needs a sail? I just play the Lantern.
Yeah, and I mean, it's so interesting that we kind of have Ramp is obviously a Sapphire quality, but other decks have access to ways to capitalize on your resource of ink. But this is a pretty wide board.
Does he have the strength?
And
He
of
does
course
have
he
the
does.
strength.
So, but it's
Oh my goodness!
he did it.
Oh
He did
my
it.
goodness! I was about to say this line is great. It burns through cards. This is the point of the game when you recharge the hand. He was down to 1, and he had the dock. He had the dock.
Yeah, and that is so brutal. Amethyst Steel is one of those decks that everybody knows where they was. Everybody knows where they were when their opponent did a strength into a dock because it just feels miserable because you're like, how did it happen? But it is one of the reasons people play this deck because it is consistent and it does what it needs to do. However, Zan is playing a deck where all he needs is a few different cards and put them together. Now, Rafiki is not notably one of those puzzle pieces. Rafiki's just there to hopefully do a little board cleanup. However, he is left very vulnerable with the board state we see on the other side. Lexington is a 4/4 that can easily go ahead and clap back if he goes and challenges into that Calhoun, for example. So
Yeah, tough spot. So I'm trying to get a peek at Zan's hand. He obviously needs to do some board control here. He'd love to get a cat on the board. He for his turn 4 plays, I think he has some genies there, but there's a lot of his combo pieces in hand. He does have an Alan and a Dale. I think he has a monster as well. So a monster a card that he'd love to get to. He just needs to buy time to get there and able to clean up this wide board. There's also a Demona there, but I don't know. The play here is probably, I think the only play is the genie. Hoping to find something else that allows him to clear some stuff off. Demona now into the inkwell.
yeah, and
Zan thinks this through.
you can see the crowd. That's one of my favorite things.
Oh, he does have a cat.
So here we go.
Oh, and okay.
And a lantern on a body that is
Okay.
Huey, who is able to, when you quest, you can go ahead and reduce the cost. So he's setting up for the giant bodies here. We have a total of 5 ink, 1 lantern, 1 Huey. So that is 7.
Is that 5 ink?
I think that's 3.
Okay,
Well, no,
is it 3?
well, oh gosh,
6, 7.
black and white sleeves are actually my biggest enemy. I think it might actually be 4.
If it is only 4, that's a bummer. If he does have an extra ink there, then, which I don't, if he does have an extra ink there, that's great because he can get to monster this turn. He really wants to get to monster this turn. He'd love to, but I think he might be a turn short. Fortunately for him, no genie there from Frog. Hasn't been able to establish like a high lore quester, so there's a bunch of little, smaller questers in play. So Frog not able to push the lore total too much. Yeah, so I think you're right, Kitty. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So What will we see here? And Elsa would be great, but a little bit of time left. It is the genie. Draw a card here. I think he scooped up that location, the Great Illuminary, which again not super helpful at the moment. Would love to find an Elsa. Needs to do some control here. Frog only 4 ink. Inks an Olaf. He will play another Olaf, and let's see what else he was holding. It's the Thunderbolt to get rid of that genie. That feels kind of bad, but not awful because
Yeah.
Genie wasn't doing a whole lot of clearance on his own.
And that was his whole hand. I mean, at this point, he has access to no card draw. He has a 1/3, a 1/3, a 2/1, 2/1, and a 4/4. So notably, that Olaf has an ability. If he is banished, you are able to go ahead and bounce another character. So Olaf and Doc are an incredibly important combo here. So he needs to be very careful to make sure that if he can get rid of those Docs before those Olafs have any kind of banish activity, that's what he wants to do. But he might not be interested at all. He might be just trying to get to that combo where he just shows some cards and wins.
Well, and I think that will come into play here because we're getting the ink to do the Monstro. I think he's coming down here. Boom, there he is. And the thing is, as you pointed out, Katie, he'll be careful to avoid that Olaf into Doc combo. But with that other Doc being ready, Zan can clear off a few things and then has to be careful about leaving a character, wants to be careful about leaving a character exposed that the Olaf can challenge into to set up that combo. But unfortunately, that Huey there exposing itself to a challenge. So we'll see if Frog wants to make use of that. The Monstro not doing any challenging there, even though it could have. And there, that Doc going to ping that Huey. There goes the Olaf into it. And there's that combo you pointed out, Katie, bringing that damaged Doc back to hand to draw 2 cards. Fantastic use of Olaf there. And probably a Genie once we see that 4 ink exerted. And Frog up to 9 at this point is clearly in the driver's seat. Zan is either going to have to start doing some significant board clearance as Frog gets close to putting game on board even over the next couple turns. 1, 2, 3, 12, and next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So not quite there, but with a Cobra, it will do it. So presenting a potentially game-winning board state. So let's see. Now we do have the Great Illuminary play. So this is the fantastic combo you're going to see. Zan is now going to be able to cycle through his deck, I believe, and start to find the cards that he needs. So let's see how this goes.
He's and now we're going to talk through.
We're going to get to see some fun stuff as he goes draw, discard, draw, discard, draw, discard, and just finding what he wants. And I think he's explaining the combo right here and telling exactly how he's going to win the game. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah, and this is where it's so interesting because you have to think through it. And if you're ever playing a combo deck, make sure you understand it because it is not fun to play against somebody who's like, I combo. And you're like, how? And they're like, I combo. So this is a situation where he says, here's how it works, and there's the shape. And that is how Zan went 7-1.
Look, he's showing the combo right now. And that's exactly what it is. So he needed to find the Allen. And then once he finds the Allen, and he manages to find... So we explained this earlier, but let's do it one more time because we see Zan pointing it out. So with the Monstro in the library, or the Great Illuminary, Monstro allows you to draw, he can draw and discard every single turn because he's going to be able to draw by exerting Monstro, and then he can discard that same card or a different card in his hand in order to ready Monstro, which enables him to draw a card again. Which means Zan can, based on the number of cards he has in hand, Zan can build almost any hand in his deck that he wants. So he can build a 3-card hand or a 4-card hand. He can shape it exactly as he wants to and also shape his discard pile. The one limiting factor is what he's inked obviously isn't available, and what's been banished he can't get back without that Circle of Life unless he has another one in his deck. So what Zan then will do is he shapes his hand thus. He has an Alan a Dale, and he has a We Know the Way. And if he has the ink to play the Alan a Dale is established. So now you have Alan a Dale, you have Monstro, and you have Monstro in the Great Illuminary. Now, Monstro can do something besides just draw cards and challenge. He can also sing. Yes. Monstro not known for a singing voice, but he is a sea creature, and so he can sing We Know the Way. You do see a dolphin on the card, so this song is sung by whales as well. What We Know the Way does is we know that obviously you see it on the screen here. You shuffle it back into your deck and you reveal the top card of your deck. If it's the same name as the chosen card, you may reveal it for free. So at that point, you don't need to sing it anymore. It just loops infinitely. Because what you've done is at the same time as you shaped your hand, you've gotten your deck all the way down. You've discarded it all the way down to where the only cards left in the deck are We Know the Way, or it's even empty. And your deck can be empty because you haven't been forced to draw a card yet. You don't lose the game. So then Monstro sings We Know the Way. It goes back to your deck. It's on the top. It is revealed. It is played for free. And it just loops infinitely with another We Know the Way. And because it is played infinitely, you gain infinite lore with the Alanadale. That is the combo. I think I've explained that well enough for the chat.
Yeah, and we will talk about it a little bit more, but I mean, I think people will probably, there's going to be graphics. I imagine that there will be videos, graphics, YouTube things, because in Disney Lorcana, we talk about there's control decks, there's aggro decks. For a while, we had discard decks. Combo decks is something that just we haven't seen. It's just something that exists in other TCGs as a term. We're like, oh, there's combo decks, but we haven't really had one. We had like I talked about the Bayou, Sheriff of Nottingham, and the Beast Relentless. It was theoretical. We always see theoretical ones, but to see it played here to 7-1 at CCS, which is one of the more competitive rooms, this I think is a real combo deck. I think it's real now.
It's bonkers. I mean, it doesn't survive very well in a aggro heavy meta.
True. It's taking advantage of the slower decks in this room today.
Absolutely. And so we did see some anti-aggro cards. I mean, you pointed out the Iago, Katie, Stomping Mad. We also have the Royal Guard and the Rafiki that we saw. And so in the early game, there is the Rafiki Royal Guards on turn 1. You can play the Iago on turn 2. And then obviously, or you can ramp and you can get to the Cheshire Cats, and you have the Elsa. So you can do a lot of controlling things to slow things down. Against a Dogs deck, it's probably a little bit more difficult. Okay. Yeah, it does, against a super aggro deck or a deck that's standing up, there's not a lot to do with ready characters except for the Elsa, so, you know, it does take some time to set up, but really, all it needs, like, all you need the Monstro in the Great Illuminary, and you need enough ink to play the Alanadale. And once you have that, it's over. Sorry, I'll stop talking in a second, Kate. I'm super excited.
No, this is very exciting.
But
I mean,
at that point, like you just, as Zan did, you say, "Hey, look, here's what I'm about to do. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna do this." And that's all she wrote.
And
that's a combo.
And it's so interesting because you can definitely tell. I mean, I remember there has been decks where we basically, you think the combo can happen, but to see it actually happen. Now, I'm wondering, are we going to be going to an interview of a different player? Because it sounds like we're going to be doing a deck tech with Zan, where we actually take, different than an interview, where we actually like sit and really, really talk to him between rounds. But it looks like we might be teeing up. Who do we have coming on?
I think that might be the interview for the second stream.
Oh, okay, this is a second. Yeah. Okay, so that's not for us. Okay, cool. So we'll go ahead, and we're not necessarily doing.
Yeah, we're talking production real quick. Chat. Hold on one second. We're seeing what's coming up.
But we're going to cut to them? Is he the winner of the other one? Okay, so.
Right, we're going to see another interview.
Yeah, so we're going to go have an interview, talk about their journey. But don't worry, we will talk to Zan. It's just we want to talk to him more than just how was that game. We want him to do a deck tech where we're like, show us the cards. Tell us about Alandale right now. But we'll go ahead to the interview. We'll come back and talk some more.
Don't go anywhere.
All right, I'm here with Carlos. I'm Tupaloop, and how's your day going so far, man?
It's going pretty good. I'm pretty happy. I'm X2, so on the bubble. So
you're on the bubble, so next round is the bubble?
Yeah.
Yeah. What are you on today, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm on Blurple.
Oh, nice. How's that been working out for you?
It's been pretty good. You know, I tried Purple Steel for Singapore, and it was a great deck, but I just wanted to play True and Blue.
Oh, okay. You're just like true fan of Blurple for like a while. Did you play it before Milwaukee? I know you did well in Milwaukee with it. Did you play it before that?
No, I'm a Red-Blue fan, but Sisu got banned.
Yeah, red.
So I'm playing Blurple. It's a ramp deck, so I just like ramping. I just like playing big cards.
Yeah. Do you come to CCS a lot, or is like a?
This is actually my first time. I really enjoyed this event. It's really cool.
What do you think about all the venues and stuff so far? Like, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I feel like if more people knew about it, it's a bunch of stores. So it's not just one store and like one card shop. It's a bunch of stores and a whole bunch of product, a whole bunch of people you can meet. And it's not just like Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh. It's a whole like Magic.
They got everything.
They got some merch.
Yeah.
So it's a bunch of cool stuff. You should definitely check it out.
Yeah, it reminds me of like a mini Comic-Con kind of thing.
Yeah,
you know,
kind of
like there's like so much stuff going around and stuff. So your next matchup's the bubble. What do you not want to see, and what would you like to see playing against?
I mean, I hope I win the die roll, and then
I
should be. That's the most important part. Like first, step one, win the die roll.
Yeah.
Step two, I think I don't want to see any dogs or like blue steel. I'm not good against blue steel or green purple. I don't know. I just like. Brainiac, don't want to see that.
Yeah.
So other than that, I think I should be good.
Okay, well, good luck in your next round, man. Is there anybody shouts out you want to give out to anybody?
Shout outs to my fam. Shout outs to 20 Lore for, doing the stream. And shout outs to Mizu. Shout outs to Houston. I hope I make it.
Yeah. All right, guys, back to you guys.
Liam, that was very exciting. Liam was actually just running around the room. So he was going, woohoo,
Doing a lap.
woohoo, combo decks, woohoo.
Monstro!
Yeah, he was going, Monstro stocks. It was very kind of crazy stuff.
Yeah. I was actually going out to buy Alan Adales.
Yeah, he said, we're the Alan Adales.
Yep, I need all your Alan Adales right now.
But yeah, that was our first round. And if you weren't awake, you are awake now because we have seen a new deck enter the realm. Now, like I said, is this a situation where it's Jafar Wheel? We talked about Jafar Wheel. That was a Jafar, the legendary Jafar, Striking Illusionist, I believe, combined with A Whole New World, and Zan piloted. Everyone's like, this is the deck. But then you put it in your hands, you're like, this deck is really hard.
Yeah.
So is this a deck you're going to see at Set Champs? I would bet probably some people will bring it, but it is not going to be a deck. It's probably not going to be fun to play if you're not Zan Syed, because my goodness, you have to pilot, because you have to know how to play control with a non-control deck until you get to a combo. And I think that's a very stressful thing to ask a player to do, to be like, hey, you're not going to win. Your only goal is to make sure your opponent doesn't win. You draw cards and you're patient and live to get to the combo. And I think that's just a very big ask for your average Disney Lorcana player. What are your thoughts? Is this something you think everyone's going to be picking up and playing?
I think it is a fun deck to have in your arsenal, to kind of have on the back shelf and bring it out. And it's not, I'm doing the math on the cards, like it's not terribly expensive to build. There's no Dumbos in there. Everything in there is pretty cheap. There's a Circle of Life, I think, that's a few bucks. So it's a fun deck to build and to have like on the back shelf to bring it every now and then. Zan, again, is a player who's very good at identifying the right tool for the right moment. And at the moment, there's not a lot of Diggy Hole running around. There's no Diggy Hole running around.
Dogs is the fastest.
Aggro-Dogs is the fastest, except for like the there are some Amber or some Emerald Amethyst like Burn and aggro decks that are also fast, but those are niche and very rare. So this deck is fine right now. And Zan has the time he needs to get stuff together. The one thing I will say to your point, though, Katie, is it requires that you know the meta very well, because the control that you have to do in the mid-game, leveraging your cats and your Elsas, it requires some very, very good skill, and to know exactly where to apply that removal, because I'm venture to guess that most of the time, in most of Zan's wins, his opponent has probably managed to get very close to winning.
Yeah.
And Zan is pulling out this combo at the last moment. And so it does require some finesse in the mid-game. So it's not one, to your point, that you just bring out and just go play. You have to know your local meta. You have to know what folks are playing, and you have to have practiced. I think the mid-game is the most critical there. But I do think it's a fun deck to like to just have in your kit bag and then to bring out every now and then.
Now, one thing I do wonder, so part of it is being able to go through your deck to go to We Know the Way. Another thing, though, is you're playing Cheshire Cat, and Cheshire Cat is going to go ahead and you boost. So what happens if your two We Know the Ways get trapped underneath your Cheshire Cats? And does the combo not work because you can't find it? Is We Know the Way critical? I need to do, so like boosting, you don't get to pick what you boost. You just take the top card. You don't even look. It just goes under the cat. Now, that being said, you can go to the discard, and we have seen Circle of Life is a card where you can go. Allendale is, I do wonder, like, can you get trapped? Can you get trapped under the cat?
I mean, if you're in a scenario where, either all of your We Know the Ways have gone to your discard pile, or your remaining We Know the Ways are accidentally stuck underneath your cat and you can't get to them.
The Cheshire Pressure.
The Cheshire Pressure. You're under Cheshire Pressure. If that happens, I think you're in a bit of a spot.
Yeah, so I think that's why you have to prove the combo, and I think it's worth it. I mean, to be fair, if you're ever in a tournament and somebody says, I combo, I win, you do have to tell them, explain it, show me the cards that win it. But I do need to think about this. This is one I'm thinking on the fly, and I am not an expert on it, but I do wonder, because boost, you truly don't know what you're putting underneath there. And I mean,
it's double checking.
And we don't know how many he runs of each card. So I am just very curious to find out what happens if you accidentally boost a puzzle piece and the cat just stays there. Do you at that point?
So okay. So if that happens, you do have Madam M Elephant.
Okay.
And so because you can shape things, you do have the ability to go
an
find
emergency
that
elephant plan.
And emergency elephant your cat. So that is an option there. The other scenario though, if all of your We Know the Way, so let's say you boost your cat a bunch of times and your cat gets banished and all of your We Know the Ways end up in your discard pile. It's fine if you only have one remaining because you're going to be able to get all the way down to one and just loop the.
Yeah.
I think.
Very fascinating. And
But-
so it sounds like there's lots of contingency plans in this deck because we saw Circle of Life. So there is that contingency plan to go ahead and get something out of your discard if your whale, all your whales are stuck in your discard. It's very, very interesting. So yeah. And then so what card can pull songs from the discard?
It's only We Know the Way.
Okay, so We Know the
Yeah.
Way gets it from the discard. Oh, yes. So We Know the Way that gets a card out of the discard.
Yeah.
Circle of Life can get the characters out of the discard. So, and if you happen to have your cards trapped under a very large cat, then you can bounce it back to your hand using Madam M Elephant. If you're panicking and you're like, I gotta get now, that sounds crazy because I mean at that you don't know what's in your deck, you know what's in your discard. So I don't know when it comes into play. Maybe if you have a very large boosted cat, you're like, I gotta unboost, I gotta get these cards back because when you play Madam M Elephant, you do have to return a card back to your hand. And as we know, anything attached to a boosted character is going to come back, whether it's to the Inkwell Banish to your hand. So I guess that could be a contingency plan if you have a very largely boosted cat that you're like, just for good measure, I'm going to go ahead and get this cat back to my hand. But
Yeah.
that was exciting. Who
Chat
needs
pointing out,
coffee?
there is, you can have, there are cards like Gazelle, that give you
That's
a little bit of
true.
insurance. If that's something you're worried about. But I think that's the only thing, other than you being forced to ink something, or I think that's the only thing that slows you
Yeah.
down.
But it does show that this deck is something where you're piloting through contingency plans. You're saying you have
Yeah.
to kind of know where your cards are. You have to make sure that you're watching your opponent because if they win before you do the combo, then you don't win. So this is a very fascinating deck, and I'm hoping we get to see it in the finals. Now, Zan going into this round was 6-1, so now he's 7-1. So Zan is now sitting comfortably at 21 points. So I mean, I'm pretty sure
I think
he's
you
almost
can draw in, yeah.
Yeah, I think he's guaranteed at 22 points. He will be in the top 16. We have one more round, so there will be another chance for him to play. Because I would love. It's funny because it's interesting to see, but I will say the combo is not as fun to see it end because they literally just go.
I
I'm
want to
done."
see him do it, right?
Yeah.
Like I almost went out there for stream and been like, "Hey,
You have
can
to
you make
finish it."
make him finish? Like, can you make him do it?" But it would actually be kind of boring because you could actually make him do like the play it out one by one.
Yes.
But really, what Zan would effectively do is look through his whole deck and find those three cards,
And
the
just-
Alanadale and the We Know the Way, and then like you watch him with an empty deck or a close to empty deck go like down, flip, draw, down, flip, draw, down, flip, draw.
Yeah, so it's not cool. Another thing that like.
I think that search through the deck to find his hand would be
And
it.
I think
'Cause that's
most-
basically what you're doing.
Most opponents are going to say, "Can you stop?" Because I think if I'm the opponent, I'm going to say, "You've proven it." And if I had to sit and watch Zan do that, I'd probably have to get up and leave. And be
Right.
like, I can't watch this right now.
There's one more critical piece to this that I want to mention, actually, and that is we've mentioned the cards that you need to establish on the board. We've also mentioned the scenario you have to avoid.
Mhm.
But the other critical part to this scenario, and I'll also mention the ink totals. Like you need to have enough ink. It's really to play the Alanadale
Mhm.
because you have to establish that. The other piece is you have to have 2 cards in hand, unless you've already established the Allen, because there are scenarios where you're doing so much control that you expend your hand. And if you get to a scenario where you have the Monstro in the Illuminary, but you only have 1 card in hand, and you need to find the Alanadale and a We Know the Way, then you cannot do the combo. So you have to maintain a hand size of 2 cards as you're doing all of this to have enough to keep the Alanadale, to play the Alanadale, and have that 1 remaining card as the We Know the Way. And so there are scenarios where you can get everything you want, but only have 1 card in hand and be stymied,
Ugh.
I believe. Unless I'm
Yeah.
thinking this wrong.
And this is crazy. I mean, now I'm doing my second favorite thing. If you see here, I'm placing my order on DoorDash. No, I'm doing my bracket math here because this is Zan, as we mentioned here, is sitting very comfortably. He's at 21 points. There are 2 people who are undefeated going into today. I did see somebody in the chat say, "Hey, what's the situation for day 2?" So it's a situation where day 2 is a continuation of day 1. Day 2 day 1 was round 1 through 7, and now we are doing rounds 8 and 9. You just saw 8, so we have one more round for people to go ahead and secure their spot into the top 16. So it becomes an issue of we're just watching the tables and kind of seeing who is winning. Some notable things as we did, I was looking and I saw that Zach Bivens was able to take his win. He was sitting at 5 wins. Now he's at 6. So if he can get one more win, he can squeak into the top here. So it is very exciting seeing people slowly kind of chip their way in. Tiago was at 15 points. He did lose that round, which means Tiago probably cannot make the top 16. So Brandon DeCandio will not come out of retirement.
No.
So this is a very big, terrible, sad thing for people who were hoping that Brandon DeCandio would have to come out. But I don't know if that was legally binding. But either way, we are watching those points come in. We'll probably do a quick break because we do have 2 casters coming in. You have exciting. You go on.
Oh,
I'm just gonna do my own math. This is fun.
We will rotate people before the next round. I think I haven't looked. At the schedule.
Yes. Yeah, we're gonna take. Yeah.
But I want to address a couple of things in the chat.
Yes.
So because this is fun. So one, Amity pointing out, if you have enough ink, you can draw into another card that draws you a card. Yes, that is true. But you mentioned Genie. Genie won't do it because Genie basically replaces itself, and so you're not getting a net. What you would use though is the guidebook. So if you have enough ink, if you have the 3 ink to play it and use it immediately, then that gives you a net +1 card. So, but what that requires is that you have an extra 3. So you need enough to play the Alana Dale, then you also need an extra 3 ink to play the guidebook to get you a net 2nd card. So that is a good point. So it is 2 cards in hand or enough ink that you can play the guidebook, I think is the thing. The other question, Amity saying, do you need the Circle of Life? You do not need the Circle of Life. But what Circle of Life lets you do, because it's an 8-cost song, and you can sing it with Monstro, so we don't know how many, like we haven't seen Zan's deck tech yet. We don't know how many copies of, like, let's say Alana Dale he's running, or let's say there's a scenario, again, where you need a bounce to get We Know the Way off your Cheshire Cat. It gives you some flexibility, and it enables you to play fewer of your key combo pieces. So if Alana Dale is critical and you only have 1 or 2, there are scenarios where you have him in your opening hand against your whatever, and you get him, you have to discard him, or you have to ink him or something. Or inking is a bad example, but you have to discard him, or maybe, I don't know, maybe he's stuck, maybe he gets boosted under a Cheshire Cat, and the Cheshire Cat gets discarded, and you lose your key combo piece. The Circle of Life gives you a little bit of insurance, and that enables you to use that to lower the number of key combo pieces you need, so you can use that slot for other things. So the question becomes then, well, why not just put in another Alana Dale instead of the Circle of Life? I think it's because the Circle of Life gives you some flexibility to get back. In a pinch, you could get a monster out of the discard pile if you have enough. If you have 2 genies on board to sing together, so it gives you flexibility. And because Monstro can sing it as part of that combo, So I think that's the Circle of Life. You do not need the Circle of Life at all. It just gives you flexibility.
And it makes sense because, I mean, after we've been kind of looking at this deck, it sounds like he built it to have contingency plans. To basically say, listen, things can go wrong, but if they do go wrong, I have a plan. And I think he's a man with a plan. Zan Syed.
Zan, man, yeah.
A man with some golden Mickeys and a plan. And I'm very excited. I can't wait to see the deck tech. Like we mentioned, we're going to wait until he is at the point where we are at open deck list. So deck lists are closed until we are into the top 16, which will be in after this next round. Right now, everybody is going to go ahead and keep playing their games. The results are rolling in. Like we mentioned, there are some control decks in the format, so some matches are going a little bit longer than others.
The round time actually ended. There's one
over?
game still going on, and that's the second stream match because they had some issues.
Oh, no.
So they got a
Okay,
time
okay.
extension. So
All right.
we are very, 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 very close to the next round. They had a significant time extension, though, so don't go anywhere. And we are shortly. We don't want to leave you all hanging for too long. We like hanging out and chatting with you. I love sitting in this chair. But we will, before the next round, go to a short break so we can rotate the casting team. And then Katie and I will be back the round after that for the top cut, I believe.
Yeah.
So I have to take a look. But what you're going to see is you're going to see round 7. Of course, there will be some intentional draws, so you won't necessarily see the top tables, but you will watch a match where it's win and in, probably, or win for bubble chance. So that match will matter. And it's going to be some great Lorcana, great players. And then don't go anywhere because we'll bring the top cut right after that, and we'll see who gets to take down this latest. Oh, Katie's done the math.
No, I haven't done it. But look, guys, this is what I'm working on. So if you guys are ever wondering, like, Katie, whenever it gets to the end, she just stops caring. I don't even know what she's up to.
You get quiet.
Yeah, I get really quiet because this is so fun. Because this is what what you guys don't, you might not see. Anybody who's been to a set champs has probably lived through this a tiny bit or been to a tournament. Is everybody out there is doing some version of this math and saying, because there's two things: A, can I ID? B, do I have a chance? And then those are the two things, right? Because there's going to be something called the bubble, which means that there's going to be some band of people where they have the same. And it doesn't happen at every tournament. Sometimes there isn't a bubble, but generally speaking, there is, where there's just this group of people and they all have the same amount of points. And then it becomes who bubbles in, meaning who can go ahead and be in it, and who will bubble out, meaning who didn't make the top 16.
Whose bubble will burst.
Yes, and it's all based on tiebreakers. Who did you play? Who beat you? Who did you beat? Those all matters, and then who did those people beat? And so all those tiebreakers are on the back end of things. Very fascinating stuff if you are me. And so I love it.
I think fascinating to a lot of us, but nobody likes to do the
no
analytics
one
the way
likes
you
to do this
where
they're sitting there.
And you just love it. And
I make
love that you love it.
Microsoft Excel. Did you know you can do Microsoft Excel with a notebook, guys? You don't need a computer. You can just make it. So we'll do. Do you want to go ahead and do our quick little break and go ahead and grab them and put them in here? Or
yeah,
more?
let's give them the time. We like hanging out with you all. Thanks for hanging out with us this morning and joining us right away at this morning's CCS in round 8 here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with round 9. Katie's going to do more maths, and I'm going to go talk to some players, and we'll bring you the latest stories from the floor. We'll see you in just a few short seconds, maybe minutes.
Tick the clock.
And we're back today. I'm here with the amazing Color is Law, and I'm Tupaloop.
Hi. How is everybody doing? I was on the second stream in the other room, which was freezing, and now we're on the first stream in this room, which is
nice
not
and warm and
yes,
cozy. Yeah, it's cozy.
Definitely.
Yeah, we'll probably throw you back in there later. Get back in there.
Get back in the cold
get back
room.
In the
Yeah.
cold room. Yeah. We definitely got some good players up right now. Want to tell them who the players are?
Pretty good players. I don't know if you've heard of them or not. We have Sky, who took home the Denver CCQ last time, earning his NA qualifier champion to Continentals for our Disney Lorcana
and we
Challengers.
Yeah. I was there. That was great. He was playing a good game. He was doing
He
really
did.
well.
On that game, he was on Amber Steel.
Amber Steel, yeah.
Now he switched it up a little bit. We'll get to see that too. But tell us about his competitor here.
He's playing against Lamb. This guy's on Purple Steel right now, so it should be a good matchup.
Jonathan Lamb.
Yeah.
All good old Lamb chop.
The legend. The legend.
Absolutely.
Let's transition over there to see what they're doing.
Get on over there and see they're shuffling up now. So, yep, we see Lamb with his ratatouille right there on his shoulder, ready and waiting. And then Sky staring deep into the camera, which I don't. Okay, there we go. All right, he's done. And actually, I just looked over and see that Katie is actually battling Sebastian in the same vein of the. No, we can't see him yet.
Here, we'll transition here.
Oh yeah, Katie,
come over here.
See, before the weather's shuffling up, Katie has a Sebastian. I've seen Zazu today.
That's pretty cool, yeah.
I've seen Sebastian today. I've seen Ratatouille. And yeah, there's a lot of shoulder pals in Disney Lorcana.
Seen all the good stuff. Let's go back, see what they're doing over here.
I like Sebastian. I feel like Sebastian would like really tell you like how to get through your day properly.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
He'd be like a good friend.
He'd be like, Ashley, don't eat that extra thing for. And I'd be like, what?
Slap. I think it'd be good like diets and stuff. Slap stuff out of your hand. Don't eat that.
Don't do this. Don't do that.
Yeah.
I feel like having like hey on your shoulder would probably end up like a chaotic day.
Oh yeah, I think he would just have his head down and just be weird the whole time.
That would be hoping for the best. Maybe Ratatouille would have your best interest at heart too, I would hope. But I think that's what I'm going to do. Next time I see an Illumineer with one of those on their shoulder, be like, what is it telling you?
Yeah. What's it whispering in your ears?
What is it got going on?
Is there a camera in that?
I know, right? It's just, oh, no. We've got a whole different vibe going as we actually do have Sky on Emerald Sapphire and Lamb on Amethyst Steel. We see the Demona going down. We don't need that. That's too early for that. And that's a pretty good curve coming in from Lamb with our 1-drop, 2-drop Calhoun, and hopefully looking for the strength of a Raging Fire to sing on turn 4.
Oh, he's thinking. Look at him. Lamb's just thinking.
I know. Wondering too. I don't think we keep the I don't think you get hypnotic strength. No, I'll get that on out of here. Get rid of that. And the cat's pretty good though. That's my favorite 3-drop.
That card's really hot right now.
I do like that, but I do know when you're altering with this deck, it's really easy because there's a critical mask of 3 drops in the deck.
Yeah.
So if you're looking for strength, your probably best bet is to throw those 3 drops away and try to take the chance to grab the strength because those 3 drops will come back to you. By the time you get to turn 3, you're going to draw a 3-drop to be able to sing its strength, but you need the strength first before you can get away with it.
A little bit of removal, yeah.
And we are not
do it, Captain Hook.
Gonna find it. We didn't find it, but that's okay. We're probably going to ink that. We do have our Calhoun on 2. Ink, the next 1-drop that we kept and kind of hope for the best from there. Again, this deck is really consistent, so we're able to just draw into what we need.
Yeah. We like Purple Steel, and Lamb's real cool. I got to hang out with him in Milwaukee a little bit. He was a pretty cool guy.
Yeah, actually, one of my favorite Lamb stories is I think I was in Texas, and I hear this player go, yeah, I don't like to open my packs because I want to save them for my kids. And I looked up, and I was like, aren't you Jonathan Lamb? And he was like, oh, I meant my future kids. And I was like, okay.
That's awesome.
I was like, wait, you don't have children. He's like, oh, but I meant for my future kids. I was like, well, good looking out.
I usually don't open my packs. Because I open so bad, so I just don't open them. I just trade those packs off for cards that I need. And
that's better. You're like, it's...
And they go, you want me to tell you what I open? I go, no, don't tell me.
No,
just don't tell me. Just don't tell me, please.
Don't tell me at all. As we see a Tipo go into the Inkwell and no 1-drop for Sky, but notably don't really need a 1-drop in this deck. But being on the draw, sometimes it's nice. Sometimes it develop your brain, but we don't need to as the Palace Guard comes down for Lamb. being a 1/4 with Vanish, but there's not a lot that we're going to do to vanish that guy as we do play our one jump ahead, which will let us go ahead and put a card face down and exerted from the top of our deck, which I like to call this our emotional support ramp, because this is our 9th piece of ramp between 4 T-Pos and 4 Sail the Azurite Seas. So
It's the Timu ramp.
Yep. It's our set 1. We still have ramp at home, but it is a song, notably so it can be sung, but there aren't a lot of 2-drops in this deck to be singing, except for T-Po, but that is the, that's the dream. But we do go wide from Lamb with a double hook play.
Double Captain Hooks. Not 1, but 2.
As we see the Cinderella, dreams do come true, and this is a dream situation for Sky, as getting that Cinderella on 4 ink is a really great thing, because you will be able to, at the end of your turn, ink a card from hand and then draw a card, and it replaces itself. So it's like fishbone quill on a body, but also sail on a body. It's like sail on a body, but better. As we see Timothy Q Mouse into the inkwell, and we go ahead and play our giant cobra. We are going to discard one of the docks that we have drawn, unless that's a happy. But either way, one of the dwarves in hand as we send everything on a quest. And now we are up to 6.
Woohoo!
That is a lot.
It's a good amount right there. We're starting off pretty good.
Starting off strong.
Yep. It's going pretty wide. He's got a big board over there. Lamb does.
Absolutely. Kind of identifying that this Emerald Sapphire deck does take a little bit longer to go. And we are going to just do the crazy thing of play the 1-drop Clarabelle, shifter for 1 cost less. So you end up spending 6 ink instead of 7 to get the Clarabelle out, and you get it out turn early, and we will sing the You're Welcome with the Cinderella, targeting the giant cobra, which does have Vanish, but it does put it back into your deck, and you're able to shuffle that and draw 2, as we get a little bit of a little judgy call, because I think we went a bit too fast. So we're going to try to clean that up and figure out what's going on.
I can't even put the cards up that quick.
Yep.
Sky, slow down.
He's like, I sang You're Welcome.
And this is a bubble match, too. So whoever wins this definitely goes to top 16.
Oh, yeah, this is a win and in, so this is very important. We're going to get some judges over here.
It's the bubble.
So funny. 1 judge is called, and 3 arise to the occasion.
There's 1 each screen.
Absolutely. So we are going to shuffle the Cobra in, because it does go to the deck before the Vanish trigger would activate. So it's the same as if you were to target with Mother Knows Best. It still goes into your hand, and then the Mother Knows, then the Vanish ability, because active player, inactive player.
Got you, the stack. Okay.
Yep. No, it's not the stack. It's the bag.
Oh, well, I'm just hearing the stack because I played Magic. Sorry.
Nobody plays Magic anymore.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah.
It's Disney
Everyone's
Lorcana.
jumping.
We have bags.
My bad.
Typically Loungefly bags. Anyway, so we are going to shuffle up, draw the 2 cards from the You're Welcome, and now the Cobra is gone, and we'll be able to draw up to 3 cards
just
to
refuel in his hand.
refuel. I mean, Shift Clarabelle You're Welcome is about the best thing you can do in this game.
For sure, yeah.
Absolutely. Now we are seeing Iago, which Iago's pretty good in this situation. I do love that Olaf helping hand. I think the cat in this instance, in this matchup, is not as good, because there's not much damage you're moving around.
No, you're right. Yeah, you definitely. I agree with that.
But
Iago.
Absolutely, yeah. Getting rid of that. Iago's a big boy, but at the same time, we do see that he has a dock in hand actually signed by Wonderland. And so, or maybe that's not. I don't know, because Wonderland does not have a heart in their name. He could, though, but potentially the artist.
Maybe he wrote it down, hugs and kisses, you know?
Maybe.
XO.
I was just assume if a doc is in the wild, it's signed by Luke, but I was incorrect here, as we do go ahead and play the Olaf helping hand into a dock, drawing 2 cards, which this is amazing, because if Sky were to do the Malicious Mean and Scary combo, it would banish the Olaf first and then allow Lamb to put the dock back into hand and bounce for the Olaf effect. So it does actually protect his board a little bit.
My God.
It's devious and dastardly.
Sounds good.
Yeah. And Olaf with the helping of the hands. Which, shout out to like the cutest art in the game. It's kind of ridiculous.
Oh, they said that's the artist's signature. She puts heart on her cards.
Oh, I love that.
That's cute.
That's way better than Luke's.
Aww.
As we do continue to quest, we are 8-0 at this moment in time, as Sky stares down this dastardly Olaf, thinking and planning
What's he plotting?
something absolutely professional because, again, we are 6-1-1 on both sides, and this is round 9. So this is our last round before Swiss.
This is for all the marbles.
Absolutely. So we are playing around Under the Sea because, again, Under the Sea would decimate this board and not trigger the Olaf and take all of our well-laid plans and throw them into the dirt. But Sky has a trick up his sleeve with the Tipo in the with the Inkwell Tipo as a John Silver.
Love that card.
Alien Pirate comes down. He's got some of the most variant names in the game, but he does give Reckless when he comes into play. And he is a storyborn villain, alien pirate captain, as we give our Palace
That's
Guard.
an amazing description.
Palace Guard gets Reckless. We challenge in with the Hook, who challenges as a 3-2. And that kind of keeps our Clarabelle on board, unless you want to trade your whole little board in there. Now, we can trade in with the Olaf and go ahead and bounce the dock anyway and put 2 damage on the Clarabelle, bounce the dock, and see what we get. But we do have, I think, a Lexington and 2 Black Herons, which we could go that way. You could potentially play the 2 Black Herons, and then I don't love that, but let's see what Lamb gets up to here.
But they can't get under the sea. That's pretty good. Black Herons can't. Oh, man. Oh, he's going to quest. He might return it. Oh, he's going to ink one?
There we go. That makes sense to me. The Lexington is a 4/4. It does have alert. Not really that there's a ton of evasive characters in Sky's deck, but the 4/4 has a much better challenging ability as we throw both of these into our... Yep, that makes sense to me. We had to challenge with the Palace Guard because there was Reckless on that. You might as well challenge in with the Olaf as well and get the dock back into hand and protect your board a little bit. If I get to keep my Lexington and my Black Heron, I'm happy. If not, at least I have a dock in hand.
It's a pretty good setup. I like it.
Notably, the John Silver is able to give Reckless again when it quests, and I think that getting to 20 lore is important in this game, so it probably will be questing.
20 lore?
You're welcome onto the Lexington. Again, the second You're Welcome Sky has played, and again, You're Welcome is a wonderful card with Clarabelle, because Clarabelle, at the end of your turn, you get to draw up to as many cards as your opponent has. And since Sky is so nice and keeps giving Lamb cards.
Sweet of him.
Yeah, it really is. He's such a team player here.
Just a nice guy all around.
Just an all-around nice guy. As we give Lamb 2 more cards,
Let's see.
which will give us also 2 more cards.
He drew a Hades. Oh, another You're Welcome?
Another You're Welcome
the
is
third one?
absolutely insane. Sky, shuffle your deck.
Wow.
But at the same time, sometimes you got it like that. And Sky had the 3rd You're Welcome.
Wow.
And again, we were stunning. I think I saw Sailor in chat like Basil would be insane. Or how about You're Welcome, which is basically Basil, but a song. And now we get to draw 2 more cards off of the end of our turn.
I wonder how many cards he's going to have. So 2, 5. He's going to have 7, I think. Lamb is.
He's,
Oh, no. Oh, sorry. That was Zink. My bad.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
quite a few cards. Again, Lamb was pretty low on cards, and
Got
really all he
5.
had was the dock. But now
Oh.
we're just going to go no value
Wow.
onto... Well, no, are we choosing the Clarabelle and giving her Reckless? Because it wouldn't matter because at the start of our turn,
Wow.
it ends.
He's drawing
Got to
5.
choose something, choose our own. And then we're just going to refill and draw our hand out to oblivion. Now, the power of this is Sky has been ramping. Sky has big characters in their deck and will be able to utilize all of the cards that he was able to draw for Clarabelle. Lamb drew a ton of cards, and the curve of the Amethyst Steel deck is quite low, but it's also not going to be able to utilize all of those cards. So we need to be able to kind of get rid of this Clarabelle or play out our hand and deal with these John Silvers, which are notably 5/5, so they're pretty big.
Yeah.
Pretty big.
God, the 3 You're Welcomes right over there. That's funny.
The 3 You're Welcomes is insane.
Yeah.
It's
With the
egregious.
Clarabelle, though. Like, that's just, like,
Yeah.
so much synergy going on.
And we love to see it. And that Hades looking for a deal is going to Hades into the Inkwell because we're not trying to, because you'll just let me draw 2 cards.
Yeah.
Dude, you've been letting me draw cards this entire time. You just let me do it again. As we try to figure out our lines here, Dumbo, again, notably, hey, it draws cards. Cheshire Cat is pretty good, but we're not doing Actually, at this point, with the 4 damage onto the Clarabelle, there's some damage to sprinkle around. But the 2 John Silvers is typically a lock at this point because when they quest, they will be able to give Reckless. And so we will just play the dock and see what we get because those cards didn't help us out too much. I believe who was on the play?
You know what? I forgot. Maybe the chat knows.
We are so good at our jobs.
I'm
Thank
just
you,
so
chat.
mesmerized by these. You're welcome. I'm just like getting my mind blown here.
I know. It's like, oh my gosh. So we're going to vision of the future into like approximately 86 Basils and 2 Prince Philips. So this is just anything we could possibly want to look for. And again, we know that the Malicious, Mean, and Scary is the board wipe of this deck. So I think we're going to go for the Prince Philip just to have it in hand. Sky was on the play. So kind of on the play and he gets it all. Ugh.
Wow.
Now we know that when it's like 1 John Silver is a lot.
Yeah, but
2 John Silvers is everything that I can do because again, Jonathan Lamb is not going to be able to be playing much more than 2 characters a turn, and we see another Dumbo and a Black Heron. So we
giving 2 characters Reckless every turn is just like brutal.
But notably, Dumbo's ability does get around the Reckless effect. So we are going to still be able to draw a card, which does, save it from challenging in. So that's kind of nice in terms of Dumbo being able to keep himself safe.
That Doc ain't safe, though. Poor little guy.
Nope, Doc, not a lot of 2 cost songs to be able to sing to get around the Reckless ability. So Doc might be doing a little bit of battling. As we see a Cinderella Dreams Come True coming on in. And we're going to Mother Knows Best on the Dumbo. So Sky is doing an excellent job of controlling this board. I was going to say dream crushing, but we're going to say controlling this board and making sure that even the Reckless / Dumbo situation doesn't get to be used. This is looking so good for Sky.
Sky's playing like a bunch of guys at once, and I feel like Lamb's supposed to be playing a bunch of dudes, but he keeps just returning them or you're welcome away, so he can't build a board.
Yeah, that was definitely a situation where it's a 5/6. It has 4 damage on it. That's Cow, so you really only need 2 more damage, but you're still going to have to do 10 onto the John Silvers and then, an extra 3 onto that. And notably, Lamb is at 9 lore and Sky is at 4. So we have a bit of an uphill battle, but the problem with the Emerald Sapphire deck is that you build this wide board and you quest out twice and win the game.
Yeah.
So
and Sky's gonna be dropping bombs like every turn. So
and we did see that I'm pretty sure he took the Prince Philip off there. I think that's one of those cards being riffled around in there. And we are going to be able to play the 2 characters and then hard play the strength onto the Clarabelle, finish her off, and then challenge in with our little Doc, leaving our Dumbo behind and battling down the alien pirate princess board.
Oh.
So here it is, Malicious, Mean, and Scary taking down the lone Dumbo, because when Prince Phyllis comes in, he banishes any character with damage on it. And the Dumbo was the only character on board and only thing to get damage. So now we have a 6/6 with 3 lore, a 5/5 with 2 lore, another 5/5 with 2 lore, and a Princess 2/3 with 1 lore. And we're just going to go ahead and throw that down because there's literally nothing you can do about 2 Prince Philips. So your Dumbo now has Reckless. You can draw for turn, you can activate Dumbo's ability, and hope that you have a Be Prepared slotted into your Amethyst Steel deck.
Those are their different colors.
Correct.
Yeah. Oh, you trying to get me? Not today. Not today.
Yup. Not today. Can't get past anything. And also, too, it's a rotated illegal card in core. So
Gotcha, yeah.
I don't think Lamb would have made this far in the tournament had he had a Be Prepared in deck. So we are going to go to game 2 of round 9 of our CCQ of CCS and ATL.
Are you a pile shuffler? Because I pile shuffle a lot.
I pile shuffle after the game. and it's usually I've lost and I'm sitting here and they walk away and I'm like, good
Just like you're
games, and then
rethinking
I
your
just
life, just pile shuffling?
just pile shuffling, rethinking my life. It's like as a punishment to myself
I'll
for
do that too. I'm like, what did I do wrong?
yeah,
I'm
trying
like,
to cry into
Yeah.
each pile, making sure I keep everything even. But
like, you're all right? I'm like, yeah, one of the cards hit me in the eye.
Yeah.
It's good.
I used to think it was like, oh, because I, like, oh, it just works out better when I pile shuffle.
Uh-huh.
No, it turns out I'm really bad at shuffling, and my sleeves, I needed new sleeves, so the pile shuffling actually worked, but because of those reasons. So
Yeah.
now I just learned how to shuffle mostly.
I'm just a big pile shuffler. I do it really fast.
Yeah.
So I'm like, la, 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 real quick.
No.
It's like, la, 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 la.
Day 97 without B prep color mocks the cause. Listen, Baker. I said Lamb should have one in his deck. I mean, he would be immediately disqualified, and I do not recommend it, but I'm here for the cause. But again, we saw that that's what happens. Like, again, 3, you're welcome.
With a Clarabelle?
Yeah, it's like the Ace Ventura thing where he's got the darts in him, and he's like, 3's too many.
Oh, he's like,
Yeah.
ah. And he's like, ah.
Yeah, it's too many,
Yeah.
but not for Sky, and it worked out well in his favor, especially with that Clarabelle on board, being able to draw every time you draw.
Then just dropping Prince Phillips. He's like, I don't even care if anybody's damaged. I'm just going to play these guys and get some in Quest.
Because look how big this boy is,
I
this
know.
vanquisher of foes and your dreams
He's
and your characters.
evasive.
He's
God.
Why? He can't keep getting away with this.
It's him. It's his horse that makes him evasive.
That's evasive. JDZ shout out likes to say that they're nimbly bimbly, that they're not flying when they have evasive, that they're nimbly bimbly, and I
like
can't
that.
unhear that. So
Nimbly, bimbly.
yeah. See, and I got you to say it now, so
It's like a
the curse
disease
is
that's
spreading.
catching on. Yeah.
The curse is spreading. Oh, somebody's mom was calling.
Yeah. At least she loves me.
It was your mom.
Yeah,
Aw.
it was. Yeah.
All right, chat. Call your moms.
Yep.
All right. As we do get our altars down, we will have Lamb on the play this time. Sky going second. And we didn't see that Strength of a Raging Fire, unfortunately, from Lamb in the first game. We did see playing 1 on 1 and 2 1s on 2, which is not necessarily what this deck wants to do. It's okay if you find your Strength of a Raging Fire and kind of get going, and we did see a heavy altar the first game for that strength, and it just did not show up.
Yeah, you should call your mom. It's actually great advice. You're right. It's good adult advice.
I don't know.
like it.
I called
like
my
it,
mom
chat.
by her government name one time, and I thought she was going to take me out.
Yeah.
So
My
you
mom
should
says like my
probably-
full name, like when she's mad at me.
Oh,
she's
yeah.
like, my name's. She goes,
don't yeah. I was like, you have to dox your entire life though. My
But
full
it's so
name with
funny.
my social security
Yeah,
number
I'm gonna get the social
is-
security next. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's 8675309. No, I'm just
Yeah,
kidding.
there you go.
Ask for Ginny.
Clarabelle is broken. Your mom is correct and quite good at this game already, Baker. Oh my goodness! As we shuffle,
The
into
anticipation's
blue.
killing me. I can't wait to see some more of your welcomes.
Watch him not draw 1.
Oh, don't put that evil on him. He's just
No.
a boy.
He's just a boy.
Trying to play a game.
Right. Okay. Now we're seeing some cards, and Elsa and Gina notably did not show up for Lamb last game, so we're seeing a little bit better of a hand. I don't see the Strength of a Raging Fire though, so it'll be there. He put it in the deck. There's no way he built this deck without it.
Yeah.
We see the Timothy Q mouse. Shout out Frank Karsten for believing in the mouse that believes in you. As we ink a Black Heron to play a Palace Guard, which is a notably great card. It's a 1/4. I don't love this card, but man, every time I see it, I'm like, no, it's a solid card.
It is pretty solid.
I just wanted to do more, be more.
He's trying, all right? He's trying. Like the Meeseek said in freaking morning. He's trying.
Yeah. Look at me.
Yeah.
Okay, so we do get our Clarabelle down on 1, which notably, this Clarabelle you can pay 2 and banish an item, and I think everybody has forgotten that. But
Oh.
shout out Emerald Chromacon as Timothy Q Mouse comes down, and this says whenever you have a character in play with evasive, he gets another lore.
I like Timothy.
I like Timothy too, and apparently, notably, the Q stands for nothing at all. It's just a Q.
There he is right there. Look.
He's cute. He's
He
got
is-
the
he is
magic
cute.
feather.
He's
He's
like
got
a
his
little-
Dumbo.
He's
Yeah,
like a little butler or something, or like a
he's a circus mouse.
the hotel guy. You know, sort of reminds me of at the door. But he's a circus mouse. I'm sorry, but it just reminds me like of a butler outfit. I'm just a bougie guy.
What kind of hotels? Tipo coming down on 2 as we get to ink a super secret card that'll help us later.
Ooh, Tipo.
You don't need to pull Tipo up. We
Yeah.
all know what
No, they need it. The people need to know.
the people need to know what this growing boy is growing for. My goodness, as Sky, this is one of the decks where if you ink the wrong thing with your Tipo, 20 turns later, you're going to be like, man, I think I lost the game on turn 2.
I like the Tipo. It reminds me of me. I'm always checking my height every day, seeing if I get.
Are you
any
still
taller?
growing?
Yeah.
Oh, you're growing sun.
Yeah.
Oh, that's very specific.
Yeah.
All right. Again, these early turns are insane because it seems like you're like, I just want to play a 1-drop and then a 2-drop and then a 3-drop. But we do see that he hurled his Thunderbolt in Lamb's hand, which is notably uninkable.
Ooh.
So it's kind of, and we also know that he has a Genie as well. So that's kind of pushing us into some certain inking decisions as we have a Dumbo and Lexington left in hand. And I don't know what is about to be, oh, it's the Elsa. Yeah, I wouldn't want to ink that either. That's a good card.
Ooh, he inked it.
He inked it for the Lexington with Alert. I think he's also got he's just a little guy. Like I don't his
Yeah,
variant
he's
name
a
is
little-
also
yeah.
small in stature.
He's a little guy.
He's literally small
Gargoyle.
in stature. Yeah,
small
there it
stature,
is.
yeah. He's so cool though.
He's cool. I mean, he's cool,
Cool
with a
character.
3 ink 4/4 is not
Yeah.
bad. And notably, if we can finally draw that Strength of a Raging Fire, maybe we can get rid of that Clarabelle shift target that is going to wreak havoc if we have another Clarabelle, you're welcome situation in hand. As Sky looks at his hand and wishes that it were better.
This guy's pondering. He's thinking.
I mean, this is the winning in. We are in round 9, game 2. Sky is up a game, but at the same time, we're trying to get there. Sky, notably, already qualified for the North American Continental Challenge of Disney Lorcana. But hey,
Ooh.
let's go ahead and ink a Clarabelle to play a Cinderella. So that might tell us a little bit about his hand
Huh.
as he laughs in the face of this inking
Of
decision.
danger.
Oh no. This is like the 3rd time in my life I have seen Sky smile.
Is it an evil smile or a happy smile?
I don't know.
I'm scared.
Yeah, I think he might be in danger. But at this point, we have inked the Clarabelle. We played the Cinderella. So Cinderella does come into play and say, if you have played a princess character this turn, you may ink a card from your hand face down and not even exerted, just face down to draw a card. And notably, she's a princess and she triggers herself. So we will be able to filter of sorts at the end of our turn. It is now the end of our turn. We will draw, probably hoping that it's another Clarabelle.
Ooh.
Now we have to wait
Oh,
and
there's a
see.
Hades.
Hades looking for a deal is going to Hades look into the inkwell as we do see the Genie in hand. Are we going to hard play the Thunderbolt on the Clarabelle to make sure that Sky cannot shift and sing You're Welcome? Or are we going to gamble and draw cards and then next turn sing Thunderbolt and potentially challenge in with the Lexington?
So much can happen here.
I know.
The anticipation's killing me.
Draw cards, draw cards.
Yeah.
Just kidding. Prevent the shift. Don't draw cards.
He's,
'Cause
he's thinking. Look at him.
Absolutely. Get rid of that shift
Yeah.
target. That's the safer bet for sure. There's other things that we can do later, but making sure that Sky can't get there because Sky, notably on 5 ink, and Clarabelle cost 7. However, if we have another 1-drop Clarabelle, we can do what we did last game, play the 1-drop Clarabelle, and then shift her for 5,
What?
totaling 6, instead of having to do the full value 7. We get a discount.
Yeah. Love them discounts.
Yeah. So if that is what Sky has in his hand, it's going to be a bummer because that was such a tempo loss for him. But we are going to go for the John Silver. Alien, pirate, villain,
Oh my
captain, friend,
gosh.
companion, hero.
Just all the above.
Yeah. Oh, he's not a hero. I messed up. But he's a pirate, captain, villain,
He was a
storyboard.
hero to me in the
He was a
movie.
hero to somebody. And we are going probably to choose. At this point, I'm.
Who we gonna choose? Who do you think he's gonna choose?
So notably, Timothy Q. Mouse only has an extra lure with an evasive
Evasive
character.
Yeah.
Alert does not count as evasive.
What?
They
Oh,
can challenge as though they have alert. So that feels nice, but it doesn't trigger Dumbo or Timothy Q. Mouse, which is kind of flavorful because like They're like, only if you can legitimately fly. You can't sit with us unless you can actually fly. So that's what there is, the difference between alert and evasive. I like to think of like Dumbo and Timothy Q. Mouse at like the Mean Girls table. You can't sit with us. You have alert, not evasive. He becomes the hero. I have to rewatch Dumbo because the thing about Dumbo is there's that like sequence where Dumbo is like they're the pink elephants and then like the elephants on parade. Do you remember that one?
I haven't seen Dumbo in years.
It actually scared me into oblivion
Did
when
it
I was a
scare
kid.
you?
I was so scary. That part was so scary as we passed the turn and we were going to go ahead and finally play our genie because we have another matching genie. And so I do believe we are thinking about, we have Dumbo, Genie. So I think we're going to go ahead and draw first because that's what all professionals do. You draw first before inking so you have a little bit more information on your situation. Or we... Well, that's an Elsa. So,
It is, yeah.
so do we want to go ahead and... at this point... Right, I am not quite sure who's reckless. I do believe in my headcanon we chose the Timothy Q. Mouse because I think that at this point I'm trying to keep you off of the lore because he didn't... Well, I don't think...
Somebody said Tim Charlemagne.
Timothy Q. Mouse.
Yeah.
Timothy Charlemagne Mouse.
Yeah. Charlemagne.
I think we were trying to decide on Sky's turn whether we were going to quest anything because giving reckless to something and then not questing, it just means it can't quest. And I'm not like the good part about reckless is making you challenge into it. But if I'm making you challenge into my 1/4 or you're making you challenge into my 2/3, the Lexington can take out Cindy and Tipo quite handily. So you might as well just give the reckless to the mouse this turn to where you can't challenge or you can't quest and get that lore. However, next turn, I'll be able to quest with the John Silver, give it to the Timothy Q. Mouse, and then you're going to have to challenge in and lose the mouse or lose the Lexington or the like. But the giving reckless and making you challenge into Cindy and Tipo is kind of like, we're fine with that.
He's pondering.
Now, we could cleanly take out the Tipo. We can definitely take out the Cindy and maybe get rid of some potential, if you play another Cinderella, triggering her again, getting some more filter in there, getting some more rampage going on. I think that's pretty good. Again, we know that Cheshire Cat is in Lamb's deck.
Yeah.
So he's able to
move that damage over. Yeah, move that damage over.
Absolutely. So there is some inherent value to having a couple damage on there that Emerald Sapphire doesn't really care about. But it doesn't matter. We got a second John Silver onto the Timothy Q. Mouse. He's immediately, that's super reckless. And now we can either give something double reckless. Just kidding, you can't do that. But we can give reckless to one more character as our John Silver quests.
You guy has reckless. He has to attack twice.
Yeah.
He gets brick walled twice.
I know, right? Yeah. Double reckless, double
Yeah.
support doesn't happen in this game, but we are going to go ahead and challenge into the Palace Guard because that's much better. That'll get rid of it before you can do anything else, as we do know that Lamb does have cards like Hypnotic Strength, and there is the Bread card, which is, but I'm much faster, that gives plus Challenger 2. There's a lot of cards that can buff out of nowhere and do what I love to call combat tricks. So it was probably better just going ahead and taking out the Palace Guard so we couldn't buff that into a bigger, beefier Palace Guard and take out something for free as Olaf Helping Hand comes on back through. And we go ahead and take out our John Silver with the Lexington. Using my 3-drop to take out your 6-drop seems nice.
Yeah, that is pretty good, yeah.
I don't mind that at all. And we have a pass back to Skies. We see our Timothy Q. Mouse still doing stuff and things. He was able to be saved from his reckless condition by the challenge from the Lexington. As we see a third
John Silver.
for John Silver.
Not 3 You're Welcomes, but 3 John Silvers.
We have a fleet of John Silvers is what I'm assuming it's called. A murder of crows, a waddling of ducks, a fleet of John Silver. I'm freaking out.
Yeah.
I'm freaking out. Pirate, story, villain, captain, triplets.
So many pirates, so many aliens, so many villains, so many Stormborns.
so much. And they're all hanging out with this growing sun who has just been holding strong on the board again. Now,
Oh, there's a Cheshire Cat. Oh, no, that's a Demona. Sorry. my
it's
bad.
a
I thought I got excited.
oh, the Treasure Cat. Just kidding. Demona straight into the inkwell because we don't want to give Sky cards, please. Notably, Lamb is at 7 and has an extremely wide board and now has the ability to do the little Olaf dance with the dock if they so choose, to be able to continue to flood the board and go wide, which is going to be extremely hard for Sky to deal with the amount of ink that we're sitting at. We're going to need to hit about 9 ink to get to where we need to be to do the Malicious, Mean, and Scary and Prince Philip combo to get rid of this wide board. The thoughts are thoughtful. The tanking is tankful. We're thinking about stuff and things as we do see a Calhoun and a Lamb. Okay, so
Can he quest for like 5 right there with it, if you wanted to, I guess.
absolutely, yeah. I think we're wondering if do we want to
'Cause
quest? Do we want to do the thing? Do we want to challenge in? Are we triple challenging with the 2, 4, 5 into the John Silver?
gosh.
And then we're gonna bounce the Dumbo back or bounce the dock back to hand with the Olaf trigger to draw more cards. That sounds insane.
He has a Calhoun.
That's exactly where Sky wants you. We're questing. Are we? Whoa.
What?
Okay. The wide board that I was just talking about has now been disintegrated. I mean, banished.
My gosh.
Oh, they're all reckless? Every single one of them is reckless?
My gosh.
That was an insane play.
At least it
for
took down one, yeah.
Sky.
Yeah, they're reckless.
Having
they have to,
triple reckless because of all of the John Silvers, showing you the power. Oh, no, I do believe. And then we have a dock down with a Calhoun. So John Silver is such an incredible card. Again, on play and on quest as we go ahead and quest, turning it back. Lamb just playing out his entire hand to be able to get the strength to come back. Now, wow, this game just flipped in an incredible way.
Through 3 John Silvers, that's a lot.
That is insane. We passed back to Lamb. He played the dock. He played the last turn, so he had the Elsa, and then he ended up playing out the Olaf and finding a strength from that as well, and being able to turn this game completely around as we go on just an insane quest, going up to 13 with the widest board. Calhoun is insane. Unfortunately, I am so sorry, chat, for the ad that ended up happening. We were trying to keep an eye on that, and that it just came up in the worst amount of time, but it does seem as though unless we can sing Malicious, Mean, and Scary and get our Prince Philip down with Sky at 4 and Lamb at 14, as we're just going to challenge in, I think we're going to end up. This feels like a game 3, but we do have the Prince Philip. We just didn't have the Malicious, Mean, and Scary, so we are going to be able to keep the Olaf, the Diablo, and the Calhoun, but that 14 will get us to 19 with the Calhoun challenge, right?
Yep.
Absolutely. Taking that out, giving us the 2 lore, putting 1 damage because Calhoun does have resist, but we are going to go ahead, quest out.
Go to 19.
Absolutely. With a Lexington and a Tipo off the top is not going to do it. We are tied 1-1 into a game 3. And again, I do apologize for the ads. We have snooze buttons, but unfortunately, we've got a lot of streams going at once, and we did miss the stream button. So I do apologize to those of you who got hit with 54 years worth of ads. But I think that the video will be available for restream after the fact, so it was an amazing thing. like and subscribe if you don't want to see. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, guys. You know, the ads were unfortunately timed. Yes, and so those of you that are joining us back again, I do apologize for the ads. We had a snooze button, and we have a couple of different things going on at the time, and the snooze button was missed, but we will definitely try to keep that on for the future because we don't want ads during the game. You don't want ads during the game, so I do apologize for that. But we are on that for the next one, so that will not happen again. So I do apologize, and thanks for everybody for sticking with us for that. As we shuffle up with Sky and Lamb, we are 1-1 in round 9. This is their win and in. So this is a pretty important game.
Yeah, it is. It is very important. This is the bubble. This is, I mean, Lamb ran through 3 John Silvers. That's pretty hard. He did pretty well. He played it pretty well, and it's a great game.
Yeah, so Lamb was able to bounce back the dock into hand and then was able to, the next turn after the dock, had refilled his hand into an Elsa, into a Strength of a Raging Fire, and then he replayed another Olaf and everything else. So it ended up being an insane situation where he sang the Strength of a Raging Fire onto the remaining John Silver, getting rid of that one, and then being able to pass back to the turn where Sky had a Tipo on board and some other inconsequential characters as Lamb continued to go extremely wide. So it was just kind of more than he needed, and he put him into a situation of do you have it, do you not? And Sky unfortunately drew another Tipo off the top of their deck. So it was definitely ridiculous. It's again, sorry for the ads and everything. It was really literally like we kind of looked up and was like, oh no, the snooze button, and then Lamb had done stuff and things. So these are high octane games and quick, fast plays, especially God, I love that Olaf so much. Being able to just the power of the Amethyst Steel deck is playing dock late and just going and then going and going.
Yeah.
And the ability to throw in a 2-strength character, which is not nothing, to bounce the dock back to where you can continuously just kind of flood and go and
Draw more cards and keep dropping.
Yeah.
Bodies.
Who knew having 5 or 6 dock effects in a game is good.
Yeah. I would have never guessed that.
Absolutely.
Discard your hand. Who wants to do that?
I know. Well, and we did see there was a gamble that he did put at one point where he had to discard he played the dock and discarded the 3 cards to kind of get 2 better answers, and I think that is a testament to Lamb's knowledge of this deck and being like, these cards aren't going to serve me in this situation. I have to just get rid of them. We got to get to the better ones. As I think we see 2 to 3 Tipos in Sky's hand, so turn 2 ramp is locked in and loaded to go.
Plenty of ramp.
And we have our Olaf. He helps us. He has hands.
No, he's going to do that Captain Hook. Olaf or Captain Hook? Which one's he going to do? He's contemplating. I like how he's flipping it back and forth. He's like, which one am I going to do?
Which one drop would I like to play? And I don't know, man. Captain Hook, Forceful Duelist, always a great, solid 1-drop play. Challenging in as a 3-2. And Sky's not playing Fire the Cannons because that would be illegal as we ink a Tipo to play a sail because we got options. And we might actually end up double ramping. We might end up pitching this Tipo into the inkwell.
Oh, he's pitching it.
To develop a Clarabelle. I love it. Sky, notably being on the play this time, is going to be able to shift a little bit better unless we can find that 1, 2, 3 strength on 4. And we're going to take that Captain Hook for a little quest because that's about as safest quest as I've ever seen. And we have the Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman coming in, and he says at the start of Sky's turn, both players may draw a card. And we are going to strength the Clarabelle. We had it, but we did have to hard play it, notably.
Yeah.
So we did get that out of there. Being on the draw, it is better to just go ahead and hard play the strength to keep him off of that because Sky was going to be at the 5 ink that would have been allowing us to go ahead and play Clarabelle this turn, getting the most value off of it.
Oh, he's questing with that Olaf.
I think that's a free and clear quest for us. Donald being a 2-5, not being able to challenge in, drawing us 2 cards. I don't really want to challenge into your Olaf, but I guess I could to get it off the board, as we do choose on Lamb's side to draw a card as we contemplate the many ways that Clarabelle could materialize this turn, but I don't think it's going to do it on the 5 ink. Yeah, we could go ahead and play a Cinderella this turn to maybe try to get to ink and go through. We are going to do a 2-drop, which is a 1 jump ahead. So we're going to sit here and develop a little bit, notably not singing it with the Donald. I think Donald's going to be doing some throwing hands at the hand, helping a snowman on the other side.
So?
Potentially, I mean, at this point, if you go ahead, I could bounce your Captain Hook, and it makes it a little bit more difficult for you to challenge in with a Palace Guard a little bit later. But Olaf isn't going to... Right, the person that owns Olaf does trigger the Olaf, so I'm not going to bounce anything, except for the Mother Knows Best. Just kidding. Okay, I saw the future in the opposite way. So the Mother Knows Best, I knew he had that. I knew that Hook wasn't long for this world. Absolutely. Sky is a professional, getting rid of the threats to his card draw at this moment in time. Donald, being a 2/5, can handle a challenge from Olaf as a Cobra comes in, and we will choose to discard a card to gain the 2 lore, or we will keep one of these Captain Hooks and ink it to place 2 more Captain Hooks.
Oh, yeah, he's got 2.
So we're discarding the genie to gain 2 lore.
Yeah, he's going to keep the hook. He's got 2 hooks in his hand, I think.
As we're going to play the Captain Hook. Absolutely. Continuously trying to go wide. In round 9, on game 3 of their winning in.
He's choosing not to draw the card.
He's choosing not to draw the card. He knows that Clarabelle is coming.
Oh, my gosh.
What has he done?
I like drawing cards. What's he doing?
I mean, he's in round 9. He's 6-1-1. That's a pretty good record.
Well, I mean, what do I know? I'm just in a booth.
We're in a cold booth in a warehouse surrounded by old arcade machines and boxes. As we see the TPO come down, will we take the value off of the TPO to ramp a little bit higher, or are we just putting a body on board to do some stuff and things?
This guy's contemplating what he's going to do.
I mean, notably, we know Sky, I think, plays more Disney Lorcana than most people put together. So every time he makes a play, I'm like, he has something in mind. He's got an idea. The TPO will serve a purpose other than to tilt JDZ off the face of the planet. And notably, in this point, like, we saw that Slam did discard the genie. So there has to be a way to make sure that... Okay, so we are... That was the reason for the TPO. Trying to make sure, thinking out every possible future of what could happen if I do this. This is not a great play. Do I want to sing the You're Welcome with the Donald, or do I want to hard play it and just kind of set up and hoping that I can keep Lamb off of that extra lore to be able to close out this game? Because if he draws the board wipe, the 6th lore that Lamb is sitting at isn't as crazy.
It's never good when you have to You're Welcome your own guy sometimes, but I mean, you got to do what you got to do, you know?
Gotta do what you gotta do, and you gotta do something.
And that Donald's got to stay good so he can keep drawing cards.
Absolutely, and potentially if you can sing another You're Welcome, because I know, hey, Sky likes to have You're Welcomes come in pairs, but it is another Mother Knows Best, which would be the 2nd Mother Knows Best. And notably, picking it, nope, it does not vanish. It goes to hand first, and then Judge, let's talk about our feelings and how we feel about Vanish. But
how sure are you that it goes to the hand?
I'm pretty sure.
She's 1,000% sure.
That's crazy. That's crazy. So the Mother Knows Best is active player. So active player does go ahead and choose it. And before the inactive player, which would be the Vanish ability, triggers, it's already in your hand.
Oh, man.
It goes back to hand. Now he's going to gain 2 lore later. It's fine when you sing it.
It's a good song.
And we did find a dock, so we have a way to refill our hand. Unfortunately, that was a unfortunate circumstance. I mean, it does get a 4/4 off the board, but knowing that 2 lore is coming as we discard another genie to have the dock. So now, oh dear.
My gosh.
No, we can't keep getting away with it as we do go ahead and zoom. We are at 8.
That palace card putting in work.
I know every time, like I said, I'm like, I don't love this card, but every
He's-
time I see it, I'm like, man, this
He's
card,
out there just trying hard, you
he's
know?
trying hard, doing the best. And we are going to go ahead and play the Cinderella, and we're also going to play a Clarabelle, trying to cycle through our deck. Hopefully, at the end of our turn, what we will go ahead and do is ink a card out of hand just to draw another card and hope that it is the best card in our deck that is going to save us from this situation, because unfortunately, that giant cobra back to hand not vanishing was a big deal.
Ooh, a Lexington. Oh, and a strength for that Clarabelle. Nice.
This board, every time I look away or I blink, Lamb has done stuff and things, and the board is absolutely so
He's
wide.
just so quick. You can't look away.
And hopefully we can have Cindy sing Malicious, Mean, and Scary, and then ink something, and then play a Prince Philip, and then have no cards in hand, but also a board wipe.
If he had it, he would slam it down real quick.
Oh, man, I know I would have.
Or unless he just wants to, it's the camera, so he knows. So he's just, the anticipation, he's trying to give the crowd, what they want.
Sky is nothing if not a showman, as we do exert not enough ink and not a Malicious, Mean, and Scary, potentially
Is
a John Silver to try to maybe keep some lore off of something here. Notably, Cindy is only a 2-3, so she's not
it is John
able to
Silver.
take anything out, but we can give Reckless to something. But if you turn that Cinderella sideways, you're going to be able to challenge in with the Doc, or challenge in with the Olaf, and put the Doc back into hand, which will start the whole game over again. And again, even if we did have the Malicious, Mean, and Scary, it would banish the Olaf first before we could play the Prince Philip, which would allow you to bounce the dog back to hand anyway. So we're going to do 2 damage to the Palace Doc.
Oh, did we give the doc the palace card Reckless?
We probably gave the Doc Reckless.
Okay.
So then we gave the Doc Reckless, and then...
Oh, so then it comes back.
Right,
Yeah,
and then we
sure.
challenge in, putting a damage on it, so then it makes it... I don't know. So I think there wasn't like a great way to get out of that. Unfortunately, I think we gave something else Reckless,
Gosh.
and we were able to quest with the Doc, throw in the
Oh, the palace card had Reckless. That's
Olaf,
it. Yeah.
and then bounce the Doc back to hand, which gave us another giant Cobra. So
Ooh.
that's also in hand, as we have a Cobra in hand, and it looks like an unfortunate interaction between Mother Knows Best. Giving back the Cobra was just about the 2 lore that was really going to set us back.
I think he has Cobra and Chester Cat in hand.
Yep.
Always going to play the Chester Cat. Okay. The card's really good, so.
The card is very good, and we're able... There's not a lot of damage to go here, but it
Yeah.
is a 3/4. So we're going to vision of the future, and hopefully we're going to vision into something that is going to save our future. And if we have to vision into a vision, I'm going to freak out. But at the same time, I don't know if that would even leave us enough ink for the Prince Philip combo at this point in time. And Lamb is at 14.
He's
With
got
a Cobra in hand.
Yeah.
Yep.
Dangerous.
Yep.
I heard they just called time in the round.
I think the players do get a little bit
Yeah,
of
they
an
get it.
extension.
They get extension. Yeah, because we have to set them up.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's looking like we're trying to figure out how to survive one more turn, not knowing that there's always a Cobra in hand.
Cobra.
Definitely a hard turn. Sometimes I like to sit here and tank because I'm like, what if I put a card in my deck that says I get to win the game, right? You
Yep.
know what I mean? Like, what if that is a future? And maybe if I draw cards, that card will materialize and help me win the game. And then I basically, have to pass the turn. But we can go ahead and quest here, giving something Reckless, which, yeah. giving something reckless still keeps us. We do have the Cobra in hand, and then we do know that. So Lamb will go ahead, play the Cobra, quest out, and that's it. Lamb gets the winning in, going from 7-1-1, and he had it. He had it, but he couldn't do it because he didn't have the ink for it. Oh. And that is the way that goes. And congratulations to Lamb on his 7-1-1 Swiss finish in the 9th round of CCS Atlanta CCQ.
Yeah, I know. We're about to go to top 16 next round for you guys, so this should be exciting. We'll probably do some deck techs in a little bit. So we got some more stuff coming for you guys.
Absolutely.
That was a great game.
It was a great game. Yeah, I feel so bad for Sky, with that whole judge call and being like, wait a minute, it vanishes. And it's like, it does in certain instance. But yeah, the mother knows best on oops, all Cobras. All right. We're swapping. Lamb did win, yes. Lamb won his last game of Swiss. And then we should be going off to top 16. What's up, Jeebus?
Hey.
How are you?
Yeah.
Welcome to the booth.
Another round.
Another round?
Another round.
Another round, another day. As we see Banny back there, another Team Maelstrom, laughing at Sky, messing up the interaction between the Cobra and the Northern Knows Best. No, I'm just kidding. He's a very supportive teammate, and he's definitely not laughing at Sky right now.
Sometimes you lose.
Sometimes you lose.
I mean, that happens an awful lot in card games especially.
I think so.
You can play your best all the time, and still it doesn't always work out. And that's okay. Bring it in here for a moment, and then they're getting some interviews set up, and I believe some deck techs as well.
Ooh.
They're going to get Zan on.
So Zan can tell us about that thing that he's playing.
Yes. It's a pretty sweet one, if I'm honest.
No, I mean,
seen
assembling the combo seems
It's cool.
intuitive, like, once you think about it. So that'll be interesting to go ahead and deck tech talk about. I'd try to do a thing.
Tech about.
Deck tech about.
But no, it's good. I think most of the top 16 is locked for what we know. There's a few that are on the 21 point kind of breaker battle here, because there's quite a few that are within that range. So we'll see how that sort of shakes out once the round is fully tabulated here. And then I think Katie is whipping up a top 16 colors breakdown.
I love when Katie does her little breakdowns.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it a lot.
I told her I would show her the tiebreakers from last round, and she could do the math to figure it out. But
well,
we're
gonna
want to do that. It was too much math. So
too much math, but not too much math for Katie.
It should be too much. All right, I'm here. I'm Stupid Loop. I'm here with Lamb. We just saw that game. Amazing game you just had.
Thank you.
Winning through three, John Silvers that one game.
That was tough.
Yeah, that was definitely a tough matchup. I can tell you definitely utilized your cards a lot. You were doing a lot of dock and just cycling cards. Olaf returning stuff back and stuff. So you think this is a great decision, the deck list you picked today?
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of my first big tournament that I'm not playing Blue Steel. And
yeah, because we always see you on Blue Steel, yeah.
So I'm kind of surprised that it went this well. I played, I think, 7 blue decks in Swiss and 2 mirrors.
Wow.
So I don't know how, I guess Purple Steel's just broken this set. It's not, the blue matchups aren't too scary now, I feel like.
Well, you got that good package, the Olaf return dock. You got Chester Cat. You got all this good stuff, and you got still the best removal in the game. Right now is strength. Strength's really good right now.
Sure.
And then you also got the Hero to Thunderbolt too. So you got a little bit of a removal package. So I mean, I say that deck is pretty strong right now.
Yeah, I'm super glad I included the Olafs. Just against, in those few games, they did so much work getting that dock back to my hand. And I don't want to draw too much with Genies because it gives his Clarabelle too much value. But that Olaf lets me dump my hand, and he can't exert his stuff. He can't sing Malicious, Mean, and Scary. Otherwise, I'm going to bounce that dock back to my hand and then refill and dump my hand again. So it's very, very strong, even though he's just a small
How many Olafs are you playing?
I was running 2. Would you change it if you could? If you were playing next week, would you be hey, let me sneak another Olaf in here? I'm not sure because Tiago Santana the GOAT of Purple Steel, he said in some cases, a lot of cases, actually Diablo is a lot better. So I was thinking some mix of Diablo and Olaf is probably good, but not more Olaf.
Yeah, so if nothing ain't broke, let's don't try and fix it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's good, man. You're about to go to top 16. What matchups do you want to see? What do you not want to see?
I don't know. Like, I don't really know what I'm doing right now, but I'm just gonna try to take each turn.
It looked like you knew what you were doing on camera, dude. We just saw it. Yeah. So I guess you're doing pretty good. Yeah. Is there any shouts you want to give out to anybody before we go?
Yeah, of course. So first, shout out to my girlfriend. She's always supporting me, and she's great, and I love her so much. Shout out to Sky. He's actually my GOAT. Like, I wouldn't even be playing this game without him, without his like old Blue Steel Twitch streams. Shout out to my friend Ace. He helps me get all the cards and just really supporting me throughout this tournament. And shout out to my team, World Class Cards. You guys are the best. I love you all.
Well, you heard it, guys. Purple Steel is hot right now. We'll be back with a deck tech here in a minute. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right, I'm back in the booth alone. Color's gone forever. We're gonna now color's gone, deleted. Oh, now we're gonna add a Liam in. Unlucky. Now you're in. That's how it is. Your name's on the thing. That's how it is. Your name's on the thing. Yeah, I don't know what.
I was just putting away my irresponsible purchases. I'm a sucker for shiny cardboard, so. Yeah, that's what happens. So we get rounds off, and 1, it's like a mental break and all that. 2, we want to go see what's going on. 3, at Charlie's, I go shopping.
They just let you out into like the shopping center, and you're just like, oh, I'll take one of these.
And it's high pressure too, because I know I have to come back in the booth. So like, you know that moment in a restaurant where the server asks you, hey, what are you going to order? And you have no idea, and you just panic pick something because you have to.
It looks nice. You're like, oh,
right.
This looks shiny enough for me to eat.
Right.
And you're just like, oh, shiny looks nice. Oh, look at this one going over here. We get this one right here. We got a nice one of these.
Ooh.
And then whatever.
And then immediately you see the thing that you would have ordered if you had the time.
Well, then you got to buy them both.
That's true. That's a fair point. So that's me in the rounds here. It's like the round. I hear time and round, and I'm like, oh no! And I just buy the shiny things that I've been looking at, including this card, which I think is so well priced right now. Like, look at that. Anyway, so that's what I've been doing.
Yeah.
How was the last round? It sounded pretty intense.
It was a bit of a slog. I mean, because we're playing for, your win-and-ins, right? So win-and-ins are always going to be a little bit more intense. They had a bit of a slugfest, and you know how Emerald Sapphire can be sometimes, where you've got all the tools in your deck, but if you don't have enough time to do them all, then it doesn't work. And there were some spots where it was really close to having quite enough time, but if we had the Mean and Scary plus the Phillip, it would have been good, but we had just Phillip, and it was less good. All right, we're going to go ahead and send it over to Zan. We actually have a deck tech. He's playing something kind of fun this weekend.
Yeah, we got to see it on stream. If you were here, you got to see it in round 8. Yeah. And I'm really excited to hear Zan talk about it.
All right, we're going to send it over there.
All right, guys, I'm back. It's Tupaloop. I'm here with Zan the Man, and you're playing a deck today, a very unique deck, and we got a deck tech. What are you on today?
I am playing Amber Amethyst combo.
Oh, okay. I'm kind of excited to see it. How's it been going all day? Like, it sounds like it's been going pretty good.
Yeah, it's been going pretty well. I started off the tournament yesterday 0-1.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I lost the first round. I feel like I made a mistake, really complicated mistake. I would say that was the hardest match I played all day. And then after that, I never looked back. I just won all of them.
Nice. That's good. He's kind of got in the zone and just started winning. Yeah.
Yep.
I see a lot of different things. People say a lot of combos, but yours is like true heart combo when you were just showing me just now. But we actually got that deck list up, so we're going to go take a look at that, guys. Let's go look at it right now.
Oh, cool.
All right, so tell me about what the package we got going on here. What's my turn 1s and 2s and 3s? What do I kind of want to see in the first turns?
So essentially, you just want to lock down the board, right? So you're going to play your Royal Guards or Rafikis, and then you really want to ramp. If you can ramp, that means you're going to be able to play your Monstro earlier.
Okay.
But it kind of plays like a Blurple deck, right?
Yeah.
They have better ramp than you, Sail and Tipo, but you have the alternatives in Lantern and Huey.
Yeah.
And so those allow you to play early Genies and early Hades and Elsas, and you're just trying to play a great mid-range game plan.
Yeah.
Locking down their evasives with your Horseman Strikes, and then If the deck permits, you try to play Monstro because you were able to ramp into it and play a fair game, and then just combo them with the Great Illuminary.
Yeah, so you kind of just set up a little bit with the Monstro, and you kind of like draw over and over again.
Yes.
And then you said you kind of want to get, you got this one of in your deck, and you want to get this, and you kind of want to play this over and over again?
Yes, so Monstro at the Great Illuminary allows you to draw, discard your whole deck.
Oh, okay.
And then you just filter your hand to be We Know the Way.
Yeah.
And then you just play We Know the Way on Allendale. And We Know the Way shuffles a card back into your deck. And then reveals that card. Since you have no library, you will reveal the card that you pick.
Okay.
So I reveal Allendale. And then you use We Know the Way to target We Know the Way.
Oh, and you just keep cycling over and over. And Alan's got to be in play, right? So you can just keep doing that song over and over and over again.
Exactly.
Wow, that's pretty unique, man. This is like a true heart combo deck.
Yep.
Wow. I noticed you got the Iagos here, and it's like Challenger 5. Is that just something to like deal with stuff on the board early?
Yeah, earlier I was playing Raja. And Iago felt like it was a better version of that because it allows you to take out Daisy Ducks and like allows you to take out Tianas if you end up playing against those cards.
I noticed you got Royal Guards too. This guy can get pretty huge if you're drawing your whole deck. You know,
Yes.
kind of just swings in. Has that kind of? Have you had that like?
It mainly
momentum?
works with Demona.
Oh, okay.
Right, so if you play, so you can play Demona, and Demona will allow you to draw up to 3 cards, and then Royal Guard all of a sudden will be able to take out whatever Demona was able to tap, right? And the other play I like to make is with Junior Woodchuck Guidebook, and Junior Woodchuck Guidebook draws 2 cards, and so your Royal Guard all of a sudden is 4 power, and that 4 power is going to allow you to take out cards like Daisy Duck.
Yeah, I also saw you on camera. I saw you do the Horseman Strike. This card's like pretty good right now. Like there's so many characters with evasive right now. How's this been working out for you?
I mean, it's the most underrated removal spell. I think most people didn't know how to put it into a deck, and I think that this is the first example of a shell that takes the deck to the next level. Horseman Strike's S tier removal spell.
Yeah, I noticed you got a few one-ups over here. What are these kind of? These kind of like to help you out if something happens, or like you kind of.
So the Donald Duck is the original combo piece. It gives Monstro the ability to draw a card, and then Monstro can discard a card. So it's the 5th Great Illuminary essentially.
Oh,
and
okay.
Circle of Life allows you to reanimate Alanadale. So it can be one of the copies of We Know the Way, just in case you inked one of the copies of We Know the Way. I just didn't want to play 4 We Know the Ways. I wanted to play a Circle of Life as like a pseudo combo piece.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it does seem like you're right. It kind of does seem like a Burble deck, and you kind of got like a little combos in here and a few like spicy cards just to help you out through the way. And I noticed you got 2 elephants. Is that kind of just like more for like purple steel or like other aggro matches, or like you can move damage around and kills?
That's actually a super interesting question. It's actually in there because Cheshire Cat boosts, right? So you can put random cards underneath it. So let's say you put some of the combo pieces in there. You need to be able to get the Cheshire Cat out, right? All the cards under it out. So you need to play a way to bounce your own Cheshire Cat, and you can use Madam Mim Elephant to bounce your own Cheshire Cat. So let's say I was going off and the combo pieces were underneath a specific card. Under my Cheshire Cat, I could play Madam Mim to bounce the Cheshire Cat to then continue my combo.
Yeah, it looks like you're playing 6 Lancerns here. Is that why Huey's there?
Yeah,
to be your backup. It looks like you got backups on backups of other combos. So this is a very unique deck.
Yeah, I mean it's just a clean Amber Amethyst combo deck.
What made you want to kind of? How'd you come up with this list? Like, were you just testing with some buddies? I know you're part of Rare Hunters. Have you all been testing?
Yeah, they helped me finalize. They helped me make sure that the deck was good.
Yeah.
But I would say this is one of the only times that this was my own pet project that I was just working on by myself, and essentially I had a version of this for the World Championship, but I didn't feel like it was a good enough deck.
Yeah, it was ready.
And so then set 9 came around and it got a bit better, but it still wasn't good enough. And so I shared the list with very few people, and I still didn't feel like it was good enough. It was kind of like a meme deck in Rare Hunters, and then we got to this set, and I've known it's a good deck since pretty much day 1 of set 10. But I was like, I need to figure out what's the best time for me to play it, and I chose CCS to play it, and so here we are.
Yeah.
So everything's going according to plan.
Yeah. What are some decks you kind of want to see when you're playing this deck, or what's some matchups you don't want to see? What is kind of
my favorite matchup is Purple Steel and Blurple, and I would say my toughest matchup is definitely Dogs. So if I get paired against like Dogs and they just hyper aggro me and I'm on the draw, it can be rough. I played against it in this tournament already, and I won the die roll, and I won the match 2-0.
Oh, okay.
But I don't think for example, Diego Saz is in the top cut, and I hope I dodge him.
Yeah. Well, man, I appreciate you showing us deck list. Is there any shouts you want to give out to anybody or anything like that?
Yeah, shout out to my sponsor, Rare Hunters. I don't this is my Lorcana is my second job, and I don't think I would be able to go to places like Singapore. Thank God CCS is my locals, but I don't think I would be able to go to places like Singapore without them. And so thank you to Rare Hunter Shop.
Yeah, well, man, good luck in the next things, your next matches you got coming up and everything like that. I appreciate you showing your deck list. That's all we got for now. Back to you guys.
Peace.
Man, it's always so fun thinking or hearing about how Zan and other these top players like think through the game and see the game and why they make the decisions they do to bring something like this to a tournament like this.
There's a really cool like deck list as well. You know, you have mostly Amethyst cards, a little bit of Amber sprinkled in there. You know, you still have sort of that 2-drop acceleration that you find out a lot of the Sapphire decks. Amber's always sort of had that. It just was a little worse because it could only be characters, but most of the deck was characters. So it kind of works out in a way that leverage those cards. I mean, Lantern used to be played a lot, and then it sort of fell out of favor. Tipo and Sail, obviously, kind of bullying it out of the format as far as how you want those payoffs to be because they're just not inkable. But the rest, you look at that whole deck, almost everything is inkable in it.
Yeah.
So very nice, very cool.
Yeah, and I just love seeing it here. And I know the combo isn't a lot of people's radar, but, you know, combos like this, oftentimes they're fun to think about. Some people will try to build decks just to play on a random, family game night or whatever, but to see it actually dusted off in competitive play is kind of fun. And I venture to guess that we'll see a few more of them now popping up in set champs in the near future.
It was always kind of fringe there, when the Donald and the Monstro kind of existed together, but it was just very expensive. They both cost 8. Your monster has to be around the whole time to do it. But all the other little combo pieces, the Alanadale, the all the songs and that sort of stuff was kind of there, but it was never necessarily as streamlined because this looks a lot more streamlined, a lot more efficient in the mid game than some of the other ones are. Because, I mean, look at all the really nice Amethyst cards we got that are just Demona's great, Hades is great. That fills the role of not only, drawing cards to get to your combo, but they're just less dead than random 8-drop.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
very
that
nice.
Donald just sitting in your hand like a brick all game. Like, yeah. Well, so, Jeebus, I have not gotten to talk to you much throughout the day, but you've been out there, on stream, on the second stream, watching the tournament. What do you think about the meta overall, what you've seen? What do you think about the event so far?
It's been interesting. There's a lot of Sapphire. Not surprising. Sapphire's been very powerful for a long time with, Tipo and Sail realistically kind of carrying a lot of the weight there. But I've seen some interesting choices for some of these lists. You think of Emerald Sapphire as a pretty default list a lot of times, but there's a lot of room to play in sort of the numbers on cards that you're running and like where your tech choices are. We saw a list that was running Alice, 3-drop Alice.
Yeah.
And when you initially see it, you're like, that doesn't really play super well. 3-drop, generally not what you always wanted in those lists. But then you would get to 6 and just play a Prince Philip and an Alice together. So now we have a fully warded board that also sets up literally every combo that you could possibly imagine on, our 7-ink turn. You got the Philip combo that you could do. You could just play a Clarabelle and then give it ward. You can just play Prince Philip and then give it ward with Alice. And then it's just this 6/6 quest for 3 evasive ward character. What deals with that in this format? Because I know the answer. It costs 12, and it's the whole Philip combo on the other side because nothing else is hitting it. So tackles a very interesting problem that those decks have, where you're in these like, ooh, we're big haymaker battles, and you play yours, and then they play theirs to deal with yours, and then it's just back and forth, and you don't really develop a lot. You can just be questing. You can be pushing lore because a lot of your stuff is protected, which is kind of cool. And it's been little things like that where it's kind of some different tech choices for stuff that we don't always consistently see in these lists. And I think those are the ones that are going to excel the most.
Yeah, it's a great point. I also think "just be questing" is a tagline that hasn't been taken advantage of yet. We need to put that on a coffee mug.
You got to get some lore, okay?
Yeah.
We're trying to get to 20. We don't need to see every card
some lore
every game. Sometimes you just want to quest a little bit. And that helps. We've seen some of the faster decks. Look, there's quite a few of them out there. Diego obviously running a pretty quick deck, I would say. We have some combos, and I don't know. There seems to be, obviously, a rock, paper, scissors. That's not that uncommon for metagames like this, where some of the decks, I mean, we saw like the Emerald Amethyst, sort of, let's all draw a bunch of cards, and then I'm going to bend to my will you.
Yep.
I assume that deck is very good into Blurple and a lot of the decks, and then it runs into Emerald Sapphire, and it's a disaster.
Yep.
Even under the best of circumstances, it's so bad. Because they're doing the same thing that you are, and then they're like, oh, what if I had 3 more ink than you always? And that's rough. And we've seen that matchup a couple times. It's interesting. We've added a lot more decks to the field than we had, I think, in the last format.
Yeah.
It's amazing what a couple new cards will do.
Right? Unlock so much. Well, we are waiting for, they're doing deck checks right now, and we're waiting to get you the Top Cut matchups coming here shortly. I am going to go grab Katie, because I think she's got the list of the Top Cut players with all the colors, and we can read through them. I know you all are eager to know. I know you can see on RPH kind of who's where, but they have monikers and stuff. So I know Katie's got the list of players and deck colors, and we're going to try to get you a bracket to let you know what you're going to be watching for the rest of the afternoon and which one of your favorite players made it. So let me go grab her quickly.
I'll go get her. I'll send her in here.
Oh, okay.
We'll pretend that I'm her, and then I'll go grab her, and then I'll send her in here.
Oh,
we can get the just pretend that I'm her the whole time. Everybody just close your eyes for a minute, and then we'll get over there.
Yeah, close your eyes, count to 10. A little Disney magic. So fun. So we're working on a bracket to show you all like what the matchups will be, but and Katie's gonna go through them all. But there's some great players in the Top Cut. A lot of really great players here. A lot of great players who did make the Top Cut. A lot of great players in the Top Cut. But Diego Saz, I believe, is the #1 seed coming in. JD's been saying in the chat here he's gonna win this whole thing. He just might. Nobody plays those colors like Diego, and he's piloting his Dogs deck to perfection this meta. But there's also some other very good players in the Top Cut, which Katie's going to tell you about because she's been working. So here's the thing. Like, between rounds, I go talk to players, and I go shopping and spend money that I don't tell Aaron.
Yeah, she's not watching.
I spend money I don't have on enchanted cards because I'm still working on my PSA set 1.
Does this camera get more blurry here?
I don't like. I feel like there should be a sweet spot somewhere, and I don't know.
I like it though. It's kind of like like when you put on the glam filter too high on like.
Yeah, maybe it's
back
here.
I will know. I was watching the stream and I was like, well, I'm sure they'll go to break, and I was like, they'll want me back at some point, and then I looked and said my name and the chair was empty. I was like, all right, well, that's my call.
That's your call. Yeah, you sense it as a commentator. Like, sense when the chair is calling your name.
Yeah,
when your name's on the title screen. But so I was gonna say, I go out shopping and I do silly things and talk to people, and Katie like buckles down and gets you all the info that you want and is actually a good commentator. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, 11.
Yeah, well, yeah, right. I don't have all that. Well, we have. I'm still working. We got Lava Cake here as Amethyst. So it feels like the story of the day is Amethyst Steel versus Emerald Sapphire, which, as we saw, there was a heartbreaking winning in for Lamb Chops versus Sky.
Do we have matchups for the next round yet, or no?
No.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess we do because it's the way it works. We do because it's the way it works, but I don't have it in the way that I don't have it. So Amethyst Steel. So now where are we at? What are we at here? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I'm missing 4. I got, let's see here, Tantrum. I do have Tantrum
We're working it.
blue green.
We're
So
working
yeah,
it. We're working it live.
You vamp.
We're working
keep
it live.
vamping. I'm almost there.
No, so Katie's working on this. I'm gonna read through. I'm gonna steal your thunder a little bit. Read through some of the names that we already
he's
have.
taking my job. Anyway, okay, fine.
I'm gonna highlight some players. I won't do the whole
you can
thing.
do that.
I'm gonna highlight some players. So Diego Saz, we know, world's competitor, winner of DLC Toronto, and all around awesome Canadian. I'm playing his Amber Emerald Dogs deck. So Zan, if you've been watching all day, you saw Zan's deck earlier, and you just saw his deck tech. Zan is on that Amber Amethyst combo deck, which has done well for him so far. And yeah, Zan also, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Zan dropped round 1 and then battled back and made it in. That's the Mo Shamlin special from Worlds and from Continentals. So that's another fun one. Another player I want to highlight just for fun. Irish Willie is his name. That's Franklin, making the top cut here. Franklin Hine was qualified for Continentals twice. Qualified in Atlanta and qualified in Vegas in the top 16. And if you remember Continentals last year, a couple things were going on that made things difficult for travel. One was there was a very big snowstorm at some parts of the country, and California was also on fire at the time, specifically LA. And so that led to not only difficulty flying into those and out of certain locations and into certain locations, but as you can imagine, all flights are connected. And so the whole travel system was all gummed up. And Franklin was unable to make it to Continentals. So after numerous times and flight cancellations and moving it around and a potential 10-hour drive, he ended up not being able to go and had to watch Continentals from home, despite being qualified twice, and then watch Worlds. So he is qualified for the top cut here and pursuing his invite to this year's Continentals in the CCQ. So Irish Willie is his gamer tag. Irish Willie is his gamer tag. And that's a fun story and a player to keep your eye on because he's a very good player. That didn't make it last time around, which is kind of a bummer. Let's see who else we got here. Joshua Saddlefield on Amethyst Steel. Katie's going to go down the breakdown in a second. I don't want to steal her thunder.
Oh, I'm missing a person.
Of course, Jonathan Williams is the second seed on Amethyst Steel. Who are other good names?
Salty Gator here. Yeah, there's
Ryan.
Ryan Van?
Yeah, Ryan's in there as well on
Yep,
Amethyst Emerald.
And D. Keegan's. We got. Do I have Memmaker on here? I do. Okay. Well, I have to triangulate. I'm triangulating 3 lists right here. Oh, did I put Lamb? No, we got Lamb Chops. FPGK the Skipper. We got. Okay, so now it's the final countdown, guys. We're Irish Willie. We see him.
We're one short.
We see him
on our list.
I know, and this is crazy. Tantrum. We got Lava Cake. Lava Cake's there. Brandon Wiggly, you Brandon Wiggly.
Wiggled his way off the list,
Brandon
and now we're gonna
wiggle
him onto the list.
Right here, and that can't be true. So here we go. We're gonna find him. But anyway, so that's my last one. And after I have Brandon's deck list, then we will have the breakdown of the top 16. It's all 16 is Amber Steel. It's crazy, guys. I don't know how it's crazy stuff. But no, that's not true. So here we go.
This happens when you when you don't get a be right back screen. This is what you get. You get
us. This is the booth.
Commentators doing maths, and this is how we bring you the info.
All right. So looks like wow. But that's a W. Is that correct then?
1, 2.
Oh, it could be. Yeah, I guess there we go. It's not Quigley. I'm just thinking of Joseph Quigley. All right. Anyway, that makes more sense. Thank you to Jeebus, the best in the booth that we could ever hope for. So 1 blurple made it into
1 blurple.
1 blurple. But here we go. So we got Amber Emerald. I'm gonna make a star.
3.
Stop. Okay.
I've already done it. I've already done that
but
one.
You spoiled it, dude.
Oh, sorry.
What about the reveal? The fun of it
sorry.
all?
Okay.
Yeah,
I see.
my
Okay.
gosh.
Forget what you heard.
Forget
none.
what you heard. It's
No
not
Amber Emerald. But I reserve the right to change that.
Yeah, right.
As soon as we actually
Amethyst
do the math.
All right. Well, this one is gonna be, and then Amethyst Emerald. There's a couple here. I'm gonna make that a square. Amethyst.
Oh, I see your methodology. This is
Yeah, right, listen,
I wish
guys.
next time we're gonna get like an overhead camera and you're all gonna watch this happen live right here. We should send you out to the deck tech table and make you do this like under the camera.
Wait a minute. I'm silly here. There's another Amber Emerald right here. Okay, so yeah, there are 3. I found all 3. So the last one is Emerald Sapphire, as we have seen to great success piloted in this world. We saw one get knocked out, but we have a couple that have made it in. We have 1, 2, 3. And then we got Amber Emeralds. Then we got the Zansayet. So if we're counting here, we have, like you said, let's go through Amber. That is the number you said. And then we have this one here. We have Blurple, which I'm not going to write out the whole thing here of this. We have Amber Amethyst. Spoiler alert, there's only one. Only one Amber Amethyst made it in. And we were really thinking it was going to be more than that, folks, but it is only one.
Did you think there'd be one? I mean.
Yeah, right. Then Amethyst Steel. This is the one that I'm very interested in. Is the Amethyst Steel and Sapphire. So Amethyst Steel, which as far as that we just saw on stream where we saw Jonathan Lamb get his win and in here. So we have 1, 2. All right. So a number you will never tell. And then the last one, only 2. Is that right? Am I wrong? Wait, no, that's a different one. Amethyst Emerald. My goodness. This is very diverse, guys. All right.
Does that math right? That's
well,
checking.
and the finest
7,
one is 1,
yeah.
2, 3, 4.
No, what am I missing?
So 5, 9. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So my math is right. Maybe.
Oh, that's what I'm missing. I'm missing the Amethyst Emerald.
All right. So if you guys are wondering, we're going to go from smallest to biggest here. So this is like breaking news. So we have 1 Sapphire Amethyst, and that is our Blurple deck here. We have 1 Amber Amethyst. Then we're moving up to Amethyst Emerald. So our Brainiacs out there, get excited. We have 2 Amethyst Emerald decks. We have 3 dog decks of Amber Emerald. I assume they're dogs. They could maybe be something else, but it's probably dogs. And then we have 4 Emerald Sapphire. And then the belle of the ball, you know it, you love it, Amethyst Steel coming in with 5 Amethyst Steel in the top cut. So that's quite diverse. To have 6 different decks in the top cut, I'm feeling good about it. Now,
yeah, 6 different decks, and the most represented, I mean, Amethyst Steel, I think that's no surprise at 5. 5 is a relatively low number compared to meta shares that we've seen, or top cut shares that we've seen before. So there it is. Somebody snagged this in the chat for us, so we can refer to it later for everybody who missed. Any Ruby Amethyst? No.
No, we can just answer that, right? No,
yep, absolutely not.
No Amethyst Steel in there. Sorry about that, buddies. So I'm messaging the wonderful, wonderful folks here at CCS.
Try to get you a bracket.
So that way you guys can reference it. But yeah, so Purple Steel is great coming in from Demauler, and I agree Purple Steel is very fun here. Meyer Mendes, are the Emerald Amethyst actually control or tempo? I believe I saw a Chromacon in one of them. I don't know the other one, but we will get all the deck lists as they usually hand it to us, kind of like we're in like some kind of news desk.
So there is 1 Amethyst Emerald, which I was referred to as I was talking to folks that there was a burn deck, a very fast burn deck.
Yeah.
And it was doing, the last time I checked, it was 5 and 1. So I highly likely that is one of the Emerald Amethyst decks that made the top cut. Is that burn, like very aggressive variant.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
So now I think, we talked about predictions. My prediction was that Amethyst Steel would win. It's not because I like it. It's very important to say that. What's the top 8? We don't have a top 8. We have a top 16.
Meyer's great at documenting things. Great YouTube channel, by the way. He's gonna do the work for us here. Do you want to read them out in order again? And Meyer's gonna do the work.
Yes, Sapphire or Amethyst Sapphire, 1. Next, Amber Amethyst, 1. Next, we have 2 Amethyst Emerald. That is right, 2 Amethyst Emerald. Next, we have 3 Amber Emerald. That is right, 3 Amber Emerald. Moving on, we have 4 Emerald Sapphire, 4 Emerald Sapphire, and the last is 5 Amethyst Steel. So let's shout out to the shorthand. I love that we all have different shorthands. AA is Amber Amethyst, which is like crazy. I've never seen that before.
Also an airline.
Yeah, so it's like I love that we all are like, listen, there's 1 BP, which BP could also be SA, but that's Sapphire or Amethyst Sapphire. But no, it's BP, which is Blurple, but BP is not short. I guess blue purple. Anyways, that's why acronyms crazy, guys. Better nerf Amber Emerald. Well, we shall see here. We're gonna see how it goes out.
Nerf it.
Yeah, I don't know. Nerf
it's not even the most represented in the top. Like, what are you complaining about? What are you complaining about?
Yeah.
And inevitably, what's going to happen is all of like the one-ups are going to face each other in the first round and
Exactly.
just like knock
That is
each other
exactly
out.
how it works.
That's the way
And
it goes.
we love to see it here, folks, but we don't have the matchups yet. I believe they're doing their deck checks, all that fun stuff. But generally speaking, the first seed is Diego. Not generally speaking, the first seed is Diego's side, but the first seed will face the 16th. So that is Diego, which is level 9001, who is on the Amber Emerald Dogs against the 16th seed. So the person who bubbled in, Mesa Mob, who is running Amber Emerald.
Ryan-
Dog on dog violence. No, dog fight.
I'm so. I was just looking at the list again.
Okay.
Ryan Jorg bubbled at 17th. One of our young Illumineers, very very talented young player, performs very very well, and I'm very bummed to see him
Let's take a
bubble out of the
moment
top
for the
cut.
bubble. These are the bubblers.
Yeah, okay,
So everyone
so
at home,
take
please
a
play a
moment.
song.
Take a moment for the bubbles. Play taps.
Yeah, this is a moment for the people who got the same amount of points as some people who made it in, but quite frankly, they could not.
Let's honor the bubble.
Yeah, for the bubble, we have Dominic, 23, with a. I believe this would be an Aloha Luminaire.
Yeah, I believe that's probably
Ohana.
Ohana.
Yeah,
there we go.
Fungus. Sorry,
Oh, fungus. Sorry, bummer.
Zach Bivens.
Oh, Bivens on the bubble.
Bivens on the bubble.
24th. That's a bummer.
Yeah, Carl Go Boom, Carl Go Bubble. We got Da La Da. We got FPG Case Mind at 21 points. Then we have Joe Tangray of Hey Hey something. HHM. I don't know what the M stands for. I know it's Hey Hey something.
Makers? I don't know.
Hey Makers. That'd be fun.
I don't know. Haymakers?
Then at 19th place, we have Full Metal Jesse.
Oh, fantastic player. We saw him on stream.
Exactly. Garrett Martin, 21 points.
Another
and then
great
the
player.
last,
And then Ryan, yeah.
the last one.
Ryan, very young, talented player. I was really excited to see him in the top cut if he made it, but
The people want Zan. My gosh, people do not want me to hear us talk about who bubbled up. They were like, Zan. Now,
we saw Zan on stream already.
We did, and I don't know how to tell you guys this. While it is cool, watching the combo, a little less cool because it's just the combo happens or it doesn't.
Yeah.
So I will note that fireworks do not go
There
off.
is no, yeah. Look, here's the thing. Okay, it's a fun deck, and it's masterful watching Zan navigate the mid game, the control, like to get to the end game. It really, really is. But when the combo goes off, it's literally like, this is in play, this is in play. Hey man, I'm about to do this thing.
Yeah. So it's like you want it to be really cool. You want it to be like I don't know, like pyrotechnics
Rube
that come
Goldberg machine just working and things happen. No, it does not.
So it is the fight for stalling the
It's
board before
literally
the
like
combo.
this card gets in play, this card gets in play, and
But I mean, if we
game
can, we
ends.
will. It kind of depends. I mean, it's going to be what these matchups are. Like for
Yeah.
example, we have the.
It's fun. It is fun to watch the mid game. Yeah.
Oh, well, I guess it's like saying when they quester. I mean, it is interesting. I'm just saying that if I wanted when the combo to happen, it to feel like and it did kind of. It was like And so that's the only thing I'll know about that. But we will make him do the full sequence, no shortcutting. So either way, we're not necessarily in charge of who gets to be featured anyway. But we do have someone saying, I want an emerald deck to make the top. And as far as that being possible, we have 1, 2, 3.
Emerald deck? I mean, there's a lot of them there.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Any more specificity? Which emerald deck?
I mean, they have very good chance with a total of 9. There's a good chance here.
Here's the problem. Like people say, I want to see the OP. Yeah, I mean, you could, but in a 3-game match, like that burns a ton of time. And so, like, why? You know, that's the problem is, unless you're angling for a draw, which you're not going to get in the top cut, like making your opponent do it is like,
yeah. So I mean, I think everybody would like to see because I mean, we talked about this before. I mean, we talked about what are the control or what are the deck types, and we're like, okay, there's control, there's aggro, there's mid range, and then there's this other new one called combo number 5.
Combo.
Yes. Why is it called
Combo
Brainiac?
Maker?
I assume it's
Okay, who can name that Super Nintendo, the SNES game?
Combo Maker.
Combo.
Street Fighter.
Nope.
All right, I'm done.
Right,
Brainiac is green and purple. I think it's a reference to something else.
No, I reject. No, I'm agreeing with you. I reject the name of Brainiac for that color combination.
Yeah, right.
If you want to use it for a specific
I call it the Joker.
build, like Kiwi Birds being a specific build of Blue Steel, totally fine. I'm good with it. But Brainiac cannot be just the way Diggy Diggy Hole is not Amethyst or Amber Steel. It's a very specific version.
Yeah, it is, right? So I think like Brainiac, so to me, I always thought Brainiac is if it has Amethyst, always. It's been around for like a month. But I thought Brainiac is if you've got the Amethyst Chromacon and then also Cusco. You guys are talking about DC, dude, and I am out.
Sorry, no, I was listening to you, but I love Killer Instinct was the game I was referencing. It's a great game.
Oh.
And what I love,
I
shout
just
out
thought
to,
they were all excited about something.
No, I was gonna say Glacius wins. Glacius. I think I can do the voice. Fulgor. Orchid.
Jago
Ferrari.
Oh wow.
Jago. Ferrari. Like I love the first time chat. Like I love the fact that Ferrari, so shout out to getting it right, or Ferrier 13, like, because there's a ton of people that watch Twitch, and like the small percentage chat, and like the knowledge of like, oh, I know this, and like it tickled something in my nostalgia, and I have got to first time chat just to provide this answer. I love it so much. So shout out to you all who know the game, because big Cinder, Earlmeister with Cinder. Yeah, Cinder's good. Everybody knows that Orchid and Saberwolf were the best two characters in that game, so you all are okay. But the fact that nobody said Saberwolf yet is disappointing to me. Okay, sorry. Back to Lorcana.
I know. I've never. So I played a game called Kirby Air Ride at Christmas, and Christmas isn't happening yet, but Thanksgiving. And there's certain times where I'm like, I'm out of my depth, and it turns out I'm out. They're just using, and the thing is, it's tricky because I don't know which words apply to us or not, because we're going from Brainiac, and then, but I think we got it here. Someone did point out Zan should be facing Brainiac, and if they have been to my will, that might be a problem for Zan, because Zan has been developing, his whole thing is I got to get this beautiful clutch of cards and work. And so if you are building, all right, let's just keep going. Lethal Instinct, let's keep going. I will take time off. You guys get it. Something happened. The chat's never this excited about anything.
Yeah, half the chat is talking about
I know.
Brainiac and Zan's deck, and half the chat is talking about Killer Instinct.
And I've never seen him this excited.
We got a sub out of Fair for bringing up Killer Instinct. I appreciate it. I assume that you're also a Saberwolf fan. That's what I'm going to go with.
Yeah, wait, is Zan even in this? Is it top 8? Yeah. So here's the thing. It is top 16, so I'm sure they're wrestling with Ravensburger play. They're in the hood. They're opening, you tinkering, all that fun stuff. It is top 16. Cut to top 16. So we're going to have a top 16, then 8. After that, we go to 4. Then it's top 2. And after that, it's done because it's top 2.
Yeah.
So as far as, yes, as the Zan of it all, we have seen him once. If you're like, man, I wish I could see Zan Zayed play, you can go to round 8, rewind, and you can go ahead and see Zan face off against an Amethyst Steel deck. So that is if you want to already see it, and if we don't get it here, we got I thought you said Fungalore. I was like, Fungalore? No, Fulgore.
Fulgore.
I thought Fungalore. I thought this was my brother and me reference, but it is not Fungalore. Anyone have the Play Club? Oh, I so do.
One of the things that made that game revolutionary was the fact that it came with a CD, and the music was amazing, and you could play Killer Cuts on the CD player while you were playing Killer Instinct. If you know, you know.
I will say it's so hard to get Liam to A, read the chat, and B, get this excited. And so I mean, I'm gonna go play it.
Oh, Riptor, that's true.
Zerfman, I sent you the Play Hub, and I also send you the link to the game that we were talking about, which is Lethal Legends, Lethal Times. What is the name of the game? The game, not this, the one that you're.
Oh, Killer Instinct.
Thank you. I like you're like what? You guys been talking about it? My goodness.
Killer Instinct.
My goodness. And shout out, Amity says, I didn't get a CD. Perhaps your family said you can't have it, and they kept it, and your mom was listening to it in the car.
Combo Breaker. You all need to go play this game.
I know. I'm out of my depth, dude. But we are waiting for the matchups. It's kind of silly because, I mean, we know what the matchups are. So, for example, Dragon Jones on Amethyst Steel. Well, yes, okay.
I'm going to do, from now on, for the rest of the day, I'm going to do intros for the players using the Killer Instinct announcer voice.
I think so.
Yep.
Banish Instinct. That is so correct, the legacy. And quite frankly, should we even be talking about it? We don't know. We can't stop. Sometimes I'm like, oh, we're going to talk about this one thing, and then we don't. This is one that we can't stop. The wheels are off. But if
Lamb Chops.
Yeah, Lamb Chops is in this game. We got first-time chatters. I'm out. You guys, welcome to the Banish Instinct stream with 20 Lore Pro, where we talk about Banish Instinct, the #1 game I've never heard of. And I play games, dude. I played games in my life. I've never heard of this.
Zan Seed.
Yeah, I like it. And I was playing a lot of Mario Paint. I was swapping the bugs. So that was where I was. That was where I cannot handle high stress games. I played the first level of Star Fox quite a bit. That was and then
64.
Yeah, we were like, no, not 64. I'm very
old.
I am very old.
The OG.
So there we go. So we are waiting deck checks. There are 16 people here that are going to be battling it out. And so you guys might want to know, so like what is at stake? So just a couple things here. Just the first place gets $7,000 and an invite to nationals. Pretty cool stuff. But it is something where 65th through 28th place, they got 5 points. And you might say, 5 points, what do I redeem those for? Well, those are Charlie's points, but you get to go to redeem towards your right to go to the Invitational, which will be coming up, I believe, in August, I believe is when the Invitational is.
Also, if throughout your life you accumulate 7,000 Charlie's points, you actually get to become Charlie. It's a weird asterisk in the
You get the
rules
chocolate factory. It's very, very confusing.
It's true. Otherwise, you get nothing.
Good day. I want to know what's in that coffee. I haven't had breakfast yet, so I'm on a different level. I am fighting for my life. I didn't eat breakfast. I had one coffee. So top 16, the cash goes all the way to top 32. So there are 17 through 32. 16 players said, "Listen, you can't play any more Lorcana. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. But here is $225. Have fun." Oh my gosh, I would love a Crunchwrap right now. Now, Breakfast Crunchwrap is superior, but that is over. Either way. So 5th through 8th place will get $1,000. 3rd through 4th gets $2,000. And then we have 2nd place gets $3,500. And then 1st place, 7,000 smackaroonies. And an invite, the CCQ, and an Elsa Ice Maker. Also, everybody who's about to play is going to get a Mulan promo. Top 8 is going to get the Simba, and then Elsa Ice Maker for top 2. And then, yeah. What? Taco Bell breakfast most mid. All right. Now we're getting off the rail. So, no, it's no. Okay, they have the jalapeno sauce. Very, very, very good. Very, very yummy. Waffle House is... what are we talking about? That's not apples to apples. If you're having breakfast that you're having DoorDash.
Waffles to waffles.
I'm not DoorDashing Waffle House. I'm sitting down at the Waffle House. I'm DoorDashing Taco Bell breakfast. But also the best breakfast is Wendy's. But either way, so we are looking here. I'm just wanting, can you guys please play some Lorcana out there? I got to do it. I know someone out there had me sign a card, and they were very nice. And they said, I want you to sign, because it's kind of hard when people ask me to sign a card. I play Lorcana, and I talk about Amber Steel a lot, but I'm not like famous for, I've not won a Golden Mickey. I haven't done it. So I think you might have run into this where people will bring a card, and it's kind of, it's interesting the cards that people will bring, because what do they associate with? And he brought Improvise, because he said, there's nobody I'd rather see stall for time, and you improvise. And I said, thank you. So
here you go.
Yeah. And here, yeah, inside the Waffle House, you can't Uber Eats that experience. It's correct. It's very rare I'm going to see someone throw a chair in my home unless my dog is really mad. But at Waffle House, you might see that. Thank you, X Tintin, for saying here's the top 16. BP. What do we see? What? BP1. Okay, no. Top 16. See, this is. I think you did a great job. However, acronyms are actually going to cause me to have an A, which stands for aneurysm. Because, so here's the thing. As casters, we do our best to always use in colors. So when the acronyms are in biblically correct color numbers or color names, and I'm translating it, so it's a letter, and I'm translating the letter to the color and the color to the ink, you see smoke coming out of my ears. I turn into Gon from like Hunter x Hunter, and it's really bad. But we can translate it. One blurple, which is I'm already out.
See, don't read. Just read your notes. That's what.
Yes, because I wrote it the way I did write blurple.
This
though.
is the way.
I will note that I did write blurple. We have 1 amethyst sapphire. We have 1 amber amethyst. We have 2 amethyst emeralds. We have 3 amber emerald doggies, and then we have 4 emerald sapphire, and then we have 5 amethyst steel. Now, did I predict Amethyst Steel would win? Yes. Do I want Amethyst Steel to win? Absolutely not.
No? Okay.
Get out. It is the least fun. Okay. There are people. Okay. I kind of got into it with Rebecca on this about how she's like, it is not boring. It is beautiful. It is, look at it. Just look at it. And it is like, I think I can. It just keeps going there. It keeps going up the hill. It's never, you're not going to get the Zan Syed combo moment with Amethyst Steel, guys. It's just
running up that hill.
The moments are, Doc, wow, you got strength again. Wow, I can't believe you got that. I will say that the excitement is Olaf has added a new little fun little flair to it. But if that's the most exciting moment I can have is Dragon John's Zeus Bolt.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
On his own Olaf.
That's pretty good.
That was pretty cool. But if that's my thing is just I think it is the deck. I want decks that encourage courage, and I don't believe Amethyst Steel is a courageous deck.
Ooh. I'm gonna get Tiago. I'll be right back.
Tiago, no, I think he's been like on film saying it's not a crazy like I think he said like it's not a super fun deck. I mean, it is the right deck. It is the most I feel like it is the safest and the most what's the term? Consistent. It is a consistent deck because what do you need to win? You need to be able to challenge. You need to be able to draw cards. You need to be able to quest, and you need to be able to do removal. And it does all those pretty well. It does all of those like 8 out of 10. And because it does everything pretty well, it just like kind of drives down. And then while every other deck has these like weak points, I just feel like Amethyst Steel can just kind of go through and just be like, whatever. No matter what the trains are, I'm probably going to be pretty okay. And we saw it like on the stream of Sky versus Jonathan Lamb, where Jonathan Lamb just kept being like, as long as I got Cobras, Docks, and Strengths, I just keep driving.
I'm never out of this game. Like,
Yeah.
you know, it's top deck of Dock and.
Yeah, and it's
You know.
and you have to be good because you have to, obviously mind your resources. You're the mulligan. All these things apply. I'm never gonna say. I hate when people say it's a no brainer deck. There's no decks. I'm sure someone in this are gonna be like, well, this one deck is the deck that's for people that aren't smart. You still must have skills. But yeah, poor Amber Steel. Correct. Mire Madness. I will let you know. Zan was playing, and they said they put up the colors, and it was Zan's Amethyst Amber versus Amber Steel, and I went, it's happening, and guess what? It was wrong. And
Yeah.
there's no Amber Steel. They didn't even let it in the building. They deck checked you before you came in.
Yeah,
They said,
like,
you can't
Amber
come.
Steel. No, sorry.
That's not a deck anymore. Go to
come again a year ago.
Yeah, or Infinity. To Infinity and get out of here, dude.
check back a year ago. The funny thing is, like Amber Steel, there were some out there. Actually, some people brought them in, and somebody, I think it was Jonathan Williams, was saying, "Yeah, I ran into Amber Emerald twice," and I'm like, "Oh, you ran into both of them? Like, how'd you? What are the odds? You hit both the Amber Steel decks in the room today? There were probably more than that, but there weren't many.
What does the Bologna CCQ apparently had an Amber Steel? So congratulations, the bravest, the greatest, the most wonderfulest of all, Amber Steel. And I feel like if you said what deck is Disney Lorcana, there is no deck that is more Amber or more Disney Lorcana than Amber Steel mid range, and I will fight on that hill. There's songs, guys. Ariel's fishing for songs, and then you sing them. Name a more Disney deck. It's not Amethyst Steel. That deck is the most drive off the road.
Infinity is there.
It is, and and honestly, you weren't there. I imagined you there. You weren't there, but it was at Sharp Gaming. I casted the Infinity event, and honestly, it was a situation. I was not feeling well that day. And I told JDZ, I was like, I'm not coming. I don't feel good, and I can't. Because if you ever cast with JDZ, no breaks, no water, no bathroom,
all gas, no breaks. He's
food.
leveling up constantly. If you don't follow him up the levels, you're multiple levels behind, and then.
And he gets more powerful. It's something that's crazy because like I get more tired, and he gets more like, let's cast 2 tournaments at once. Like he's like, and so.
So I asked him because at one point I thought you like level up and then you like for a particular moment, then you come back down. But no, the levels are progressive, and you keep going up them throughout life. And then I asked him, is there a top level? And no, there's not.
There's not. Now,
so it's just infinite levels, and there's no cap. And so you got to keep up.
So I called in sick. I said, quite frankly, JDZ, I shan't. Now, one thing did happen. We were staying at this Airbnb that was a 19 or 1800s kind of haunted mansion type vibes.
Okay.
And a fire alarm started going, the chirp was going off. So I did kind of decide like that was too much. But I was like, whatever, I'll just lay in bed. And then I turned on the stream and I started watching Infinity. And I was like, this is fun. And it is fun because Infinity is like, it's like a reunion. It's kind of like you forgot about all your good friends. And like
old friends.
Yeah,
you like walk in, you're like,
Steel
Sung, hello.
Yeah. I mean,
oh my goodness, it's been ages. Hi, how have you been?
It was just like that. Because I was like, I think we're going to have such a problem if we ever have to cast Infinity tournaments because it was literally like, do you remember Rapunzel? You remember Drawn 2? Remember some Rapunzel traps? I do. Yeah. And it was so much fun.
Oh
and
my goodness, Fortisphere, hello. Good to see you.
Yes, yeah.
Hi.
I Ubered. I called an Uber and went to the store, and Jay-Z's like, Katie's here. And I was like, I am. I must. Get me to these cards. And it was very fun. Infinity, it's the blessing is also the curse because it's the greatest moments, but it's also like the most toxic, oppressive things you've ever seen in your life all together. Like every combo that you're like, man, I remember that time that was so mad, or like the most strongest every deck has been. It's that. So that's not good.
That's
but
true.
It's great because you get to see.
You walk in, you're like, I can play Ariel again, and then somebody plays a Diablo, and you're like, oh man.
Yeah, actually, no one did that, which was kind of crazy. And then the one that won was Hyper Aggro. I was like, all right, I guess they took the best aggro cards from Amber Steel ever created, and then just said, "See you later, smell you later, loser," and just ran, and then they won. And I was like, well, that's smart. Why have to worry about a strategy when you can just run really fast? And it turns out,
why should I worry? Why should I care about questing? I'll just
Yeah, challenging.
Yeah.
I'm questing forever. So yeah.
Why
Steel
should I worry?
my pink. I want my pink shirt. The people are talking about getting shirts.
Shirts and ink color names, I think, is the topic du jour right now.
I
Better
yeah.
ink color names.
I have a very, very inappropriate story about my emerald shirt. I got an emerald shirt from Ravensburger. Very, very lucky from a puzzle event. I was able to get it. And it's not like inappropriate, it's just like gross. My dog pooped on it, and I had to decide what to do. Because like any other shirt, I would have thrown it away immediately. Immediately throw it away.
It's forever. Your memory is associated with that moment.
But
and you know in your head it's not all.
But it's a shirt you cannot buy.
No.
You must be given it.
Yep.
And it was rough. I mean, I'll spare you guys the details, but it was not an easy situation. Like, I could not roll it off. It had to be like worked on. Good player. How many sets were already? That's such a good question. So, for example, the candy. I think so. I did a main stage, developer main stage, and a person that was working there. They said my set should be coming in like. It was like 2 months. So it's like a year, usually a year to, you might be able to articulate this better. But the person in the chat is asking,
yeah,
you can answer.
I have multiple thoughts on that.
Where is the lag between today? If we say, DeCandio, design this card right now, what is that gap between the time that that happens and it's printed?
I have a couple thoughts. One is this. Shout out to Brenda Candio. Shout out to Moyen for being hired in the team. Fantastic Lorcana players, fantastic card players. It's great to see them on the team. It's great to see members of the community who are beloved and who performed well brought on the team. But don't think that they didn't have very, very good card players, designers, game designers and testers on the team before that. It's an interesting thing to me because this is the third or fourth time I've heard this, that people are like, oh, thank goodness. And I agree. Great add to the team. But kudos to the team that was there before, because all of those players, in fact, a couple of those players there are some of the best Lorcana players. I'm blanking out on names, but I'm going to kill. I'm really mad at myself because I'm blanking out some really good names. Very, very, very good Lorcana players and card players that help bring that game to life. And Steven and Ryan designed some very good games before that. They know what they're doing. They've designed other TCGs. So, like, one note there.
I would
it's
like
good
to know,
have them
though,
on the
I
team,
feel
but
like
still.
we have, but we're already friends with these people on social media, so we can bully them much easier. I think that's the difference, right? Like, I feel bad looking up someone on LinkedIn and bullying them and saying, like, give me this card right now. But I think people feel a little bit easier being like, I'm going to DM Moyen right now. And I wouldn't do that because he's German, and German people kind of intimidate me quite a bit. I'll be honest. I'm so sorry, German people, but you guys are very intimidating. So I wouldn't necessarily DM him, but I think that's why is like we feel better saying to Candio, Moyen, save us, than like going into the profile tree.
And for sure, great adds to the team.
Yeah,
like,
great ads.
Yeah, I'm not saying that, but I'm also saying, like, let's not imply that the team there was,
true.
bad
I think people just
beforehand.
like saying the word DeCandio too, right?
I agree.
I think because I think people say DeCandio save us more than they say Moyen save us. Because it is DeCandio. If you say it 3 times, oh my gosh, he just walked in. No, he didn't. He's at work probably. No, he's not. It's the weekend.
And then, so other thought is, yes, it's years in advance, but that doesn't mean
the
they can't.
timeline. I'm gonna go blow my nose, so you do this.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, sets are designed. So one, they've said at Gen Con that they're actually looking as far out as like set 20 in terms of like set design. And things like that. Now, at that point, it's only like the rough edges of the set, and as we go closer and closer and closer, we get more fidelity. Exactly how many sets out they're playtesting and designing, we don't know. Although they've said things that allow us to intuit, that they're pretty far out. 7, 8 set or 6 or 7 sets out, if I'm doing the math right, somewhere. But that doesn't mean that you can't, until things have been printed. That doesn't mean that you can't make adjustments to sets as you get closer in. So it's an interesting question, and I'm not on the game design team, and I'm sure people on the game design team are out there, shouting right now. But in terms of when you will see the influence of certain people getting hired, there's definitely a lag, and their full influence in terms of a full set design, won't be apparent for probably a year, like 3 or 4 sets at least. But that doesn't mean that you can't until things have gone to print. That doesn't mean that you can't change things around, closer in. So interesting discussions though. Interesting thing to think about. Yeah, a first time. Oh, and a first time chat. Say, Kate. Yeah. I'm sorry. She saw you jump in and decked out giant and said I had to get out of here. So whoever needs Cheshire Cat needs a raise. Hey, agreed. Fun card. All right, Katie's back.
I'm bad.
What happened to this?
I was ripping stuff. I was, I get very fidgety.
I do too, honestly.
And it's actually like absolutely frigid in this room, and I haven't eaten yet today. I'm kind of falling apart. You're eating
Do you want?
Chaos Katie, which
There's Chick-fil-A chips out
I
there.
said look, I got goose pimples.
Mm.
I do. But the thing is that's why we're going to start dancing. 3-cost lady, dock, and 4-cost junior all cards that can get banned or an errata. Lorcana spins, what are we doing? Why are we talking about the hottest takes right now?
Yeah, it's not a good time for hot takes.
Yeah, these
like
are
hot takes require.
Actually, no, I said I'm cold, so hotter
Oh, that's
takes.
true. Hotter. Give us the hottest. Give us the hottest takes possible to warm up this booth. I want now. Yeah, that's right. We want your hottest takes. I'm not going to debate all of them. I will just read them out loud, and unless I vehemently disagree with your hot take.
Yeah, unless then at that point, then it's
in which case I will feel obligated to weigh in.
Katie,
Just gonna put on more friendship bracelets. Hey, hey! Shout out to all of you.
I don't have any friendship bracelets. So
you
want to
borrow
one?
If
I like this. No, you can't borrow friendship bracelets. That's first off. That means it's a permanent gesture. You cannot.
Yeah, that's true. But I can't give these. These were gifts.
Sapphire cards were never the problem. Hiram, hello. Hiram Flabbersham?
Hiram was a problem.
You cannot tell me that a mouse that cannot be struck down by traditional science that draws 2 cards. Yeah, so Hiram was a sapphire card. That was a problem.
Noah Lane with the coldest take.
Yeah.
We need a complete board wipe in the game.
Amethyst entire color should be banned. Thoughts? I think Amethyst, we should just stop printing new Amethyst cards for a while. Like, I think we
they're good for a minute.
We're good. Like, you guys did it. You did a good job. It was fun, but like, let's not like the fact that they printed an Olaf. Like, they're like, ooh, we should make Amethyst Steel have a way to get Doc back, or not, because 4 docs is enough.
I like Ojering04 there testing out the chat function. The little test, first time chat, make sure that works.
Any word on an online clan? We don't have it. I don't know of any. I have word that lunch is coming. Hot take, playing Amber Steel aggro does not make you a good player. Well, I think that's crazy. It comes. We just talked about this. That like there is no deck that I think is like, well, this is the small deck, because all decks require you to look at the room and say what you think will be good to win with it. Takes skill. Now to play it, I don't know. Do any of these decks take?
Okay.
You get it. Get it. He's worked up.
Part of being a good player, yes, there's playing the game itself, but deck design and identifying what deck to bring to a particular room is a very important skill of a TCG player. And if you are talented enough that you can identify that an Amber Steel aggro deck, for example, or a Hyper aggro deck is the deck that you need in that moment, in that tournament to win, and you bring it in and you do well, like...
Well, and also...
That's a skill. Like, it is. So...
And I think it's one of those things too, like it's resource management. Like for example, a combo deck, one might say, oh, well, is it a skill to be able to just get the combo? Zan has to literally just stay in the game and control his opponent until he can get to the combo.
Yeah, that's a very difficult deck.
Aggro decks, you must worry about card management. You have to worry about, for example, I played last set the Truby Tuesday build where it is aggro-ish, and you can fall into a trap all the time of believing that aggro means turning sideways, and it does at the end. You must turn sideways, but if you turn sideways too early, you lose everything immediately, and it is miserable. So I'm not going to say that aggro is the most complicated deck in the world, but anybody who has said, I'm going to sleeve up aggro and go win a set champ, and then just gotten demolished, knows that the deck does not play itself. And then you see skilled players, for example, watch a stream of a skilled player playing aggro, you're like, oh, that's not how I play it.
Yeah.
Just going fast. It feels like you should always go fast until you go fast and you lose all your cards on turn 3.
Yeah. Here's the other thing. If Amber Steel was easy to play, right? If an aggro deck was easy to play, and there's $7,000 in the line out there for first prize, and, like, everybody would have it out there. Like,
yeah. Unfortunately, yeah. Spooky Sight, which to be fair, it's so funny. They're so funny that there's cards that are printed that affect the meta, but nobody plays. Because of just the ambient fear of it. Aggro will always have an edge on control, and control is a huge part of the meta.
Yeah, I love color's like literally like 10 feet away out
Color
there.
is commentating.
Like throwing down in the chat.
Yeah, and it's true. And that's why I feel like we need some discard balance. This is a hot take, is that the card draw...
Yuck.
I mean, right now the card draw balance is Bend Me a Will, which is discard, I guess. And then the fact that Clarabelle says, well, I don't know, we're drawing cards. But there is a lot of card draw going on in this meta. So I think, in the way that aggro and control balance each other, drawing cards and discard tend to balance each other. But I'm surprised with how little Spooky Sight, me too. Honestly, I think we should spooky sight all of these Amethyst Steel boards away. It is very expensive. It is 6. It is uninkable. And if you have a spooky sight in hand and you're playing literally any non-aggro deck, you're like, all right. Although I did see someone spooky sight. Someone top decked a Prince Philip, the warded 3-cost one, and was like, I'm gonna win because guess what? You can't do anything. And they played spooky sight against it, and it's not targeted, and so they wiped. And the person, they literally did that thing where like, I've won. And then Spooky Sprite was playing I unrest. Because
oh no.
Yeah, so that was one time where I was like, wow, Spooky Sprite goated. But yes, I think it's very interesting. There's certain cards that are, for example, Cindy's a card that people kind of said is the most very powerful card. I believe it is powerful and will become only more powerful as time goes on. Truly a spooky sight for that player. But we are getting players, and
a fist bump. Oh my goodness, let's get to the booth.
This is a player we've actually seen on stream before, and we've actually seen their deck tech. This is Mimicker. Me-maker. Oh, okay. Sorry, guys. We have a big...
Mimicker. The skipper.
The skipper.
There's a Killer Instinct voice.
Never skip the Me-maker day. The skipper.
This is a rematch we're getting from production.
Wow.
Interesting. So, interesting.
How did it go the first time? We don't know.
We don't know. All right.
How'd it go? I don't know. Well, they both did fine enough to win and get in 7 seed and 10 seed. What does he skip? I'm guessing he's a skipper, as in like, welcome to the world famous Jungle Cruise. Welcome to the backside of water.
Yeah, it's either a skipper is in a boat, or maybe he just enjoys getting places creatively.
Yeah, the skipper of the longboat. But there we go. Me-maker, we have seen play this deck. We saw him on stream in a mirror. We also he's had 2 mirrors in a row, I believe. He played on stream in the second to last round. So it would have been round 6. And then in round 7, he did go ahead and play another mirror against Sky, who was on the same list. So he has been playing mirrors, but mirror no more. It is a funky mirror where we have the Amethyst. Now, you were getting the deck list. Is this the deck list?
No, this is not the deck list. We don't have them, but I am pulling up a copy of... Because there is a burn version, which I think he's going to make, and then there's I don't know why people call it Brainiac, and I don't understand.
The answer is because it's a villain. It's because there's a villain whose colors are those 2 colors, and his name is Mr. Brainiac or something. Yeah, don't get excited. It's lame. It's kind of like Diggy Hole when I found out it wasn't after the Lion King 1.5 song, Dig a Tunnel, Dig a Tunnel. It wasn't. It was after some other meme. But this could be the burn one. It could be Brainiac, which Brainiac is about kind of bouncing cards back to hand, going ahead and having bend to will. So it could be that. He could be going fast. Now, if he is going fast, that could be a problem for Me-maker. Me-maker is not going to be a fan of any kind of aggro kind of business. I'm trying to see if the chat is going to inform us. Oh, and here we go. We got the frog is in the house. And show me more. So, this is fast. Hey, guys, I'm seeing first card, Curse Merfolk. We got Enigmatic Enigmatic Inkcaster. And that is a card that is going to be interesting here because he has 4 of them. So, item removal is not always there, but possible in this matchup because we have that Clarabelle who inadvertently has the ability to remove cards and just doesn't because people forget that that's kind of a thing she can do. But here we go. We are going to go take advantage of this new card we got. This is Webby Vanderquack, who is going to be trying to take advantage of the fact that Me-maker wants to ink first and often. She comes in and she can quest on, shift on turn 2, double checking to see if she is in little list here. Oh, my goodness. There we go. Yes. So she can go ahead and shift. And if that's the case, then the fact that Me-maker means this is our ramping.
Yeah, so this is going to be a really interesting matchup. Me-maker, unfortunately for him, hits that ramp on turn 2. We know having about a 91% chance of hitting that, so definitely on plan. Over to the skipper. This does appear to be the aggressive variant. I do see. Is that a Gathering Knowledge, or is that a Show Me More?
Boom!
And
there
is the Webby getting that benefit immediately. Going to ramp on 2. And here's the thing. This is not a ramp deck, right? And these Emerald decks generally are not like ramp decks. But what it does is it saves you a card. So functionally, it's card draw because it does enable you to accelerate your turns. But it also enables you to save 1 card from hand that you can dump out to the board. And in a deck like it seems like the skipper is running that's pretty aggressive. It's 1 card that you don't have to ink is a Cursed Merfolk that you get to play to board later on. So
now we see Me-maker saying, well, I'm going to go a little bit wider because I imagine I don't know what you're up to, but you might start going wide here because Webby is kind of the foundation, getting that free little ramp here. But it is important to note that the aggro nature might kick in quite frequent or quite early, quite aggressively.
As a gathering knowledge and wisdom, I
Yes,
see.
and you said show me more. The name of this deck is Show Me More, so I'm going to confirm. Show Me More shall be shown.
Yeah, I think both are in hand. As Diablo goes to think well, and 2 enigmatic Incasters in play. Fascinating card to see.
Giant shout out to Spessy because I know Spessy loves this sort of deck. If you play 2 or more cards this turn, gain 1 lore. So this is basically reach the deck. Basically, we call reach sometimes where you're just trying to go ahead. Burn is another term, which burn is talking about dealing damage. In this case, we don't burn. This is Disney Lorcana. You gain lore, you burst lore, you have lore reach. So it's lore galore and the I can't say that. You say that.
Enigmatic Incasters.
There we go. It's online.
They see themselves there. So now Clarabelle shifting into play here. A big body on the board. I don't know that we'll get any benefit out of her here because it seems like the skipper's managed to dump quite a few cards there. But Under the Sea is going to get rid of Webby, send her to the bottom of the deck. That was a really fast, really fast Under the Sea. And we're ordering them there. Sometimes the opponent doesn't care. Sometimes you order them proper or the way you want, and they're Maymaker picking which one he wants on the bottom. Unlikely to matter, but yeah, you never know. So both Webbies there off the board now. The skipper, if he does want to go fast, now has to rebuild his board. And there is Scrooge McDuck, Shush Agent, or SHUSH Agent. When he plays his character, choose and discard a card, and when he's challenged, you get to return him to hand. So an uninkable character, but can quest and possibly disappear and come back again over and over. So
a lot of things that we see in this game is creative card draw, where you're not necessarily drawing cards, but you're retaining that card. So this is a great way to say, listen, he is a 0/2. We shall lose him in battle. He shall fall in battle out there, but he can build back. And it goes so well with this enigmatic Incaster. Now, Clarabelle is online, so he has to know that for every card is a punish. It's a good and the bad thing, right? You're getting kind of punished for being greedy with cards. So he has this time clock here where he needs to go as fast as possible because the more tools that Maker sees, the more brutal it'll be to get the lore you need. But you have coupons.
That's true. Skipper playing Show Me More, allowing both players to draw 2 cards, refills his hand a little bit, gives him another card to play. And importantly, there were more than 2 cards played that turn, 3 cards, in fact, enabling the skipper to gain 2 lore off that enigmatic Incaster. And basically what this means, as long as he can draw a couple cards per turn with cards like Show Me More, there is a clock ticking right now. Enigmatic Incaster is being 2 lore a turn. We know there's Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom in here. Maker probably seeing this deck and seeing what the game plan is, accounting for those being in there. So knowing that if the skipper gets to 16, 18 lore, it is danger territory. So not many turns left to make something happen. Ideally, you'd love to be able to dump the skipper's hand, perhaps with a bend to my will. This will help quite a bit. This is a big play here because every single time the skipper can quest for 2 lore, that's taking a turn off the clock. John Silver, Alien Pirate, will give a character Reckless when he comes into play. So this will shut down questing here. I assume that those merfolk are going to get the Reckless there. I'm not positive, but nope, absolutely not. It will be the Scrooge McDuck that's Reckless. So a little bit of board clear here. Merfolk going to the discard pile with that Malicious, Mean, and Scary, and 1 damage counter on that Scrooge McDuck, who will have to run into something next turn.
Yeah, so now he has Reckless, but fear not, folks. He can come back to the hand, and that is...
No, when he's challenged.
No!
Not when he challenges.
These new cards, man. I'm reading a lot here. And to be fair, what I'm doing right now is I'm seeing there's cards where I'm just like, all right, how are we going to do this together here? But yeah, so this one is, he's scared now, and I feel very sad for him.
Yeah.
We're going to get to see him
He's gonna
forever.
Run into something. The skipper showing me more again, drawing more cards, and he's more than happy to give me Maker cards if it gives him 2 cards to play for those enigmatic Incasters. So yeah. Oh, but on the other side, let's point out that the Maker is behind on the lore race, but does have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lore on the board himself. Oh, if this is going to change the math a little bit, though, there's a Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom plus another enigmatic Incaster. That's 2 cards, which means we're going to get 3 with the enigmatic Incaster. So that's 5 lore burst there, up to 13. I was just about to point out how Maker can turn the corner at some point and become the aggressive deck. But the skipper now getting dangerously close to closing this thing out with those Incasters.
Yeah, and I'd like to point out this is making me believe in Sleepy's Flute. Do you remember Sleepy's Flute?
I
This
do.
is the energy where you get to the point where you're like, yeah, you're a control deck, you're going to control me. Fine, whatever. But I'm going to do things where I don't really care what you're up to on your side. Enigmatic Incaster just says that you have to play cards. You're getting excited, so I don't want to stop you from this journey.
I am sorry. I was just counting the lore. Like the lore math is just 1 off from Maker right now because he can quest for 7 this turn, put himself up to 12, and that's 1 off of game. So he'll need some sort of reach card, which I don't think he's playing any, or something to Yeah, I'll have to drop another character here.
Yeah.
Because with what he has on board, he can't quite put game on board this turn. So
Yeah,
that's true. So look at that. Jeebus is on the card viewer here pointing out. Yeah, we do have the Prince Philip shift, which could do that.
Yeah, but I mean, it's kind of interesting, right? Because you're talking about the fear of the board wipe, but the skipper says, I'm not so afraid right now. Because if you can do a white rose and then you get that get another incaster out here while you're at it, he's just saying, I gotta get that reach. And like you said, it's all about the time clock. We go ahead and we see the Delphi Brain with an improvise and some.
John Silver was the other.
And John Silver can be a problem, but he actually has to be able to target, and there's just nothing on board for him to target right now with that big old belly. So I'm very, very interested. I think the card switcher, who is the best in the business, Jeebus, communicated bend to my will could be absolutely devastating. I believe MeMaker runs a one of. People generally don't run a lot because it is a very heavy, cumbersome, and not fun card. One.
Yeah. I also want to point out that it is devastating. The game, like the skipper has the white rose in hand, and with 3 incasters on board, you just need to trigger those twice to go to 19, and you need that 1 extra. The white rose is that 1 extra. So next turn, the skipper will be able to play the white rose, play the merfolk, trigger the incasters. That's 4 lore, putting him up to 17, and that's 2 turns away from winning. So right now, maintaining this hand is incredibly important.
Exactly.
And he will be able to put the game within reach next turn.
And man, so when Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom was printed, I remember trying to yell at people. I grabbed their shirt collars and said, they're giving lore away for free. Guys, you don't have to do anything. There's a coupon. All you do is you play it, and you get to just redeem it for 2 lore. It's crazy. How are they making money like this? The issue, though, is that MeMaker has a board that pretty much the skipper, he just has to ignore what's going. He's like, he can't do anything with what's happening on MeMaker. He can only do math and say, okay, well, how much time do I have? How bad is it, Doc? But like in the chat was being pointed out, Rose plus Gather is game. Rose would be 2 cards here. That's 1 lore, 2 knowledges, 3 plus.
Doesn't have the Gather though. I see that
he's gonna top deck it. I like it, and I believe that the skipper, he'll do it, because if he doesn't, then that's not a good time. Because let's see if on the other side, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, he needs
6,
1
7,
more.
8.
It's the shift line is available next
Prince
turn.
Philip.
So we could get an extra lore out of that, and that will 12. Okay, so now we're good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So now it's game on board. So the skipper will have to either win the game this turn, which he can do with the right top deck, or control something over there. And there is a little bit extra reach if that shift is available. So everything hinges on this draw.
Yeah. And it's hard not to root for the skipper, because this is such a fun, unique build. That's one of the things we hope in the top 8, is that we see something fun and unique. So let's see. What is he gonna do? That thing where he rubs it on the table? Oh no. Was it Gather?
It was.
Oh my.
Was it?
Yeah, that was Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom. So now, is he gonna do it?
Was it? Oh my goodness. Was it really?
It is.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Believe me.
1, 2, 3.
So that's 1 lore here. He's going to go ahead and gather some knowledge and wisdom, go to 16, and then 16. Wait, that's not enough, though.
It's not enough.
Plus 16 plus, and then, oh, no.
Oh, yep.
Guys, we got some
Okay, I got the math wrong.
Honestly, that's on JDZ, because he said it. So honestly, JDZ, you owe me $10. But can MeMaker win this turn? And the answer is 1.
The answer is absolutely he can.
Dang it! And this is why aggro is a blessing and a curse, right? Because we're like, all he needs, and the answer is yeah.
Yeah.
But listen, guys, doing math is not easy. And honestly, I avoid it at all costs. If people ask me to do math, I fall on the ground like a little snake, and I play dead, and I roll over, and you can't get me up. But that was a masterful play by the skipper, showing that, hey, sometimes you don't need to quest. Sometimes you toot your flutes, you play your spell books, and you, in this case, get your enigmatic ink caster out here. So, but MeMaker did go ahead and control, as controllers do.
And so, brilliant game. I think this is a good matchup for him. If he wants to go fast, his ideal turn 1 draw or play is Curse Merfolk. And actually, I take it back, because the shift Webby was pretty critical there to get that extra 2. But if he has a Curse Merfolk or something instead of a 1 lore card, like he's so close. So yeah, I'd have to go back and think through whether they're Merfolk instead of the.
I mean, and there's also a time where it's possible he missed his Webby trigger. So it's all interesting, right? And it's a game of inches, right? Because, I mean, you can win by 1 lore. You can also lose at 19. So now he'll be going first again. MeMaker knows.
Only shifting 2.
Yeah. So I'm very, very, very interested to see how this one goes. He was able to get out 3 enigmatic Inkcasters, which is a lot. I mean, in any game, if you're able to get out 3 of one card, it's just not always possible, especially in a game that goes this fast. So and another point that Zerfin pointed out, so we talk about items being good in this game because there's not a lot of item removal, but there is accidental item removal in the form of Clarabelle, Clumsy Guess. It is a card we don't normally use, and also You're Welcome is a card. So it's one of those things where these 2 cards are not in the deck for item removal tradition. They're not.
They're not. They're not.
That's not what they're for, but you can use it because Clarabelle, you just have to pay 3 ink and you're able to remove an item, and 1 for her coming into play, and then 2 for the ability, and then You're Welcome, which also pairs quite well with the Clarabelle Light on Her Hoofs. So it's one of those things where there could be some accidental interactions, but here we go. Honey Marin going right down into the inkwell. How fast we going today, folks? I see a cursed merfolk.
We're going fast.
We gotta go fast, guys. No, we're not. We're going slow. We're going fast. Oh, he's got the Webby, so he's kind of deciding how much do I want to do that. He might play the Webby then on turn 2, and just because I mean at the end of the day, he just wants to get a little bit of that extra ink reach. So in this case, we're going to start with that Curse Merfolk, which does have the ability, if Meme Maker gets to the point, at some point, Tipo decides to brawl with those Merfolks. If he gets a Tipo out, he has to discard a card, and he wants to not do that. So we will see here what he's able to do. He's thinking, then inking. I ran out of things to say. I thought he'd be inked by now. There we go.
There we go.
There we go. We got
we're in for the
ink and passing. Ink and passing.
Stanley the Azure exerted, but that's okay. We're just gonna get that.
He exerted it because he's like, traditionally I use.
Traditionally, I want to do something with this, but you know, at the moment it's fine. So pass it back over to the skipper. He'll be able to quest with those merfolk. It looks like a little John going to the inkwell.
Some people ready their ink and they shouldn't. In this case,
they should not.
He exerted and didn't need
maybe
to.
Maybe this is the universe,
this
like
is
the force.
balance.
It's the force balancing things out,
it's
right?
True.
So this is
Thank
Meme Maker
goodness.
balancing out all those folks who ready at the end of the turn. You know who you are. Don't do it.
It saves time. In what world?
It does
You're
not
ready
save
it.
time. It does
Also,
not. It saves no time.
And it's
you
ready,
are wrong.
set, draw. Deck breakdown. We have Meyer Madness, who I'm sure will copy and paste it, but between games, I will go ahead and go over that again. There is Finnick, a card I quite think is fun. It's a nice tempo card, but instead, we're going to also just go a little bit wider. We know that Webby can shift. We know Palace Guard is a 1/4, pretty hard to get rid of until later in the game. But Finnick is a card I quite like because for the low cost of 3, you can go ahead and return a chosen card with 2 power or less to their player's hand. Pretty fun. Not necessarily great in this matchup. It can be good if you're trying to keep them off lethal. Nice tempo play here. And there is that Tipo on too. We know him. We love him. And we are going to do a little bit of ramping here. And now that Webby can shift and quest and take advantage of the ability on her legendary card.
Yeah, and he does. So Tipo, great to have that versus the Azurite Sea as the ramp here. You want it to deal with those Merfolk and any other aggressive cards he can deal with. The downside is, I mean, he does ink from your hand, and with the Merfolk in play, it does start to put a little bit of hand pressure on you. You know, in this scenario.
Yeah.
You do have the extra card before you get the draw, but still, it is something to consider. There we are going to shift that Webby out there, get that free ink, and we're going to quest for 5 now, going all the way up to 7, get the extra ink off of that Webby trigger, and
does he not extra ink there though? It looks like he just normal inked.
Oh,
he inked for turn.
Did he? Because we quested it, he got the ink. No. I see we got the trigger. All right.
So he did. So he didn't do extra ink, correct? No, he just did his normal government issued ink. But he could have put the top card of his deck face down and exerted. But he said, I don't want to. Whatever. If I put out more cards, so he inked before he quested. So okay, so it was a technicality, and well, I mean, technically, yeah. So basically, sequencing matters here. Where you would want to quest before you ink, he inked and then he quests. Therefore, he could not take advantage of that trigger. So,
yeah, I thought he did. All right, we're back.
Oh,
we're back.
So either one or the other. Either he didn't. Sorry, he didn't ink. He just didn't use the top. Either way, he doesn't have 4 ink. He doesn't have that extra ink. But that's either here because we got the Donald Duck, perfect gentleman here, who is able to go ahead and get the card at the beginning of your turn. Both of you get it. And here's Scrooge McDuck, swing it on in. So, someone in the chat did point out that Amity, a good friend of the show, said that we often don't ink for turn because it's full of uninkables, which is very true. It is a very uninkable deck. It's trying to operate on the margins, and here's why it's okay because we're gonna be able to get this Amethyst Chronicon online, which says, "Don't worry, we are gonna be drawing cards. We are together.
Yeah.
Each player can draw a card, and scary. Like I said, giving me maker cards, I don't love. I don't want to have a single card, but you have to in order to stay in the game if you're the skipper.
I think that's perfectly fine, and I honestly think Mimicker is perfectly fine with that. I'm sorry, the skipper's perfectly fine with that perfect gentleman also giving him cards. You know, the skipper at this point in the game, he has 5 ink. He's going to have 6 soon, and every time he top decks a Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom, or if he can get a hidden Incaster, like that's instant lore every single turn. He's already at 10. And at this point, unless a Bend to My Will crushes his hand, you know, and even then, with the Chromacon and with the Perfect Gentleman, he can draw 2 cards per turn. So I think the skipper is very, very happy with this board state and this game state right now. Plenty of lore on the board. This is I don't know, it's a tough spot to be in for Mimicker, I think.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where, you know, I just get scared seeing cards in Mimicker's hand because now we do have the first part of the puzzle, which is Donald, who can sing. The problem is that we got to get much higher if we want to do board wipes. Now, that being said, he has lots of characters that are able to challenge in pretty freely into some of these kind of smaller-bodied characters on the board. So he just needs to stay the course. Vision of the Future allows him to go ahead and dig 5 cards deep, pick one that he thinks is best, and go ahead and take that into his hand. Does leave him a little light on ink, so I'm assuming he might want generally maybe a possibly more ramp here, another Tipo, another Sail or something to get better answers so he can challenge it. But as we've seen, the skipper can go so fast. It's pretty much he has to have an answer almost immediately or he will let it run away from him.
Well, at some point, the board wipe doesn't even matter.
Yes.
With so much instant lore gain, and especially with the Chromacon, you know, powering your hand every single turn, every single piece of lore now, every single bit of lore is it makes things that much more scary for Mimicker because the Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom is in there. The White Roses are in there. The Enigmatic Incasters are in there. So, yeah, this is tough.
It is, and it's one of those things where we talk about outs. We talked about the Bend to Your Will. We talked about Philip, but all of that requires a lot of ink. There's one Philip down to the Inkwell, and all of this requires time. That's the one thing is this Sapphire Emerald deck is a control deck. Control decks need a little bit of time, and the skipper is banking on saying, "I'm not going to give you any time. I'm going to go as fast as I can." So here's a little bit. We'll go right away with a Malicious Mean and Scary, which deals 1 damage and starts chipping away. Tipo now can do some combat onto Webby, and we also have Donald here singing that Malicious Mean and Scary.
And I know that Donald is necessary, but it does feel really bad powering his hand with those extra cards. Amethyst Chromacon being leveraged here. Both players draw a card, and now plenty of cards in the skipper's hand. I do see a Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom. You know, sometimes you save those cards for like the surprise at the end of the game, but one thing to consider as the skipper's trying to figure out, you know, how to navigate these turns is, oh, it was a Palace Guard. Maybe it's not a Gathering Knowledge. I don't know. He shuffles his hand around a lot.
I know, right?
One of the things is if you think your opponent might be playing a Bend to My Will deck, sometimes you just take that lore immediately. If you're in danger of dumping it, but still a ways away from that, so don't have to worry about that just yet. We'll put another Shush agent on the board and draw a discard Palace Guard. Just going wide here, Little John with those 4 willpower stat line, and it's just it's tough now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on the board.
Yeah, so now
that is game.
You must go ahead and challenge. Now, that being said, he can absolutely go ahead and take care of at least one of these characters. Not a problem. But that being said, everything that Mimicker is responding to is making it where he can't play the game he wants to play. There's stuff he wants to do, and it's not just keep on cleaning up the skipper's absolutely crazy aggro bacchanalia over there. So he has this one turn to try to clean up. But like you said, it gets to the point where even if he's able to clean up 1 or 2 characters here, the Gathering Knowledge and Wisdoms of it all make it where it's just it's not fun. It's not a fun math. He has lots of cards, but just not infinite time and not infinite ink.
It's not a fun math.
No, it's not fun maths.
Yeah.
There's fun maths, which is like, you know, how many burgers am I going to eat? That's fun maths.
I
How
do
many
like that
pizzas
math.
do we have? How many cards am I going to draw? That's fun maths.
How much coffee am I going to drink
But how am
today?
I going to get rid of a 5-character board with 1 character on my side and 5 ink? Not fun maths.
No.
So.
And the bummer is too, like at some point you have to, you know, you get to the point where the skipper's playing a card, you have to deal with the card, even if you wipe the board. And if you want to get that Scrooge McDuck is a tempting target right now, but you challenge it, and it just scoots away. That agent sneaks back off to the skipper's hand. So, yeah, it is a challenge. Under the Sea, an option, as the cover you're showing us. That is one way to wipe the board again, but
pretty expensive.
Pretty expensive, and so it's just it's a tough ask. So I think the Mimicker is going through his head right now, just going through exploring his mind palace, looking for any answer, any route to victory here, or at the very least to buy another turn or two. But Trying to think of what the options are. What could I top deck? What sequence of cards would keep me from losing the game in the next couple turns?
I call this going to the fridge and hoping that you bought something good at the grocery store you forgot about.
I do that quite frequently.
Yeah, where you're like, maybe I bought something really good and I forgot I bought something really good.
And then you're like, how old are these leftovers?
Yeah, you're like, I didn't buy anything good, guys. I bought fruit, and it's bad because I didn't eat it. But anyway, he's still in the fridge, still doing the math here. We've got the Donald standing there. The Donald is able to deal 2 damage, which is enough to take care of his Uncle Scrooge if he so chooses.
That's enough to get him sent back to the hand.
Oh, Spooky Sight. We talked about that. We said in an aggro world, Spooky Sight is necessary, and not right now. Me Maker's going, man, how much is Spooky Sight? I could have bought one of those.
Yeah.
So, but people aren't running Spooky Sight. Like I said, it's a very heavy, and there's certain cards that are just heavy in your hand if you don't use them. Bend in My Will is one of them. Spooky Sight is another, where it's very cool if you get to use it, but if you don't, then it's not. But here we go. First choice done. We're inking Donald. We got 6 ink.
I was going to say, probably see a John Silver here.
Yeah, and he's good here because he's a little bit of a tempo, so can slow down because he will go ahead and give Reckless. Gives Reckless to the second Scrooge, which I'm assuming the other Scrooge is going to be taken down by his nephew.
Yeah, most likely.
You hate
or
to
at the very
see
least, really sent away. Or his nephew, that's him.
Yeah.
That's himself.
Here we go. He's still.
Scrooge on Scrooge.
And it looks like he's maybe debating to sing, because if he does, no, let's just be scary wouldn't be great. So he could technically sing "You're Welcome," which would give 2 cards to the skipper, which would be 2 Gathering Wisdom and Knowledge. Don't do that.
I think he'd rather send the send the Scrooge back to hand than.
Yeah.
I think.
A Scrooge in the hand is worth 2 in the discard, but no, he does go ahead, malicious, mean, and scary, and singing it.
Good. Gets rid of that Scrooge anyway, and we'll do some damage across the board and set up. It's a little ways away from the Prince Philip, but that's a way to do it without powering the hand.
Yeah, so in this case, I mean, it was kind of, it's not the most impactful, it's just mean and scary, but it does set up for if you happen to luck into a Prince Philip and you're around long enough. And as like we pointed, that Scrooge only goes back to your hand if it is in a challenge. And this is not a challenge, it's just a whimsical song that deals damage.
Yeah. I think the reason that is a line available, you could have sent it back. I think the only reason you would consider saving the Spooky Side is to prevent against the Merfolk if that comes down as the ready character. In this case, we don't have that. We have the Finnick, but Malicious Mean is Scary, a great way to clean off Merfolk that get dropped and are sitting there ready. But instead, we'll see another Scrooge McDuck, and we'll see a Finnick come out. They're 2 willpower, not vulnerable to that Malicious Mean and Scary. And unfortunately, we're still like 1 ink away next turn from the Under the Sea that would save the game. And the game is getting very close to being over here with the skipper questing for 3, heading all the way up to 16, and plenty of lore on the board to close this thing out. And Mimicker needs an answer, which I'm not sure that he has. And nope, he says, I'm not even going to check the card I drew.
And the card reader says, you bet your Skippy it's over. I'm not sure why he showed that. I'm sure it's just because he really likes, oh, we're skipping to the next game?
You're hopping along to the next game.
Yes, skippity-doo-dah. It's time for game 3. We love a game 3 here, folks. Welcome to the cast with Liam and Katie, where we always love a game 3.
We always love a game 3.
And we love it because in game 1, we got to see Meme Maker do what control decks do. Where they let you have fun. They say, sure, you can do some stuff, but I will win, for I'm a control deck. And we got to see the skipper do what he does, which is, hey, buddy, I'm going as fast as I can, and you can do what you can, but what are you going to do with 6 ink? Honestly, what are you going to do? So it's cool that we got to see both decks do the thing, as people say in the industry. But now it is game 3, and we have Meme Maker on the play. So we need the skipper to go fast on the draw.
Yeah, one of the interesting things, the difference between the 2 games is one of the things we saw, like differences between the 2 games, is we did see 2 different plans from the skipper. The first game leveraging 3 enigmatic incasters, 2 for most of the game, dropped a 3rd one later on, and we saw how that can power him to victory. But when you're relying on just 4 cards, you have 4 copies of enigmatic incasters. Obviously, that's not a solid game plan, especially when you want to establish it early. So this deck can also win just by questing and by dropping high lore questers and cards like Shush Agent that bounce around. And go back to your hand. You can close the game out that way. So we saw 2 different lines from the skipper as far as what he's trying to do. It is interesting. Thanks, Jubis, for bringing up the Show Me More in the card viewer, because that is one card that I don't think has seen much play at all, but has been pretty critical to the skipper. I think in both games he played this card at least once. And it's kind of indicates his game plan. Amethyst Chromicon, another card, more than willing to let his opponent draw a card. And here's the other thing: there are other decks, including this Emerald Sapphire deck, which also are more than happy to draw your opponent cards with cards like You're Welcome, with cards like Donald Duck, Perfect Gentleman. But in the case of Meme Maker, these decks will either benefit from it with the Clarabelle, like you could draw cards, but I'll draw cards as well, Or you're just going to dump their hand anyway, so you get the value of the double card draw or the removal while insulating yourself against too much damage by using cards like Bend to My Will to dump their hand. With the skipper, it's just like, I've got cards I need to play fast. You can have big cards that where you play 1 a turn. I will get 2 cards that I will play 2, 3 a turn and use that to win the game.
Now, I think we just saw him send back 7.
Oh, did we?
I think so.
You know what that means?
No ramp.
No ramp.
You got the ramp cramp.
Yeah.
Where were you when you get ramp cramps?
Yeah.
Now, that being said, you said it's like 97.6% likely.
It's 91, I believe.
Yeah.
And
So
if you run the 1 jump as the 9th, it puts it up to like 93 something percent. Frank Karsten did a great article on this, looking at these odds. If you're interested in that and you run Sapphire, you should go take a look. I sent that to the chat.
Color says, I am a mathematician. Color is math. And she says 93% with OGA. 1 jump ahead. Heard it here first. But we're going to go ahead and develop your brain. Now, he does run 1 jump.
Perfect. Okay.
But here we go. Did he get it? Did he get it, folks? He did a mulligan, a hard, full 7 mulligan. He did a develop your brain saying, please, 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 please. And he's staring at his hand going,
Oh, no.
Which would be funny if Webby is there to try to take advantage of X strength. And that being said, yeah, that is kind of funny. If like, he doesn't ramp and you have Webby to take advantage of that.
I don't know what the odds are with the 9 if he runs the 1 jump, which he does. You said he runs the 1 jump?
1 jump.
Okay. So 93% with that. And then, okay, there it is.
Okay.
And then with the develop your brain, the odds must be like 5% or something crazy. So
Well, the ramp
but he
cramp
did
is
find
over,
it. All right.
guys. Now, he didn't have. Now he doesn't have anything on the board. He hasn't developed a board, so that is something that you like to do when you, especially going against this kind of very, very aggressive deck. But it's not over. He just needs to go ahead, keep the course. He has 3 ink now. This Webby can shift and take advantage of the ink disparity here. But that does require him to have the shift. But that's one. There we go. He inks and then he plays a Webby. He gets to go ahead and do the Webby ramp. So now next turn he can start going pretty wide.
This feels pretty good so far. I mean, Azurite Sea is not the ideal card when you're playing an aggressive deck. You want that TPO instead. So the skipper feeling pretty good, getting that extra ink right now. We'll see if he has the wide cards to follow it up. I'm trying to, as he's going really, really fast. There's a Honey Marin in there. There's a Little John. There.
Please help
There's
us.
other stuff.
There's other stuff.
He's going so fast. But we'll see. Ideally, I think he'd want to.
I say a Palace Guard.
And
maybe a Pegasus. I don't know. He's doing. I like this. This is testing us. This is a game we should play. Have your spouse, loved ones at home flash cards as fast as they can and see if you can get it. But like you said, I mean that's going to be step 2. Step 1 is get the resource or to get your board, get your resources. Then after that, you just got to keep the oppression of just going. I'm going fast. I'm going fast. I'm going fast, and get Me Maker in a point where he can't do all the cool stuff he wants to do because he's constantly responding to the stuff that you're doing. Now on his side, we have a Malicious Mean and Scary. We have the warded Prince Philip here. So he can go ahead and start developing his board. But instead, he's going to do a little Vision of the Future.
Yeah, just looking for something. And this is the downside. Like, when you don't find that ramp on turn 1 and you have to shift a full 7, obviously you can't curate your hand at all, and you're left stuck with whatever the 7 you draw is. You find the ramp, which is great, but you don't have your turn 1 necessarily, and then you also perhaps draw into a really awkward hand. And we're seeing that here with Maymaker having to spend a turn, visioning, looking for what he needs in order to establish some sort of board presence in order to get his game plan going. So, yeah, a bit of an awkward start for Maymaker. But fortunately, the Webby line is great, getting that extra lore out. But there's much more, in this scenario, there's much more devastating openings the skipper could have taken to include the Merfolk on 1 and then like 2 1-drops on turn 2. There's a scenario where he has 4 lore on board right now and is questing for a lot more than simply having the Webby. So, not being punished terribly badly yet for the slow start.
Yeah, and I mean, we do have Color saying that her theory is confirmed because apparently the skipper used to play Diablo shift, now it's Webby shift. This is 2 birds shifting, guys. It's going to be the corporate wants you to identify the difference between these 2, and the answers are different, guys. One bird is ramping, the other bird was doing some discard stuff. But it is interesting to see that there's certain cards that it's crazy that on turn 2 you're like, oh my gosh, it happened. In this case, Webby is pretty oppressive. But in here, he does go ahead and do his vision, and now, was it a second vision? He did 2 visions? My goodness. So he's prepping for the future. He's investing in himself. And we love that because he's saying, listen, I just see one Webby. I don't see the game over. I see me getting all the answers. We have his Malicious, Mean, and Scary in hand. I saw the Prince Jr. That's not a thing. Prince Philip Jr. is a good name for the shift target of Prince Philip. So he just has to be patient.
Jr.
And there we go.
And there it goes. There's
the signature move.
Yeah, and again, I would love for one of those to be a Merfolk, but still, this feels pretty good right now. We now have 5 lore on board. We're up to 4. We'll be at 9 next turn. Let's see. There's the Prince Philip. Okay,
Prince
so we're
Philip
setting
Jr.
up
is
that
here.
Prince Philip Jr. on the board. Can do some decent challenging with his 3 stat line or 3 strength, and then obviously serves as that shift target. So let's see. Well, we know what we're doing here. We're questing, and then gonna get that extra ink, and then we'll.
Did he do a visions along with the Prince Philip? Is that what he did with
yes.
all 5? Wow. Okay, so he's really digging as far as he can here. But man, okay, so we have the skipper here getting up to a nice, comfortable.
Let's see.
4 and
He's going over there. That's Inkcaster. That's enigmatic Inkcaster territory over on that side.
That's Chromacons too sometimes.
Chromacons, that's right. That's the item portion of the board over there. We've learned. So, and that's the discard pile where Show Me More will go, enabling both players to draw 3 cards. This is a card that he's used to great effect in both the previous games. Not afraid to give Memaker more options. In return, he'll get plenty of low-cost cards to go wide here. I think he would have loved to find an Inkcaster here. I think he really wants to establish that. Because I think in this deck, especially when you see the Prince Philip shift, you are counting on it's only a matter of time before your opponent wipes your board, like with an Under the Sea or with that combination of Malicious, Mean, and Scary and Prince Philip. So I'm planning on that. If you can establish an Inkcaster that will enable you to gain 1 lore a turn and close things out once you lose control of the board, that's great. Instead, we'd have the Amethyst Chromacon, which is also good. It'll enable you to play multiple cards a turn later on. But I don't think exactly what you wanted.
Yeah, and somebody, there's some chatter going on. Is Ursula 2 in the deck? I'm assuming you guys want to know if he's in the skipper's deck. And no. And honestly, it kind of makes sense to me why you wouldn't run that Ursula, because you're just going so fast. You're like,
Yeah.
I don't have time. I'm not doing defense. I'm literally running forever. And that is 2 that I'm not going to pay for. I'd rather be drawing cards.
Absolutely. I don't think you're scared of the board wipe, to be quite honest, because I think the goal with this deck is a 2-phased approach. You want to win fast. If you don't win fast, you're counting on losing control of the board, and then you're just going to close out the game using your burn cards. And so the board wipe isn't scary. The biggest reason you'd play it is to pick the Strength of Raging Fire early on, if you're worried about that. But again, I don't think that's a huge problem for you because, again, like by the time you get to that turn 3, you should be fairly wide. And Skipper wants to be at like 8-9 lore at that point anyway. So there we have that Malicious, Mean, and Scary being sung by Prince Philip. We're going to do 1 damage across the board and the shift. And there is that board wipe. I said he's not scared of it. I think you'd like that to happen a turn later. But still being at 9 lore here isn't super scary. But of course, the downside of Prince Philip in this deck, in this scenario, is at some point, if Mimmaker can turn the corner and become the aggro deck, that's a problem. And Prince Philip quests for 3. So you want to rebuild quickly here and start to close this out as fast as you can.
So we're doing here the math of how he was able to do the Malicious, Mean, and Scary and shift, but he's saying, yeah, I did 3 here with this. And so there we go. He was able to do both here because it does come into effect. So we're going to go ahead and draw some cards. So he's like, okay, I need to go wide. I need to have that reach. So there we go. We will go ahead and have Honey Marin drop down, Honey Marin, and then also Honey Marin.
Oh my goodness.
And then a Honey Marin. So 3 Honey Marins.
Oh my goodness. I mean, fantastic. What if you can establish a board and gain 3 instant lore?
Yes. And this is a card that we did see come in a little bit when we see on more decks like this. But when you play this character, opponent has an exerted character, gain 1 lore. And my goodness, that is 3 lore just right off the top here. And so now we talk about what other cards does he have that can have reached. I mean, we do know that there is, let's see in his hand. He's so fast, guys. I see Scrooge. I see Merfolk, Diablo. I might be hallucinating, but any kind of
Diablo? Did you say? Oh, I thought you meant the other Diablo.
Yeah, right. Diablo. How did you get here?
All I see is Harold.
I see his face everywhere. So yeah, and then we know that White Rose. There's lots of options he has, and unfortunately, Mimmaker he can do board wipes, but he can't board wipe forever. It's impossible. He can't.
No, probably not. But
probably not. But he can double shift. That is something. Technically, he could too. But
so at this point, a bend to my will would be devastating.
Yes.
If Mimmaker is running that. Is running?
A single bend to my will.
A single bend to my will. That would the board wipe followed by the bend to my will would be awful. Skipper with a Chromacon still, can power his way to victory. But okay, so we won't see that. Instead, we'll see the
there we
Clarabelle.
go. But we will see Clarabelle used in a way that she doesn't always get to work, right?
That is true.
She got to destroy an item. Good job for you, banishing an item. You don't normally do it. Normally, just spill your apples. And there is a Belle of the Ball, which not actually Belle of the Ball. It's Cinderella, who is dream come true, going ahead and using her ability where if you play a princess, she's a princess. And there we go, Under the Sea. So much is happening.
Singing Under the Sea. Everything happened that turn. Fortunately, for the skipper, he still has his hand. And if Prince Philip is singing Under the Sea, which is pretty devastating, he's also not questing for 3, though. And that really important in this scenario. So the skipper 8 cards away, 8 lore away. That's 8. That's 8. I had a thought that it did not fully form there. Sometimes I get so excited, my brain runs my mother runs in my brain.
I know, right? You keep drinking that little coffee drink. Okay, you were fired now.
I was. Wait, what's that line from The Office? Steve Carell's
sometimes
like,
I start talking and I don't know where I'm going.
I hope to find it along the way.
Yeah, right. No, I've done that with Cassie. I'm like, oh no, Katie, keep going. But here we go. He has access to a lot of ink. Several cards. He lost his Chromacon in the battle, but he just needs to keep replenishing. I love when that happens when you get rid of something and they're like, "Well,
he was Chroma off, now he's Chroma on again." An Amethyst Chromacon coming into play, and I think an Enigmatic Inkcaster as well. That's really good right now.
That is
very much wants to establish that. That's already going to be 1 lore off the Inkcaster because he's already played 2 cards. So that's up to 13 right now, and the clock is ticking here for Memaker.
Exactly, and I mean, this is something where once you get these cards like the Enigmatic Inkcaster, you know you've entered control territory. It's scary in control territory, but you say, well, all I have to do is play cards. As long as I have the ability to play cards, I can get value off this Inkcaster. I can get value off of Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom. I don't see it, but I see.
Show me more.
Show me more coupons for lore, which is Gathering Wisdom and Knowledge. So here we go. He is at 13, so it wasn't a huge turn, but it did set up for, an investment. So
every lore here is powerful. That Enigmatic Inkcaster is huge right now. And so I think, Mimicker wants to have, I think a John Silver here would be wonderful at this point. Not only does it shut down one of those characters, but it also establishes a 2 lore quester. And Mimicker has to think about, he has to establish bodies while controlling the board to be able to turn the corner and become the beatdown here. The clock is literally ticking with that Enigmatic Inkcaster down there. And he just has to find answer after answer. So John Silver, I think, would be a great play here. And we'll see if there's any others that he has.
Yeah, I mean,
TikTok.
TikTok. My goodness.
Jeebus with the jokes. I was like, that's an
Truly
odd card to show.
insane. In the chat, someone just said the word blue lock and they summoned Riplungs, right? That's so amazing. But the chat is sitting here trying to do also thinking, how can he get out of this with the resources he has? We've seen him do a board wipe once. We've seen him do a board wipe twice. Can he do it thrice? Now, it doesn't really matter because, I mean, he wants to, right? Because like you said, having those quests is quite nice. But if he gets rid of that Diablo, that will go ahead and draw another card for him, which that could represent the Show Me More.
There, I was going to say.
Another Clarabelle.
The ideal line here, I think, there's enough ink to Clarabelle the Inkcaster and play the John Silver. If right now, knowing what I know, if I had to pick the perfect turn, it would be destroy the Inkcaster or banish the Inkcaster and play a John Silver, I think.
And he said, I'll do one. Can I do both? We shall see. But somebody did ask, how many Under the Sea? 2. So we are seeing 50% of the Under the Seas on the board at this time. But yeah, so there we got that Clarabelle saying, listen, I see what you're doing. I don't like it at all. Now, what's the next part of it? And he's been using a lot of cards. It's important to note that he has been using a lot.
Using a lot of cards. Yeah, that's true.
He has been using a spectacular amount of cards to do what he needs to do.
Yeah. John Silver made and the reason John Silver is so good, it's not just about removing. I feel like I'm beating a dead horse at this point.
Not Philip's horse.
But whose name is Samson. Fun fact.
Oh yeah, you never answered that. You asked me, but then I was like, I don't care to know.
Does not have his own card yet. I feel like so. The big reason that John Silver is so important again is because Memaker needs to turn the corner, and being able doing control is great, but getting another 2 lore quester on board is also is very, very important. Here comes another Cinderella that is will allow him to look for the cards he needs. John Silver again, is super important. And here he is gathering 5 lore, trying to set up exactly that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on board. That is a 2-turn clock there, but things look pretty scary. Staring at an opponent with the tools that the skipper has at his disposal to close down this game. Right. And I think skipper can he win the game on this turn?
Well,
with the right draw. Because he has the Show Me More. So with the Chromacon is going to get another card. So we quest for 2 up to 15. 15, 2 knowledge and wisdom. There's the Show Me More. Wouldn't quite do it.
All right, well.
Not any of the burn he needs. You need something to get you to 16 at the very least. You'd love to go to 16 this turn.
Yeah, we've seen some spectacular turns. Like the triple Honey Marin was fantastic, but that's done. We saw the Gathering Wisdom and Knowledge, but it doesn't look like he has these bursty cards. So he can go wide, but the issue with going wide is he is in that precarious position where we do know there is one more Under the Sea out there. How wide do you go, knowing that there is?
To be honest, as wide as possible.
Yeah, I mean,
if as wide as possible.
Yeah, because I mean, it's one of those things you got to make him have it, and make him have it is a little.
Yeah, because if he doesn't, every character that's challenging is not questing. So you go as wide as possible. The thing is, like, you have to play to your outs, and one of the reasons why establishing one more lore here is pretty critical is because even though it is a small out, you have the ink to play 2 Gathering Knowledge and Wisdoms next turn. That is probably the biggest stretch you can make. Finnick coming down, get a bounce that. So Cloud Kicker left rotation. Everyone's like, oh, we lost Cloud Kicker, and then they gave us Finnick, and it was like, okay, it's a little baby Cloud Kicker who can't sing as well, but okay. So what we've set up here, we have 3 lore on the board. That is 1 Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom away. If they all stick, they will not.
No.
Spoiler: those cards will not be there at the start of next turn. But the question is, how efficiently can Mimicker do it while pushing his lore total enough to get within striking distance? So let's see what the answer is.
Yeah, and I don't believe he's played any Gathering Wisdom and Knowledge, but they do run 4. So, I mean, it could be the next 4 cards are Gathering Wisdom and Knowledge. So if these Chromacons stay in the hand, we might get to. I mean, he can't win this turn. Mimicker cannot win this turn. So really, it's just this issue of making sure that he uses his cards. He doesn't. He has to get rid of Diablo because he doesn't want him to quest, but he doesn't want to give him a card.
Yeah.
So if you have a Hades, and I think he does run a Hades, you could technically Hades. The Diablo. But yeah, he has to. But that is very expensive, and so he's just looking at his ink. He has a total of 10 ink here.
So Knowledge Wisdom is 3, right? So 3, 3, 6, and then
2.
A 2. I'm sorry, is it 2?
It's 2 ink for Knowledge and Wisdom. It's my favorite card.
Yeah, favorite card. Clearly, I know the cards. So the question is, 2. You're right. So the 2, 2, 2, and then you need that extra lore. So any other Inkcaster would do it. There's plenty that would do it, and you have the Chromacon. So there's plenty of outs, but you need the Inkcaster. You need the Knowledge and Wisdom because of the 2.
Yes.
And then do you have enough with only 1? So you have the White Rose, you have the Enigmatic Inkcaster, you have a Honey Marin. So 1, 2, Honey Marin. We only have 1 left. 1, 2. This is public math. It's terrible.
Public math.
1, 2 with Gathering Knowledge.
I do my math privately. That's why I stopped talking.
1, 2 with the Inkcaster, and that gets you close. But you really want this Finnick to stick around. I think that's the
Finnick, please. I mean, he's got so many cards. That's one of the most scary things against a control deck is when they do this. When they're looking at their cards and they're counting, so you're like, what are you doing over there? And so one thing I did mention, you are allowed to double shift. It's kind of a funky thing, but you can technically double shift if you're low on ink. So that is one thing you could do is double shift on the Friend's Villa. I mean, it's something scary, but I mean, none of it's a perfect answer because you're trying to get as much value as possible. So I'm interested. He just went ahead. We did some ink in here.
And Under the Sea would feel very, very bad here. For 2 reasons. 1, it gets rid of the Finnick. 2, like, you're drawing towards this very, very narrow out that you have potentially, and you really want that card off the Diablo. So Clarabelle shifting in here. She can sing. She can quest for 2. I don't know that we'll benefit much from the hand aspect of her, from the card draw aspect of her ability there. Oh my goodness. I know this is fun. I could live in this moment right here, trying to explore the ways out.
I know, and that's the thing is, I mean, we see Jonathan Williams, who's another top 16 player, undefeated in Swiss, standing there and doing the same thing and going, where are we going to take this? And we are shifting the Clarabelle here. Now you don't get double the Clarabelle triggers. As if there's 2 Clarabelles, you just get her fill your hand to the size. But card draw doesn't seem like it's the issue, but it does give you a bigger, beefy bovine that can quest and challenge as needed.
Yep, and you're putting. So that was an extra 2 lore that he just established on the board. So it went from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lore on board to 8 lore on board. 6 lore on board puts you at 11. It doesn't put you game on board without some shift, some reach. Now this puts game on with a full quest. This puts game on board, and it forces the skipper to have the answers. But you will want to remove both those exerted characters. So even though you got that extra lore out of them, you're going to use some of those characters, unless you're going to sing. You're going to use some of your characters because you spend all your ink to deal with those characters.
I don't know
on the
if
skipper side.
you guys
So
can't see this, but little smoke is coming out of Liam's ears right now as he is talking, trying to
is
do
it,
all this.
it is the Under the Sea. Okay.
Okay.
That is huge for him right now.
It
Now,
is.
having to sing it does not feel good because now you're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now the game is not on board there, but getting like it. This game comes down to a single card at times, and getting that Diablo off the board without the card draw could be the difference.
Exactly.
So managing to clear the board, but not threatening game on board right now is pretty significant. We're going to get extra 2 cards with the Amethyst Chromacon, so now the skipper has plenty of stuff to deal with. I did see it show me more there if you want to leverage that as well. And this is, you really need those burn cards. So there's that Scrooge McDuck. It looks like he did draw Knowledge and Wisdom. Okay, so that's 1 Knowledge and Wisdom off the top. That's going to be up to 17. Hopefully there's another burn card there for him.
Yeah, I mean,
you can show me more because I don't think he's inked yet. So you can show me more. Try to find another Knowledge and Wisdom. Go up to 19, and then leave something on the board, and then you're drawing next turn and just hope. So what does Meme Maker have to close things out? He's already shifted the Clarabelles. No, it's another Chromacon. I'm gonna look again. Oh, is
it Gathering?
No. Oh,
No.
is it Rose?
It's
a
Rose.
Rose.
Well, that's what Rose. So that a Rose by any other name? I don't know. But
It
either way,
smells just
he's
as sweet.
he can get 2 lore here. He can't do both though. That's the problem. He can go ahead and do Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom. He can do the Rose. In this case, he does Finnick, doing a little bit of tempo, which shows some restraint.
Yeah.
And then a Diablo. So basically, he's investing and saying, I can keep gathering with Knowledge and Wisdom. Yeah, I don't get a quest this turn, but you're not going to win next turn.
Oh,
You get
my
pretty
goodness.
close to
This
it,
is
though.
So wild. Like a bend to my will here. A bend to my will here would be absolutely brutal.
Yes.
Absolutely brutal.
Yeah. So now it is a moment of, like you said, what does he have? And we mentioned before, he has 1 bend to my will. Now, that being said, they've been drawing a lot of cards. Every time he activates the Amethyst Chromacon, he's been drawing cards.
Yeah,
So.
and I don't know what the math is here. Like, so I'm not a mathematician, but we've only seen 1 Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom. There's 3 in the deck.
Yes.
He's going to draw 4 cards on his turn. The odds of finding one of the remaining 3 are pretty darn good in terms of your odds. So, and that means that with the White Rose and with 2 Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom, he can win the game with what he has in hand, basically. So Meme Maker has to clear some of these characters off the board, or else you increase the odds of the skipper winning. While trying to put game on board himself, because every turn you give the skipper, obviously, is 1 closer to winning. So, but even if the board is cleared, the skipper has a pretty good percentage out. The bend to I keep going back to that 1 bend to my will, though. How
that changes the tempo so
everything.
badly. And I mean, so you think, oh my goodness. Let me go through my 40,000 cards here.
Right.
Incredible stuff. This is a game where card draw's not a problem. These guys are drawing cards. It's drawing the cards they want. It's kind of interesting because we look at the skipper's deck, every single card 4 of. But when we look at the other side on Meme Maker's deck, lots of 1-ofs, 2-ofs. So he has a very different story where he is digging for very precise answers and very precise things. We've seen 2 Under the Seas. That's
it.
Yeah, and so here we go. We're going to improvise, which draws a card. Can go ahead and increase the strength, but I think he's more interested in the drawing the card at this current moment, digging.
I think he's looking for the bend. He's looking for the bend.
Here we go. Vision time.
Visions.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, he doesn't find it. Oh.
Benzema, will you please show up? But that being said, we are also hoping the skipper is looking for a specific card as well. We have seen cards clumped together, folks. We've seen it. It's heartbreaking. So in this case, he did not find the bend in my will. He has used some resources here doing these visions and also the improvise. So we do have John Silver. John Silver can add a little bit of tempo here to slow down the questing aspect of it.
He would love to wipe the board as well. And without the End of the Sea, the other thing he's looking for is so here's the thing. Bend in my will would be devastating, but if he leaves the board up as well, then all the skipper needs to do is have 4 cards to find 1 burn card, and that also feels bad. So he's also looking for the board wipe, that combination. He has another Visions now, and with Malicious Phoenix Carry being able to be sung, and with the shift, you can shift on a shift, like he can look again for that Prince Philip. So love the Bend in my will, but need to clear this board, and he has another Visions to find that card, that last piece that he needs. Oh, what a tough spot. It's 2. I'm guessing we're going to Vision again. There it is.
I love Visions has to be the most painful card in the game because you are desperately trying to win, and your opponent's like, well, let me look through every card, and they look through their hand, and they look through 5 cards, and they look through their hands, and then like, and then to have a second one, it is so brutal when you're just like, please let me get to my turn, because the skipper is waiting also for his turn to get to the point to see if he can do the math to get where he needs to go. So here we go. I saw a duck. But I did not see.
I mean, he has a John Silver. He can shut down at least one of those quests, but you'd really love to wipe this if possible. But it's so bad. Like that line is okay because what happens if you wipe the board? You still have 5 with the Prince Philip and with the Clarabelle, so you can threaten game, and then you force the skipper to find the cards he needs. Now we know the skipper has the Gathering Knowledge and the White Rose, and all he needs to do is find one more Knowledge and Wisdom. But so it is a fairly wide lane, but it is still one that you have to find. But you really have to clear this board.
And what a crazy thing to have access to this much ink, this many cards, and still be like, ah! And that shows why the lore reach, burn, whatever you call it, is so painful. Is because you're truly in a position. So here we go. He went to go play Basil and said, oh, wait, sorry. And then we go ahead and ink. You're welcome. And I imagine now we'll go ahead. Basil can bounce a card back to hand. So in this case, he will go ahead and decide between the 3 of these little guys. Picking the Scrooge McDuck right back to hand, and then just questing. He ran out of stuff to do.
And now with that, we know, and the skipper knows, he has game in hand.
Yes.
That's it. Without the board clear, that is it. And we're going to see an
Wow.
Amethyst Emerald deck power into the top 8. It's this burn variant.
Yes.
This is not the Brainiac one that everybody keeps talking about.
You call it Brainiac,
and
you're wrong.
as an Emerald Amethyst fan, I'm excited. Great game, great day, a great performance by MeMaker. We saw him on stream yesterday, an outstanding performance, but running into this very aggressive burn version of Amethyst Emerald. And I'm willing to bet that some people going into set champs and playing in events in the near future are taking a look at this and wondering, can I assemble this? Because it looks, I don't know, to me it looks kind of fun.
I say do it. If you're going to win fast, guys. You got to quest fast, banish young. Good Illumineers do it. But here we go. Who's calling it Brainiac? It's a thing, guys. It pops up and no one's explaining it. I'll be honest. The best explanation I got is there's a guy named Brainiac that's green and purple. He's not well known. I don't know him. But what is well known is that we are in our top 16 of the Charlie's Collectible Show, and it is the 25K top 16 they are playing for. First place, $7,000. First place also gets an invitation to Nationals, a CCQ. So we just got to see the skipper go ahead and get 1 inch closer. Also locking in another promo. All the top 16, they got a promo of Mulan. Now, if you make it to the top 8, you get a Simba. And then, so then you're playing next to the Elsa. So there's lots of exciting things. This is things where it's exciting. Every match matters. This is when the match matters quite a lot. Because you win, you go forward. You lose, you got to go.
Yeah. This deck is really fun. It's an aggro deck. It's not a mid-range deck because it doesn't have really the tools to give it that bit of control. It does have the Finnick that is a tempo play, but it really is not. It's not a mid-range deck the same way that the old Amethyst Emerald. Sorry, I'm stuck on this game. That the Amethyst Emerald tempo decks are. But it is not straight aggro. It has a 2-phased approach as these decks always did. One is gather a lot of lore quickly. And perhaps hit the ramp with a Webby. And then there is a phase 2, and you have to navigate through it because you have to count on the board wipe. Your board will be wiped eventually. And when that happens, you're going to have about 8 lore, if you've done it right, to accumulate based on the dual card draw of the Show Me More and the Amethyst Chromicons, as well as, there's the big ones. And then you have to find, your burn cards. It used to be the bounce. We used to be searching for the goat bounce goat for that 3 lore burst. That was always what you were searching for. Now you're searching for some the plethora of other burn cards that you have available. So fascinating.
Can we please call burn lore galore? Because burn, we're not burning. We're getting up to 20. And burn, I always think you're dealing because it's like you're dealing flame damage. We're lore galore. People in the chat want it. They don't. Fine, whatever. Well, I call it lore burst. Lore burst? Bursting? Zipping? Lore zipping. Zipping and zapping? We'll work on it. We'll workshop it. Inkro. I don't like that.
Burst is the best.
Burst is fine. Yeah. Lore apparently was not.
I can't.
Lore. But either way, we have seen him zip, and we're about to see him zip into an interview where we find out why he brought this deck and what is this the new hotness. So to the interview.
Good afternoon, Illumineers. This is Jatana, and I am here with Jake, also known as the Skipper, who we just seen won against MeMaker again.
Yes, very good opponent.
Yes. I say again because you were matched up against him yesterday, correct?
No, it was actually the first round today. It was
the
actually,
first round today.
Yep,
Okay.
It was actually, we had to play for who got to intentionally draw into the top 16.
Wow.
So
imagine that.
A little nerve-wracking having to play the redemption match on camera.
a little bit there. So he got it the first time. You got it this time.
Nope.
No?
I took both.
You took both.
Yep.
Okay, good.
He took game 1 in our first meeting. We had some unfortunate circumstances. And then I took game 3. Very fun. I gained 7 lore out of my hand to end our game in Swiss.
Wow.
So that was extremely fun.
Oh my gosh. All right. So what made you decide on bringing the deck choice this weekend?
So we decided on Green Purple Burn. Funny enough, we put it together. We have a member on our team who's this is her first TCG. We put it together for her because she just loves to play aggro. And then when we started doing it, we actually just couldn't beat the deck. With all the meta stuff, I actually I was bringing Blurple up until Tuesday of this week.
So another one that's recently changed. Nice.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So we started playing it, and there's a lot of people that don't know that go to these big tournaments. There's a lot that goes into it. You have to get the right matchups. You have to get lucky. And it's a lot of mental pressure, especially playing. We played 9 rounds of Swiss in this tournament. This deck kind of took off the mental pressure, where I was able to just play the deck, and I said, "Hey, you have to stop what I'm doing."
That's
and I know
awesome.
the deck's good.
That's so cool, dude.
Yep.
I'm happy for you. Well, I won't keep you too much longer. Is there any shout outs or anything?
Yes, I have quite a list, so hopefully we have long enough.
Yeah,
But,
absolutely.
First shout out, I need to shout out Family Pro Gaming. Chris and Jackie, our sponsors, did great. That's the reason that we're able to come, getting everything. So it's thank you to them. Thank you to my whole team. Thank you to my roommate, John Robertson. He's the one that made me switch to this deck. I was ready Tuesday not to even play. And he said, dude, just play this. You're going to have fun. So shout out to him. Shout out to everybody on the FPG team. Shout out to my family back home that's taking care of my animals while I'm here.
Oh, that's cool.
So other than that, that's everyone. And everyone for who put on this event, CCS and everybody.
Absolutely. Well, we thank you for being here, and we look forward to seeing more of you in the
Perfect. Thank you. Hopefully.
Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Perfect.
Psych.
No breaks.
Yeah, you thought. But
No
just-
naps.
Yeah, well, after this, a little break, because I told Liam looked at me and said, "Are you okay?" I was like, "I'm a little hungry, Liam."
I'm hungry.
I'm hungry,
I'm
and
a
I
little
turn into
hungry.
a different person when I'm hungry. But you know
Don't
what
we
we're hungry
all?
for?
Don't we all?
Yeah, but we got data where they're going to be showing some graphics here. We saw them cooking. The great folks at CCS have been absolutely brewing up a storm of data here. We gave them data, and then they literally just cooked up a storm of it. So I have been checking, and it does not look like the matches are in RPH right now. So I'm blind. I don't know who won the top.
I'm blind. Don't know.
Please tell me. So
I can see. It's a miracle.
I
Another perfect
know.
landing.
So,
That's another movie. It's not Disney, but if anybody
is
can
it
get that.
Ferngully?
Yes.
Okay, there you go. Price check on prune juice. Price check on prune juice.
Price check on prune juice.
Absolutely
Bob.
horrifying movie. The Ink Man, no, Pollution Man. Tim Curry, the Pollution Man. Either way,
Hexus.
but yeah, that was Rob Williams.
Hexus.
But here we go. More ink removal would be nice. Yeah, but either way, so we're gonna do a little.
Let's take a look. Do we have the graphics ready?
Is it ready for you on screen, or do we need a little more time?
About 30 seconds.
30 seconds. That's
30
cooking.
seconds.
It's there's a bar that we can see, and your camera's
Yeah.
like downloading.
But it's going to do that thing. If it's not right, it's going to get to the end. It's like it's cruising along, you know, and you're like, oh, this will be about 3 minutes. And then it gets to like 97 and it sits. And you're like, this is false advertising.
Yeah, right. And they're like, estimated time 4 days. I'm like, what happened?
Yeah,
What happened?
literally. Like, what's in that last 3% that's taking so long? I don't like how you did this math. Don't like how you did this math at all. But yeah, we're gonna go, hopefully before we go get Katie something to eat, so we can bring you the last few rounds. We have Jimmy John's out there. It arrived fast.
That is Jersey Mike's. With
Oh,
very
Jersey Mike's. I'm
different.
sorry. They're
I
two
know.
different people.
But here's the
Are
thing,
they friends?
I don't know, and I'm worried because I'm a picky person. If lettuce touches my sandwich, I can't. It only.
Is it the moisture?
It just tastes like lettuce. Lettuce is such a crude. Why is lettuce invited everywhere? I don't know. It doesn't add anything. The moisture. It's just. So it just tastes like lettuce. It's kind of like it's upsetting. But I will figure it out, and I'm gonna eat it no matter what because I'm hungry. But
How do you feel about celery?
I don't feel it. I don't like it. I am a picky baby. I like mushrooms, broccoli, asparagus, but onions, lettuce. It's crazy. Anyway, this is not the content people want. People are saying, "Hey, what's going on?" The answer is we had our top 8, and if you guys are top 16, and so if you guys are wondering who was in the top 16, are there names you know, love? We had Diego Saz, Dragon Johns, Joshua Satterfield, Salty Gator, Ryan Fan, D. Keegans, Maker, which we just saw, unfortunately, is no longer in the top 8, but he was in the top 16. King Cole, Lamb Chops, FPG the Skeeper, just won their game. Irish Willie, Zan Syed, Tram Tyler, Lava Cake, Brandon Wiggly, and Mesa Mob. So of those, 50% of them, they're going to go head out and maybe buy some cards or something, but 50% of them are still going to keep playing in our top 8. And it's an exciting story. I mean, they're the 2 most popular decks, Amethyst Steel and Emerald Sapphire. One less Emerald Sapphire, one might note, after that match.
One less, one fewer. I think, and to be honest, I think that's what I would have predicted. I think if there is a surprise to me, seeing the 1 or 2s of some of these like A-tier decks, not S-tier decks, but A-tier decks, isn't surprising. You know, some of them always sneak in. The 2 biggest surprises, I think, are the Amber Amethyst deck making it in, which is not a A-tier deck. It's not a B-tier deck.
I need to know how that did. That's the thing of like refreshing.
It's not even on the tier list. Like it's somewhere. Like,
no, I think it's on the like.
Oh,
they put it on the. This is an ink combination.
Yeah, this also exists.
This is an ink combination that can be made.
that is the thing. And then the other surprise I think is Blurple converting only 1 into the top cut, because Blurple is a deck that is still good.
It's viable. I mean,
it's still viable.
It does things you need to do to win. PF Chang's Lettuce Wraps are an exception. I do like PF Chang's Lettuce Wraps. I don't know. I'm sorry, guys. But here comes the graphics.
Almost.
We're getting them up here.
Oh, yeah.
And they're resizing it.
Resize.
But either way.
There's some OBS magic going on.
There is.
Over
Honestly, the folks, the 20 Lore team, they are the wizards of the mouse. They are able to do so much so quickly that I simply could never.
They also. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I mean,
they also have the exact amount of lore you need to win.
They do, which is so smart, right? If you're going to start with any lore. But here we go. This is a breakdown in pie chart form. So yeah, it's kind of what we said, but now look at it.
Now you can see it.
Yeah. So, but the greatest majority share is Amethyst Steel, just sneaking in here with 5. I think this shows a couple things that Amethyst, good color, guys. Amethyst is here represented in 4 of the ink combinations of the 6. We have that Amethyst here, but we also see Emerald kind of showing up and showing out, which is not an ink that everyone's like, ban Emerald, it's too broken, but it's exciting to see this.
They did when Diablo was around.
Wait. Wow, I blacked out an entire meta. How did this happen?
No, it's funny. No, it's a good point. Everybody, the bogeyman for the longest time has been Amethyst with all the things it can do. But I think I agree, just revisiting my point from like, I don't know, a minute ago. I think the surprise for me is the conversion rate of Blurple. It was a significant share of the meta in the top tables, and converting only 1 is a terrible conversion rate. Dogs, I think, probably converted probably about even. Amethyst Steel converted very well. Sapphire Emerald also very well. And other than that, the Amber Sapphire is really the big surprise. I'm trying to think, are there any other color combos that you're surprised? Maybe Ruby Amethyst not sneaking 1 in.
I mean, I thought that's one, right? It won the CCQ, and so we were like, today's the day, guys. Everybody, get out your Headless Horseman. Also, sorry, Blue Steel. I was hoping to see
Blue Steel, right? That's, yeah.
Because that's honestly, it's 2 decks that had the legs to do a little bit, right? They're on the tier list. People say they have power, and they won a CCQ, each of them. We had one win Wakefield, the other one win Las Vegas. So they're stamping tickets to Nationals, but they are not stamping any tickets today to Nationals. They're not even making it to the top 16.
You can have a few Charlie's points, but not many.
Just a few as a treat.
Just a few as a treat, a little consolation prize. But yeah, that's a good point. So I think I would have expected to see, if you asked me to predict like the breakdown here, with those A-tier decks, you usually expect like 1 to sneak in, like 1 or 2. If 3 make it in, it's huge news. But Ruby Amethyst not making it in, and then Blue Steel not making a single deck in the top cut is a little surprising. But other than that, I think those top 3 decks, no surprise there. Blurple being crushed probably is the biggest. But shout out to Amethyst Emerald or Emerald Amethyst, however you want to say it. My favorite color combination. If Amethyst Emerald or Emerald Amethyst takes this down, I will do a lap around all of Charlie's and sprint back to the booth, because I will be that excited, I think.
One of the judges said if Zan Syed made the top, they had to eat a Monster the Whale card. So they have to eat Monster the Whale. So someone already might have eaten Monster the Whale card today. So shout out to that. But anyway, we're going to go to the interview. You look like I thought you were shocked. We're going to go ahead.
No, I was shocked.
You couldn't see our faces. You can't see us. But anyway, we're going to go ahead and do a deck tech and talk more about eating cards.
Chip you up, brother.
Over 25K.
All right, guys, I'm Rob Tupaloop, and I'm here with Jake. We just saw your game now. It was a pretty good game. You're playing against Baja Blast. What colors are you on today?
I am on Emerald Amethyst.
Okay, cool. And this looks like a real fast burn deck.
Yeah, that's what we're calling it. We're
calling it burn.
Amethyst burn.
Yeah, Amethyst burn. Okay, okay. I'm used to playing Magic where we burn. We burn lightning bolt.
I played it in Modern for a very long time.
Oh, okay. You played a lot of burn. Oh, yeah. That's cool. Where are you from, man?
I'm from Garden City, Michigan. About 15 minutes outside of downtown Detroit.
Oh, okay, cool. And you're part of a team here?
I'm part of Family Pro Gaming. It's a game store out of Livonia, Michigan.
Oh, okay, cool, man. Have you been to a CCS before?
I actually did not. I was not able to make the first one. My team did come down. I was actually at a competitive softball tournament.
Oh, nice.
So I unfortunately couldn't come, so this is my first one.
This is your first time here?
Yep.
So what do you think about it so far, man?
It's great.
Yeah.
It's awesome. I love the space. It's actually cool. I find it very interesting, all the different vendors. It's been a long time since I've been to anything.
Yeah, every time I come here, I'm like, it's a little mini Comic-Con, there's so much.
I keep walking around to all the booths, and I'm like, I want to buy these knickknacks.
Yeah.
But I also don't want to take them home.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, this is my one carry-on, you're bringing something back. Yeah. I also love they got the Japanese snacks over there and stuff like that.
Oh,
you
my
see
gosh, that was so cool. I'll be honest, I haven't been able to rate it. I've been
you might need to check it out after this,
The second I hopefully win this or I'm out, I'm going to go
buy it all. Yeah, buy it all. Yeah. well, Jake, we got your deck list up. Let's go ahead and go take a look at it. I want to see what you're playing today. Let's look at it.
Perfect.
All right. So with this deck, what do I kind of want to see like turns 1 through 3? What am I looking for?
A lot of it's dependent on what you're playing.
Okay.
On the play against a lot of stuff, obviously we want to go Cursed Merfolks.
Okay.
It's all about gaining lore. Phoenix are a 1-drop in this deck, but Phoenix actually a 3-drop.
Yeah.
Because of the kicker ability to bounce things. We found it really good, which it helped me in top 16. I'm able to bounce Cinderellas and Clarabelles back to their hand.
Okay.
Yep. But typically out of 1-drop, I'm looking for like a Cursed Merfolk, just about anything. I want to see Pegasus versus Amethyst Steel, just because it's hard for them to deal with the evasive.
Yeah.
One of the big things I'm looking for. Well, do you have another question?
No, brother. This is your thing. I'm learning it all because this is new for me. Everybody wants to know. Yeah.
Yeah. So the big thing, really, any of our 1-drops are helpful against Baja. I got extremely lucky. I saw my Shift Webby all 3 games.
Yeah.
Which in that matchup, especially a couple games he didn't play 1-drop, and then if he had to sail on 2, that's just 4 lore out of the gate.
Wow.
Plus it's ramping me. I think it was game 2 or 3, I actually didn't even have to ink out of my hand.
Wow.
I was just using my Webby to ramp up.
Nice.
The big things we're looking for in this deck, I need to see one of my draw cards in my opening hand. I'm looking for a Chromacon or
so you kind of mulligan for this. Is kind of what we mulligan for.
I'm looking for one of my draw cards, a way to refill once I empty.
Let's say you drew 7, right? And you didn't get either one of these cards. Would you mulligan the whole 7? Is it that much like ramp you need it?
So no, I'm not gonna mull the whole 7. I'm gonna be keeping at least a turn.
A good
1
play. Yeah, turn 1 play.
So, and hopefully if I know what I'm against, I'm keeping the turn 1 play that I'm looking for.
Okay.
So it's like the Shift Webby to look for in the blue matchups, the Pegasus against the Amethyst Steels.
So your dream starts kind of like Curse Catcher first, and kind of maybe get like a draw spell, and we're starting off a good hand.
Yeah. So like ideally, say I'm on the play, I want to go like Cursed Merfolk into any of my 1-drops plus a Webby, and like shift a Webby.
Yeah. Okay.
And then go from there.
Are you kind of playing these turn 2 right away, or are you waiting like a little bit?
No, I kind of wait till my hand's empty.
Yeah, you got to dilute your hand.
Because at the same time, I want to make my opponent make decisions.
Exactly, yeah.
So like the Cursed Merfolks, they have to discard.
Yeah.
They have to really think about what they're inking every turn because I'm applying a lot of pressure.
Yeah, that makes sense.
They have to think about their inks. They're like, a lot of times I'll get a lot of bombs out of their hand because they're like, I might not get to this.
Yeah.
And then once we get to this point, I really like. If you watch the last game, I don't care how many cards they draw. Baja had half his deck in his hand. Go ahead.
Yeah, just go ahead. I think this is really funny card, Ignitive Incaster. You're basically just trying to. You got these to draw. You're basically just trying to play 2 cards a turn after this comes out, and just like gain some lore.
The best way to describe this deck is my creatures, characters. I'm looking to get to anywhere from about 10 to 13.
Yeah.
Because after 10 to 13 against most of the meta decks, they're going to have answers after that.
Yeah.
I don't plan on sticking a lot of characters after that. But I have so many ways to gain lore out of my hand.
That's good.
So if I just stick 1 Inkcaster, 1 Amethyst Chromacon, I'm guaranteed 1 lore.
Yeah, because you can pretty much play any
anything, like because everything costs so less.
Yeah.
Like, little.
So and like I said in my interview, the first time I played my top 16 opponent, game 3, I actually gained 7 lore out of my hand.
Oh wow.
On the last turn of the game, I played an Inkcaster plus 3 Gathering Knowledge and Wisdoms.
Oh,
to
nice.
Go from 13 to 20.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. You also got the Scrooge McDuck. How has he been working out pretty well? He's pretty solid.
Scrooge is great. He helps us filter because, like I said, we're trying to get to that point where we have the 10 to 13, and at that point, I'm just looking for honey marons. I'm looking for white roses.
Yeah, those.
I'm looking for show me mores to flood the board, and I'm looking for the lore gain just straight out of the hand.
Okay.
Yep.
I definitely like this list. I like how you got the evasive stuff. You got the Prince John. He's a 1/4. You know, he's kind of. Basically, most of your guys are giving you 2, like basically like 2. Even,
Yeah, so
they pretty much do 2 because this comes into play. Then you can quest with it too, give you an extra 2, and you're slowly getting there, and you kind of just like climbing.
Yeah, and I think one of the undervalued things that a lot of people don't see, and I think they count out when they look at this list.
Yeah.
With Amethyst, anything Amethyst, so they have all the damage moving abilities with the Cheshire Cat.
Yeah.
With the bells. I can actually almost nullify that.
Really?
Because
How
I can
so?
just play all my 0 power guys. Like the Scrooge has 0, the Curse, ink the stuff with damage, and they play it thinking they're going to be able to start killing things as they trade into my guys, and I'm like, yeah, go ahead. I'm going to just play nothing with toughness. So you
got you. Okay. Okay, that's cool. That's cute little tech. And this guy kind of like returns back to your hand, draws you a card. You kind of use him to cycle a little bit stuff out.
Cycle, find the cards you're looking for. He's really great against Calhoun.
Yeah.
Calhoun's probably the scariest card that I see.
Really? Calhoun eats little guys up for breakfast.
Calhoun, because the big thing about the deck is not only are we gaining the lore out of the hand, it's the pressure that they have to do to keep up with us.
Yes.
Because they need to quest to keep up with me.
Yeah.
But they also have to kill my things.
Yeah, and that does both those things.
Yeah, and Calhoun's the only thing in the game that they get to gain lore and stop what I'm doing.
Gotcha.
As long as I never see Calhoun's, I'm happy.
What are some what are, like you're about to go to top 8 right now? What do you want to play against? What do you kind of want to dodge? What's like kind of?
So unfortunately, I'm 99% sure that my matchup is actually going to be Amethyst Steel.
Okay.
By Dragon Johns, which he's a very good player.
Yeah.
But it's the one matchup I don't want to see.
Yeah.
And I know people think we're crazy that we brought a deck that our worst matchup is the biggest deck in the room.
The biggest deck, yeah.
But even it being my worst matchup, winning die rolls in Swiss, on the play we're still very good against the deck.
Yeah.
It's on the draw that we struggle. And so it was kind of beat the meta. I was looking for the blue steels, the Bajas, everything that was trying to everyone's coming here to beat purple steel, knowing it's the boogeyman deck. So I was just like, you know what? I'm going to hope I draw good and I play against all the people trying to beat purple steel.
Well, looks like it's working, man.
Yep.
Well, good luck in your next round. Is there any shout outs you want to give out to anybody or anything like that?
I mean, I'll re-shout out Family Pro Gaming, Chris and Jackie, everything they do for us, the whole team, and then my family back home.
All right. Well, I appreciate you, man, and good luck to you in your next rounds, okay?
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, brother.
Ooh.
actually live.
Let me put my phone away.
Katie, unlucky.
Oh, and I only have half 1V.
Well, that's
half of a V.
Sucks. They're both there. It's the font. You know what it is? Your name's too long for how it's. So you're truncated. Unlucky.
It worked on the other one.
Well, you know what? In here, it doesn't work. So
Okay.
get truncated.
I'm trunked.
Yeah, Katie's got a large beard now. You know, rapid growth.
All right. What would that card do in Lorcana? Rapid growth.
Rapid growth. Oh my gosh, probably just another sale.
+2/+2/+1. Oh no, you think it's an ink thing? Okay.
It's always everything's an ink thing now. Okay, so we got a top 8, top 16.
Yeah. Well, we just took the
now we're into the top 8.
Top 8. Yeah, we just took the picture. I saw Zan was in the picture. Lamb was in the picture.
I could probably. I mean, I can literally see it.
There was one other person.
If I bring up the thing, I have.
That I recognize
the thing in the stuff. For our standings, if it's even updated, maybe it is, maybe it's not.
Dragon John. Yeah, so Dragon John, Zan, and Lamb won. I know that.
It is not updated because obviously, why would it be? Or they're running it as a different tournament, possibly.
I have some people's online names, but I'm not going to say those.
You know what we're going to do? We're just going to go to the game because they're already playing. And I'm just slow.
Do it.
I'm just a little slow. But we're getting a great match here. This is Daniel. I watched him earlier. He has some very interesting tech for Emerald Sapphire that I think makes the deck like kind of neat. All things considered, Alice, the 3-drop in Emerald Sapphire, because it allows you to take on your 6-ink turn. You play like, John, or Prince Philip rather. Play the 3-drop Prince Philip plus Alice, and then you can follow that up with literally anything, and your whole board is warded, and you can protect whatever you play. It's really sweet, actually.
Daniel's playing all sorts of crazy cards, though. That's a Lewis, and it looked like Heffalumps was played as well.
It was a Heffalumps, yep. He's got some of those in there.
And we didn't ramp on 2. And we might have had it, if not had more than it. So we're on Clarabelle still? Question mark? I'm assuming.
There are Clarabelles.
I would hope so.
It is. Most of it is pretty traditional. There's Night Howler's Rage was a unique one that we saw.
Yeah, that's quite unique. Reckless 3 costs, draw a card, action. Pretty solid.
I believe, if I remember right, this was a list with a bunch of Cindy's, but I could be mistaken because there's been so many of these.
I know there's been
that's
some
right. He has
Cindy-less lists.
He has all of the fancy ones.
Ooh.
So we do have Cindy in this list. That's right.
I played Cindy myself. I was quite happy with her.
And he's also got some of this in there.
This Goofy?
Some of this Goofy right here. Basically just doing Alice, but inkable, a little bit more expensive.
That Alice, okay. I was totally thinking the one that banishes an item.
Yeah,
I'm just like, okay, that's really good, but what's that have to do with Ward?
It's like neat. How does that work? However, it's really the way that some of the cards play out, specifically this Alice on the 6 ink turn. You just do this plus the John, and you literally have now a board that you can sing and shift Philip. You can play your 7 on the following turn, and then protect it with Alice. You protect your Philip in the air with Ward.
So instead of playing John Silver, we play 2 cards, 2 3s.
Correct. Instead of just one. There's some John Silvers in here, but it mixes up what you're doing a little bit, and it gives you different spots on the curve, which I think is nice, especially since the curve is already messed up a little bit to accommodate for Prince Philip.
Kind of.
A little bit, right? Because the 3-drop is
only
awkward.
Interrupt your curve with Philip when you need, when you're it's
sure.
I'm not going Clarabelle, I need to wipe your board.
Yeah. But it makes it so that there are 3-drops in this deck that normally 3-drop slot is kind of barren. Because
you don't want it.
you want to skip 3, you want to go straight to 4, you want to go to 5, 6.
So the good one is like turn 2 Tipo, turn 3 Sail Philip.
Right.
Sail
That would probably
Alice.
be a great run
if you don't have Cindy.
Yeah. It just gives you some other lines.
Did he just do it?
Yes, I do believe that he did.
No, he had already.
Oh no, he Cindy'd last turn.
So did he play the Sail right here, not ink at all?
It's possible. I mean, his hand is mean and scary, and oh, you know what? I don't think he has ink that he wants to use for it because his hand is the Philip combo.
Is it time for Pete to come back?
I mean, no. Because, no, thank you. I mean, does Pete even really stop it that well? It does. It does stop the damage portion of it, but you can still shift out the large characters. You can still bully their board a little bit. It does stop the full combo for sure, but you don't always know that they have it. And I think that's what's interesting about that. They can just do something else. What if you do that and then they just play John Silver?
It's not as good.
I agree. I agree that it is not as big of a blowout, but
it's just Pete's just not good enough in most of the
Amethyst
matchups.
I think he's just so awkward that it's just like a medium tier card now because there's just not enough songs.
Maybe there's a world he's playable in the Amethyst Steel Mirror, but even then,
he costs a lot to not do a lot.
Yeah, he's not challenging evasives. He's not gaining new lore, like 2 lore.
Yeah,
being
being kind of just like a vanilla, 3 the quest for 1 is not good enough in a matchup, right? That's a little.
It used to be.
It used to be, and now it's just a little undercosted.
Overcosted.
Sorry, overcosted. So we play Cindy. I wonder if we just don't have enough.
If we have the full combo, well, there's a Clarabelle in hand. Probably what we drew. Enda Lewis.
Okay. Maybe missing out on one of the pieces because I saw Mean and Scary. Maybe we don't have the Philip.
I'm just interested as to why we're keeping this Lewis in our hand. I mean, I guess we don't need to ink the Clarabelle. We're Cinderella inking. We don't need to do that. But I found myself with this deck constantly wanting more ink, and that, like the games that I tried to be conservative and skipping an ink to do something, I just got overran. And then it'd be like, oh, I need the fill combo, but I can't. But he does have the shift target, and that kind of alleviates that, right? Because he can combo now as soon as he has it for the rest of the game if he draws it.
Yeah. So a quest out here and then a Thunderbolt, right, to take out at least a little bit of what we have on the board. Cindy's gone. We'll see if he has the combo or if he's just looking to, like, play Clarabelle straight up. Possibly just play Lewis. Okay, so we are going for it here.
Yep.
Okay, so either he had it and he was just waiting to be a little bit more conservative, or was making sure that we had enough ink without maybe the cards in our hand were too strong for the follow-up, and we wanted to make sure that we had stuff to play post combo.
I did wish I had played 3-cost Philip in my deck. I played the 3-cost. Well, I played 2 cards. It's a crazy experience. I'll tell you. I played 2 decks in this event, and there are 4 cards different. And I didn't realize it till round 4. I basically copied Sky's list. He sent me an image. I built a deck.
So you're playing 4-cost Phil, and he's a lot worse.
Oh no! So he sent me the list. I built it, and then the next day, I was like, "Oh, I need to submit my list. Can you send me the text file so I don't have to input it?" And he sent it to me, but he had changed the deck and didn't tell me.
Didn't tell you.
And so I uploaded it, and I played the first 4 rounds with 4 Pleakleys in my deck, and they were not on my deck list. And I went 2, 1, and 1. And if you do not know, when that scenario occurs, I could have kept my deck list the same and gotten a game loss, or change it to what the deck list should have been and gotten a warning, because it was brought up in between rounds. Like,
sure.
As soon as I found out about it, I went and talked to a judge. It wasn't like, oh, I'm playing and then I'll change my mind.
Yeah.
I was like telling Sky about the game, and I was like, yeah, I played Bend. And he's like, oh, you played that? And I was like, oh, yeah, I -1'd it. And I did change that. I like cut a John Silver for a Bend. And then I mentioned the Pleakley, and he's like, what, are you playing over 60? I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, that's not the list I sent you. So then I went and had to talk with the judges.
And be like, this is what I've been playing, and I just submit the wrong one.
And one of the nice things is, you catch yourself doing something wrong, you immediately go talk to a judge, and it's handled in a way that doesn't get punished. As we see this board kind of rebuild a little bit for Frisco.
We got the Clarabelle in, so it gives us the option of actually dealing with the board if we want. So plenty of singers.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming Philip is going to... Sans cards in hand, on board, Philip can just answer the Dumbo, which is not bad on its own. And if we have the Clarabelle, could also eat the dock. And what is Frisco going to do? Send the Genie and the Calhoun into the Clarabelle? That's fine. I drew my cards, and I answered your board. Perfect.
If we have another Mean and Scary, we could actually just play it and then shift Philip again if we ink, I believe. No, we would still have to sing it. We're a little bit short on ink. We haven't really done enough ramping this game because the Cindy's were dealt with pretty quickly. One of the things about the Cinderellas is the first trigger of it is...
It's all you need.
It's okay.
It's all you need.
But if you get 2 triggers off of it, it's pretty good.
Yeah, the ceiling can go insane, but honestly, most of the time I'm like, I just need 1 trigger.
Oh, for sure.
But in decks like Blue Steel, then it's just, you have to answer that Cindy.
Yeah.
I did have a scenario where my opponent in the mirror match had to decide, or no, it was against Lamb. Twice, actually, this occurred where someone had to choose between the shift target and the Cinderella.
Sure.
Both players tanked for a little bit, and both chose correctly the shift Clarabelle.
I mean...
But they had to tank for a little bit.
It's worth thinking about because, while, putting cards in the inkwell, it's not exactly the same as drawing a card. In these decks, it kind of is. Because we realistically want to ink so much in these decks, and we have the ability in Emerald Sapphire to play so many cards that it is important, I think, to have a lot of ink. So putting extra cards in your inkwell is still something that we want to do. So it functions as a draw card a lot in these matchups with the Emerald Sapphire deck specifically because we're so ink hungry. When we have it, we can spend it all. Like we're never for lack of things to do with ink. So just filling up the inkwell is always generally pretty nice.
But to finish the story from earlier, so 4 rounds played with the Pleakleys, and then I played the rest of the rounds with 3-drop Clarabelle. And I think the 3-drop Clarabelle was better, a little bit. It was kind of close. At first, I was like, I wish this was, like, the next round. I was like, wish this was Bleakley. I could challenge down here, and it wouldn't have mattered. Or getting rid of the Lewis that had Recklessed away something. I assume the Genie, so we quested away. It's a lot of Lexingtons in play.
It is. The effect, for the alert is not necessarily that relevant here. It's generally more for Blurple.
I thought that was a W.
Yeah, I believe that is true. The Genie did have Reckless and has to challenge.
Oh. Was it the Genie we gave Reckless to?
It was.
So, are we supposed to do something?
It is on the players to keep track of the game state.
Unfortunate.
It is unfortunate. But yes, there was a Lewis played, and I believe that the Clarabelle was exerted, so...
As was the Prince Philip.
As was the Prince Philip.
Alas. Is that something that gets rewound? I mean, what are the rules as a bystander for watching? I don't know if you're supposed to stop the game and ask or just call a judge.
I mean, in Lorcana as well, you can ask them to pause the game and then you can get a judge.
Oof. The Heffalumps and Woozles is spicy. I want to just be like, why would you play this? But obviously, Daniel knows something I don't know because he's in the top 8 and I am not.
One of the things that it lets you do, especially because there are there's more 3s in this deck. There's Lewis, there's the
on turn with 5 ink.
The Alice. See, this is why it doesn't matter, guys, that the judge call or that the that the genie didn't get done.
Well, technically it does because there should just be damage,
I suppose,
on the Prince Philip or the thing.
The Cindy.
See, and
it's
like,
hard to rewind.
Some people in
because
chat are trying to speculate that maybe Frisco knew and didn't. I don't know about that. And if that's the case, then he just got punished for it.
Yeah. That is why it is failure to maintain game state a lot of times for both players, not just one.
And I think what happens a lot of times, especially with like Lewis, is you can get one tracked and be like, oh, I just have to challenge the Lewis, and because thinking it's Lewis's ability, being like this character must challenge Lewis, instead of realizing it's just reckless.
Sure. And there's not really much that the judge is going to be able to do here. Realistically, correction is going to be very difficult because we're literally 3 turns later almost.
The correction would be difficult, but at the same time, I would be like, pick one of these 2 characters to have 2 damage.
2 damage, yeah. That's most likely what you would want to do.
But that's a unique scenario, because for every scenario that it's a simple fix like that.
Well, it didn't quest. It just didn't... Like, it just didn't...
challenge.
It just didn't challenge. So it would realistically be 2 damage counters, but the judge would need to, need to see the entirety of the full turn that happened afterwards, which included scooping all the players, all the characters into the bin. Yeah, there's it likely would just be a warning for both players,
which is good. And when an official judge thing gets fully finished up, I'm assuming with that would come a database of things. Possibly, I don't know how it entirely works for other games. But I would hope that like certain types of warnings get recorded. Not every warning, obviously. It depends on the degree of the warning. Normally, it's if they keep track of warnings on a day, and then so if you get the multiple warnings for the same thing, they're going to be like, whoa, obviously maybe something's up here.
Players make mistakes. It's very easy to make mistakes all the time.
I myself have done it
at every level, and it is more, if you're making the exact same one over and over and over, it's easy to keep track of that.
No one's perfect.
Establish intent, right? Because people make mistakes on accident. That's most mistakes, right?
Sky threw away his winning it on cam because he just thought that the vanishing worked differently. He literally got magic brained for a second, I think, because that's what it would work in Magic, but it doesn't work here. And then he was like, oh, I thought it worked that way on the Forbidden app. And then we're like, no. So he just kind of, like, it's frustrating.
Yeah, it happens.
If only it was the same rule set as it was in the EU right now. He could have taken it back. Do you hope they continue with the takebacks, or do you want them to go back? What's your opinion on that?
I have literally no opinion on it, because I think it's fine if players make mistakes and they're corrected. I would rather win by everybody playing the best that they can with what they're doing, based on intentions on what they're doing, right?
I would rather win the game than have my opponent lose the game. For the love of the game.
All right, we double blast John here, which I think is important in specifically this spot for your Amber Steel, because you want to make sure that you're protecting your characters as much as you can.
Amethyst Steel.
What did I say? Amber?
Amber, yeah.
Yeah, that would never happen. We'd never have Amber's not real anymore.
Yeah, who's ever done well with that deck?
Amber can't hurt you anymore. It's okay.
I do believe there is an Amber deck in the top 8, and it hurts you in the most ridiculous of ways with a whale. Have you seen Zan's list?
I have, yeah. We did a deck tech with it as well.
Oh, I missed that. This is like scary for Daniel. Although he's about at the point where he's out of actual fear. He does have the game in play if he continues. So Frisco has to do something. But like a turn or 2 in a row, we've been at a pretty high lore that we just needed a couple Cobras, and it's done. like White Rose Cobra.
I mean,
although
16
don't
is
know
always
why.
the sort of danger zone for Amethyst Steel.
Yeah.
Is anybody else having any issues with the sound? Color had to catch a flight. She's on a plane right now. Or at least in the... Are they... You know what? I am ignoring chat now.
One person says one mean thing to you, and you're just like, I'm done.
How dare you? Questing out again. I mean...
Oh, so frustrating for Frisco here.
Yeah. Not really finding anything that... I don't know. There's a lot of reach that you have in your deck in the Amethyst Steel. That's one Cobra, but it's not quite enough.
But not enough.
Not enough. Already at 18.
It would have been so insane if he just randomly had the 2 Cobras the next turn there.
That would be wild. So we'll go to game 2.
Frisco looks very happy.
Amethyst Steel will be on the play.
You very rarely see players look like that after losing a game. Like, genuinely looks like a nice person.
Yeah.
Normally, they're just looking down, being all sad, and instead he's just like, let's play another fun game. Let's go. This is the face of someone who's already made enough money not to care what the outcome of this is.
They're already happy with the result at this point, so
it's like I've gotten the check. Let's have fun. I mean, there still is actually a lot on the line. I was chatting with Color and some other people earlier because she was trying to cheer me up when I'm like, yeah, I only got top 30. And she's like, yeah, you got that. I was like, this event, there's only one goal, realistically.
Yeah.
That invite.
Sure.
That's normally how I'd feel. Charlie's done a pretty good job of putting some money out on the table for us.
Yeah. Like 25K is a big event. Even the 10Ks, usually they scale up to 12, 13, 14 pretty consistently, you know? And 50K for an invite, that's a lot, right?
Yeah. It's I feel like Magic GPs were like 35K. And that's like a big official thing. That,
yeah,
like,
that's
gives,
like the thing.
Huge
and then they upped
invites.
it to like 40, and the price went up
3 times.
$100 a person. Yeah.
Back in my day when it was $25 for a Grand Prix, and 40 for a limited one.
Yeah, they went a lot farther than they used to.
I'm really looking forward to the next couple of sets of Lorcana, based on Fabled and Whispered. The limited portion has just gotten better and better. And they were dabbling with that new, Europe had the new limited format, where it's like a regular draft of 40 cards, but in the same draft, you could choose just 3 colors and have a 30-card deck. And like some of the 30-card decks were like crazy because they would be like, oh, I'm going to draft 3 of this shift character and 3 of the big shift payoffs and the common uncommons. And they'd have like an archetype because with the mulligan rule, how forgiving and good it is in this, they'd almost always have the shift line set up.
Oh, very interesting.
And like the Mufasa shift, like that gigantic evasive, you're going to answer anything, right? And the game's really been limited wise. It's like whoever has the bigger bodies kind of wins the back and forth, and then they can quest afterwards.
See if there's ramp. We've got Sail. Likely this Lexington going into the Inkwell. Definitely not for this matchup. We got a Palace Guard. A pretty decent start, I would say.
Yeah, a 1-drop that doesn't get eaten by a Clarabelle.
Is nice. Into Develop Your Brain.
Ooh. The Develop on turn 1, I've been hit or miss on it. I haven't made up my mind fully if I like doing it, if I have the ramp. Like if I don't have ramp, 100%, I am playing develop on turn 1.
Sure.
But most of the time with this, especially with this deck, it's much different than other decks. Most decks, you kind of have a line, like an aggro thing. You're like, well, here's my curve, whatever. But with this deck, you're like, I have to shift this Clarabelle. Like, you have your hand, you're like, I'm inking anything I play, or this card here is going to be inked no matter what. I have to play these. Where some of the aggro decks, you can draw a different card to fill a similar role or something, or then, like, change things up. But with this, it's like, there's no card I'm playing outside of shifting this Clarabelle on this turn. It's like, oh, maybe I'll draw a You're Welcome or a Mother Knows Best and have some fun, like draw extra cards. But realistically, the resources you can play with are very limited because of how low you go on resources to draw cards off of the Clarabelle.
Sure. You know, one of the things too, when do you play it? Right? Let's assume that we're, you know, not always able to sail to get our ramp on 2. Like if our ramp for 2 is Tipo, then we go to 4 and it's maybe a Cindy. Right? So we go up to 6. Are we, you know, there's times when your curve just doesn't really work favorably to sneak in a 1, at least until quite a bit later. So either you use it right away when you have the option, or you have to kind of just wait. And it might just be ink, and that's okay too.
I tend to end up having to ink develops and visions early because most of the other cards are players and you need them.
Sure.
I found that if I end up inking my malicious and means too often early,
that's problematic.
John's, it becomes an issue.
And it could be that we didn't necessarily have a plan past, you know, ramped at 4, right? If we didn't have the Cindy yet, then you run it out because that's, you know, again, that's the time when you can cast it so that we can set up for the future turns. So it's contextually, right? You know, I don't disagree. Just running, you know, it's the same with any sort of card selection spell like that. If you run it out like wildly early without a plan, you're just sort of it may as well just say draw 1 card. So this is the 6 cost double 3 that I was mentioning that we were seeing that we were talking about.
Strength this punk.
So they're fully protected because they both have ward by default.
But does he need the Alice?
So what the Alice lets you do is regardless of which play you make, whether it's shifting Phil, whether it's playing Clarabelle, whether it's running out a Basil, you can then quest with Alice and guarantee that it has ward. So it doesn't matter what they have as a response, it will be protected. So you at least have a full turn of it being able to survive every time, right? Because here comes the mean and scary. Here comes the shift.
And here comes the quest.
All right, now what's the plan?
Now we gave the prince ward.
Now what? What do they do? What cards in their deck can they do to stop what's going on here?
I mean, theoretically, what cards in their deck could they do even if it didn't have ward?
True. But
against Blurple,
Hades could come down, right? This would be roughly the Hades turn. What does Hades do against this? What does You're Welcome do against this? Actually, literally nothing.
But how much? Yeah, it's an interesting
and
thing.
It's a 3-turn clock because Alice quests for 3, and so does the prince, functionally.
Well, they should be able to answer Alice pretty quickly.
Okay, how?
They'll have 1 turn to develop and then be able to challenge it down.
Maybe. And then they're devoting a lot of resources into challenging, and you're still just questing.
Yeah, you're at 8.
I mean, that's a lot.
It depends. You're probably in like most of the time you're able to.
What
you
if we
should
now
be winning if you combo? I guess is the thing.
Sure, but I'm not saying it's a combo. It's just It's just a random 3-cost character.
So when is it? Like I guess when am I getting it in play before Clarabelle to protect the Clarabelle?
On literally at 6 when you're at 6. You in your decks you are focused.
I play the 1
yeah, but
drop.
I think
and
that card's terrible. The 3-drop is terrible.
I play the 1 drop.
Yeah.
And then shift on it at 6.
Oh, you pay you do the full thing to shift it? I suppose.
It's good because of Clarabelle. It gets another card out of your hand as well.
But then you already found a Clarabelle. Like, what if we don't have Clarabelle?
Well, you're losing. This deck needs
no, it
Clarabelle.
Isn't. Obviously,
Most
it's
of the
not.
Time.
Because
well, all right. It's a matchup dependent. Clarabelle is actually remarkably not great against Amethyst Steel. At least today, a lot of the casters, a lot of the Amethyst Steel players have been going low to the ground.
Sure.
And it's just like they just drop their hand, and it's like, I shift Clarabelle. I'll draw 1, none. Oh no!
It certainly does make the
Daniels. All right, so we answer the Alice. It's definitely doing work here because it's like, all right, as you said, like he's at 14 lore and he's having to sacrifice his board to not like lose to what he has.
And
we
still just we still have 5 lore questing with what's on board. It's kind of wild, right?
I know, right? Would not have expected
like we're going up
that.
to 13. If we play like any body, half of the bodies that Daniel plays in this deck have ward naturally.
Frisco forgot to quest. What was he supposed to quest with? Oh, did he not quest and then bounce with an Olaf? I've done it. Frustrating. Where's our take back phase, Jeebus?
Where's our take backs? The 1 dock. So we'll see if the 1
lore matters.
1 lore matters here.
But as we were saying, is like how do you answer Prince Philip once it's stabilized?
And again,
or if you have
it's
to
not necessarily for this matchup, right? But You're Welcome or Hades or the cards that are able to normally interact with just a large body like that.
Oh, I'm not trying to argue about that the Alice now as much as I'm like, man, what does Amethyst Steel do in this position to answer this Prince Philip?
Okay, what if we have 6 guys in play?
Okay, okay, all right, that's
okay.
Fair. That's
what
fair.
If instead of last turn, instead of us bouncing our entire board, what if we had a strength and 1,000 guys?
But we only have 4 ink too.
It's rough.
This is not a good spot for Frisco. He cannot be feeling good. But this is on paper traditionally favored for Daniel. And Frisco didn't really have the hyper. Like we saw Lamb beat Sky on camera earlier. I also lost to Lamb. And Lamb's version is very aggressive.
Yeah.
Lamb's version would get trounced by Spooky Sight. Guess what card no one is playing?
Have you read Spooky Sight? It doesn't do anything against blue.
Well,
or against Sapphire Emerald, it's really bad, and that's why it doesn't see any
You know
play.
what Spooky Sight does?
It
goes into your inkwell with Tipo.
It
goes into your inkwell with Cindy.
You don't have to sell me on it. I already was on board, but it's hard. Like I get it. You have to pick and choose your uninkable do nothings, right? You can only put so many Bend to My Wills, so many Spooky Sights. So many Under the Seas. You have to pick and choose which one of these literal do-nothing cards you can have in your deck because there's only so much room. You have room for like 3, maybe 4 of that type of thing.
When you play, you always wish you had them.
I know, and you always wish you had the other one.
And then when you have them, you're like, why did I put this in my deck?
You have an awkward hand, you rip another one, and you're like, well, unbelievable. This is... Who did this to me? If we ever figure that out, unbelievable.
It's like you're playing dogs, you mole away, you're under the sea in your Chromacon, and you mole into another under the sea in 2 Chromacons or something.
Like, who did this?
No. Ooh, Lewis, come on. The Cobra's already banished, bro.
Like, we got the Lewis, we got the Alice as a follow-up, so now another interesting thing that's nice about Alice, what do you do to stop it for 3? It's just more Prince Philips, right?
It definitely lets you be an aggressor.
Yeah, you have that option to... I mean, okay, we knew that Prince Philip, the 3-drop, was always awesome as just like...
Yeah, beatdown.
What are you going to do about it, right? Now we just have, let's imagine there's like 3 Alices in there. I wouldn't imagine there's like 4. It's probably like 2 or 3. So we just have like more of the 3-drop ward Quester 2 guy that's just excellent at throwing in an extra 4 or 6 lore through that like mid-game range. We're just like, what do you do to answer it? Nothing.
I hope they don't do anything.
Yeah, hope that they have just a giant monster on the other side to be able to deal with it. Otherwise,
are we going to be jumping to an interview with Daniel here shortly?
I would assume so.
But as we can see on the camera, he's still at the table, so we're going to have to wait a few more.
He is still at the table, and it looks like the other match is also done already. So we'll give it a minute for them to theoretically cut over to an interview here. We can cut back to ourselves for a minute.
Oh, no one wants to see us.
It's too bad. It's too late. somebody already clicked the button. If we figure out who did that too, we can.
No one
beat
wants to
them
see a
up
couple
too.
bearded lazy people.
It's been a day. It's been a. I mean, it's a really cool weekend, right?
You make me feel so old. Jeez.
It's
I need to dye
it's
my
the
beard.
camera. No, you get the salt and pepper. It's nice. I'm getting there. Believe it. More than not, I think. Yeah, look, it's the casters.
Oh no, no one wants that.
We've been seeing some really aggressive decks. We've been seeing really aggressive flavors of the same decks that we're seeing. There were several different Emerald Amethyst lists, and some are some are aggressive decks, and then there's one that goes under the aggressive decks. And you're like, what if instead of playing things that didn't just directly gain lower, what if I played every card that directly gained lower?
What do you think of the staff?
I think this you're talking about Maleficent staff.
In Wizened staff, the colorless 2-cost Emerald. Whenever you play it, you can. It's a flute. If you play 2 cards in a turn, you can activate.
Oh, you mean the enigmatic ink caster?
Yes, ink. Okay, I don't know the names of cards. I have little nicknames that pop up in my head, and that's how I refer to them.
How are you supposed to bring it up on the card clicker if you don't know?
I'm not. That's the problem.
You're a caster for Lorcana sometimes, and you name every card.
That's why we were trying to. I was describing it, hoping we could figure out the name.
Well, I knew what the name was. I just wanted to know what card you were talking about. Yeah, I think it's great. I mean, it's flute, right?
Yeah.
The condition is better, easier than flute by a lot, right?
Are we guessing ages here?
Are we guessing age? Certainly hope not, because you're both wrong about both.
Well, you're
of us.
a baby.
I don't think so.
Dude, I turned 41 in 2 months.
God, you're so old.
I am
old.
elderly.
Not that
I
old.
feel like I'm 18. I feel like it was 2 years since I graduated. I have a 7-year-old kid, and I feel like it's been 2 years since I graduated high school.
I feel older than I look.
I might feel older than I look. When I was 19, 20, I was working at a Popeyes, and this guy comes in, and he's like, "Oh yeah, you look like you're 27, 28." And I was like, "Oh, thank you," because at that time I'm like, I want to look older.
Yeah, you want to look wizened.
He's like, "Oh, it wasn't a compliment."
Oh no.
I'm like, "Oh, bro."
Brother.
It's like, oh, I know I'm wearing a fast food outfit. I'm not
trying to really bring me down. You know what? It's keep you humble.
It's
You gotta
spitting on me when I'm on the ground already.
Gotta make sure you were up here, and we're in this economy. We gotta make sure that's managed.
They were talking about themselves.
Oh.
We're relating with chat right here. We're all old.
But the Inkcaster is excellent. Because in that deck specifically, not every deck I think can afford to play a card like that, but in that deck playing, let's both draw 3 cards. I
love that.
I'm going to play Chronicon, we draw a card.
Card.
I think it's great. And I think in a deck like that, you don't care how many cards they have. I've played decks like that. I didn't care how many cards my opponent had. I didn't even care what my opponent was doing. You don't. I'm out here. You're a goldfish. I'm a goldfish. I got cards in my hand, and I'm trying to count to 20, which is already hard enough.
With Chromacon and Show Me More, it's
it makes
they have gas.
It makes the Inkcaster feel way better because we have Webby, we have the Inkcaster, we have these cards that encourage us to play cards from our hand multiple a turn without necessarily inking a ton of things. We're using Webby to get some of our ink. We're using Show Me More to scoop up a bunch of cards, and then we ink one sometimes. But most of the things that we're dealing with are just spells that gain lore.
I guess you're welcome the Inkcaster. I was just about to say, imagine playing your welcome against them. It still doesn't feel good.
It doesn't feel great at all. They draw 2 cards.
Exactly.
Have you read Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom? That just gains 2 lore. Unbelievable. That's 10% of the lore that they need for this whole game.
If anyone wants to watch this deck at a later date, you can find the YouTube match of me playing against Spessy in the LCCC, and he played this deck. And one of those games, he gathered some knowledge.
I bet he did. We actually even had, we did a deck tech for that deck from last
earlier,
round with him.
Right?
Because he won his top 16 match on camera, and the deck looks sweet. I mean, it's got a bunch of weird stuff.
So, yeah. The 2-drop Scrooge
is
great. So good.
He draws a card and then discards a card. That's not even bad.
And so many people, this is a challenge meta.
Yeah.
Yeah, Amethyst Steel can play some removal, but if they're strengthening or thunderbolting your 2-drop, you are winning.
Who cares? Bye.
Yeah,
like,
and if
whatever.
they're challenging, they're like, oh, it gives me an extra card to play with my Inkcaster.
True. And you know what? I mean, I know that the deck only has like 4.
Oh, we're cutting.
It only has like 5 inkables in it, so like you need him to fix your inkable problem because everything is uninkable. So
Hey, everyone. Oh, absolutely. I'm excited to talk with you. Welcome to the interview booth, everyone. I'm back here again. I got the round off walking around, got to see some of the matches, but I'm here now in the booth with Daniel, who just took down his top 8 match. You're on to the top 4. How you feeling?
Feeling pretty good. I'm glad that my wife is not going to complain. Every time I travel for an event and I come home with nothing, it's like, why are you doing this? So yeah, I shout out to Katie, Sonny.
Shout out to Katie, seriously, because my wife is so gracious and takes me to the house while I travel as well and everything. So I hear that. But now I feel like you get some cred for this. Like you can probably do another few now without.
Well, she's amazing. But like I said, I secured a ticket for Richmond, so that gave me kind of, and she understands she's a Disney fanatic, so like she understands how big Disney is. Mm-hmm. So being that I secured a ticket for Richmond, kind of gave me permission to like, all right, you can leave me with the kids for a few weekends. So here I am.
So here you are, doing well. All right, so you brought in Emerald Sapphire?
Yeah.
Yep, Emerald Sapphire, and you said that you looked at this meta and you said, I think Amethyst Steel is going to be everywhere, so I'm going to design my deck specifically to take down that matchup, and we saw it in action there. What are you doing a little differently for that match?
Yeah, so like I definitely came not wanting to face dogs or any of the aggro, the burn that's running around, but definitely thought Amethyst Steel and like Blurple were going to be pretty popular. So yeah, I mean, Emerald Sapphire has a pretty decent matchup into that to Amethyst Steel anyway, I believe. But my version, I've got a lot more actions, so I can target the illusions. I'm also good against Blurple because I can give my big bodies, my Prince Philip ward. So I'm playing Alice and Goofy. I mean, meta staples. So like I said, the actions definitely help out against Amethyst Steel.
Yeah. I would, I full disclosure for that. I want to dig in a little bit more and talk about, but your next matchup is probably against another Amethyst Steel player, so we'll leave some of the secrets in the bag for when you take that down.
Well, don't, we'll see.
Knock on Charlie's
door.
Yeah. No, well, I don't want to talk too long because I know you have that match to prep for. The last round has wrapped up, or is wrapping up soon, and I know you want to get there, so thanks so much for giving us the time. Can't wait to see how you do next round. Hopefully see you in the finals, and at the very least, we'll see you in Richmond.
Yeah, I'll be there. Love you, Katie. Love you, Sonny. Love you, Stella.
All right, we'll see you. Thanks so much.
I figure most of these people would rather look at us than look at the same
Would
20
they?
more thing.
I don't know.
So are one of those ads, or most of the ads, so it shows 3 images and they're all the same image, but 2 of them make the people in the images look bigger than they are?
Maybe.
I
don't know. What about this? We got
Ooh.
this. This was our top 16 breakdown. I don't have a top 8 or top 4 breakdown because I didn't do those, and I have been too busy to do that stuff. So
I expected Amethyst Steel to be targeted, and it's still just like, I don't care. But
it's
the
hard.
Sapphire Emerald did well.
It's hard to fully bully what they're doing.
Yep.
Right? Because even if you have a plan that's really good against them, they still have games where they're just like, here's a 1, 2, 3, and then, okay, Cobra, Doc, Cobra, Doc, and then you lose anyway. And then it doesn't matter.
Yeah, if you're amazing with the docs, it's like, it doesn't matter that you answered my board. I rebuild. But it is, seeing Blurple, there was a lot of Blurple players. It did not convert very well. But it kind of makes sense. I think that the Sapphire Emerald players and the Amber Emerald players expected Blurple to be played more and to push out Amethyst Steel, and for them to then feast on the Blurple players.
Yeah.
And it kind of happened, but there was still some Amethyst Steel players who were feasting on some Dogs players in other matchups. And then you also have Amethyst Emerald trying to play against Blurple and Sapphire Emerald as well, right?
Yes.
Kind of have a nice split up of the meta here.
It's pretty interesting too, because you do have a good mix of like, oh, I don't want to see this opponent. I don't want to see this opponent because your Emerald decks outside of Sapphire are like, I don't want to see Steel in my life ever. If we deleted that color, that would be great. But then you look at the Sapphire Emerald and they're like, yeah, bring me Amethyst Steel. That's fine.
And it's crazy because pre-rotation, Emerald was the Steel killer because you had Ursula too. It's kind of what you needed to disrupt.
Bring your mic a little closer to your face.
Oh, I'm just like, what are you
like,
doing?
What are you doing?
I was like, I'll stop talking if you want me to be quiet.
No, you're just
I'll be
quiet, and that's what they're asking for. You have your Blurple, which is still making a little bit of a presence, but not as much as you would expect, especially for how much we were seeing last set coming into this one. The metagame has shifted. There was a lot of Blurple here still.
Oh, yeah.
For this level of conversion.
That's not a good sign.
That's not a good sign for the deck. Or it means that we've adapted enough with some of these other lists, and Blurple really hasn't changed that much. I mean, I know that a lot of players weren't even necessarily running many new cards. We see the adoption a bit of the little book, little woodchuck.
I think a lot of people are playing Guidebook.
And you see a little bit of some Demona occasionally, but for the most part, it doesn't feel like they've changed that dramatically. And it could be that some of it, Blurple's always been sort of a reactionary deck. You're playing your same kind of average package in every deck, but then the rest of it has to be reactionary towards what the rest of the meta is doing. Because is TikTok the solution? Is running a bunch of Iagos the solution?
Yes.
Not always. But Iago won't be good if it isn't.
It's been really good today.
Was it?
For the Amethyst Steel players.
For some of the Amethyst Steel players, but not all of them. Because you'll have Emerald Sapphire lists running Improvise in the main. You'll have, so it's this ebb and flow.
It's so good when it's good.
It's good when it's good, right? It's an ebb and a flow of the better that characters with illusion are, right?
Yep.
The worse they are.
The more they're played.
The more they're played, the better that they are, the more that the answers that are cheap, like Improvise, will sneak into decks as a couple copies. And then that makes your whole plan a lot worse. A lot worse. So I think we've seen a little bit of that. Not awesome.
This is what the people wanted to see.
If you're in that place. Okay, so we have this, right?
So we know Brian won the first round.
Okay.
Lamb won the second there. Zan won. I do not know who won between Brandon and Tyler.
Okay.
Daniel obviously won and won the next round. Frisco obviously won and then lost. I don't know between Jacob and Mora. And I think Jonathan Williams won because he was in the top 8 photo.
Okay. Now I know that it's Brandon versus Zan this round on the second.
Okay, so then Brandon won. So that means next round in the top 4, we've got Daniel versus, I guess we don't, Jonathan could be into the top. So we could see that, or the winner of Noel and Mora's matches.
I am being told that it was perhaps Jacob that won.
Okay. So it'll be Jacob.
Oh
Jacob
no, we know that Jacob won. Jacob is on the hyper aggressive the Amber Amethyst. Amethyst Emerald. They're on the burn deck.
Wait. And that beat Jonathan Williams playing Amethyst Steel?
No, here.
Oh, okay.
Here. We don't know.
I thought we were talking about the second stage.
Not yet.
I would
don't know the outcome of that one.
Those are the decks
Jacob
that it's just like, oh, you have 4 Calhouns, I guess I lose. Like, Calhoun is a nightmare for that deck.
It can be a little rough because it makes it so that the race is a lot harder, almost impossible with the character portion of it. You can still, sort of burn them out a little bit if you have the Inkcaster plan.
Gathers.
But it makes it so that like the Scrooge is a bit more of a liability. All things considered.
No. Scrooge is actually insane against Calhoun because they can't gain lore because it goes back to your hand. It's not banished.
It doesn't. It's not the
Yeah,
when it
so
banishes.
the way
it's
it's
as soon as
worded, no damage is dealt. It just goes back to
Oh.
your hand.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
they don't
then
get any.
then that is the good one.
Yeah.
Curse Merfolk a little worse. It's certainly still a good card because it's cheap.
Yeah, but the big benefit doesn't matter because we're filling up their hand.
Right. Correct. The discard is a lot less relevant a lot of the time. We also, I don't know if we'll have the opportunity to update this too much because we're going to be in the top 4 shortly here anyway. But I did want to shout out the Lorcana Ladies Championship, which we are going to have coverage of in the later rounds. And I believe the top cut will be covered as well for this. At the very least on the second channel, I think either next round or the round after, like once we kind of pare this down to kind of just the one stream, then we'll make sure.
I was wondering how we were going to do that because I saw that Liam and Katie are up for the next few rounds here.
We're going to try and we wanted to make sure that we got as much of it as we could of the main event, and then once that one kind of, there's only so many games that are able to be played, right? Then once that's done, then we're going to jump into the Ladies Championship after here. Don't worry about the graphic, okay?
Don't worry about spelling, Kenobi.
Don't worry about the spelling, all right? It's fine. Just don't worry about it.
So if we, it'll be nice to watch that. On the thing, we watched Diego's match over there, and it was such an insane top deck. Diego basically was ready to sing Under the Sea, had stripped away his opponent's hand. His opponent had like more stuff in play, but did not have answers to Under the Sea. The turn before he could do it, he top decked the Ursula 2 to play it. He knew Diego had the Under the Sea because he Mowgli'd, but he had a card to discard instead. And then top decked it right there. It was oof.
That'd do it.
Like you and the face cams were brilliant because you could watch him draw the card and his eyes light up and he's like, yes. And you just see Diego slowly deflate because he sees the same thing. And he's just like, of course. Like
sometimes you get Bonfire of the Damned. You know, what are you going to do? Sometimes they just had it.
Yeah. And the frustrating thing is he even had like another lullaby in hand. So if it had been a Mowgli, he still like could have played around it.
Oh, sure, because he has other things to discard. It specifically had to be Ursula to stop it. All right. Well, while the top 4 is getting ready here, I think we're gonna go on a quick break. I'm not able to get the second stream up on this one. So if there is still game going on for that one, then you'll want to jump over to the second channel. But for right now, we're gonna be right back.
Liam, I think we might be live.
I gotta finish this tweet,
Okay,
guys.
I'm tweeting
Content
too,
creators gotta tweet.
honestly, because I gotta get these likes. I gotta,
Yeah, I
my
gotta
social
picture it.
credit has never been
social-
lower.
It's true. I gotta get the customs out.
But,
Follow us on Twitter, folks.
Yeah, follow, like, and subscribe.
That's a fire Lorcana. There it is. Bam! All right, there it is.
Okay,
We're ready.
I'm
We're
not
back
done.
in.
You're faster than me.
I was already mostly done. My tweets are shorter. Hey, folks. Here's the thing. Okay, so I left the booth thinking that Katie and I were going to be on for a short time, and I had to get some conversations in. And here it is, a year later.
Yes.
It's been 86 years. I feel like
I've opened a booster box. I bought some singles. I
watched Titanic, the whole movie.
He did. Some say it was a ship of dreams, and it was. It really was.
The whole thing. Yeah, so I'm excited to go back, Katie. I know you caught like some of the match on the phone as you were walking around. I didn't see any of it, but I'm excited to go back and watch it because I heard it was absolutely ridiculous.
It was crazy. Okay, so it's honestly interesting because there's ways that decks are supposed to work, right? You build your deck and you're like, this is how it's going to work. And then there's plan B. And then there's plan C. And you were casting. It was basically plan C the whole game. They were just, I called it crazy business, funny business, like just absolutely improvisational jazz. There was lots of it was what is it called? The Horseman Strikes was doing it. I went to go try to see if anybody was selling the epics out there because honestly, it's one of my favorite epics in general. I think it's very cool. They printed a card that says remove Prince Philip, Genie, or Dumbo, whatever you need, and draw a card. I think that's quite cool. It's a ticket. It's a very exclusive thing, but it says, hey, you know those three problem. But yeah, they were. Someone said they were on Plan K.
Plan K by the end.
They were. I was like, it was one of those things too, because I was trying to like. Liam was having a conversation, and I was over there, and I'm watching it because I'm like, how long could this possibly be going? And every time I'd look back, I'm like, well, what happened now?
Yeah. What changed now? Yeah.
It was just so much shenanigans. But I mean, shenanigans. Shazanigans, because Zan did it won.
Solid.
Thank you. It was crazy.
Solid.
You saw it be born in my eyes. You saw the glimmer be born of Shazanigans. But Shazanigans indeed, because he has a combo deck.
Oh, you can't see my writing.
Yeah, before the camera's on its last legs right now. But
it's like it was in shock from that game.
Yeah. But yeah, we are in the top 4. So people that we know are in the top 4. I know all but one. Whoever was in the match that Jeebus and Luke were casting, I don't know who won that one, but I do know Jonathan Lamb on Amethyst Steel, winner. Dragon Johns or Jonathan Williams on Amethyst Steel, winner. And Zan Syed on Amethyst Amber, a favorite meta pick, winner.
Yeah, everybody picked that card. So I saw somebody ask about the burn deck. The burn deck did not survive. It burned itself out. Actually, it lost 2 games on 19 lore, as those decks will. Usually they hit it right on, and just wasn't able to pull it out. So that deck did not make it, unfortunately. So Emerald Amethyst fans, we're still waiting for the big win.
Deckless, this is my favorite.
Deckless, look at it. Here it comes.
Thank you.
Production with the win.
Yes.
I know this one. We saw this one. You just
hand it back. What is it?
You just watched this one. We're gonna watch it again.
Oh, it's Zan. Honestly, but good because I mean this is a list we need to refer to. Because,
Absolutely.
And we also have lamb chops, and Zan chops. I'm having fun here, guys. But this is gonna be. I mean, it's hard. Here's the thing: it's gonna be hard not to root for Zan's deck, and that's for a couple of reasons. Amethyst Steel, I famously said might win the tournament, but I also famously, I think it's had enough fun. I think we've proven it's a good deck. We did see Zan play Amethyst Steel earlier. That was today, right? That was round 8 this morning.
Oh, against it?
Yeah. So we know it's possible.
We brought him on camera in round 8 because we're like, in the event that he loses, we want people to see this deck, and nope, you're gonna get a full dose of it. You're gonna love it. Anyway.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, you can tell me. Well, because people are saying let's go Dan, and I thought it was Zan versus Jonathan Lamb. But I guess there's also a Dan. So there's Dan, Zan, Lamb.
Dan's whole crew isn't here apparently.
And
Lamb versus Zan. Lamb and Zan at the top, and you're gonna watch it.
And Jonathan Williams.
Yeah, Dan, Zan, and Lamb chops in the top 4. There you go. Oh my goodness, this is a sitcom waiting to happen.
And Dan.
Dan, Zan, Dan, Lamb.
Which one's Stan?
And Lamb chops.
Who's Stan? Which one's Stan?
Dan, Zan, and Lamb chops.
But who's Stan?
Here, they're in the top 4 of Charlie's A Magical Lorcana adventure for you, and you'll be with Zan, Dan, and Lamb chops. Than, Zandan, and Lamb Chops.
No one will tell me who Than is, though.
I don't know.
Oh, Thanos is Jonathan Williams. There we go. I was like, thank you. I needed help on guys. I am tired. I am fighting for my life in this booth, and I have to listen to My Neighbor Totoro.
Yeah, nobody got the Totoro reference?
Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah, and then we go, hey, let's go, hey, let's go. I'm happy as can be. Into the top 4.
Good. You know it.
I will always.
You're my favorite. Every time I think you're my favorite, Katie, you do something else that makes you even more my favorite.
But it does appear, it does appear to be 2 amethyst steel, 1 amber amethyst, and 1 green blue, and a partridge in a tree. And here's the thing, Liam, before he switched his thing because he forgot what he did the first time on the Illuminators, he predicted green blue. I predicted amber. Steel, and then everybody else predicted amber amethyst because everybody said that was the big pick of the weekend. Just kidding, no one predicted that. No one had predicted it. Like Liam said last time we were in the booth, it was on the tier list as ink combos that are ink combos. And that's it, because I mean it's not on anyone's radar. Though it was, there is a player, a Bornfoot, I believe, of the Ink Thieves. I'm not sure if he, but either way, Beyondfoot plays aggro decks, and so when I saw the ink combo, I was like, oh, so obviously we're gonna be seeing some dueling Pascals in here. We're gonna be seeing daisies. No, this is not an aggro deck. It is a combo deck, and the first combo deck I've seen in the finals of a tournament. Did we ever see the Bayou combo ever make Bayou combo? Did it ever make it to the finals anywhere?
No, it beat people up a little bit. It won some set champs, but no, I don't think it ever really topped much.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, so
I think the other combo I think that I remember doing okay. Some people back in the day ran the Beast Relentless.
That's a Bayou.
Okay.
Bayou Sheriff Nottingham beat Relentless. Yeah, it was, and they ran it, but I mean it was very delicate. The thing is that what has happened is we have evolved, and in that evolution, the cards are more powerful. You're able to have a game, like as we saw in that last round, you could have no combo and stay in the game. And the Beast Relentless, it was kind of those things like, don't worry, guys, don't worry. And in this game, Zan was playing a game of Disney Lorcana the entire time. Now, was it fast? Like, was it both decks were just trying to stay in the game, but they could stay in the game, and that kind of shows the power of a deck. A combo deck that doesn't have legs, where it doesn't have things to do, it's not going to win because the opponent will just run away. So very exciting. And are you now in this one we're about to watch? Do you have any? I mean, gosh, if you're rooting for him in this deal, I'll let you.
No, I'm not. They're both.
I'm rooting for Jonathan Lamb. Like, it's tricky. I love Jonathan Lamb because he is a lovely human. He helped find Sharp Gaming's cat. Their cat got out, and he was staying with them, and he tried to find their cat. You can't root against a person that helps people
that looks for cats.
That's wonderful.
That's true. That brings you that automatically, like,
that's a good person.
Exactly. That should be the metric.
He also ate boneless wings on stream, something I'd never seen a person do. He had them. He would just put them on a fork, and then he'd pass, and then he'd pick up the fork up with a boneless wing and just kind of gnaw on it. And so that's good. So these are facts about Jonathan Lamb. He probably has way better facts. I am so sorry, Jonathan Lamb. These are the 2 facts I have presented.
Boneless wings with a fork.
He's very hungry. This man is a very hungry man. He's kind of like the hungry caterpillar. He needs to eat. You must feed Jonathan Lamb. So he's very small.
Wings are
very, very hungry.
But
no, he just kind of put it. But if you think about it, if you put it on a fork, now it's like a kebab, a shish kebab. Either way, so
Zan,
now what does Zan eat on?
Very specific categories. Their finger foods are not finger foods. In the Venn diagram, there's a little bit of overlap, but certain foods like pizza with a fork and a knife, nope, finger food.
Yeah.
Hamburger, finger food. If you're chopping it up, what are you doing?
You can cut it in half because then you can sometimes bring half, and then
you can use a utensil to chop it in half.
Yes,
I will allow that.
We will allow it.
There's also chopstick food. Then the Venn diagram there overlaps with the fork food and not on the hand food at all. There's no, that's a lie. I maintain sushi. You could use fingers.
You guys, I just saw something. Sorry, people were like, "Are they delaying?" We are vamping a little bit. You might.
What do you mean? Are we delaying?
Well, they're excited. So it's important to note the reason this hasn't started yet, because what you're allowed to do before a match is you're allowed to look at your opponent's deck list and normally go blurple, done.
Actually, but let's take a look at the table real quick.
Yeah, can you switch? Because Jonathan Lamb is going, excuse me, what? And is actually kind of asking Zan to explain the deck.
This is this is super fun. What's happening here? Jonathan Lamb's getting a look at these cards. I think also what's happening is Zan is explaining the full combo.
Pre-coaching.
He's like, look, man, this is what I'm about to do. Because what's going to happen, there's going to come a point in this game where one of these games where Zan has the combo, and you're not going to see it, just like when we watched it earlier today.
He's pulling it out, too.
Right? You're not going to see the combo happen, right? Zan's just going to go, okay, I've got it. Are you really going to make me draw through my entire deck and play this card, 8 times and actually do the thing? Or are we just going to agree that I can win the game right now and that's gonna happen.
They kind of use it as like this element of surprise.
Right. So Zan is like, element of surprise gone. Zan's just like, look, man, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put this card in play. I'm going to put this card in play. And that means I won the game. Just so you know, like when that happens, that's what's going to happen. And
shout out to LBetG21. Here is how I'm about to cook.
Yeah, here's how I'm about to cook. This is what's going on here.
Tonight I am presenting a meal. And the thing is we have seen, so for people just tuning in, like we said, there's 2 matches. There's the other stream is showing the other top 4 match. But this one is exciting because this is a deck we have not seen in the Final 4.
Yeah, if you're tuning away from this, what are you doing?
Yeah, first off, how are you hearing us? That's so confusing.
That's true.
But also, we saw Zan already play this matchup. Now, the difference is Zan is the 12th seed. Jonathan Lamb is the 9th seed. For those playing at home, higher seed goes first. So he already has a little bit of uphill battle because as we saw, there was in the matchup in game 2 of that round 8, my memory is so good, where Zan put down the whale. The whale must be dry for the combo to work. You cannot do the thing you need to do until the whale is done because he needs to sing forever.
Right.
So the problem is
whale song.
He passed the turn, and then the Amethyst Steel deck had a Zeus and a Strength. So Jonathan Lamb has to be so careful with his removal because now he has to say this whale shan't sing on my watch.
Yeah. Shannot. Yeah. That whale is a great finisher, but not if it gets blasted beforehand. Yeah. Okay. So one of the things about this combo deck, and I've been thinking about this all day, but and Luke Wonderland also highlighted this in our conversation. One of the reasons this deck is so good is because it's basically a Blurple deck with a different endgame, and it makes use of the Amethyst shell. It has all of the good Amethyst cards that you love to have in the mid game. It even has the 1-drops that you often see played with Rafiki. And then the Palace Guard in the 1-drop slot for a little aggro control. And then, so you have to ask, why is Blurple good? What does it give you? What does splashing the Sapphire give you? And it gives you a few things, right? It gives you the ramp, and then it gives, which you replace with the Lantern. You're taking turn 2 off to play the Lantern instead. And then it gives you, you do lose Into the Unknown, but you have like a card that you love, the
Horseman Strikes.
The Horseman Strikes, which is that spot removal, which removes a lot of the worst threats in this meta.
Yeah.
And then, so the other thing that you lose is the Hades, which is some fantastic removal, and you can't truly replace it, but you do have Demona, which allows you to exert your opponent's board and do some work there. And so you're giving up blue tools, you're partially replacing them, and that allows you to work in these amber cards. And by getting Alana Dale and by working in We Know the Way, like it gives you that infinite combo. So, and to be fair, there's some other cards that you need to work out because you have to get the Great Illuminary and We Know the Way in there. That's several copies of that, so you lose some potency. But at the end of the day, this is another Amethyst clone, just with this really interesting amber splash.
Yeah, and I mean it is. To your point, I mean, it has its own little tricks, like you said. I mean, I need to read into this, Donald, because I know that's part of it. People have called it Moby Duck. I have not seen the duck. I have not seen people do. It's very fun. The Moby Duck deck. Zan gets to name it.
Copy print.
Yeah, copy print. It's fine.
Well, he had his opportunity. He named it combo on his deck list.
What? See, this is why Zan has Jeremy. I think this is why Jeremy is his sidekick, is he needs somebody.
Somebody name the
He needs Jeremy Bertoni to say, "Did you just name your deck?" Because I would like to point out the name of Jonathan Lamb's deck is
I Want to Be Tiago.
Yes. And honestly, fair, because he is on World Class Cards, and World Class Cards has 2 juggernauts of the Amethyst Steel world, and that is Tiago and this man who's played a couple games. You might know him. His name is Frank Karsten, who just took down DLC Milwaukee. So you do see the Timothy Q Mouse in here, the signature move of Karsten fans everywhere.
Yeah, right.
So I imagine, being that they are teammates, they probably talked. I'm sure they have talked a couple times about this deck. Have they talked about this matchup? Probably not.
No.
They have not talked about, hey guys, I'm really worried about what if I get matched up against Amber
What if I run into Moby Duck?
Yeah, Moby Duck, what do I do? And they say Ahab or something. I don't know. I haven't read the book. But either way, they both looked at the deck list longer than I have seen, because I will mention most deck checks, they literally quite look at the list and see what's different. It literally is just their brain checking and saying, okay, what's different? But knowing that one of them had a combo deck and the other one is looking at a deck list that is influenced by Tiago and Frank Carson, you saw Zan looking at it pretty intently too and saying, what are the one-ofs? And there are a few one-ofs. We have only just one He Hurled His Thunderbolt. We have just one Timothy Q Mouse. Then there's lots of 2s and 3s. And we have Hypnotic Strengths, which I don't know if Zan is running any illusions. I don't see any, but life is filled with confusing things. We have seen Zan use the Cheshire Cat to great effect here. But yeah, I mean, I am very, very, very excited. We have some wonderful people. We have Rebecca Quest in here, who I believe, Rebecca, you revealed We Know the Way, right? Because I believe you make me dance. And I was like, the first time I met you, and you said, hi, when I meet you, you're going to dance. And you have not stopped making me dance. So thank you, Rebecca.
That is true.
She makes us dance. Thank you.
That is true.
But it is a card. Watch, Rebecca, it's happening. Isn't that exciting when a card that you revealed
is
doing something?
I'm still waiting for Healing Glow.
Yeah.
To be a competitively
Don't worry,
played
Grandpappy
card.
deck is coming, and the Spirit Gum has also almost come out of your eyebrows.
Almost. Or Longboat, I saw some fringe play, right?
Oh,
right?
Atlantis, Restored Atlantis. There's a moment. And Rockstar Stitch had a moment. So honestly, I'm doing okay so far. But yeah, this is a content creator war where we all beat each other up and say, hey, your card hasn't been here.
Yeah, your card's terrible. Work together, right? I got to reveal that card. That's good, right?
Yeah. So here we go. Now, we did ask the judge, you are allowed to have a rat on your shoulder as long as it's not on your head and pulling your hair and telling you what cards to play. You can have Remy sit on your shoulder.
He just can't take notes.
Correct. He cannot take notes and he cannot give advice, but he can participate and watch. So you are allowed to have an audience. Little Ratatouille Joe. Pixar coming in Wilds Unknown.
The day that Remy's in, like, that Ratatouille makes it, I'm going to be very excited.
I cannot wait. Cannot wait for the card. Ka-chow.
Ka-chow. Also, yeah, that better be a card, like, on its
I hope
own.
there's happy ka-chow and sad ka-chow. Ka-chow, parenthesis, happy, ka-chow, parenthesis, sad. I don't know what, but there's ka-chow.
Ka-chow. Also, in the vein of Pixar. We'll get back to Game of Promise, but Turning Red coming, and I can't wait for Four Town. I want two things. I want the Four Town songs, right?
Yes.
You're Never Not On My Mind. And then I want each one of the characters.
Yes.
Each one of the
because
four.
everybody all knows all four. And that
No,
is
there's five, right? There's a line in the movie. They're like, why are there, it's four, why are there five of them?
I need to watch that movie again. And honestly, shout out to Disney Lorcana for always making sure that there's a movie. I'm like, I don't think I know it as well as I thought. But here we go. Jonathan Lamb saying, listen, I got to go first and I got to have strength. So here we go. He's keeping a hook and he's looking at those Dumbos going, that is quite tempting. He's keeping, oh, wow. So he is, this is my least favorite part where they keep putting piles up and down. But no, he goes ahead and keeps only a strength and a hook.
Did he keep the strength?
Yeah, he had one strength, one hook, and
Okay.
then but then he sent back one.
He shifted the other
Yeah,
strength.
he didn't want to get too greedy, but then we see 6 being altered on Zan's side. So both of them are looking for a pretty specific plan, but they're both so different. Zan is not really aggro. He's trying to hit that lantern. Lantern is very key to his plan. But Jonathan Lamb has that beautiful, beautiful thing where he's like, I got to play a 1 cost, I got to play a 2 cost, then I'm going to play a 3 cost, and on 4, I'm going to sing strength. So that is his plan.
And on 5, I'm making waffles.
In a 5, yes. So they're gonna go ahead and get ready on this. They're both players that I'm sure have met in life because I mean these are two very storied players. I mean they both have golden Mickeys, I believe, right? Yes.
Yeah, I do wonder. I can't remember if they overlapped at all on World Class Cards. Zan used to be a World Class Cards member. I think Jonathan Lamb was brought on after.
Wow.
So they were not teammates, but certainly they move in the same circles and have most likely played each other numerous times. Jonathan Lamb, another accomplished player. I remember him first popped on my radar in Toronto. He was the top seed going into the top 64 and lost in round 1 as the #1 seed, which was a huge bummer. But
people were talking about the shuffle, and as they did that, they made Jonathan Lamb accidentally explode his deck. So that was on you guys, chat. You stressed him out so much he exploded it. But shout out to Sleeves when like you put too much pressure and they just explode and you feel silly. But here we go. They are shuffling. You are allowed to shuffle your opponent's deck. Just a fun fact. You don't have to just cut it. You can shuffle. That is part of it.
Yeah, and a lot of people would argue that that's the right thing to do.
Technically
and that we should
is.
normalize
Yeah. And it's not rude, guys. You're not accusing anyone of cheating, right? It's not like when you bite someone's dollar to see if it's not chocolate. Is that something? That's maybe what UConn does in Rudolph. But either way, here we go. So we have Jonathan Lamb going to be going first. We saw him hard mulligan. He's doing back 5, but I guess that's not the hardest. A medium mulligan, or alter rather, a medium alter. But he kept 1 hook. Does he have a 2-drop? Because that's going to definitely determine how this is going to go. Because he needs a 2. Yep. Ooh, Hudson is 3. So, all right. Looks like we're going to hook on 2.
I don't see the 2. Yeah, right. I got something. I got hook on 2. Keep that strength, maximum strength, and we'll see.
Yeah.
How we go here. On Zan's side, I don't see the lantern. He loves to establish that on turn 2 as a form of ramp. We do have a couple guidebooks down there. Revealed by JDZ. I see you in the chat. And let's see what else in terms of. I can't see anymore. We'll see. I'm really excited. Katie, I'm really excited for this match. This is peak Lorcana.
It is, and it's so crazy because I feel like it can go fast, and it cannot go fast because really it's. How are we going to play on this curve? We know that he has got the hook down. That's first step. He just has to draw a 2-cost. Now, he doesn't have to. So the reason we say you want to draw, because obviously the cards get more powerful as you have the higher ink combo. So he kind of just needs a body, though. So plan B is just play a hook. But here we go. Palace Guard, the friend of Royal Guard. I always get them confused, but this is the octopus version.
That's Guard.
Yeah, Guard. Octopus Soldier, which the second part's easy. That's easy to remember. So here we go. He's doing an interesting thing here where he keeps like going through his hand and kind of sorting it and doing some decision making. I keep thinking he's like altering it again, which honestly fair. Sometimes you're like, maybe I will do second alter. But he's planning out his turns, I imagine.
Yeah, I think he's figuring out what he's inking turn after turn and trying to figure out, because based on his inkables and uninkables, he's trying to figure out, I think, this is my guess.
Yes.
Do I need the hook this turn, or do I want to save this as ink for a later turn? Do I need, based on Zan's deck list, is it super important that I have a full power strength or not? Can I afford it or not? And here it looks like the choice being, I am going to play the hook. There it is. A bevy of hooks, a ship full of hooks, a full bunch of pirates down there. A crew full of hooks.
A bevy of pirates. A clutch of captains. Either way, we have 3 forceful duelists down. And yeah, the math is also kind of to that strength because, he's like, do I need to hit for 3 or do I need to hit for 4? Do I need to hit for 5? Now, he's probably thinking about things like a genie because he can use that strength. Now, he's thinking it through post-playing. He's also, let's see here, he's got that Royal Guard here. I'm trying to remember, does he have Challenger?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah. So I wonder if he's sitting here making that choice. Yeah, he cannot turn these captain hooks sideways. If he's investing in his strength future, he needs all captains on deck. But a lot of thinking here early on. So he's definitely thinking several turns down the line right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And both these players, very, very methodical players. We've all seen Zan play. If you've seen Jonathan Lamb play as well, both of them very thoughtful, very methodical players, thinking multiple turns ahead. So this is going to be a game where both players are fully considering their options each and every turn as they try to navigate this matchup. So we may be in for a ride, folks. This is going to be a fun game as we get to navigate. I don't know, pretty fun matchup. Here we have the guidebook here on turn 2, revealed by JDZ Quests. And
yes, what is a celebrity? Guys, sponsored by JDZ Quests and Rekka Quest.
Not the lantern. This is a card that's seen more play recently. Didn't see a ton of play in the early meta, but people working it in later, and it's pretty popular now because it means you have to rely less on the second star and Blurple matchups, and you can remove some other card draw, and it's an ink sync too, so it lets you drop this on the board on turns where you're not doing anything else, and then draw 2 cards later. So a card that is a little more popular now.
Yeah, like you said, kind of when you have the math that's funky, you have this as an investment. You're like, don't worry, this will pay off later. Just pay 2 now, 1 later. It's so funny. I just had a flashback, like a That's So Raven moment, but it was backwards. I interviewed Zan during the last CCS, and he was playing what was called at the time Baja Blast, but we've seen it more now, and it's just a good old-fashioned brew, if you will. Either way, grew, rather. I asked him, I said, how hard was it to prepare playing a deck like this for this tournament? And he said, it's not hard. Everybody else has to learn how to play around me. So this is a very interesting moment because it sounds like this is happening again, where we have basically Zan saying, I know how to play my deck. Jonathan, do you know how to play against my deck? The Candio here in the chat saying, yay, Thiago didn't win.
Yeah, Brandon DeCandio.
You're relieved from duty.
That's right. Brandon DeCandio merging now that Thiago has. I'm just kidding, but we did have Brandon did issue a challenge later on, or last Charlie's saying, hey, if somebody wins twice in a row, I will. It has to be in a row. I'll come out of retirement and maybe try to defend my title, but safe this time. It's like the 1978 Dolphins. Every time every football team loses a game, they celebrate.
A fun fact about Thiago, though, is I did see him, and Thiago is one of my favorite people to run into because he wears his emotions on his sleeve, and he was like, oh, and I'm like, what? And he's like, well, I have to play because I'm in the second tournament, and he's collecting Charlie points. So I do like that they have the Charlie points because, people are out there hustling for the Charlie points. So he's out there in the 3K, I believe that's going on. A lot of the players are out there, but not these 4 players. These 4 players are playing in the 25K. it's the qualifier for an invitational and one of the bigger invitationals, nationals, the CCQ.
Yeah. So I was just looking at the chat, correcting my year. 72 Dolphins. Yeah, it was Dolphins. And
Wow,
70s. I was close.
It made it over my head that you made that reference.
Yeah, it was a sports ball reference for folks. Brendan said he said 3. You know, 2. I think 2 is good.
You guys are going to get a lot of amping from me and Liam here, guys.
Yes. Yes.
But here we go. We have Lexington coming in, going. That's how I imagine, because he comes at you like a spider monkey, and he is a 4/4. And a shout out to the developers for saying, you know what Amethyst Steel needs? We need Steel to have more power. So we have the Black Heron, we have Lexington, and we also have a pass. Because he says, literally, I am so scared of what Zan's going to do. I'm keeping everything upright, vigilant, alert, if you will, if you're Lexington, because he's passing to Zan and saying, Zan, I don't know what you're going to do. Please don't hurt me.
Yeah, Zan now turn 3. We are going to get that Cheshire Cat. It's a great card on turn 3. Zan with the power turn there. Yeah, just sorry, it was really quick. Had a long time to think about it, but the Cheshire Cat coming out, a card that's doing a lot of work. We've seen Zan use it very, very effectively in this deck. It's one of the keys to his control in the mid game. So back over to Jonathan Lamb as he.
Sorry, there's a story in the chat that I really like, because we saw Tiago. We had him round 1 because he won the last one, and that's kind of a fun tradition. And I talked to somebody out there that said, yeah, my friend got paired against Tiago, and they said, you'll never believe who I just got paired against on stream, Tiago. So shout out. It was a lovely match. I believe they were playing, am I making that up? It's been a long day. I am so sorry, Ember WC. But it was a lovely match to watch, because Tiago, unfortunately, he's one of the best in the business and has helped train Lamb Chops, who we see in the top 4.
One of the friendliest in the business.
He is. It's so wonderful. It's so, when someone's good, you're kind of like, oh no, what if they're mean? No, Tiago is so genuinely kind, and he's always carrying his stuff in a raggedy bag. Today it was Panda Express. Yesterday it was Quick Trip. It was Walmart at Milwaukee. So I think I'm gonna make a fan account of the bags of Tiago, and at every event I'll show what bag Tiago has decided to carry his stuff in.
You're also a really good player when you own a name. Right? Tiago's last name, I mean...
Santana, right?
Yeah, we know it.
Yeah.
But nobody says it. Because now if you're another Tiago who comes in and is really good at Lorcana, if that's your name, we have to somehow qualify that name.
That's Tiago.
Yeah.
Tiago. Yeah, I tried. That was tough. I was doing that one live, but he's done all this thinking. Listen, he has to go through this whole thing. So here we go. We're going to do a genie, because it's always good to draw a card before you go ahead and do anything else. And time is...
Strength.
Yeah, strength. Fair. And that is one... I think the lovely Allie Sweet made a shirt for Harlan Sweet, who are 2 players over in the UK, that said 1, 2, 3 strength, and that 1, 2, 3 strength, he did it. Now it was technically 1, 1, 3 strength, but it still does the same thing. And finally, we see something turn sideways, because you eventually get the criticality where, yes, the Royal Guard can swing back, but he can't hit everything, and the Cheshire Cat's gone, so you don't have to worry about moving damage around.
That's true. Jonathan or Lamb Chops, John getting that underneath 3-card threshold too. So. Lexington will be able to ready next turn. But that's the classic opening from this deck. 1, 2, 3 strength, hitting the genie ideally. And now we're on to turn 5. If he's on his ideal curve, hopefully he'll be able to hit that Elsa this next turn, or perhaps a Dumbo to start drawing cards. But Zan cracking open that guidebook, seeing what he needs to do to draw some cards. The guidebook just says draw 2 cards. So.
It does. I honestly, I love a book that says exactly what you need to do. Now that is, let's see. So he has a 4/4. Does he have Challenger 3? Help. Yeah, he Challenger 1.
Whenever you draw a card, this character gains Challenger +1.
My goodness.
So it stacks it up with the guidebook.
You know, and that's the thing, guys. This Red Bull in front of me, it is half drunk. But by the end of this, guys, I will not make any more mistakes. I promise you.
It's been a long day.
I'll never make you another now 2 is hard. But here we go. We're going to go ahead, and now when we cash in what we just did. And there is
the Horseman strikes.
He strikes. It's actually, you have to say it again, because it's an exclamation mark.
Oh, sorry. The Horseman strikes.
Thank you.
Strikes down that genie, sending it to the discard pile. That card is in here to banish Dumbos, to banish Elsas, and to banish genies. But in here for this exact scenario. So Lamb Chops hit his ideal curve, but Zan with both of the answers to kind of keep the board under control. Hypnotic Strength there, not terribly great in this matchup at the moment, so just used there to draw a card and establishing that Olaf there, which we've seen used very effectively with Docs before, so likely that Olaf sits there for a while until he can leverage it to either replay a Hades or replay a Doc. And I think we also see a Thunderbolt in hand. Is that what that is?
He only has 1 in the deck, so that is pretty fortuitous if so, because he needs to save it for some whaley, scary stuff coming up. But in this case, he's going to go ahead and drop a Cheshire Cat and 2 Rafikis, pass on back, and see if I'm imagining he's going to hold on to that Thunderbolt, because the Cheshire Cat can be a problem, especially knowing that Hook is all 3 characters on board are Cheshire Cat sized. Now we do need to have some damage carried. You can't just create damage out of nowhere. So right now, in the words of Rebecca Quest, they are doing some Lorcana Gambit in their Mind Palace. And you have to. I mean, I will say, I'm not envious of John. Can I call you John? Jonathan Lamb Chops. His last name is not Chops, it's Lamb. Anyway, he has to think through these turns, and right now he has a Hades, which he needs to ink if he wants to play that Hades. He has something else that's so fast.
Yeah, the Uninkable Thunderbolt and
Strength? Did he
the
top deck a
Hades.
Strength? Because he could pay full price for Strength. That's still not enough. So, yeah, not a fun position to be in, because you have to ink the Strength to play the Hades.
Yeah, but the Strength, I mean, if it is a Strength, and I didn't see,
I don't know.
you'd want to hit that cat, and not enough characters on board.
That darn cat.
So,
Another Disney property. I think
yeah, so it is, we'll see.
Yeah, I think it's so funny. Strength's one of those cards that when you want it, when it comes to you and you don't need it, you're like, how dare you? Like, after you lose your whole board and you top deck a Strength, and you're like, how dare you show up and show your face around here? But in this case, we will ink the Strength and play. Let's look for a deal and see if Zan will take it. He says no. You can draw no cards, which is fair, because this is not a very impressive board state. And so he's like, you know what? I probably will be fine. I have 3 cards. I'm not scared at all. I just drew a card off of the Pumpkin Man. I have lots of options. So if I am Jonathan Lamb, I'm a little nervous and sad about this deal and how it worked out.
Yeah, part of the game is obviously reading your opponent, trying to dissect what they have in their hand, what their game plan is. And when you're inking a Strength, that's probably one of the last cards that you want to ink if you can avoid it. And so inking that there in order to play the Hades, Zan reading, like, he's low on cards, seeing he's low on cards, low on options, not ideal, does not want to give him any more fuel going into this later game. So, and he has, some Rafikis there to deal with the hook, so I think he's feeling okay right now, despite the fact that Jonathan Lamb has managed to push himself up to 7. Zan is somewhat concerned about is concerned about the lore race, not so concerned about his lore, though. It's less of a race and more of a me keeping you low while I pursue the 3 cards I need to instantly win the game, basically.
Exactly, right? I mean, he has 2 games. The I can't let you win, and I find the cards. So right now he's in the I can't let you win phase. And also, I mean, the whole time, so many of his cards have, and then you draw a card. So he's kind of just trying to invest in himself as he has a plan. Now, 2 Rafiki, not the greatest. Now, Rafiki can famously go ahead and challenge into these hooks and survive to tell the tale. But one thing I will note is this Olaf is very, very powerful in the sense that if you go ahead and strike him down, he shall come back more powerful than ever, because you are allowed to bounce one of your own characters back to your hand. So if a dock should come down, a giant cobra, then you do not want that Olaf around. So that might be something he's interested to get rid of now versus later.
Yeah. Well, it is interesting, because one of the calculations of playing that Hades, one, it's the only thing you can play. You're trying to do some board control. You're establishing some board presence. But you'd love to get it. It's a card you'd love to get back if you can. So playing the Olaf there basically lets you, it threatens the Hades bounce if Zan wants to clear that off. So
yeah, and it's just kind of as long as this, and it's when he leaves play. So sometimes there's a little caveats where you're like, aha, he got sent into the ink, but this is not the case. So in this case, though, we'll go ahead. He leaves play. So if you want to, you may return that Hades to your hand, but you do have to pay 5 ink to play him again, which means you can't Thunderbolt and Hades, but he does let it go back to his hand. So shout out to the boosting Cheshire Cat.
That's great. We're gonna look at that cat again.
I love that, right to the hand. He's like, again.
Yep. And again, Zan with the same exact calculations before, but this time saying, hey, you can have the 2 cards. I'd rather keep the cat around.
Yeah, and now we have another strength. So he's found all his strength. And as we said, that's very important, but you do need characters for the strength to matter. A Hill of Beans, but we have a Royal Guard and an Elsa Fifth Spirit of my ability.
That's right.
Yeah, our abilities to see cards from.
Yeah, we tilt our heads in the booth here to try to see the hand a
we
little better.
I'm glad you guys can't see
every
it.
Single
it's
time.
It's very embarrassing because this is not how matches work. You cannot see through the computer that way.
No, that's not how physics works.
It isn't.
But nevertheless, we try every time.
So we got the cards. He's debating right now whether he wants to ink the strength to play the Pirate's Guard. Now, it's kind of counterintuitive, right? You need characters to make the strength better, but if you ink the strength, then you can't play strength. So it's not a fun thing to do, and he's not playing against a deck that's going to send anything into his inkwell. So he's just kind of making, I think, truly the decision: do I ink strength and get this Royal Guard down, or do I go ahead and pass?
Yeah. That's the calculations there. We will ink that strength. We will play the guard, establish that on the board, and pass it back over. Really, I mean, the problem is Jonathan Lamb.
I know. To be fair, there is Jonathan Williams, and I just read on the other stream. But
yeah, I got in my head.
Lamb.
So John, to be clear, Jonathan needs to worry about he needs to be pushing his lore total. Ideally, he has to win this race a little bit every turn, or be building up a significant, because what Amethyst Steel really wants to do is go wide in the end game, build up significant resources in the mid game, and go wide with some medium-sized characters, high lore questers in the end game. And so he's either playing that card draw game where he's getting value out of cards like Genie and Dumbo and drawing cards off Hades and things like that, or he needs to be pushing his lore total every turn. And right now he's doing neither, forced into an awkward control role, even though Zan isn't pushing his lore total. He's just trying to establish enough board presence to keep things under control while he pursues his end game combo. So it's I feel like it's a tough spot for Jonathan Lamb to be in. Although one of the things about Amethyst Steel that's really great is at any time you can kind of reset things and get things going with Doc by dumping cards and drawing 2 and pairing it with Olaf and all of that. So he's one top deck away from kind of re-energizing things, but in the meantime, kind of awkwardly trying to figure out how to navigate this mid game.
Yeah. Big shout out to I saw a lamb and then a steak, and then lamb steak, but it's lamb chop. Lamb chop, lamb chop. Big fan of that. But this is one Infernal Schemer. My goodness, not Infernal Schemer. It's his friend. This is looking for a deal. It's such a fascinating card because it really is. In a combo deck, you need to draw cards. That's Zan. Everything he's doing is trying to go for drawing these cards. So in this case, he said, "Would you like to keep your Hades or let me draw a card?" And he's like, "I don't know if you draw one of those cards. I looked at your list for like 30 minutes before this match, and they all scared me. So I don't want you to draw 2 more cards. No, thank you." So he does go ahead and take whatever version of the deal that is, where he sends Hades to the bottom and says, "My turn. Let's see what we can do." And another hook. My goodness, is that the 4th hook?
That is a place. That is bingo. It's a play set. Full house.
Yes, you do.
4 of a kind.
Yahtzee.
Yeah, you get bonus. No, you don't.
No,
but,
you get nothing. You get a 1 drop, which is not exactly what he wants right now, but it is.
I think if you play 4 hooks, are you going to mix the old and the new art, or are you committing to one or the other?
I'm old art forever. I think the old art was so good. He has a little knife hand. He has knife hook. I can't ever betray that one. Shout out to the new art because it is quite fun. But here we go. We have.
You know what makes it so good? I'm sorry, we're on Jonathan.
Yeah, right.
It's the flavor text on Old Hook, where he says,
They changed the flavor text?
Because the overall flavor text is based on the art.
Oh.
It says he loves to make light of his foe's predicament, and it was Tinkerbell so he made her into a light. And
it was
the
a
flavor
beautiful
text,
cold foil too.
It is. The flavor text married with the card art is like
What's
wonderful.
The new flavor text, Jonathan? Please tell us.
I don't think anything.
Do we have a new hook up in here?
New hook. This is where we're at. We're gonna take a look at that.
Hey, all right. If you love Disney Lorcana, name every Disney Lorcana ever. And man, do I love Disney Lorcana. We have Color. Law has helped us out greatly. But here we go. I'll explain how. I didn't leave you there, but we're gonna go ahead and exert that Rafiki. The good news is Elsa can take out 1 Rafiki and live to tell the tale. The Palace Guard can take out he's not new here, so he can go ahead. Sorry, these turns are. So he is able to go ahead and take care of 2 characters, but that's not where he wants to be.
No, and the problem is the Cheshire Cat takes care.
It's like one of those things.
Doesn't. I was like,
it's something to kind of get rid of 2 characters. But like you said, he can easily boost. Boosting just costs 2 lore and then 2 ink rather. So it's one of those things like, do you want to? Is it that big of a deal? Don't you want characters? And the thing is he has a hook, and he hurls Thunderbolt. So it's like, oh. So it's kind of, he's not in a place he wants to be. This is a part where he wants to be chaining docks together in the infinite dock, a clinic of docks, if you will. But here we go. He's going to start the challenge. He's going to do what he can because he knows at the end of the day, he's not going to win in the quest race because he's got some heavy-duty challengers on the other side. Now, will he take care of the other Rafiki? 2 on docks. Can Elsa sing this turn? No, you can rush. Rush allows you to go ahead and challenge, but you can't sing. You got to dry. So in the next turn, she can go ahead and sing. But right now, the only thing she can do is quest. Not quest. The opposite of that.
I've been saying a clinic of docks, but a practice of docks might be better.
That is true. I quite like that. A cohort of docks, if you will, if you're feeling.
And we will challenge into the other Rafiki. Palace Guard cleaning that up in a quick pass. Then over to Zan. Zan now, we'll see how he reacts, trying to build his board a little bit. And again, for those just joining us as we're navigating this match, Zan is playing Horseman Strikes, striking down. Wait, you say it.
The Horseman Strikes!
Striking down Elsa, and the Cheshire Cat's going to go in, clean up that Palace Guard. We're going to boost to remove that last damage counter over that we need to take it down. And so Zan clearing the board there and questing with that Hades. For those just joining us, Zan is playing a fun combo deck. It's an infinite combo deck where if he establishes a couple cards on the board, he wins the game basically instantly. We could make him play it through, but we generally don't. And so that's inevitability. would say is absolutely with Zan's deck. The longer this game goes, the higher his percentage chance of winning. But this feels pretty good. Thunderbolting that cat, we're going to send a couple cards to the discard pile. It's a Demona and a Palace Guard, which are underneath that. And it's very, very important to note for us and for Zan and for everybody and for his opponent, which cards have been boosted or going to the discard pile, because he does have some of those key cards that he's pursuing. And every single one that goes to the discard pile changes the math a little bit about what he's looking for, and also changes the cards that he's looking for in order to make it work. He does have a single copy of Circle of Life in here, which he can use to pull back one of his combo pieces if he needs to, and as part of his combination. So, yeah. So anyway, so inevitabilities with Zan, he wants to draw this thing out, but as we look at him progress his lore total, obviously you can win the old-fashioned way, as you would say, and just quest out, as you saw him do in previous games when you can't find that combo. But the other thing is, if he can get in a position where he is at 11, 12, 13 lore and kind of pushing the game, it forces Jonathan Lamb into a control role, because Jonathan, if he wants to win this game, has to win this game and not let Zan find those combo pieces. So even though lore is not necessarily, like racing for lore, questing for lore is not necessarily the win condition Zan's looking for, if he can get in a position where he's threatening game in a couple turns, it forces Jonathan to challenge rather than pursuing his win con.
Yeah, I mean, it's so tricky because you can definitely tell we're doing the fridge method here, where you're kind of like, okay, what can my deck do that can get me out of the situation? Calhoun is not a card that we love to see mid to late game in pretty much any matchup. But in this case, we have a Calhoun, we have an Elsa. The Elsa is able to go ahead and put 2 damage on Genie, which could come in handy later. This could be like a Mouse Cthulhu that could come in handy later if he has his own Cheshire Cat, or I think he's probably, there's no Bell. In this economy, Bell's out.
Well, so this does set up a vulnerability to a cat here, though. We already have had a couple go away, I think.
There's been so many glamours of cats.
Well, one to the bottom of the deck, one to the discard pile, I think, if I'm doing the math correctly. So, but this does set up a quick Calhoun banish if he finds another cat. But in the meantime, Genie with a couple damage kind of around.
Kind of doing a little bit of a egging on. What's that term? Where you're hoping that they'll say you can do it. You're inviting it in, saying, "Oh, you can maybe get challenge back if you want to." I mean, why would you? I don't know, but it's something that you can sometimes do, and you're kind of saying, "I don't think you will," because why would he, right?
Yeah.
Genie would go and he wouldn't, so you're like, "I'm fair. It's fine. It's safe. I can finish it later on my next turn."
And it also shuts down the Genie quest this turn is the big thing as well. If you don't want to lose it.
Use it or lose it, they say. So we are looking here. Zan doesn't have the easiest route forward. He does have to play this deck like a medium kind of control. He focuses on control and card draw in the meantime. So we're going to go ahead and get rid of that Calhoun. And then we'll also clean up the board and say, he's like, I'm happy to do it. It's fine. I'll go ahead and trade in, get that Elsa off the board as well. And now, here we go. We have a Genie. We have damage again, which, like we said, isn't the worst thing if he has another Cheshire Cat that appears. And there's a monster going to the ink, which is one place you can't get the card back from.
That's true. If a monster is going to the ink, it leads me to believe he has another one in hand. Obviously, you need to get the ink to 8 to play the monster anyway, but I think the indication here is that he has another whale sitting in his hand. And a quick turn from Jonathan Lamb there, playing the Genie, and then back over to Zan. And there is that monster which he was hanging on to. And now this is dangerous territory here.
If you have a Zeus, I recommend you use it.
Yeah, and clearly one card in hand, not enough. So this is going to be dangerous here, because now Zan only needs to establish that Great Illuminary, I believe, to start doing some shenanigans. He has 2 cards in hand as well, which is what you need to cycle it through.
Oh, he should.
And he has the Donald Duck instead. That will also be kind of brutal, because that gives Monstro the ability to exert to draw a card, and then you can do the thing you need to do. And that will, I think, because you need the ink.
He's defined this, so we know the way, right? Because
So-
we know the way needs to be in the deck, because he's going to be drawing to it.
That's the thing, yeah. So here's the play here. So you're going to start drawing and discarding every single turn, or drawing and discarding, finding the cards you need. There's enough cards in hand to maintain 2. One of the things you're looking for is Alan Adale. You don't have the cards to or the ink to play Alan Adale, but you don't need to, because what you're going to do is you're going to discard the Alan Adale. You're going to play the Circle of Life, sing the Circle of Life with Monstro in order to put Alan Adale in play and play him for free. So that being established, all you need to do then is grab a We Know the Way. Monstro can also sing We Know the Way. And so you can play that for free, and we're going to get to see it played out here. So there he's found the one card that's the We Know the Way. Now he's looking for Alan Adale. Another Monstro and another We Know the Way. He's like, I might as well keep the second one. Oh, he does have the Alan Adale in hand. But now he needs the Circle of Life. So that's the last card he's looking for here. The play being I discard the Alanadale, I sing the Circle of Life, put the Alanadale in play, and then we can start doing the We Know the Way shenanigans and singing infinitely.
Yeah, so I mean, and this is something where in some games that are older and more mature, sometimes people will say, I have the combo, and they just show the combo, and then people just say, okay, it's over. But in this case, you do need to make your player, or it's smart to have them play it out. He just put the Alanadale back.
He does. Well,
so he wants to get the circle.
He needs the circle, yeah, because he doesn't have the ink to play Alanadale, so to get it in play, he finds the Circle of Life,
So
which it would be so funny if it was the last card in the deck.
So here's something I talked about that would be funny is if he accidentally boosted.
There
he only
it
has
is.
one copy, but there he went past it. All right, well, keep going. We keep going. All right. Is he just decking himself for some reason? What is happening? Well, here we go. We know the way.
We know the way, and that's gonna play. That's another way to play the Alanadale, because you put
so
the
you
Alanadale
stop
on top.
drawing because basically you don't lose
Yeah.
because you drew the last card. You lose when you go past.
So there's the
it.
Alanadale. Now that you reveal the top card of your deck, it's the Alanadale. You play it for free. Here it comes. Alanadale comes into play, or he's cycling. He's showing him the combo is what he's doing. So he's saying, I put the We Know the Way on top. We Know the Way. Yeah, he's explaining the combo to him. The We Know the Way gets played over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, and then I just use the Alanadale to gain lore infinitely. So
yes,
there he goes.
You might see me laughing only because it looks like Remy's also in shock by this. I've never seen such a thing where both the player and his pocket or shoulder rat are going, oh my gosh. But that is how the combo, and shout out to Zan for showing it, because it is very, very easy to just say, got the combo. And you show it. But this is important to note. Zan had the lower seed, which means Zan went second. So Jonathan Land had a chance to go ahead and establish a pretty dominant board and make it where Zan couldn't necessarily have as much, success. I mean, he won. Now combo's hard because he's at 4. He went from 4 to 20 in one turn, which is hard to do in most decks.
Yeah, right.
But I mean, it basically is interesting that he went first, and sometimes that's very good for Amethyst Steel. Most decks, if you're going first and you're Amethyst Steel, it's a great time. But now Jonathan Lane will go first again and say, hey, I know the way and I don't like it.
Yeah, away, away. I wish this card wasn't revealed.
Hey, Rebecca, can you not next
Thanks,
time?
Rebecca, for giving us this infinite combo.
Yeah, Rebecca quest, ironically, no questing there. It was a combo, so it's very confusing, Rebecca.
It's very confusing, yeah. Thanks for that.
I will say there are some graphics. I believe there was a Instagram user where I found a graphic that had
So it's a great one by onemorelore.au.
Yes.
Yeah, she's a great content creator on Instagram from Australia. Onemorelore.au has a great infographic on this.
It helped me a lot because I had the cards and it talks about it. Because when we talk about it out loud, I mean, that's why, you saw Zan explain it to Jonathan Lamb before the match. Jonathan Lamb, I don't know if you guys know this, he's pretty good at Lorcana. He's played it a lot. And still, he just won. And he's like, can you please one more time tell me what happened? Because it's kind of crazy. I mean, Lorcana is not known for combo decks. This is something that is very, very... it's usually other games have combos, but we don't have one yet. So winning this way is kind of a new thing. But as you guys might see in the background, there's like 3 judges milling about. Zan's explaining it. So I think at this point, this isn't saying, I think he truly is like, can you please explain it so I can avoid this again? Because it's hard. It's hard to get out of that kind of win. A one-turn win is not a fun thing to get hit by.
Yeah, and one of the things I'm sure Jonathan is doing is something that, we did earlier where once you learn the combo and you're figuring out what he's trying to do, it's like, how do I disrupt it? What can I do to get rid of some of these key combo pieces, either when they hit play or from your hand or whatever? Like, what can I do to prevent this from happening to me? And there isn't a whole ton, to be quite honest. One of the big ways, well, there's really not a whole lot, honestly.
Well, I mean, we saw that there was a good way to get rid of the monster, because a monster is one puzzle piece where if you let him dry, he can start doing the singing thing.
So you have to get rid of it before it dries. Yeah.
Yes, so you have one turn from the minute you see the whale, and that's not easy because he is a beefy boy.
Yep.
So that's one way. It doesn't prevent it forever, because we've seen that there's ways to get cards back from your discard. It's not over, but it is a delay tactic.
Yeah.
But yeah, combos like that, that's why they're not fun.
The other way, there is a weird way you can do it by banishing boosted cats. Because if the Alanadale, because if you can send enough We Know the Ways to the discard pile and like key elements of the combo, but you have to get really, really lucky and hope that the boosted cards are combo pieces and get rid of enough of them. That's really the biggest way.
That we're like, did you get a chance to ask if the Madam M Elephant is in there to rescue cats?
I didn't, but I didn't ask him.
That is a theory we had, because we were talking about, like, when you boost, you don't get to look. You just take the top card, flip it, put it right underneath. So, I mean, in theory, what if something was stuck in there? And Liam so brilliantly said, what if we elephant the cat? So the elephant is Madam M Elephant, which when you play it, you go ahead and bounce one of your characters in play back to your hand, and any cards that are underneath it, any Cheshire Cat remnants will come with it. So that is one thing. Someone ban the rooster. Yes, after today.
Ban Alanadale. Yeah, ban
the most
Alanadale is the
problematic card
problem.
in the
Alan's
game.
been the problem all along. It was Alan all along. But yeah, no, in the chat pointing out, yeah, this is a telegraphed. Well, so yeah, I mean, it is a telegraphed combo. If you know what you're playing against, you know what they're trying to do, and you know kind of that you need to win quickly, etc. But again, like the big problem with this deck is that it makes use of the Amethyst core, which is very, very good. It has a lot of control options in the mid game, and then you gave Amber this the Horseman Strikes to banish some of these really, really pesky evasive characters that are everywhere in the Amethyst mirror. So it has a lot of the tools that a lot of the other Amethyst decks have, as well as the Horseman Strikes, which allows you to draw out the game. If you had a combo like this in other colors that didn't make use of the Amethyst core, it would be nigh unplayable. But basically, all you're doing is, you know, leveraging the Amethyst core, changing out a few cards, and now it's a very effective deck. So.
Yeah, and I think it's very interesting to see decks because I'm looking at the post about the combo. I mean, the post was 6 months ago. Someone said, "Is this really illegal?" 6 months ago. So that kind of shows it took 6 months and several sets for this combo to have the power around it to support what it needed to actually survive in the meta.
Yeah, and what? So it was viable months ago. That's a great point because people have been talking about this forever, and we even had people in the chat say, "I'm surprised people are just learning about this." And yes, it has been around for a while, but a couple key cards changed it. One was before you had to rely on the Donald. And Donald is very expensive. He's 8 cost. You have to ramp to him. It's very wonky, and it's very difficult to stick the Donald and the Monstro and etc. The Great Illuminary changed that. The Abandoned Laboratory allowed you to do the combo for a lot cheaper. So that's one. And the nice thing about it, the Great Illuminary Abandoned Laboratory 2, is it's a card that you can use in a pinch in the mid game. So if you're struggling to find certain cards and you've got a couple characters in play, but you've got 4, 5, or 6 inks sitting around, in a stretch, you drop the laboratory, slide some Rafikis over there, and draw a few cards. So it's not like a dead card that, like the Donald is. It's going to sit in your hand until you have 8 ink. It's a card that you can use in a pinch. So that's one thing. Circle of Life gives you a little bit extra utility too, and then it's subtle. It seems kind of subtle, but the Horseman Strikes gives you some control in the mid game, which is really important. It checks the Dumbo that your opponent's going to use to power in. It checks a Genie, which your opponent's going to use to get lore.
And Prince Philip, an evasive powerhouse. This one card that, I mean, we saw on the board in that last game. He had a Prince Philip out there a couple times. It's like, okay, we quest for 3. What are you going to do? He's huge. And the answer is pumpkin. You just throw a pumpkin at him. And a flaming pumpkin is pretty scary when you have evasive. So it is very interesting. And then it lets you draw a card, which is kind of like it's helping him in 2 ways. Because between Genie, Elsa, you just said it, Dumbo, and Prince Philip. I mean, my goodness, that's a very valuable tool to have against the big share of the decks in the top 16.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. I mean, we're at that point where, my goodness. So we're going into game 2. They're having a lengthy discussion because I think Zan is one of those players that I think he gets quite excited. My goodness, sorry, Meyer Amanda just said, I just did a nice 12-mile run. I'm like, okay, but thank you so much. That means a ton because Meyer is wonderful. He, I believe, I don't know if he's back from deployment yet, but I mean, he's been like streaming from wherever he is. He's one of those streamers that never gives up. So thank you for that. But also, great job on 12-mile run. But here we go. We are going into game number 2.
People in chat saying and speculating like Zan has to brick for Jonathan Lamb to win. No, Purple Steel can beat this deck. Jonathan did not have a great mid game there, and it wasn't great. And so Purple Steel can definitely beat this deck. There's no hand disruption, in Zan's deck either. So you can, if you manage to build a wide board, save up a couple of strengths. Or we saw in a game, Katie, where somebody extended the game quite a bit by both strengthening and bolting a monster in the same turn. So if you have a strong mid game where you manage to string some genies together, string some docks together, and dump a wide board and accumulate a couple removal cards, you can prepare and actually power into the end game. But you have to be doing 2 things. I mean, you have got to be pushing your lore total. You have got to be accumulating a little bit of lore every turn. And then you really need to accumulate those removal cards to deal with that first monster when it sticks. But easy, Purple Steel does stand a chance against this deck, but it is a bit of a challenge. Blurple is a little bit easier because you do have Hades, which is a clean answer to the Monstro, but Purple Steel having to do it with damage, obviously a lot tougher.
Yeah, so it's not easy. I mean, I think that's the thing with combo decks is you pretty much just have to make sure you win, and then so Zan's whole thing is he's like, I want to combo and I want to control you, and so I think right now he kept a single Calhoun. And then he's just one by one saying, all right, what do we got here? And already
There's
some
the
good things.
Strength, the Calhoun, the Cat on 4, another Strength, the Hook for turn 1, and the Elsa for 5. So it's not terrible. I think we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we have the Strength. The Elsa there. You know, we talk about the damage. I was talking about the damage, the action cards that could use for removal, Katie, but there is a world in which Hypnotic Strength is leveraged with Elsa and strung together with something else. So
it's true.
But you need a large hand. You need to be accumulating those removal resources because Zan needs to stick a whale, and as we saw, if he has 2, if he draws into 2 and he's unlucky, he's likely to ink 1 to get to the second one. And that doesn't mean he can't do the combo if you banish 1, but it does stretch things out and give you a window. So I think the key is do I accumulate the tools to deal with the first whale, or does the whale stick around?
Yeah, will the whale survive to tell the tale? I don't know.
I was looking for more whale puns.
More whale puns. It's all I know is it's whaley exciting.
You know, Kitty, I speak whale.
Yeah, I'm so surprised we haven't done that yet because I thought about it last time, but I'm like, the poor audience. They will. I think we can get away with it for like 2 seconds, but I think you do it because I think they'll be better.
Hello, Twitch chat. I think the Twitch. I think chat is more forgiving when the game's a little longer.
That's true. If we were doing that and like it was
we have
like
room for whale impression
back and forth, and we're like, no, I want to do a Dory impression right now. But here we go. We are out the gate. We have a Captain Hook forceful duelist on the board here. So the game is afoot, which is its own card actually. But here we go. We are going to ink that Stomping Mad Parrot and play Rafiki, mystical fighter who is excellent for keeping things in check because he has that 3 ability to swing in. So if that Calhoun turns sideways, it'll be the last thing she does.
Yeah, Jonathan Lamb here, off to a fast start. He is going to quest with that hook, so not going to be there to fuel the, inviting the challenge from the Rafiki. Of course, the Calhoun there will crack back into the Rafiki, gain 2 lore. Here's Zan's ramp on turn 2. Blurple plays the ramp, a ramp card, Sailor Edge or Tipo. Zan plays Lantern as his form of ramp, trying to power him towards that 8 ink he needs for that monster. So this 1-2 is kind of Zan's ideal opening, I think. So here we are, off to the races. Of course, Zan left not wanting that 2 lore off the Calhoun, cracking into that Rafiki, so letting that challenge go unpunished from that Captain Hook, and it's back over to Zan, John, for turn Lamb. I'm just going to say Lamb.
Yeah, honestly, it's fair.
Lamb. Back over to Lamb.
Jan's not here. That's a whole new person. But I don't know if you got a chance to see at the very end of Game 3 of the last round, Zan had 4 lanterns on board. I haven't seen such a thing in 1,000 years, but it's very exciting. Shout out to items. We've seen Enigmatic Incaster. We got Lantern. We saw Amethyst and Emerald Chrome. Actually, no, I don't see any Emerald Chromicons today, but they were there, I'm sure, somewhere. We just didn't see them.
Yeah.
So I'm excited when items do some things because it's fun. And like you said, it is a way to get some. Are you looking? Oh, is it a wolf? Does he not have a 3?
3 docks.
3 docks. See, and that's honestly not fair because the last game, a dock would have been beautiful, wouldn't it?
Yeah, this
is miserable. It's the most miserable thing you can. Now, he can play a dock here and just do nothing and then wait and hope that he draws something. Now, the thing is that you can't sing, and he really wants to sing next turn.
Really wants to sing, and it's such an ink problem because now you're staring at this having to ink the strength, most likely, and so it's this is so bad.
It is, and it's one of those impossible decisions because not only does he kind of know that he's against the chaos that is Zan's combo deck, but he also knows that like it's really just not ideal. It's not an ideal thing to have as a player. So he is just kind of picking his poison, and I'm not envious.
You want to know the kicker, Katie? He only runs 3
docks,
docks
all
instead of
3
4,
docks,
so 100%.
Yeah, and the thing is, people said pile shuffle backfire. I mean, he shuffled 5 different thousand ways. I mean, we saw him shuffle. I think Zan shuffled. There was shuffling everywhere. So honestly, this is some kind of sinister dock behavior. This is not user error. These are docks doing magnetic things. I think he's looking for a camera for someone to come out and say, "Hey, just kidding." But it's not so bad. It's not the unturnable corner. It's not good though. You you can't really be excited about what is happening to this poor player in front of us. But
Yeah, Jonathan thinking through
playing
which
it,
way.
and honestly, like one of the docs are signed, I think, by the artist. But either way, playing the doc, I think isn't the worst thing in the world because at the end of the day, Zan's not racing. Zan's trying to get combo pieces. So if he just plays the doc and then just delays everything by one turn, I don't think it's the worst thing that's ever happened in life. I think it is recoverable, but I don't think it feels good. I think that's what he's doing. It's like, well, it doesn't feel good. So I don't know. I don't know what I would do. And I think if he doesn't know, if Lamb doesn't know, and he's been playing this deck all day, and I certainly can't pretend to have the answer here.
Yeah. Tough spot. Jonathan thinking through, I mean, what do you want to ink here? You want the removal or do you want the cat? I mean, if you draw into an uninkable next turn, you're going to have to ink both.
Yes.
But trying to figure out which way to go here. It's just such a, and in pinch, you could just dump it all. But that feels terrible.
Yeah, and it's just, he doesn't, I mean, this is kind of one of those things. It's like, well, you're going to have a bad time. How would you like to? And the answer is, I don't want to do it. So now I will note that they are playing for a CCQ spot. They're paying for $7,000. So that is why they're taking their time. But in this case, he does say, fine, I will go ahead. I'm going to ink my strength. I will play my Cheshire Cat. Now he's debating whether he wants to turn these cards sideways. We do have some challengers on the other side. So he says, I'll keep my board. Don't worry. I'm going to get through this. I can play a doc. I can play 2 docs next turn. We're going to be fine. I'm going to draw some
You might, if you draw an uninkable here.
Yeah, he says,
it's a pinch.
I'm going to see it go. It's going to work.
A genie off the top deck would be brutal.
It would be, but it's not going to happen.
Brutal.
I can't let it happen.
But nevertheless, all right, we're back over to Zan for the response, watching Zan, not knowing what's in Lamb's hand, but seeing the agonizing decision that he had, clearly knows that something's up, that the play lines aren't quite clean. So now Zan thinking about his way ahead. He has established the Lantern that's essentially an extra ink in this character-heavy deck. So trying to figure out the right way to navigate this.
Yeah, So here it goes. I mean, he is kind of in the position where Zan just has a very different game than Jonathan has. He just has to make sure that Jonathan doesn't do anything too crazy and that board state isn't too crazy. There we go. We see that elephant that we talked about earlier. We can go ahead and get a card bounced back to your hand, which is nice if you're trying to get something to ink or play it later. But he passes. Nice short turn. That was fun.
Yeah.
Nothing to say there, but now we're back.
I think, for those interested in deck, I think that is a single copy of the elephant.
Yes, or 2.
Oh, 2, yeah.
Two
two elephants.
1 Timothy Q Mouse, which is notably inkable and in the inkwell. So not a genie, not a Calhoun, and not a doc, because he can't. He already has all 3 docs. So now he's like, do I play a doc and hope I get something cool? I would probably play the doc and then...
yeah, you doc, draw.
Doc, no doc, doc with doc.
I think. But we'll see. We'll see which way Jonathan goes. There it is. That one's signed by Mariana Moreno.
I know, she's lovely.
The tag team of Mariana Moreno and Alice Bizzoni bringing the dwarves to life in this set in Shimmering Skies, where Kendall Hale was the artist for all 7 dwarves in Rise of the Floodborn. Your little artist trivia for the day.
I love it. I will never try to compete when this becomes artist. I'm like, hey, the artist signed it. I'm like, but that's as far as I'll go because you probably are like, and their social security number. But here we go. So we'll go ahead and discard 1 doc. Going wider, as we know, if he can go ahead and get another strength, then this is a nice board. He got a
cat and a hook.
Cat and a hook. So Cheshire Cat and Captain Hook. Captain Hook, shout out that he has showed up. For all the docs and Captain Hook showed up this game. Now, did they need to show up like they have? No. But it's time to decide, do you want to let Zan draw 2 cards? And the answer is, I don't like it.
The answer is probably not.
Probably
not. We'll say... get rid of that cat. Send it. That's the deal we'll make. This will go to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah.
Rather you not have 2 cards and back cover. We have another cat in hand, and let's see this top deck. It's like, can I find a genie to save myself?
Hades?
It is a Hades, which is not awful. Of course, Zan seeing Jonathan kind of struggle the last few turns with these ink decisions, probably not too keen on letting him draw many cards, but we'll see which way this goes. We could also not play the Hades just yet if we want to go wider instead, but we will play the Hades focused on the elephant. Zan now is the biggest presence on the board. Is Zan thinking through
Yeah, I mean the elephant is nice. Like if you're trying to do a oh yeah, I was going to sing together circle life. He has no discard. What am I talking about? But the elephant. I mean, at this point, he says, you know what? Well, fine. You can go ahead, draw 2 cards. I like the stats on it. And now Jonathan Lamb, who previously had a pretty terrible hand, he now has a brand new hand with 1 Cheshire Cat and 2 literally anything else, which is going to keep him in the game. So we'll probably see it at some point. But
yeah, and a fairly wide board all of a sudden, dropping a lot of characters there.
yes,
That clinic of docks being put to use, both on the board and then, one drawing him a couple cards. So Jonathan all of a sudden feels like he is still from a really difficult hand a few turns ago to where he feels like I feel like he's in this game again.
Yeah.
But hasn't seen, like, look, this game, on these turns, wants to be doing genies, wants to be doing Elsas, wants to be doing Dumbos. Hasn't seen a lick of one yet.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We talk about, like, what does your deck want to do? What is your win condition? What is the thing that you think this deck does best? And, like, he's not doing it. It's certainly not playing a dock with no dock. And so he's able to stay in the game. It's just he knows that there is a whale in a trench coat behind
Whale
him.
of a problem.
Yes, it's
a whale in a trench coat.
Yeah, just around the corner saying, a whale, really it's 20 lore in a whale suit, because, I mean, basically if we can get that whale out, like we said, though, there is 1 turn to disturb it. And somebody pointed in the chat, if you have a board of 8, that is one way to take care of a monster. A board of 8 and a strength, and he's getting there. Zan has not done any removal in a while, but he can, because 2 of them are sideways. So the whole 8 character strength thing is a little bit more precarious now that those docks have turned sideways. Yeah. So very interesting here as far as what Zan has. It's so fun because it's one deck that we are not experts, but we've seen a lot. And another deck where I'm like, I think he wants to draw cards and find the pieces, which isn't the greatest commentary in the world to say. I think Zan's trying to draw cards and get the pieces, but that is his plan.
Once again, Zan wants to find Monstro.
Yes, he's looking for it. But there we go. A lantern is a good way to start. And there we go. Oh, so he inked.
I thought I was playing. I was like, sing together on what?
You have no discards
then. So ramping a little bit that turn, and now we're going to challenge into one of those docks, get it off the board, and the other one's going to be cleaned up by the elephant.
Yeah, and damage on elephant is quite fortuitous, for you're able to move that damage around if you need to later. And that does get around resist, which is always a nice little bonus. So we have a Cheshire Cat, we have the Madam Mim. So we just boosted. Where will that damage go?
I imagine we'll see probably damage slide over to that Calhoun. And then at the start of his next turn, nope, we're going to go to the Hades instead. See, that's why I don't make predictions, because, the Zan proves wrong immediately. So sliding over there to that Hades. Now, if that Hades quest, it will be vulnerable to the Rafiki, or the Hades, or the elephant. So that's making it a little more vulnerable there. So
we have Malferon MD saying, imagine if that boost was Maelstro. And this is such a funny thing, right? Because we've talked about that, like, you don't know. So statistically, it could be, but also could be literally any other card. So boosting, very fascinating. But if he does bounce it back to his hands, if it does go to discard, don't worry, folks.
That's not the biggest problem. The biggest problem is, well, I guess I was going to say if it's the Alan Adale, that would be, but you just pull that back with I think that the worst case scenario is, well, I'm trying to think of how to best disrupt it. Like, because the Circle of Life is gone, so if you lose all the Monstros, that's it. But there are 4, so it'd be very difficult to have all of them banished to an unfortunate boost.
A newly found.
A newly found boost. I think probably there's only 3 we know the ways, so probably losing, a couple of those to the cat is the bigger problem. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's fascinating because it's kind of hypotheticals here. But we're going to go ahead, put 2 characters into 1. It looks like we're sending both into the Madam Mim Elephant. Now, that is not fun. It's not fun to use 2 characters ever. But you do get 2 lore. So he is inching towards that 20 lore you need to win. And now he can go ahead and deploy and go a little bit wider if he so chooses.
Yeah, it's such a challenge because you do want to keep some of those pieces over there under control. You want to be able to quest if you can, but one of the ways that you're blowing up that whale is by finding another strength and having a pretty wide board. You kind of need to at least be able to pair it with a Thunderbolt if you can. So, yeah, it's so tough.
Yeah, and here is where you are doing not just math, but multiple maths. But Black Heron is a great bird person to add to the arsenal because she is a 3/3. She fits the budget that he has of 2 ink. So she can be there to just put a little bit of pressure if he starts getting to the point where it comes down to challenging. Because, well, as we know, this is a combo deck. You like to win with a combo. But you don't always win with a combo. We watched them fight it out for 500 hours in the last round because it got to the point where it was Emerald Sapphire versus Amber Amethyst, and both of them wanted to do cool combo stuff, and neither of them could. So as a result, they just had to do hand-to-hand combat until
The old-fashioned way.
We're requesting the old-fashioned way.
Do like we did back in the day.
Back in the day. And back in the day, you know,
back in my day, we had to quest to win.
Yeah, and now we don't. We have whales and songs and chickens, singing chicken men. So here we go. He is thinking. Every time we say he is thinking, you guys can go ahead and donate $1 to charity of your choice. I'm running out of stall ways, but I mean, it's interesting because Jonathan has been able to turn this around a little bit where he is actually in a little not as dire straits as he was a couple turns ago. I mean, getting through those 3 docks was quite the tunnel to get through, and he has mostly. Now, I don't know 100% what is in his hand, and neither does Zan, and neither of them have the kind of cards where you can say, "Can you show me really quick?" So he passed. He passed.
Yep, pass back.
Oh,
over.
did he ready his ink at the end? Did he play nothing? What did I miss?
I don't think he played anything.
Listen. I gotta drink more Red Bull. But he didn't quest. So I was like waiting. I'm like, don't worry, because usually there's some ink turned sideways and some characters turned sideways. Does he have any cards in hand?
It does.
Okay, so he has some cards in hand. So that's something I get at least. Which if I'm Jonathan Lamb, I'm like, what are you up to over there, Zang? You're scaring me so much right now.
So the thing is, I don't see how many cards are in hand. I don't think he's hit much card draw. And you have to maintain enough cards in hand to be able to leverage the combo. And so if you ink down to where, like let's say you play the monster, you have no cards in hand, or you have 1 card in hand, you need, I think even 1 card in hand to do that. So you need to maintain a card. So there is a scenario where if Zan only has a couple cards in hand, he's got the monster, he needs to ink next turn to play the monster, he's just reserving that card so that he can play his combo next turn, because we are at 7, I believe. So 8 hitting next turn will be able to play that combo piece.
Yeah, and that elephant, my goodness. Have you ever seen an elephant? I've seen an elephant fly, but I've never seen an elephant be so afraid of flaming pumpkins, because we've seen Zan use them to great effect. That elephant must survive this turn if we want to go ahead and use his card draw ability. You look concerned. Are you afraid for Dumbo?
No, that Dumbo's in Chinese, and it messed me up for a moment.
You're like,
I was like, where? It's
but you're like, no, you're glitching, Liam. We've been staring at the screen so long. So now it is time for where you say you don't have it, do you? My goodness, look at the amount of people who formed around here. So he's doing a quick audit over there, saying, how many strengths have you played? And it's like, wait a minute, you haven't played a single strength this whole game. Now he has inks. At least one.
A couple.
I think
2 have gone into the ink well.
And there's one. He hurled his thunderbolt. Wait. Okay. What? Okay, so it looks like he's saying I don't have it, probably. Or combo ducks are so fascinating, guys. Was it just a mid-game fist bump?
Let's see. It might be. Let's see. There's the monster.
Okay.
Okay. So now Jonathan has a turn to respond here. He can't. There are outs.
There are.
Even in Elsa, with everything on the board, even in Elsa would be fine. You got a lot to run in there.
You do.
Oh no. All right. So then the question is, get cheeky damage on there. So even an Elsa would have done it. You've got a lot of things to run into that Monstro. But look, this game has been just an unfortunate one for Jonathan. Look at all those docks, and not a single Genie, not a single Elsa, not a single... he does have the Dumbo, but there Zan showing him the abandoned laboratory. And there it is. It's just going to be all the things. You were going to play it out a little bit for you all, the viewers. There comes the lab. Monster is going to go in there. I'm surprised he fits, but nevertheless he does, swimming around there among all of that abandoned things. And now we're going to cycle through the deck. We're looking for a couple cards. Really, we're looking for We Know the Way. We're also looking for an Alan Adale.
But Alan Adale, there's only one in the deck, so it would be very funny if it's magically under the cat.
Oh, would it? Oh, my goodness. So that's a fascinating point, because now, Jonathan, I don't know if he asked him to play it out, but that is a potential issue. And with every card that gets flipped, it becomes even more comical that might be the case.
Alan! Yeah,
it's
that's
like, Alan!
That's another.
Alan! There's Alan! Oh, there
Alan
he
is
is.
not trapped under a
Yeah, Alan's
cat.
not trapped under the cat.
Help.
So here we go. Let's see.
Yeah, so I mean, someone is saying he kept that Madam M just in case, but I don't know if he'd have enough ink to go ahead. But either way, we got the combo pieces. Now he is going ahead and showing it. He is not just saying. Now we did see what I've never seen before, a mid-game fist bump, which is crazy business. But he says, wait, I'll show you how to do it. And here we go. We've got judges on the match. We've got everyone watching, and now it's time to see.
We're looking for We Know the Way now.
Horseman Strikes. What are you guys doing down there? But whatever, it's fine. There's Huey, Elsa.
They're all. Wow. There's 3 of them in here.
I appreciate the deck being shuffled in the most dramatic way possible.
There are 3.
We know the way. We know it's at the bottom of the deck. We know the way. Just keep drawing, Zan.
Oh my goodness. There's another whale.
He's like, that way Zan doing things. He's like, what is my deck? But here we go. The way you know the way.
Right,
do you know the way? The answer is yes. It's just I keep it 3 cards from the bottom for dramatic flair.
So here's the thing. Alan-a-Dale has not been discarded. So it's a world in which you discard it. And if you have the cards in hand, you then are able to ready the Monstro, sing with the Monstro, put the Alan-a-Dale back on top. So Alan-a-Dale is in hand, though, and he needs to be on the board. We can do it. We do have the 2 lanterns and the 2 ink readied, so we can play him. That's not a problem. Trying to think through what
would he be singing?
Hmm?
Oh, we know the way.
Yeah.
I'm like, what would he be singing? The whole thing that we just talked about. For a second, I was like, no,
Yeah,
Circle of Life, he inked it. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
So now we see Zan doing the maths 500.
So Circle of Life was inked, but we know the way it back. That's fine. But now, I think the catch, the holdup is what is under the cat. Because somebody's saying, I did not see all of Zan's ink, and somebody's saying in the chat that one of the We Know the Ways was inked. And if that's the case, we need the other one, because you have to use one on the Alan-a-Dale. And no, you don't have to use one because Alan-a-Dale's in hand, so you don't need that because you didn't do the discard route. So let's
is
see.
he truly like, where's
If the other one is under the cat, it's a problem. So
can he run the cat into something?
You need to play one to put the other one on the top, and so that's where the issue is.
So we got the lanterns. Are we gonna Madam in the cat because we're scared it's under the cat? This is incredible. We talked about this theoretically.
It is under the cat.
Oh my gosh, it was under the cat. Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh, I love a payoff. We're like, it couldn't be under the cat, right? I wouldn't have leave it under the cat. Listen, whenever you lose a remote, you go ahead. You got to check under your cat, even if they're very comfy. So now
he's looking at the cat. The cat had it though. The cat snuck it out there. That is a Cheshire cat thing
to do. That is the most
magic. It's like, I know what you need. I'm just gonna put it under here. So now we need to get the Alan-a-Dale back. So we're gonna empty the deck, and here we go. We're gonna ready the Monstro by discarding that Iago there. We're gonna sing We Know the Way. We Know the Way is going to put Alan-a-Dale on the top of the deck. Now he gets to draw and reveal it. It's the only card, so it goes into play for free. Now we're going to repeat that same thing with another We Know the Way. So We Know the Way is going to see We Know the Way. We Know the Way will then be played. We Know the Way will play the Know the Way. We Know the Way will play that again, and then we'll do that forever, and then we get infinite lore. But you only need 20 to win. You don't need to go any higher. I suppose you could if you want to.
Yeah.
But the most lore counters stop at 20. So
they do. Standard regulations stop at 20. Let's have the Donald Duck version, which goes to 25. But in this case, Zan takes it, and he has secured his place into the finals. He's secured his Elsa Ice Maker, and he's one step closer to being qualified for Nationals. That is a man who's like, hey, combo decks aren't that fun, guys. You sometimes have to go ahead and Madam Mim your cat to go find your lost card.
Right. If he did that, if he didn't have that elephant in hand, I would have laughed.
Insane,
so hard.
because we did talk about this earlier because we saw Zan in round 8 and because we were very excited. Liam this morning, he's like, we got to watch Zan. I've heard about this deck and I want to see it. And I said, but what happens if something's stuck? And we're like, and you said, you hypothesized, well, don't worry about the elephant. And we're like, yeah, but that's like theoretical.
We actually, that's right. We did talk about that. What if it gets stuck under the cat?
Yeah, what do you do? It's stuck. It's under my cat. And the answer is you Madam Mim elephant the cat. And I love it. I love seeing a story come to fruition like that. And someone go ahead and clip those all together as us posturing about our fear of cat magic. But yeah, we'll go ahead and cut back over to the booth and talk a little bit about that wild match. And then we're also going to try, I wonder if we can find out who won in the other stream, because I think we're probably going to do maybe an interview, maybe not, because I know the players probably. It's
We'll see.
You got to go at some point.
Somebody's saying in the chat, do you need the two We Know the Ways? Yes. Even if you have the Allendale and a way to pay for the Allendale, because the one you play needs to see the other one in the discard pile, because it can't see itself. So you pay for the one.
Like
you
a vampire.
have to, yeah, right. Like a vampire. So in the mirror, so you have to pay for one to put the other one on the top, and then you cycle the two back and forth.
Although, yeah, they said you need one in hand, one in discard. Yep. So do you have? Oh my goodness! And sometimes you got to go ahead and search underneath. Sometimes you need to get it under the cat. So Zan is lost was only to a teammate. So now we have the final here. This is exciting. So we have somebody who is known as a finalist. He's known as somebody who's seen in the finals a lot. Who is this player?
It is Dragon John Z. Also, Jonathan Williams taking down the other match. Now, here's the fun thing about Jonathan Williams, Katie, and he actually joked about this earlier. Jonathan Williams is famous for taking second.
He is. He's also famous for playing the same ink combo as what we just saw. So we're about to see the gambit. This is truly the test. This is a test of Amethyst Steel. This is actually it. I predicted it. Remember I said it's going to be the Indiana Jones, the guy with the whip going, and then this is Indiana Jones going, I can't say it on TV, but he has a weapon that's much more fast. And it truly is, I predicted it, that it is the flashiest, combo-iest, craziest deck versus, I'm just going to quest and draw cards and challenge.
Yeah, this is crazy. Sorry,
I feel excited.
I'm looking at stuff. I'm looking at things. This is a finals that I would ask. I mean, I love seeing like new players spring up. I love seeing people in their first TCG and people who it's their first Charlies. I love that. But I also have seen top tier Lorcana, and these are two incredible players. They're going to go head to head with one. I couldn't put it any better than you with the Indiana Jones and the whip and all that. So really cool. I'm excited.
Sorry for whipping around Zan Syed's. I do want to get confirmation on the pass down. I don't know if I'm able to get confirmation on a Sunday. Like, I can't call Ravens. Do you have Ravensburger's hotline?
Hold on, let me check.
Yeah, 1-800-Ravensburger.
No, yeah, that's it. It's 1-800-RB.
So this does mean, if it does, then that means no matter what, Zan will get the invite because Jonathan Williams already has
That is true. That is true.
If that's how it works. We don't know.
If that's how it works. We don't know.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I cannot speak for Ravensburger. They the first rule of Ravensburger Rule Club, you can't talk about Ravensburger Rule Club.
That's true.
It's not. But either way, this is a qualified Worlds player and a player that has been at Worlds. So I mean, this is top tier. This is why CCS is the one that you watch every 4 months, or 3 months rather, because you get the best players doing things like play a deck that everybody believes and knows is good, and a deck that everybody this morning said, an aggro deck? No, a combo deck.
Well, and so I talk since the beginning, every time I do Charlie's, about how Charlie's does set the meta, Charlie's does change things, Charlie's does introduce new decks. Again, Brennan, who was in the chat earlier with Diggy Diggy Hole, is the classic example, but then we have the Brooms, and there are others. Of course, Zach Bivens' short-lived Amethyst Steel deck that nobody could play but him, that he won this with. But here's another example, because I'm willing to bet that even though this combo was on the radar, nobody was really playing it. And now, after this tournament, it is going to be more popular. We are going to see a healthy dose of this deck. Not a wide share. We're not going to see 30-some-odd%, but there's going to be a number of people bringing this deck into Richmond because of this tournament.
Yes, and what I will say, if you were at home saying, I'd like to bring this deck, study it 4 times. Explain it to, find your family member who's never played a TCG and explain it so many times that they understand it. Because I think this is something that is going to cause contention. It's just a good thing as a player to understand your deck. And there's just Katie on a soapbox because I'm allowed to while they set up. It's just, if you're going to play a combo deck, as we saw, Jonathan Lamb is a very experienced player. He's on world-class cards, and he's like, show it to me. And I think that's just something that I've seen in other games that I've played where people just I have the combo, and there's this like unwritten thing where it's like, okay, no, you don't have to say okay. You say, can you please explain? Go through it. For example, there may be a card trapped under a cat.
Cat may have your card. Cheshire cat like snuck in.
Cut your card.
Like, hey, I'm just gonna. That's what cats do. They're like, if you're wrapping a gift, they're just gonna come and lay down right in the middle of the wrapping paper and be like, this is my spot now.
My goodness.
True story.
We have Ellie in the chat here, who is one of the greatest judges out there. We know the way it doesn't hit the discard until after you've resolved the effect, unless you're playing for free off of another effect. In that scenario, it's played and you put it in the discard. Then its effect is resolved when you finish resolving the initial effect and you played it for free. See how easy that was to understand?
Yep, just like that.
So does that mean, Ellie, in short words, does that mean you have to have 2, or sometimes you don't have to have 2?
Sometimes you don't have to, but you have to have 2 because you wouldn't trigger it again. 08, because then it would see itself because it resolved. So after you play the first one, the second one, but you need to see it. You need to have 2 the first time because you're playing it naturally the first time.
Oh boy. So it's easy stuff. So this is why this is academic.
Stuff.
This is the academics of the great illuminary.
Yeah.
But we are watching. So now I'm wondering if they because we're able to see a little bit of the stream. So I'm so curious. We're about to see what happened the last time where Zan had to do a small metafied coaching session with Jonathan Lamb to say, hey, this is how my deck works. We do see Dragon Johns or Jonathan Williams. So it's the battle of the Johns. He has to figure every John in the room. Doing the same thing. He's looking through the deck one by one. Will he lay it out? I'm so curious about that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, this is for people catching up. So, one thing is somebody said, well, Jonathan already has his invite. So, why would they play it out? $7,000. That's why you play it out. Because if you have an invite, you do want the $7,000. So, I don't see any situation where you're like, hey, buddy, welcome, Zan. You can join me at National. So they are going to be playing it out as much as it would be to say chivalry, like I already have my invite. They are playing for more than that. It is like $25K. First place is $7,000.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing is, Charlie's is all. I will stand on this. I will sit on this. I don't know what the metaphor is, but Charlie's is a storied event, and it's part of the competitive fabric of Disney Lorcana at this point. And so, being a being a Charlie's champion means quite a bit. And so, even just the bragging rights of being able to add that trophy to your trophy case is pretty big and pretty awesome.
Yeah, we just got notification that Zan is working on some stuff here. They're just taking a moment. They have been playing. For those, we started playing at 10 a.m. yesterday. Me and Liam, we were out there, but no, they played 7 rounds yesterday. Then they came back at 10 a.m. this morning, played 2 more rounds. So they have been playing since 10 a.m. today. So there's a myriad of reasons they might be needing some things. And also, they have to look through each other's deck list. So notable things in Jonathan Williams' deck or Dragon Johns. We got some Calhouns in here. We got 3 Docs. I like that we were like, listen, guys. We used to have a lot. There's one here that I like. We have Madam Mim Tiny Adversary. These are just cards I like. I don't know if they're good in the matchup. We'll get through that later. And then there's also here 4 Strength of Raging Fire. We have Tinkerbell Fast Flyer.
That's important.
Yeah.
In this match right now.
Yeah. Because I mean she's got. Oh no, the pumpkin.
Yeah, but the aggro line, like you want to run into this.
Oh, be more aggro. Okay, I thought you were like the pumpkin. That's all I'm thinking about. It's all I'm thinking about.
I'm thinking about the pumpkin. Yeah,
I literally can't stop thinking about the pumpkin.
You got to squash.
You're right. Going faster is going to be much better. And I mean, did we jettison Jonathan's list maybe after he didn't win? We were just like threw Jonathan Lamb's
threw it out.
But yeah, we were as far as like the aggressive nature. This one we have that Tiny Adversary, which can be good for some challenging, getting some damage on there. The Olaf Helping Hand. I don't know. Did we see Olaf in that last matchup?
I didn't on Jonathan's side. I don't think so. But key. So we're also playing the 2 Iagos. But I think you hit all the big points, Katie. The one thing I would highlight is, and a lot of people have worked this in since Frank Karsten did work up in Minneapolis with the Mouse and the Tinkerbell. But that line will be really, really good if Jonathan can find it. Because again, you want to run under this as much as you possibly can, and so. Establishing that Mouse and that Tinkerbell would be pretty good.
And a little bit of background here. One thing I'll say, because we're on camera, I can't. Do you need to leave?
Oh, so my.
How long can you be
here?
Okay,
so yeah.
So fun fact, guys, we don't live in Charlie.
That's true. Although sometimes I wish I did. There's a couch in here, so I could technically sleep in this closet. But no. So these tournaments usually finish at a pretty good, respectable time. I don't know if you all have noticed, but the last couple of rounds have gone a long time. So I do have a flight. It's delayed right now because of all the fog here, apparently, till like 9.
Delayed because they're all watching the stream.
That's right. The pilots are actually outside right there watching what's going on. Playing in the tournament, actually.
Wow. And delayed, and now maybe we'll be able to ride to the airport together because mine's at 10.
Well, there we go. So
we're here.
If this does take a significant amount of time, I may do tag out with somebody. So I apologize to all of you if my voice suddenly changes and it sounds like Wonderland or Jeeves. But,
yeah, right.
But
it'll just be me doing 2 voices. Like,
that's
true. I think that's pretty good.
Well, I don't think so, Katie. Yeah.
It'll be me, Kristoff, and the reindeer.
Well, yeah. Whoa, Katie, that was the most brilliant, insightful comment.
Pumpkins are better than people.
Pumpkins are better than people.
Yeah, but so we have a few moments. So we will say that this is the final round. Whoever wins this, I mean, I guess, spoiler alert, we know for sure Jonathan Williams is qualified. He might get double qualified. There might be a pass out. I don't want to confirm or deny. People are debating. I don't know if there's any use debating until it's confirmed by somebody.
That's the thing. Like everybody assumes it will be. It makes sense. All the indications are it will, but nothing has been confirmed by Ravensburger, so we can't not sit here and say that has happened.
But what we can confirm is that there is $7,000 for the first prize winner, and I believe $3,500 for the second. There are 2 Elsa ice makers, so they don't have to fight over that. They can each have their own Elsa ice maker and head out with that. And then, like we said, this is a qualifier for the Invitational. So this is the Invitational is going to be happening. I believe there's 2 more qualifiers. So then every 3 months, I believe since the summer, I think towards August time frame. And so what that is there's going to be, I believe, 128 players playing for $50,000, and you get Charlie's points. So whoever wins this gets the most Charlie's points. Tiago was in the lead, but now it's going to be a little bit different. Zan did play. Both of these players actually played in the last CCS, so they're going to accumulate their Charlie points. And then
Jonathan was 8 last time. So
wow, okay.
yeah, Jonathan in the top cut last time. He got a lot of Charlie's points.
So he's got a lot of Charlie's
Very
points.
close to becoming Charlie.
He's finally going to go ahead and get the Slinky. No, you redeem it for your qualification, and it's fun because you can also get the qualifying points in the revival event. I found that out that a lot of the players were playing in the Sunday. They call them revival events, Sunday event. But we're doing the shuffling. What else? Thank you. If you guys are watching us, thank you.
Thank you
you
for
to
being here.
Charlie's. Thank you for the players. Thank you for Liam being in the booth with you.
Aw,
It's so funny because like this is a long
leave
time.
me hanging.
Hey, it's so hard to sit in a room and talk to a person for 20 hours. I don't have many people I can. Very easy. Very easy. I love it. So thank you for being the best booth partner I can ask for.
I appreciate that. Likewise.
Yeah.
It's been a joy. We are seeing a fist bump now, so let's head down to the table. One thing I do want to note, because we did talk about, I asserted that we'll see plenty of these in Richmond, a healthy dose, as well as probably a few in Orlando next week into the PPG event. One of the reasons is because this deck is pretty easy to build. If you're a competitive Lorcana player at all, you probably have, if you sprang for the Dumbos, you probably have the Amethyst Shell already, and it's not a terribly big stretch to grab the other cards you need. Probably the 4 Circle of Lives is the biggest hurdle from Amber working those in. And so it's a very easy thing to take the Amethyst Shell that you have, slide in those couple extra cards, and boom, you've got the Zansiad special from CCS ready to go. And so sometimes you find decks that make an appearance and you're like, whoa, that is different, and you've got to go out and go get a whole bevy of new cards. But in this instance, it's a pretty easy shift. Using a Lorcana term there, for you to, it's like a Floodborn, this deck. You can take a deck you already have and just shift on top. No, I don't know.
Yeah, and I would say practice the heck out of this deck if you go decide to build it, because as you've seen, it is about finding the combo pieces, but it's about surviving until you get to those combo pieces. Surviving, drawing cards, and making sure your opponent doesn't win. So you're doing those three parts while making sure that you try to win, and that is not something that I think you can just like wake up and be like, I'm gonna sleeve it up and take it and go ahead and win. Another thing I will say, shout out to production. We have the lovely Lumineers have been helping us this entire weekend, which we love very much. 20 Lore Pro has always, they're 20 Lore Pros, I would say. And then thank you to Color for jumping in the booth. Luke jumped in the booth. Jeebus is always around, and he's my favorite card switcher in the industry. No offense, but Jeebus, I love Jeebus. I love you guys. So shout out
and
to all
Toops
of
in the booth and the deck
Toops,
profile.
Yes, Toops. Yeah, those deck profiles, incredible. And we did one. Toops did one on Zan's deck. So
And also shout out to Zach, always never on camera, but always behind the scenes making things run over on the table over there. So
yeah, so shout out to the people that you guys don't see that are running around for you do kind of see them. If you look in the background of the matches, you'll see them sometimes, kind of like Kabuki actors, and you'll get to see them. You've seen Charlotte's shoulder a few times. It'll peek out every once in a while. She's there. They're real. Production cannot, like, you guys can't see us. I forgot.
like
guys,
Elf on a Shelf, you
we're
get
not
a
on
glimpse, and the next day they're somewhere else.
But here we go. As we know, we guys talked about this. 1, 2, 3, strength. So do we got the 1?
No.
Do we got the 2? Yeah, but it's not inkable. And then do we have strength? No. All right. So just look at that face. Oh no.
Yeah, look at
He
his
sees
face.
us.
He's
He
looking
sees
at us right
us.
now.
Oh,
John knows how to play on camera, giving us that glance there saying, you see my hand. Nobody else sees my hand, but all of you out there see my hand. And this is what I think of my hand. Not awesome.
Not my favorite thing I've ever seen in my life.
No.
Now,
but
people are saying Jonathan's already qualified. I really do want to say, if somebody said to do like $3,500 or $7,000, I would take the $7,000. So I would like to note that Jonathan, while qualified, probably still very much would like to win here. So he is doing an altar. Thank goodness that's
I
not the
think
final.
Jonathan, too, just wants to get the stigma of being a second place finisher off his back.
100%.
At SSG, he finished second so many
Yes.
times, like crushing folks. Then he gets on camera and loses. So
Yes, so he has one on camera. I believe he won yesterday. He was featured at some
did.
point. So he's already, the ancient curse has been broken. So now let's break the second ancient curse. Let's see. I think he did the thing I do, where I draw my new hand and I'm like, I'm not looking. Quite frankly, that is up to me in the future. I don't want to see it. But yeah, that's what they call a terrible hand that he had first. He's gonna go ahead and shuffle on up. But yeah. People.
You have this moment of bliss where you can just pretend it's perfect.
It's fine. It's
and, like
fine.
everything's there.
There goes the strength.
Oh.
At one cost. And, it's
Whoa.
fine. It somehow got a little worse.
We did find the strength.
We have the strength. So it's
strength,
fine.
so-
He can ink the parrot. He can go. There's lots of things he can do, but my goodness. I mean, it was bad. It's fine. It's like a lateral.
So yeah, I didn't forget the Calhoun, but he does have the no one, but he does have two. He has the Lexington, and then we play the Dumbo, but it's not ideal in any sense.
and I
so.
see a flaming pumpkin. So my goodness, Jonathan, watch out these
There we go.
pumpkins. So there we go.
We did find an Olaf. Okay, not a terrible card to stick. That is going. Jonathan's going to hope that sticks around a long time. A little utility card you can use paired with a dock, perhaps.
Yeah, and I hate to spoil things, but I mean, we saw that Olaf win Jonathan a game. He was able to hurl a thunderbolt at his own Olaf, making Olaf bounce a giant giant cobra to his hand. So this Olaf is very, very good. That's a tool we may be able to use later. So this is a good start for Dragon Johns. It was scary, little touch and go, and there's that ramp card that you talked about. Lantern coming back into the meta, reprinted and fabled, a beloved staple. Well, it wasn't a staple for a while, but I loved it.
Yeah.
Wonderland beloved it, who is helping us today. So now, here we go. What are we going to play for our 3-cost song? We're going to ink that Dumbo. Doesn't feel great, but there are pumpkins afoot. And now we have that Lexington, who is a great singer.
Yeah. Fantastic singer. Back over to Zan. Took a turn off there to play that Lantern. Now 4 into the Genie. He's on a great curve here. Didn't stick a turn 1, but still, other than that, he's doing what he needs to do. Jonathan, though, going wide a bit, and now he does have that strength. So this is the 1, 2, 3, 4 line. He is going to be able to do the thing that this deck likes to do. We will see an Elsa. Thought about the Elsa. The Elsa goes into the Inkwell there. We're going to play another character. There's the Calhoun, and this Lexington likely to do a little song we call Strength of a Raging Fire, sending the Genie to the discard pile. And that is the 1, 2, 3, 4 strength combo that this deck loves to do. And now, and he not quite the 4. He does have the Calhoun instead of like a Genie. Would have loved to have a Genie there, but at the very least, we can get that other Genie off the board. And so now, not feeling terrible, but still could have been better. I do think, John, as we talked about, Katie, I do think Jonathan would have loved to found that Mouse and Tinkerbell line. Didn't get it, and so now is having to navigate through here. But already up to 5 lore, though, so that does help a little.
Yeah, and we're seeing some very decisive play from Dragon Johnson. That is not surprising to me because this player did pilot this deck back in Charlie's in the last time we met, which was Fabled. And he is somebody who had a deck he deeply loved, a Ruby Sapphire deck. And Ruby Sapphire, hey, you can still play those 2 colors, but you're not going to have a great time. So he did switch over to the Amethyst Steel. And here he is having some pretty much fun with it. And there we go, another Genie. He says, I see what you did to my last one. You will not do it again. I shall play Genie. I shall draw a card. And that's really his plan. We see Alan in the... Alan? Can I call you Alan? I believe he has... That's it. Well, Junior Woodchuck goodbye. You can go.
It's been a long day.
You talk a little bit. I need a little time off the talking.
Junior Woodchuck Guidebook into the Inkwell, followed by a Palace Guard there, Royal Guard.
There we go. I'm back online.
I'm never going to Royal Guard. I'm never going to... I'm just going to say both every time. Followed by a Thunderbolt, removing that other Genie there, and then another quest from Jonathan. So this is actually looking pretty good, up to 9 lore already, forcing Zan to respond, and Zan hasn't managed to stick much to respond to Jonathan's side of the board, so didn't find the aggro line, but it doesn't matter. Having that strength there, followed by the Thunderbolt, keeping things in check for now. We are in Elsa territory now on Zan's side of the board, though. Zan, I do see that guard in hand, that Royal Guard, which I remembered because it's still in the card viewer. And it's Monstro in hand, so he does have that, but let's see. Olaf coming here, happy to send any of those characters back if Jonathan wants. Jonathan says, no thanks. I like my characters where they're at. Now that Royal Guard being played, followed by the Elephant, bounce the Royal Guard.
Yeah, very smart to get rid of that Olaf now because I'm sure by now Zan has woken up to the power of the 1-cost Olaf and said, not today, sir. Thank you very much. So that Olaf is now no longer a problem. But there are a couple other in the deck hanging around that we might get to see as his friends. 3 total. But now we have this Elephant out there, a 3/7 who's able to carry some damage. At the start of the turn, you can move those 2 damage. So lots of moving damage around. We have the Cheshire Cat, who's been really doing a lot, really the star of the show in the last game, the semifinals. But here we go. We have 2 Calhouns, a Lexington, and now a Genie, drawing some cards, filling up Dragon John's hands, and making sure he's in the game. And there is Timothy G. Mouse doing what he doesn't do best, is he's just sing.
Yeah, he's probably inked more often than not, than he's not. So this is probably par for the course, par for the mouse here as it heads over. It turns upside down there. Jonathan did find a genie now, establishing that. It's back over to Zan. Zan is going to the horseman strikes down the genie.
Thank you. As you guys might not realize, there is an exclamation mark, which means it has to be yelled. If you don't yell it, then what card are you talking about? I'm not so sure. But here we go. Here we're going to go ahead and see what we can do with one single elephant against the world. And the answer is a lot. If we can go ahead and strike for 3, get some damage on there, take care of one of those Calhouns who could work together in tandem to do some mischief unchecked. Now they'd have to send, they have to send Lexington and Calhoun at this point. We've seen Dragon John's use his 2 pieces of removal. Removal is not infinite in his deck. He does have 4 Strength of Raging Fire, and he has 2 He Hurled His Thunderbolts. So it's not infinite, but here we go. He's at 12, so he's doing pretty good. He's doing a pretty good job just staying in this game.
Yeah, very good job here driving his lower total. Very good job. Not imagining to establish much of a wide board at this point, but that's fine. Up to 12. Now he will have the option if the board state stays thus. It will not. We will get the Alan-a-Dale in play. Interestingly enough. Now, probably not much else to do. You may as well stick it. Try to invite some removal from your opponent. Force John to respond to that Alan-a-Dale. It wants to be, it's not terrible if it's in your discard pile, but in this case, it gets punished a little bit for it because John's going to get an extra lore being able to banish it with the Calhoun. And so it is in his discard pile. That is perfectly fine. You pull it back with some of your combo pieces, but he will get lore off of that challenge and banishing that elephant to avoid that damage moving around. So that Demona there, a really critical part of these decks nowadays. It's a way to break up these ready board states, especially when characters, spend many turns staring at each other across the way, and Demona doing work here.
Now we can get a revenge Demona where we can go ahead and have Elsa exerted and then Demona can't ready. So that could be a revenge dish here. We do see exerting for 5. No, it's Monstro.
The whale. It is Monstro, and this. Oh, look at Jonathan.
I'm really excited for the interaction here Jonathan is giving us.
And it's now you want another Demona. Like there are. Oh, is there an Elsa in hand? No.
It looks like.
Oh.
Because here's the thing, folks, if you're just joining, so then Tinkerbell, Frostfire, Lexington, and is it Timothy Q Mouse? It can be Timothy Q Mouse. You can't be here right now, but either way, that Monstro. The reason that we were like, I really on our toes about this is because Monstro needs to be around for 1 turn. Because while he does have rush, he can't sing yet, dudes. You got to let him hang out for a little bit and survive. So
yeah, and Zan has to have the other combo piece.
Yes.
Now in this scenario here, you play the Monstro anyway because Jonathan is so high on lore. If his lore total is so high, he's getting so close to winning striking distance with the Cobra. If Monstro is if you're spending your characters and Jonathan spending his turn with perhaps an Elsa running into that Monstro to banish it, you're not pursuing your lore total. So Monstro, even if you're not setting the combo, is the right play here to keep Jonathan from pushing his lore total because you can always find another one. But the question is, if Jonathan doesn't have the answer for the Monstro, does Zan have the Great Illuminary in hand?
Yeah, and we also saw the Stone by Day being used against. We saw that little tiny man, Lexington, stand up, and he said, get back down. There's 3 cards in hand, and you are a gargoyle, and you are Stone by Day. So Zan is saying, listen, this is a calculated risk, and I'm good at math. But there we go, Tinkerbell Fast Flyer, which is an evasive card.
Yeah.
Wales cannot reach where that fairy is going.
There's no card draw here. That Stone by Day is going to bite him because if the Elsa was the answer, then those gargoyles not available. And he has it, just revealing it. There it is.
Oh,
and that's all that needs to be said. That is it. Just with the tilt of the card, with it just motionless, with a tilt of a card, Zan showing that he has the Great Illuminary. We're not going to make him play it out. Jonathan knows how this goes. We know how this goes. And look, I was worried about this finals taking a long time. It did not.
He heard about your flight. I think they might be on the same flight, maybe.
That may be. And oh my goodness, what a game.
That was the definition of make him have it. Because honestly, we say in the game, play it out, make him have it, where you are basically like, listen, I'm going to do what I can. I'm going to stay in this game. And in this case, he said, well, Zan, there's 1 card you need. And Zan said, this card? And that is, I mean, the nature of a combo deck is they're digging for the combo pieces. In this case, he also has to stay alive and stay and not let Dragon Johns win. He was close. I think he was like 18. I mean, right? He was at the point where it's pretty much you win this turn or you win next turn. And Zan said, hey, there's a reason I've had such a good run on this. And it's because I'm the combo man. I'm the combo man. I don't think that's probably what he says, but I liked it. Man, so the combo, for people just tuning in, there is a couple things here. We know the way. We've got the Great Illuminary Secret Laboratory.
Yep.
We have Monstro, and then we have Alan Adale, and we're using those pieces. Sometimes a duck. Sometimes the duck's involved. I don't fully understand the duck part of it all, but sometimes the duck is involved. I did just post on Twitter. I did the picture that the LorcanaFan.au made that kind of explains it a little bit better. Listen, I think there's gonna be a lot of videos. I'm assuming that on Zan's podcast with Jeremy. Oh my goodness, help! Zan's gonna never be my friend again if I don't remember the name of their podcast. At the Desk with Lorcana. Around the deck with Zan and Jeremy. Either way, my gosh, my brain. Either way, I'm sure they're going to talk about this at great length. Club Lorcana, thank you so much. I am so sorry, guys. I don't know a lot of things right now. I have to make it to the airport. But here we go. So Zan just broke the game again. And honestly, if you guys are just finding out about Disney Lorcana, Zan is a player. When I first started following Zan, he was playing a deck called Pride Lands. It was basically a Steel Song Pride Lands variant. He made that popular, and it was kind of his deck. Then after that, he did a little bit of, I believe, Emerald Steel discard. Then he started doing the goofy stuff. He did an Oswald deck for a while, but we had Oswald and then the Queen Diviner. That was a crazy time. He did a Jafar Wheel, which was Jafar, a striking illusionist with a whole new world to win. And now he's back up to his Zan Syed mischief again. So it's very exciting to see. But shout out to Dragon Johns, who's also putting on quite a show. He was undefeated in Swiss. So he's obviously doing what he needs to do too, but it's just exciting. It's hard not to get excited about a new deck doing new things.
Yeah, absolutely. One note from the chat, there is something you need two in hand. That is true. You do need two in hand if the Rooster's in the discard. You need one in hand otherwise, but here's the thing. You run the guidebook, and so if you have the ink, and I'm addressing some comments in the chat, if you have the ink, guidebook nets you a card. So as you're looking through your deck and digging through, and Zan had plenty of ink, he only needed 3 to play the Illuminary and 1 to move, then you have 3 extra ink to net you an extra card. And so the guidebook allows you, it's 1 card for 2 cards. And so that allows you to build up your hand buffer a little bit if you have the ink to do it. So that is true. You do need to have cards remaining in your hand in order to hold the Allen and then the We Know the Way, but that is how you make that happen.
Yeah, and it's so important to note that,
the Illuminator draws you a card, but it also, you have to discard that card to ready the Monstro, so you need an extra card.
Yeah, so it kind of
fuels
it. And so, like we noted, we were talking about how this combo, in theory, has been around for a while. But man, the new pieces, the Horseman Strikes, which is able to take care of some huge meta-busting cards, and then as well as the Great Illuminary, which is very exciting, right? A little piece of actual Lorcana and Lorcana, because, as you know, there's not a lot of self-referential cards. We do have the Chromicons and the Inkcasters, but here we have the Great Illuminary being used. And the Horseman Strikes, I think that's a beautiful card. The Epics, if you have a chance to see it, it's pretty. Have you seen one?
Yeah.
I like it.
It's beautiful.
That's me.
Also, the guidebook, a fantastic card
Yes.
revealed by JDZ Quest on his amazing channel.
He has said that 3 times because he got it wrong, and this is actually him trying to make sure that JDZ doesn't throw away his Christmas card. He wants to make sure he still gets one. But here we go. We are altering. This is a scary thing, right? Because I feel like Jonathan did everything he needed to do. He did it. He was 1 turn away from winning in a normal world. In any other world, he won. But it's not a normal world. We're in combo world now. And in combo world, you could be at 19, and it might as well be 0 if the combo fires off. So very, very, very exciting. But warning, I've said this after every match with Zan. Do not sleeve this deck up and then take it tomorrow and be like, well, this deck, I'm going to win. And all you have to do is play these 3 cards and you win. It is definitely something you have to navigate through some choppy waters. And Zan is not like every other player. He is someone who is built a little different as far as his skill level. But I am excited to see people pick it up.
Well, it's also the right tool for this weekend. One of the things about the current meta is that they're very, very aggressive decks. There's a dearth of very aggressive decks, of aggro decks. Dogs have a very aggressive line, and you can also tweak. Ruby Amethyst, I think, is the most aggro deck, but there's not a lot of them running around. You also can take Amethyst Steel in an aggressive line with the Fast Flyer and the Timothy Q Mouse, but there's not a ton of aggro running around. This is not the world where there's 20% diggy hole. And in that world, this combo deck that requires a long game wins. Now, so is it a great deck? Yes. Is it a great deck in this moment? Yes. But if the meta shifts significantly with that purple burn deck, for example, running around, that could keep this in check. And so this is all the way that these meta works and shifts and things change and all of that.
Yeah, that's why, this is Why I love tournaments like Charlie's, because you just get to see people who think about it for months and months. They work with their teams and they say, "What should I bring here?" And a big fan of a comment in the chat saying Zan knows the way, but he only has one game here, so I mean he still has to win one more if he wants to punch his ticket to nationals and get first place and become part of the storied Hall of Fame of winners of Charlie's collectible show.
I know a lot of the winners of Charlie's. I don't. Has Zan won before? I need to check.
I don't think so. I feel like we would talk about that, right? Like I feel like that would have come up at some point.
A lot of very good players won this tournament. I don't think Zan. Chat's gonna correct me wrong.
They will. They're so good.
Yeah.
Chat. They know the things I don't.
Yeah. Also, chat pointing out. Also, Pete could shut this down a little bit.
A little bit, but Pete has been a card where people, it's so crazy. That used to be a 4 of card. Everybody said, you got to have Pete. He's the most important card. And then one day, people said, I don't know when to play Pete. Okay, there's no be prepared. I don't know what's going on. You guys are doing stuff whenever you want to. It's crazy out here. And just like that, his value went so far down where they just stopped playing him. And so did Jonathan Williams. I don't think Jonathan Lambs did either. We have not been seeing a lot of Petes in these parts.
That's right.
But maybe we will now, because we're like, listen, you will not infinite combo. Now, Pete is a temporary Band-Aid. But here we go. We have a one of my favorite treatments, these whisper treatments. I love it very much. And that is the Cheshire Cat, who is the cat that set the world ablaze by sitting on top of an Allendale. Or no, we know the way.
We know the way, yeah.
A cat sitting on the chicken's funnier, but still, a cat sitting on a card is still quite nice.
What are the odds? So yeah, Jonathan Williams off to again a classic open. He's got 1, 2, and then into the cat. Now putting that Palace Guard at risk, or Royal Palace Guard at risk to get that 1 lore. It doesn't have that 4 available, but clearly thinks that's fine. All the way up to 2 lore. And now on to turn 4. This is the turn you like to sing strength if you can, but not a good target for it. That elephant doesn't care so much about getting hit by 4 damage. So Iago, Giant Spectre Power coming into play. That's a very good card, and we're cracking back into the Rafiki with the Calhoun, getting another 2 lore out of it. So Jonathan Williams pushing his lore total again up to 5. And again, this is what he wants to be doing, building a board state, gathering lore, and so a decent start for him. And it's back over to Zan for his turn.
Yeah, and so Zan, I mean, it's so interesting that last game. I was like, oh my goodness, this is so. But there we go. There's
the Horseman Strike,
which is kind of funny, right? Because with Horseman Strike, it like super banishes Iago.
Yeah, it's like banished twice.
Yeah, he's so banished because he has evasive, and also he is just being targeted. So here we go. He is, and he also draws a card, which is honestly, I love any card that's like do a cool thing, and also take a card on your way out. And as we know, Zan is desperately hoping to get all the good ones because this is a combo deck, so he's just looking for the nice pieces of the puzzle. But the elephant stands out there alone. Manamim Elephant is a 3/7, able to go ahead and carry damage, challenge into things. Certainly get rid of that Calhoun if she so chooses to, but you don't necessarily want to have too much damage hanging around when the cat's around. He can only move 2, though.
Yeah, Elephant now challenging into the Calhoun will take that 3 damage, and Rafiki coming in to boot. Great Illuminera. So there's one of the combo pieces going into the discard pile, or I'm sorry, into the Inkwell. There are plenty of them in this deck, plenty available to find. But it is interesting seeing one inked there. Leads me to believe there's another, or again, you can find plenty of them once you get. Well, you need one. So I probably has one in hand, or we wouldn't have seen it inked there.
And here we
go.
go.
It's an interesting note. Here we are boosting the cat. We're going to slide 2 damage over probably to that elephant, get that off the board, and now we'll see what else he has to build with. Dumbo heading to the Inkwell. And 2 for this. There's a Smee. It's not the Smee we are used to, but it's another Smee.
No, this is a Smee that got. Listen, guys. He's not. I like the other one quite much, but this is a steadfast mate. So he's a 3/2, and he has a ability that's kind of going out of vogue. We now have alert, but back in the day, we used to have something where you gain evasive on your turn. So he pairs quite nicely if a Dumbo should appear on this board. But yeah, so this is something that pairs. It sounds like he went more towards the evasive direction now that we know there's a Tinkerbell Frostflyer and a Mr. Smee. But there goes the Cheshire Cat and a Giant Cobra hidden underneath, which is a card that you kind of like. You kind of don't want to ever see in your discard.
No, and Hades offering a deal to Dragon John. Do you want this card in play, or can you get rid of it? Johns does not want to give 2 extra cards to Zansied, so that card will go to the bottom of his deck. And unfortunate for him that he had that answer there, because at this point of the game, Amethyst Steel wants to, this is the card draw phase of the game. At this point, you've burned through a lot of your initial cards to do, in theory, to do the strength. In this case, not having the strength, but you want to be playing your Dumbos here. You want to be hitting a Genie to draw a card. And right now, with an empty board and not a lot of card draw happening so far, it does feel like things have stalled just a little bit. Now again, Zan needs to get 8 ink. He also needs to find the combo pieces. I did glance I was about to say I glanced the other laboratory there, but that is heading to the discard pile. So 2 Great Illuminaries heading to the discard pile means he probably drew 3. And now with some Hades on Hades action here, Zan says, nope. Once again, no way, John. You can keep that Hades in play. Or I'm going to send this Hades away.
Exactly. Hades is around no matter what, at least.
Right. Now we have the Genie here on Zan's side of the board. It's been a long day.
And I see people talking about these one-turn win combos. There's one we know the way, so very confident. We know the way in the Inkwell. That's the only place it can go, but don't worry, we have 3. We only need 2 where we're going. And there is also Fifth Spirit going ahead, exerting that Cheshire Cat, and we will go ahead and double challenge in, get that right out of here. We're not moving any more damage today. But yeah, I mean, my goodness.
But yeah, Zan's kind of fine with playing this back and forth battle. If we're in this board control battle where they're swinging our characters back and forth, that's fine for Zan because he's trying to extend this out in order to find the combo pieces and win the game instantly. We are going to play the Horseman Strikes into that Elsa and Genie going in now and cleaning up that Hades. So once again, Jonathan's board is clear, and we're going to see what we can find. It is that Tinkerbell Fast Flyer. That is okay, and the Palace Guard. So we have a 3 lore on board. It's not great, but I don't think we inked this turn either. So just kind of stalled out here. Would love to find a dock, something.
Love to find a dock. That is, I think they should get a bumper sticker. I would love to find a dock
love
right
to
now.
find a dock.
But yes, so here we go. We are boosting. This has been very fun. The Cheshire Cat has definitely come out in a big way in these tournaments. It's one of those things where when boost was revealed, I questioned how much would be used, right? We see some mechanics introduced, but the Cheshire Cat has been used to great success, definitely making a Bell Accomplished Mystic seem a little less cool because you could do it every turn. And now we sort of pass Jack to Dragon, and do we get the dock? He just put it down.
Oh, and wait.
What do you get?
Do we have an end of turn ink ready? Is that? Yeah, okay. So it's still John's turn. An end of turn ink ready. Don't like it.
I know.
Don't ready your ink at the end of turn, people.
I know. Because like what happens is I look away for a second, I look back, I'm like, no, clearly I'm confused.
Yeah. So Tinkerbell Fast Flyer are going to fastly gather some lore here. Dragon John's up to 7. And so one of the things, it is fun to keep an eye on these combo pieces. We did see, as you pointed out, We Know the Way inked. There are 3 in this deck, and we do have a card tucked under the Cheshire Cat. 2 laboratories into the Inkwell, which means he probably has another in hand. So we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We are in Monstro territory now. That whale loves to see 8 ink on the board. Zan not slamming it down yet, thinking through if he does have it. But there's a world in which, now there's 2 We Know the Ways in the deck, 1 in the Inkwell. So if we get to a point where that combo is available, that Cheshire Cat could be sneaky again, holding one of those pieces. Cheshire Cat is going to boost again, now holding 2 cards to shift some damage over. And it is going to quest here. So and nothing played here. No. I think it passed back over, so no whale. Oh, what a terrible top deck. If we are top decking, what a terrible draw. You don't love to see it, and that Palace Guard going to remain upright, and Jonathan just leaning on his hand here. Zan looking for combo pieces as well, but plenty of other cards if he wants to do some other shenanigans.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of shows why, my goodness, people say they want the dock because Madame Tavi adversary great in a mirror, great against an aggro deck, but at this point, she is just a body, and you just have a dream because we're able to go ahead, keep boosting. For example, if you play in...
Oh,
I was like,
there's the elephant.
Yes, I was about to say, whatever you do with that, it can go back. So at this point, we went ahead and we played the elephant on a boosted to the moon. Cheshire Cat got 4 cards total, I believe, back to the hand. It was boosted 3 times.
Yeah,
incredible.
And that cat could have been hiding one of the key combo pieces. We'll see if Zan drew what he needed. But one of the elephants was banished already. And so I was thinking with 2 in the deck, and if the cards are stuck under that cat, you need to find the other elephant. And Jonathan was terrible top decks. Top deck's a hook. These are the early game cards you want, not the now cards you want. And again, would love to find a duck or a genie or something. But he's sitting on 5 ink now, keeps drawing the worst cards possible. And it's back over to Zan, as Zan's chuckling right now as he's been given the space that he needs to try to make this combo work. 7 lore is far away from 20, so we will play another lantern here, because why not? It's sitting in your hand. You may as well
Now,
on the board.
I will note that boosting has a lot of benefits in the sense that, like we saw, if it bounces back to your hand due to some kind of emerald effect, then you get the cards. You can do it to yourself. And then also, let's say you get Hades. So if you have the ink available, boosting has a lot of positives where you're able to kind of save it for this bank, be like, well, I might get it as ink, I might get it as cards. In this case, we finally see the Moby Duck of the Moby Duck moniker here. And this one, I mean, goodness. So this one is another card draw engine. This is key, like a backup plan.
Yeah, it's a backup plan, but it also has some utility here. I mean, we're seeing it not used as part of the combo, but Xana is clearly looking for those monstros. And so, hey, I can draw 3 cards off of this Donald Duck. All of my characters getting draw a card upon exerting. So drawing 3 cards there, looking for those combo pieces. And yeah, and just getting that contingency duck, I think.
Contingency duck.
It's the contingency duck.
A duck in the hand is worth 2 ducks in the bush, they say. But it's very interesting, right? Because, I mean, Xana's not firing off the combo spectacularly fast, but he's able to do the plan B where he just kind of quests and play a normal game of Disney Lorcana. Because if your opponent is drawing...
Well, there we go. I'll be. It's Monstro. Now, I assume, again, I haven't seen his hand, but I assume he has the Great Illuminary. We saw 2 go into the Inkwell already, which means probably has the other one. Jonathan Williams top decking the Calhoun there, if I'm not mistaken, or the White Rose, one of them, which is not great.
The White Rose, which gets him 1 lore, that's really quite nice, but he needs far more than that. So he is able to go ahead and maybe do some questing if he wants, but as long as that whale exists, he has a whaley big problem. So it is rough. I don't like to say, we talked about it, like, well, you know, he's always comes in second, but my goodness, he is feeling that right now because he is playing against Zan Syed, who's having an incredible run.
Yeah, and the question now is, does he have the Illuminary? He's got the Monstro. The Duck right now only activates when it's played, so can't use that ability. But again, doing it the old-fashioned way, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, lore up to 18. Why do the combo when I can just, win? When I can just quest. And Alan Adale coming out, all the combo pieces here, and Izzy Cheshire Cat, he actually could, not enough ink to sing, so Woodchuck's Guidebook, just get a shortcut straight to the discard pile, gonna draw 2 cards. He actually could have won with the Alan Adale if he had a couple of songs. He does have the We Know the Way in hand. But no, it's going to go back to Jonathan Williams, who's going to flip probably a terrible card. Timothy Q Mouse, again, not the card. Jonathan's cards betrayed him. And there it is. Zansia taking it down with this really wonky off-meta combo deck. Nobody saw this coming. This was on nobody's bingo card. Nobody predicted this card to crack the top 8, yet alone win the tournament. But if anybody could do it, it's Zan, a master deck builder and a master of identifying the right deck in the right moment for the right tournament. And he's done it here again. Jonathan Williams finishing second. But Katie, I also suspect that means that pass down. No,
because
he's won. He just got it. He's all right. I don't need the pass down. I want an invite on my own.
I'm not passing it. You know how we were trying to ask the questions? We were trying to call 1-800-Ravensburger direct. We don't have to because Zan says that will be mine. Thank you very much. Now, I would guess Zan might be doing pretty well this season. I think we might see him at DLC, Richmond or DLC. Why do I always forget that one? Milwaukee. Nope. We already
Indianapolis.
Indianapolis, the city I always forget. The city that never sleeps. We might see him do well, but he already has his invitation now with his CCQ clutch. So congratulations, Insayed. I'm so curious. The chat did not say he has won a CCS before. He's won lots of tournaments. I think
lots of things.
It's easy when people win a lot. But we're probably going to have an interview. We did do a deck tech with him. So if you guys are like, I gotta know about this deck, you will definitely be able to go through the video on demand, see that. But shout out to Dragon Johns. Like we said, he was undefeated in Swiss. In a room like that, that's not something that you do accidentally. That is a hard fought. But we saw why Zan was the winner of the tournament in that matchup because he had a plan, a man with a plan.
Man with a plan is Zan. But really, really fun to see, and I loved watching it. We talked about this. I have so much to say about this deck. I've said it all throughout the day. You all have heard it already, but it's good. It's good. But it does take advantage of a meta right now, which is not fast. It is not that fast. And so in a tournament where dogs are like 30% of the meta, this deck not quite as good. But I don't know. It can win the old-fashioned way, and when it has a combo, which basically means you win the game if I do this, I play this, then alt win cons.
Yeah, and there's a couple big tournaments coming up. One we have there is a PPG next weekend, and so I'm interested to see how this even changes in 1 week because what happens is people say, so this deck is good, right? And two things. If everybody says the deck is good, that makes the deck less good. And then also, you have to practice it. So
They've been saying Zan won the first ever CCS. So there we go.
wow.
A
Okay,
full circle
so
here.
long ago.
Yeah.
Sorry, Zen.
It was been 60.
First ever. So wow, he's a homecoming. So that's very exciting. Now, that does not activate the Decandio clause. It has to be 2 in a row. So the Decandio clause
Decandio
remains.
says 3, but I heard it as 2, and that's where I'm going to go with it.
And
Yeah,
you have
3 is too hard.
two people here who are professionals, and we will hold you to it. However, fine, it's not activated because now Zane has to win again in, let's see, 3 months from now. May? No, where am I? What day is it? March.
Oh, yeah,
March.
yeah.
He has to win in March in Houston if he wants to go ahead and get Decandio. But either way, 2-time winner. That's very exciting. Only 2 people can say that.
Yeah, with Steel Song, I'm reminded. I think was that the CCS Karsten was at? Because I think was that the one he came over to. I forget.
I don't know. Was that when he was doing Pride Land? Zach, the historian here, Mr. Bivens, help us. Is he out there?
So so Zan winning with Steel Song, and again, but that talks about the storied history of CCS, because Steel Song for sure was kind of on the map, and these were the early days of Lorcana.
Yes.
Charlie's was doing the 10K thing and the big tournament thing before anybody, and this was one of the biggest tournaments ever at the time. And so we didn't have a lot of big tournaments to kind of really understand the meta. Plenty of content creators, plenty of that, but nobody was really like putting it to the test. And so Zan coming in and winning with Steel Song kind of put it on the. I'm recalling all this now. Kind of put it on the map and made it one of the favorite decks. So. And it stuck around for ages. So Charlie's is a card that changes, or a card. Charlie's is a tournament that changes the meta. It influences things. It affects things. And I don't know. I'm really excited to see what this means for the future of the meta with this Amethyst Amber deck winning.
Yeah, that's my favorite thing about the meta is people talk about it like, oh, let's do a meta analysis. The meta changes in response to the meta. It's like this this orb that you get to watch. And so we're going to see lots of YouTube videos. I mean, I cannot wait to see the thumbnails of the 1-turn wins and say, what happened? Horseman striking.
This changes everything.
Yeah. I will do the thumbnail already.
Yeah, right here. Here's the thumbnail. You can clip this.
Yeah.
Right here you go. Counting yours.
There we go. Because
that
is it. Because I mean, honestly, dogs won the other turning today. They just get stronger. So yeah, dogs are good, but I didn't see any dogs in the top 4. I didn't see any dogs in the top 8. I don't think so.
Dogs were in the top 8.
Oh, that's true. There was one mirror dog.
Yeah, the mirror dog was in the top 16, and Diego got knocked out to a dog mirror.
Yeah, which Diego was the other undefeated
to a top
player.
deck Ursula that picked the Under the Sea.
Brutal stuff.
Yeah, so dogs did crack the top 8, but good deck.
Yeah. So I think, and the thing about combos, I think this is very fun. So Lorcana is a game where we have people coming from other games, and we also have people who've been playing. This is their first game, and so this is an exciting time because people are going to be talking about combos. They're going to be saying, "Do I be scared? Do we ban it? If a combo exists, do we ban?" I don't think that is probably going to happen. Is they're going to ban it tomorrow because, like we said, if you search, like I remember last night. I do remember last night, but last night I googled infinite combo because I heard rumors that there was a combo deck that Zan was running. So I Googled infinite combo and a post came up and I said, well, this is 6 months old. So that's not what this is. And no, it was the 6 months old post.
Was. Yeah.
So this is something where the tech has been alive now. Like you said, the cards have made it better. It is a combo that was fragile and now it is a real thing. But combo decks are not they exist in the world of trading card games, but they are fragile in nature. I mean, you've probably seen in your life other combo decks who are like, yeah. And so it is something like you said where it is a meta call. It is a piloting thing because you can't just be focused only on the combo. You have to make sure you don't lose. And we saw him do very well at that. I can't wait. I can't wait to see the next person to try this. And I also am excited to see if this has other people looking through the cards again to see, are there other combos we don't know about? We've seen other people talk about it with Shark. There's always something going around with that Maui half Shark. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm doing it at Liam now. I'm like,
well,
I don't know. I'm so excited.
The funny thing, like most of the people are really good at identifying combos, and as these cards are revealed, everybody kind of can see the infinite combos, and people identify them and all that stuff. But what happens is you identify them and you're like, oh, that's cool. But like, there's no really way to make it viable right now. And then they get put in like the filing cabinet and you lock them away in your mind palace and then they're like there. And then like, as different cards come out, some people go back into their mind palace and they're like, oh, you just gave me the tool that I need to actually make this work. And so that's what it's about. There are other combos out there like this, that Beast Relentless thing. Of course, he's not in Core Constructed anymore, but
yeah.
There are other combos and things out there. I don't think there's another infinite combo like this, but the same thing will happen where these combos come out with cards and it's like impossible to execute. And then as sets go on, you get the tools, and then you're like, all right, I'm gonna go unlock this thing which I stored away somewhere.
Yeah, and Zan
Yeah.
is a guy to do it. I'm so fascinated by. I mean, Zan is on a team, but it's one of the international conglomerate teams. We know about World Class Cards, but Rare Hunter's a team that they're fairly new. They only came about like 2 months ago, but then like they're like everywhere in every country doing quite well. They
Yeah.
did quite well in Singapore. Zan's here in America, the US of A, showing up for the Rare Hunters here. We have Earl in the chat, who must be what time is it, Earl?
Late.
Yeah, or, but either way, so it's very exciting to see that these teams that they work together to build some of these things. I'm very interested to know the story of how much, because like it probably sounds crazy, and I imagine someone must have at some point said, "Zan, you're crazy. It'll never work." And I'm very excited to see the group chat where he says, "Well, then why do I have this?" And he holds up his ticket to nationals.
Yeah. One thing important to note, like this was not like a one shot, like on target thing. Some of Zan's teammates were playing the deck as well. Didn't qualify for
Oh.
top cut, so that's not to say that this deck is invincible and,
That's
and whatever.
interesting. I
Like,
didn't know that this is like, yeah. I'm interested in the stats on that, on how many people in the room were like, "All right, guys, one of us is gonna make this work."
Yeah.
But
super. Yeah, definitely practice it. But again, the nice thing about this particular deck is if you've been playing Amethyst at all, you already know the mid game. It's all the cards that you know and love, and you can just
the greatest hits.
The greatest hits, and you can just pull the emerald or you can pull the blur out of the Blurple deck and insert the amber cards, and you're good to go. So
It looks like we're gonna be doing an interview. You have time, so would you like to go interview the Zan Syed?
yeah. Oh, hold. Don't take.
Well, I
give
won't
me
wait.
just,
Yeah, I'll give
me
you a
just
second.
2
I'm not
seconds.
just gonna be like,
Ready?
now you get to see him run. No, we're gonna wait. You guys are gonna keep him. But yeah, here we go. He's running as fast as we can. It's kind of crazy. It's 4 miles away, so we'll see if he can get there. Unfortunately, like he ran out there. They were taking a photo, so he hurry up and wait kind of situation. But very, very, very exciting. And I believe we are going to, after this, go ahead and cut to the ladies championship. But first, we're going to hear from Zan, because I think everybody wants to know the hot tech. This is very exciting. Big news thing. I mean, my goodness, how many tournaments have we said? It was Blurple. It was Amethyst Steel. No, Amethyst Amber. So many people are going to go, no, you can't be right. But in this case, we were. We're right. It is Amethyst Amber. Amethyst Amber for those listening. And I don't think that was a huge meta share in the room of 333 people yesterday. Although we did get confirmation that a few people brought it to the room to see how it would work. So here we go. We have them teeing up here. We have people in the chat being like, "I gotta get my Horseman Strikes," but just a promo. Shout out to the fact I always like when the promos for the league play are actually playable. That's quite exciting. So I think someone there at Ravensburger knew that this was gonna be good. So we're gonna go ahead and cut to them in just a moment. So it looks like they might be ready, and we'll go. All right, so here's the thing. Sometimes computers get tired. Do you know computers get tired too? They do. And in this case, can you hear me? Probably. But you don't want to hear me. I didn't win, and I'm not interviewing Zan. But either way, they're looking at microphones. They're thinking about life. We're getting things together. But we hear me, so that's good. The problem is I cannot tell you how I won the 25K. I can't tell you. I simply can't. But I can tell you what I saw. And what I saw was a very, very exciting thing. Very exciting. I do remember when Horseman Strikes came out, I was like, oh, so this is for Dumbo. And yes, but it's crazy how many targets that you don't know about. It'll be good. But yes, like someone just said, Cozier 1369. The computer's tired as well. Yeah, the batteries die. My battery is powered by Red Bull. Red Bull, if you want to sponsor me, I can be an extreme caster. I'll do it. I'll snowboard while casting. But yeah, so we have Zan here getting very close to the camera, possibly trying to make it work. He's commanding it. He's saying, "I am qualified to go to nationals. You get this camera working right now." But the minute we get a green light, I will stop vamping. We got a green light. Vamp over.
Well, Zan, I feel like we just did this 20 seconds ago.
We did.
We did, but nobody can hear us.
Deja
Now you
vu.
can hear us, right? But I actually said when the take that nobody could hear, I said I feel like we meet like this at these events after these big wins often. So yeah, it's good to see you here again in the interview stage.
It's better to be lucky than good.
I suppose it's also better to be. It's also good to be both. Since I'm lucky and good, I'll take both.
Yeah.
So how does it feel to win the CCS again?
How does it feel? I mean, honestly, I lost round one, and I was ready to just go home. and I can't believe that I'm here right now.
I mean, so you bring this kind of off meta, well, completely off meta deck. Nobody's expecting you win. You lose round 1, and at that point, are you thinking, "Oh no, I've made a terrible error"?
No,
Nope.
I didn't.
You're
No.
like full confidence. I'm gonna go.
I was like, it's a broken deck, but I'm not a good pilot. That's how I felt, and so I just needed to mentally adjust from there and say, "Hey, I'm a good pilot. I can figure out my own deck."
And you did.
Yeah.
Now, this is a combo. You've done a couple deck techs before. People have already heard from you about this deck. But I'm going to revisit some trodden ground. But this is a deck you said that's kind of been in the back of your mind, in your mind palace there, tucked away for a later day. And what cards caused you to go, oh, I can make this work now, and this is the moment for it?
Basically, my deck was like, I would say 60% Amethyst and 40% Amber. And so many good Amethyst cards came out. That my deck became 90% Amethyst and 10% Amber, and as Amber became less and less of the deck, the more real this strategy became.
Yeah, some of those Amber cards, the Horseman Strikes, I feel like a very, very key card in the mid game. Lanterns, of course, have been around forever. Getting a reprint in Fabled, being like taking that ramp spot there, so really fun.
I was actually crossing my fingers when they were doing spoilers, and I was like, please, Lantern, just give me Lantern, just give me Lantern. And they were like, Lantern is spoiled. And I was like, oh, I can do it. I can make this happen.
Yeah. And Jonathan Williams, a very, very good player, very talented player. How'd you feel going up against him in the finals?
Well, he basically messages me before every event and is like, I'm going to beat you in the finals this time. And so this was our 3rd time. And I'm glad that he has to go home with the 2nd.
Oh man, he really interesting draw. He looked at the camera several times, but you mastered or played that matchup masterfully. Really fun, and I don't know. I love also the tilt that you get to do at the end of the games, where people know the combo and the monster is dry, and the question is, do you have it? And that moment what does that moment feel like when you just all you have to do, you're at 0 lore. All you have to do is just tilt the card and be like, it's it.
Well,
I got it.
In the finals was the only time my opponent didn't make me do it. Otherwise, I'm like, oh, the battle's not over. I have to like mentally walk through all of it, which whenever you flip over, 60 cards, it just feels like an overwhelming wave. But I feel like after this weekend, I'm getting decent at the deck.
Okay, getting okay out of the deck. And everybody now is watching and figuring out whether they can make that work. What did it feel like to have the We Know the Way tucked under the cat?
Nerve-wracking because you are questioning your own memory.
Yeah.
And you're saying like, oh, is there another We Know the Way in my inkwell that I just forgot about? So, yeah, I mean, those questioning moments are scary, but I was prepared enough to figure it out.
Yeah. So I'm going to ask you to project a little bit, and you don't have to answer because I know that you're preparing for bigger tournaments. You're preparing for Richmond, of course. But the presence of this deck now that you've shown it off and people have seen it and see what it can do, and it's actually a fairly easy transition for people who are used to piloting that Amethyst core. They can just switch some stuff out and really easily adopt this deck. Do you think this will have an impact on the meta moving forward, and that a significant number of people will move into it, and the meta will have to adjust?
If it doesn't adjust, I mean, like, I don't know anything about Lorcana if people don't, like, adjust. Like, I don't know what happened today. How did I win?
I don't know.
Right? Like, I feel like this was like a Purple Steel meta, right?
Yep.
Purple Steel is the best deck, and whatever counters it is good. And I just, like, 2-0'd 2 of, like, the best players in the tournament, Lamb Chops and Jonathan Williams, who have both 2 Mickeys each. Like, they're not slops. So, yeah, the meta is definitely going to have to adjust to this deck, and I'm not even sure if I'm going to continue playing it, but I think that right now, right in this moment, I think it's the most powerful deck in Core Constructed.
That is a bold statement, and what a way to end the interview. Congratulations on a great tournament. For those who are interested in this deck, Dan did a deck breakdown on the 20 Lore Pro Twitch stream, and I'm sure that content will get out there. You can watch that breakdown, and of course, you have your own content that you run, and I'm sure you'll be covering it there as well.
Yes, check out the Club Lorcana podcast. That's going to be live
with these guys on Club Lorcana
this Tuesday, and look out for the Metafy guide, and thank you so much,
guys.
Rare Hunters, for being the most amazing sponsor ever.
All right, get in the camera. Get in the camera. All right, look at these. Look at these guys. The best thing about Lorcana is the teams, it's the friends. We're gonna send it back over to the booth. Thanks for watching. Congratulations again.
Bye.
Hey guys, nobody tell them that I forgot the name of Club Lorcana. If you tell them, I will not be friends with you guys anymore because I cannot have them on my dark side. The other one time, Jeremy B, Jay Burtz, if you will, said, Katie, pretty good at casting. And so I cannot have them know I forgot the name of their show.
That's a mile away.
It was. He actually, the Flash, is what we call him. But we did it. We did a Disney Lorcana.
We did a Disney Lorcana. Wonderful tournament. Things are wrapped here. Katie, it's been a pleasure spending the weekend with you.
Yeah, let's do it again sometime.
Let's do it again sometime
I like how
soon.
we meet around the world country. We're just like, hey, see you over there. And at this point, I cannot wait. I will be in next weekend in Florida. I'll see you there. I won't be. I'm going to be going to Disney World, quite frankly. I get to watch you work and be like, hey, man, I'll be suntan. But I can't wait to see you in the booth with the JDZ and seeing how this is going to impact. What was his prediction? I couldn't hear everything.
He said that this is the best deck in Core Constructed right now. He handled Amethyst Steel, the best deck with two of the best players. Handled it very well. One of the best decks in the format, if not the best deck in the format, and that the meta will have to adjust. And I agree. You can't argue with results, not only going through the best deck, but some of the best players to take this down. And so, yeah, so we will see if next weekend that this has an impact on PPG, if people adjust that quickly. I'm willing to bet that we will see it there.
I cannot wait. I loved seeing, like you said, the meta has to adapt. And so we shall watch it. We shall be the watchers of it here in the booth. And I cannot wait to see everybody talk about it this week. But in the meantime, we have our next qualified player. It's so fun. It's like it's the gauntlet filling in. It's like the reveal map, and like a face just got revealed at Nationals. Zan Syed. Not a huge surprise that Zan was going to get qualified for Nationals, but it's still very exciting. He can take a breath and just relax at the other DLCs and just chill. Try to get another Mickey, maybe.
That's right.
For his wall of Mickeys, I assume.
All there like wallpaper.
Yeah.
It does feel right to have him there.
It does. It does feel good. And so very excited. Once again, thank you so much to the production we have. We name every production person.
Yeah, we did that earlier. So many wonderful people here on production. And again, thank you to Gitana, who made us look smart all weekend.
Yes.
On the card viewer here. Wonderful having you there. And shout out to production. Shout out to the players who came out to make this event wonderful.
Yes.
Not only the players in the main event, but we had the women's tournament today. We had the kids tournament. Some wonderful players there. Just thank you to all of them. And thank you for the judges for a very well-run, well-executed event. Everything always runs so smoothly here at Charlie's, and that's because of the team running the tournament, including the fantastic judge team they bring in. So thank you to them. And if you're a judge out there and you're interested in judging here, I'm sure you can apply, and you can come down here to work the tournament as well. Who else we need to thank, Katie?
Thank Charlie's for putting on this tournament for since Lorcana has been a Lorcana, they have been doing this. And so thank you for making this tradition. It's so exciting to have a pantheon of some of the greatest players enter. And we have another player who said, I'm going to enter again. I'm back. He's always in the pantheon. So congratulations to Zan who took it down. And thank you.
And thank you to the viewers.
Like you.
Thank you all to you. Viewers like you who make this all possible. Because if you're not watching, we're talking to ourselves. And that is fun, but also kind of boring and awkward.
Yeah, which is what I'm going to do on the whole flight home. People will be like, what are you talking about? Whale, duck, Moby Duck.
Moby Duck.
Moby Duck. But either way, it has been an honor, a privilege, and a little bit of a graphic here we're going to talk about, because right after this, me and Liam, we're going to go home. We got to go home. But we are going to have more action for you guys. We're going to have the top 8 of the Disney Lorcana Ladies Champion. There's one of our favorite ladies, Ariel Sonic Warrior Enchanted version, but they are battling it out for some points, and they're also battling out for $1,000. So we will go ahead and cut to the top 8. We're going to have a quick break. We'll get some people.
Yeah, get the people switched in here. And yeah, so Katie and I are going to be flying home. A couple things for us. I'm going to shout out our own stuff. Katie, you're going to be on the ICL here this week, next few weeks. You can always tune in there, doing some commentary there. We'll see you in Orlando as well. I'll be on the stream next week in PPG Orlando, bringing you that tournament. And then make sure, if you're interested in coming to A Charlie's, you can do that.
Yes.
There are some coming up. There are dates. The next one, I believe the next one is going to be in Houston.
Yes.
And there's some other Charlie's tournaments coming up around the country. You can get your own Charlie's points and maybe etch your name into that pantheon, that wall of Charlie's champions. You can do it too. Make sure you check it out and register now and get that on your calendar. And lastly, and I'll see you on my stream. I'm going to plug my own thing. Tomorrow night, I'll have a stream. We'll talk about Charlie's. I'm going to be there with Zenulus, and we'll have some fun folks on, including, I believe, the champion from Singapore, also from Rare Hunters. So you can check that out.
The Rare Hunters franchise is really quite large here. But yes, can't wait. You never want to miss it on Monday. It also keeps me in check because when I get the notification, I'm like, it's Monday. So that is tomorrow. And thank you for everyone, all around. Claps all around. We'll go ahead and take a quick break. We'll be back. Don't go anywhere.
welcome back. So we are taking a little bit of a break, and we were gonna show the top 4 of the women's tournament, and it's still gonna be on the other Twitch channel. So it's still gonna be live at 20 Lore Pro, so you can still tune in to the top 4, stream 2. But now we're gonna head down, and Tiago and Diego are gonna play a little bit of an exhibition match with each other. So that's gonna be a little bit of fun, and we got Woody and Garrett from the Snuggly Ducklings.
Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, we have a score to settle, it sounds like. The classic battle of the set, Dogs versus Purple Steel.
Yeah, it's pretty popular.
And probably the 2 faces of those decks going at it.
Yeah.
And, right here at CCS, they're going to throw down to show us who really is the top dog of the format.
All right, so we're going to head down and look at them, see what's up.
Here we go.
All right, so it looks like those guys, they're tweeting it
They're
out.
just doing some marketing,
Yeah, showing everybody, announcing the grudge match.
Yeah, let's hopefully no passwords get shown or anything like that. But
Yeah.
They're showing
Hopefully
off
no
to
one
the world
doxes
that they're about
anybody.
to go at it.
It's going to be a little bit of fun. It's going to be some fun. See, they start shuffling up. But so basically, moral of the story, it looks like Tiago thinks he's favored into green yellow, which I think most people agree with. But Diego thinks green yellow dogs is favored into purple steels, which I can see. I like dogs. I think it's one of the most powerful decks. Tramp is one of the most powerful cards. So
it's definitely one of the scariest cards of the format. And yeah, I think consensus might be the purple steel is favored here, but Diego is just built different.
Yeah, he is.
And these guys traveled from across the world to play here. And now we actually get to see them duke it out.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty fun. I know Tiago said he might not come to the CCS because he just went to DLC Singapore and then he flew back. But
Busy,
he
busy
made it
man.
out. He's playing.
Busy man, yep. Oh.
Okay, so we just learned we're going to do best of 5. So that'll be pretty fun. We're going to try to stay tuned and read some chat, but it'll be pretty fun. This is going to be really fun to watch.
It should be great, yeah. 2 of the best in the game. Probably the best at each of their color combos, arguably.
Yeah, for sure.
And, get to show off for all of us.
Yeah. It's going to be fun. Looks like they're going to start shuffling up now. It's going to be a best of 5. They're still on their phones.
Yeah, some undisclosed prizing going on, but we are, it's still something on the line here, so.
Yeah. So we're playing for prizes. It's going to be fun.
They are definitely not at odds at all with each other. This is just a friendly debate on what deck is favored.
Exactly.
What can be done. Just a few last-minute tweets out here. Looks like they might even be sharing deck lists potentially. Looks like.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, that's what it looks like. Yeah, there's.
So for the best of 5, everybody gets to see what the cards are.
Yeah. So that'll be fun. Yeah. Green yellow does some really busted stuff with Tramp. Tramp's super scary. They can play game off 2 ink, kind of, which is pretty interesting. They can save resources, play some free cards. It's pretty good.
Chromicon is the biggest headache in the game, arguably.
Yeah.
Just something you got to always deal with.
100%. Looks like they're checking out each other's deck lists, seeing what they're actually playing against.
And then let's see if Tiago even changed the list at all from all of his travels.
Yeah.
That'd be interesting to see. Yeah, they're checking it out. Diego, I'm actually not sure how he finished, but he was undefeated for most of the run yesterday.
Yeah, I know he went 7-0, and I think he double drew into the top 16, but I don't know exactly how he finished. I was not paying attention. But the top cut was pretty interesting of the big 25K. I saw some numbers. I think there were like 4 amethyst steel, 3 yellow purple. Saw a couple green purple. There's like a blurple in there. There's a yellow purple monstro on
There was a
that
yellow
was sick.
purple for sure.
There was and it even won the whole thing.
It took it home, and we'll probably be hearing about that all the way up until Richmond.
Yeah, the main event is over. The main event is over, and Zan took it down with his monstro yellow purple deck. But we're just playing a little bit of grudge exhibition match. They're having some fun. Purple steel versus green yellow.
Yeah. Congrats to Zan, too. He started the day off with 0-1 and then had a hero run all the way to winning the whole thing.
Yeah.
Very impressive. And honestly, the deck was probably the talk of the day. I mean, I know.
Oh, for sure.
After round 1, everyone knew that there was several in the room.
Zan losing round 1, but to bringing it back
then,
to top cut and then winning the whole thing is pretty impressive.
Definitely impressive. And then some big names all through top 4. I know we had Jonathan Lamb and Jonathan Williams.
Yeah, both on purple steel.
Both
making
on purple
top
steel,
4 and top 2.
Both were seemingly speed bumps in Zan's run.
Yeah,
he
just
played.
it looks like he just crushed them.
Yeah. Let's see.
I think what that deck was made for, it's pretty good. The yellow purple deck with Horseman Strikes is really good into those purple evasive matchups.
Definitely.
Pretty sweet. But yeah, that card is
Horseman
awesome.
Strikes, yeah.
It's very good. You draw a card, banish chosen, character with evasive. You just get to get so much value off your opponent when they play any evasives. It really slows down your opponent's game plan so you can get to that combo. So it looks like they're doing some die roll. Looks like Tiago. Tiago got the won the die roll. So most likely he's probably on the play. This will be really fun. I think Tiago really wants to see some of that. If you want to see the top 4, they're on stream too. So just if you want to see the ladies' top 4, they're still streaming. So if you check out 20 Lore Pro, the second stream, you can still check out them. They're still continuing. And after we're done, yeah, you'll still be able to see them, and they're still casting.
Should still have an interview too, I believe, after the fact.
Yeah,
the
for
winner
sure.
And everything that, and show them off.
Yeah, that'll be good.
So yeah, there should be good information leading up to the next few tournaments on the scope of these decks. Like we have Orlando next weekend, PPG, and Richmond is only 4 weeks away, something like that.
Yeah. It's like the first weekend in January. It should be pretty fun. Richmond's coming up soon.
And these are definitely contenders.
Oh
They're
yeah,
contenders as players and as
green, yellow,
archetypes.
Green, yellow, and purple steel definitely one of the most 2 popular archetypes in the game. I'm excited to see that. It looks like I think Tiago in his opening hand, he's really gonna be trying to really try to get that opening curve and see that like probably Captain Hook into a Calhoun into like a Cheshire Cat or something like that, or a Lexington. Who knows?
And
Just something big bodies.
We both know that Strength of the Raging Fire is a crucial card in his game plan. Same with He Hurled His Thunderbolt, but I believe Diego is on the full suite of 4 Ursula, 4 Mowgli.
Oh, okay, that really throws a wrench in
things.
things.
He's been advertising as doing that as like a density play, so that could definitely be a big factor.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, let's see what the opening alters.
Okay, well, it looks like Tiago's got a pretty decent curve. I saw a 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe even a 5, but his 1-drop was not a 1-drop with power. It's Diablo, so he might be looking for a different 1-drop.
Yeah, he would definitely want something that can test back to the early board control of the dog deck.
Let's see. All right, he put 4 back. I didn't see exactly what he kept.
Just 2 from Diego, so he must have something
we can't really see Diego's card, but
I'm sure we will soon.
The
cards start flooding the field.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's see. We're getting ready for a best of 5 match to get the last cuts in. Tiago's going to start us off. I see a Strength of Raging Fire.
I did see a strength pulled. It looks like I think he did mulligan that Diablo, but it looks like he found a second one.
Yeah.
So he found another Diablo. So he still got a 1-drop, but it's not the 1-drop he wanted.
He actually has a full suite of 3-drops.
Yeah, he's got a lot of 3-drops.
The Genie, the Cheshire Cat.
See if he inks this strength at all.
He does.
All right. So he's really worried about Mowgli and Ursula. So
yeah, that's where the deck list became huge. I'm sure he immediately saw there's 8 things that can hit him.
Yep.
All right, Diablo out first. What does Diego answer with? Obviously, he has probably the most 1-drops in the game. In his deck, I would think.
Yeah, he's got a lot. So he inks Bobby, and then he goes off with a Daisy. All right. So it's a little bit more aggressive start. They've got a lot of 1-drops, so you got it's a pretty versatile deck. So you never know what you're gonna.
Tried and true Daisy Duck on turn 1. Is,
ever since that
not
5.
Quite something you want to see always.
Yeah. No, definitely not. I think Tiago's pretty okay seeing a Daisy on the other side of it. Maybe not after he played a Diablo. That can be tough to deal with, especially if you didn't see that
see
power.
A Calhoun in his hand and the Black Heron. He chooses to go with the Calhoun.
Oh wow, he did not quest with the Diablo.
He did not. Yeah, see.
Interesting.
Probably leaving up for a body for the Strength of the Raging Fire. I'd have to imagine off the top.
Yeah, if you can top deck one of those, that makes sense.
That's the only thing I can imagine, because we'll see if one of the action hitters pops up.
Yeah.
Oh, 2 enchanted lady, 1
Oh,
drops.
wow. 2 0-3s.
Yeah, we're also showing off the pretty art of the deck.
Yeah. Oh, there's a hypnotic strength out of Tiago. I didn't
Yeah,
realize
I'm not sure.
still playing that. That's pretty sweet. Those ladies they can get lore fast. So it's a 0-3. As you can see, we have it up on screen. Whenever you play a character, it gets +1 power, and then if it has 3 or more power, she gets +2 lore, which can be very impressive. You against the blue decks, that card is phenomenal with the tramp too, that you get to play 1 less, and then it can pump that lady, and then it can quest for 3 just by itself, kind of. So that's.
He also has the new tools of the 1-drop Webby Vanderquack to give it a +1 on play and on the effect.
Which is pretty nice.
It's pretty nice. Yeah, it's a quicker way to get to that 3.
Okay,
power.
so Tiago chooses to take the Cheshire Cat over Lexington, which makes sense. That card is one of the best cards from the new set, Whispers in the Well. You got a 3/4 with boost. It is very, very, very powerful. All the purple decks, most of the purple decks are playing at least 4 copies, at least 3 to 4. Maybe blurp on like 2 or 3, but most of the curve out purple decks like green purple, purple steel, and red purple are playing 4 copies.
And in this matchup, you would think it represents at least a 2-for-1, if not way more than that.
Yeah.
Obviously, Lexington can probably do 2-for-1 also with just its strength and health, but the cat can just sit there and kind of eat things alive.
Yeah. And it just, especially if there's any way to bounce it, if those purple steel players are playing Olaf, they can boost it a couple times later, then get rid of their Olaf whenever Olaf is banished, and you can return Cheshire Cat to your hand, and you can pick up all those cards underneath it, which is really, really impressive.
We see a big tramp inked by Diego.
Wow. Interesting.
That's extremely interesting.
Yep. We're going to see that little interaction that you talked about earlier with the Webby pumping the lady. So the lady could have quested for 3 that turn, but it doesn't look like Diego wants to really let his characters get any value taken away by that Calhoun.
Definitely values the bodies on board, it looks like. And we saw the 1 tramp ink, so you'd have to imagine there's another one in hand.
Exactly. You got to imagine there's another one, because especially he's only got, I don't know, I think Diego has like 1 card in hand maybe.
It looks like there's 1.
Yeah, so he's got maybe that or a Chromicon maybe.
He should have 2 in hand, right? He's on the draw.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
All right, let's see what Tiago has here for us.
Yeah, it looks like he's eyeing up that Lexington. Oh, or maybe he might play the Black Heron?
Yeah, Black Heron.
Interesting. And a Dock.
Okay.
Okay, just getting wide so
More
like
bodies on board.
Chromicon doesn't do that. Interesting. Played Dock, no effect. So in to keep the other 2 cards in his hand. Which is interesting.
We see him
quest.
offer up
Interesting. Wow, okay.
trades. Okay. I mean, you're staring down 5 characters that only have 1 strength each, so you would need some help to play out characters to beef up the lady to even take out Calhoun.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure there is a line there.
For sure. If he has a tramp or if he has a couple of 1-drop characters, another Webby or something can really boost up all his ladies to take out the Cheshire Cat and the Calhoun. But there are some diminishing returns there if you're not really gaining any lore against your opponent. All right.
But the questing power just keeps
All
coming.
right. There's the other tramp.
All right. There's the classic draw 6, discard.
Draw 6, discard 6, which is pretty good. Very powerful card.
Yes.
And now, if he sees another tramp off this one, he can play the other tramp for free and draw 7, discard 7.
Yeah, we would think he's looking for another tramp and maybe a Chromicon. Oh, we see a Chromicon discarded.
Discarded. 2 Chromicons discarded. All right. I think we're gonna see another tramp for free. Oh, okay.
Okay, that does the beefing that we were talking about.
So he gets to play that for free, and then he can pump something for 1, 2, 3.
And now this Daisy deck
7.
can survive either of those trades also.
And the ladies now are 3 power each as well because he played 3 characters this turn. So it looks like he pumped the Daisy, it looks like. Yeah, the Daisy's going to take out that Cheshire Cat.
This Daisy.
Wow. And then those 2 ladies are going to be able to quest for 3 each.
Yep.
And, wow, okay. Yeah, you check out the Calhoun. I like that.
I like it also.
I like that a lot, especially with Black Heron only having a 3/3 and Doc and Diablo. this hypnotic strength is going to do work.
So he just went to 8 off of that with 2, 4, 6, 8.
Yeah.
10.
3, 4, 5, 6. He quested for 6. And now he has 3, 4, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He has 11 lore on board sitting there. But we know that's not going to last long when he starts challenging. But.
And he did obviously keep cards in his hand. Or he might have kept at least one card in his hand.
I don't think so. I think the tramp was his last card.
The little tramp makes sense. Okay, we see the hypnotic strength.
Hypnotic strength on the Diablo. It's probably going to clear up the.
Man, what does he clear? Do we get rid of the other daisy or the?
Oh
Webby?
wow!
Okay.
Interesting. I guess because the dock can clear the daisy, and then the black heron can clear that lady. Which is probably.
Excellent. We see an Yzma also in Thiago's list. Okay, doing some cleanup.
Play the Cheshire Cat. Yep.
Yeah, that cat's gonna do some wonders, I think.
So this is tough. So this is Diego on the draw, and it looks like he's gonna be able to get away with the win, maybe.
Okay, we see a Mowgli come down and reveals Thiago's hand with no actions.
Or no action, no non-characters. It looked like it was an Elsa and a Dumbo. Looks like this Daisy's gonna get him up to 10. Jafar.
Interesting. Okay. Let's see if we value standing the characters upright still, or if we just say you have to answer it.
I think the Lilo probably wants to get in.
I do think the Lilo wants to get in because it's the
For
density
sure.
of 1-drops. You can
Yeah.
get off the top, but
the tramp allows the Cheshire Cat to start. Well, the Cheshire Cat's gonna get value either way out of the Daisy.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is where the 4 health of the daisy can be a detriment to where you're just moving damage around. Let's see.
So he's questing. Diego's gonna quest for 5, up to 15 now, which is pretty.
Putting some serious
pretty
pressure
tough.
on.
Yeah. Being able to Diego's gonna have to figure out a way to challenge the 6 willpower, but.
And he knows he has an Elsa in hand, and he knows he has.
A
Well, he knows 3
Dumbo.
of the 4 cards. There's Dumbo, and he saw the Jafar.
Jafar,
with the
yep.
daisy, so.
Yep. So it's tough for Tiago to be able to use the Cheshire Cat while developing a board. But
Right, and the Elsa can't come down and hit. I believe he's only at 5, and can he go to 6, or is that 6 right there?
I think he's at 5, so he can go to 6. That's what it looks like. But so he can't play the Elsa and use the cat. But he could play the Dumbo and use the cat, or play like Jafar and something else, depending on what he drew. Oh, it looks like he drew a giant cobra.
Yeah. The Cobra would just be stats in this matchup. I mean,
Yeah.
at a certain point they would come down to lore, but he's running with the 4/4 body. But I watched a handful of Diego's games in passing, and there was a lot of this where he had a bunch of characters turned sideways, sitting at a very high number of lore, and their opponent took a several-minute turn to figure out how to work their way through it. So I'm sure that's how he spent most of his day.
Yeah. It looks like Tiago's trying to figure out a way to take care of this tramp while also using the Cheshire Cat, but I don't know. It might be better to clear as much lore as possible so you can gain as much time. But okay, so it does look like he's going to go for the giant cobra and discard the Dumbo.
Discard and Dumbo.
Interesting.
So yeah, we still have the Elsa in hand as a follow-up for next turn. Yeah, the problem here is that all of Diego's guys only hit back for 1 damage, so the Cheshire Cat doesn't get extra value out of removing the damage from your own character.
It's tough too because taking out the Lilo is a little bit of diminishing returns because you can just kind of.
Okay, we see the boost. Is the Lilo going or is the Mowgli going?
Probably.
I mean,
it's got to be the Lilo,
it's
right?
got to be the Lilo.
Yeah,
Yeah,
even though it comes back, but it does put a little bit more pressure on Diego.
Do we bring the Lilo back? It looks like he is choosing.
It looks like he is
another
chose
card
not to.
instead. Oh, that's a really good
That's
draw.
a great one because he can draw a card. That was a very good draw.
And now he just has Do we ink this card and then set up a Lilo play for next turn? Or do we just hold for more
Probably
gas?
hold because it's most likely very, very small card.
Let's see. All right, we're at 18 already. Passing back to Tiago with just the Elsa and now a 3-drop Genie. Is that what that was?
Yeah, it looks like it. And now also, Diego's got to be aware of Go-Go. Go-Go starts getting very threatening when you're trying to take out this tramp and move damage. You're putting damage on your characters. You can't. Go-Go's going to be alive now after this turn because Diego's got to get rid of tramp, which is going to take some challenging. And it's also got to get a... Okay, yep, the Elsa's going to come back. And now... Okay, so that's going to probably be enough to clear the board. But if Tiago doesn't leave...
Multiple characters already have damage on them too, so you can't move them both with the Cheshire Cat.
And he's going to have to challenge the Tramp and the Clarabelle.
He's gonna have to,
So 2 damage is going to get left on one of these characters. So if Tiago can fade a Go-Go for 1 turn, he might be able to get rid of the damage, and then after that, but Go-Go's going to be a really live card the rest of the game.
All right, we see the dock in hand. Is he about to? Okay.
And just for people in the chat, this is not the top 4. This is the main CCS 25K is already over, but this is just a little exhibition match that Tiago and Diego wanted to play against each other. Tiago thinks he is favored into this matchup, while Diego thinks he is favored. So we're just trying to see.
So we're trying to
which
set
is
up
which.
the best of 5.
Yeah.
All right.
I did not see if Tiago boosted a second time off the Cheshire Cat.
I don't
believe he did. So it looks like Gilgo is a very, very live card. But with all the damage, he couldn't remove all of the damage, and Diego's at 18. So Gilgo is going to be a very live card the rest of the game. There are some, being with no characters and at 3 ink, there are some interesting draws. Lady is going to be a tough card. It's an uninkable 4/4 that quests for 2, but it's not gonna be fantastic. EV7789. Zan actually did win with Amber Amethyst Monstro combo. It's pretty sweet, and yeah, it's he beat Jonathan Williams in the finals. It's cool. So it looks like Diego. Yeah, it looks like Diego just passed. I think he might have a couple big cards in his hand, like maybe that uninkable Ladies, which is unfortunate. And the Ladies top 4 is streaming on the second stream if you want to go check it out as well. So the Ladies top 4 is still going on. That 1K is still doing is going on. If you check out the second stream, you can go see that top 4, which is sweet. But we're just checking in with Tiago and Diego playing this game. Okay. So it looks like he drew an action, maybe not a character. And maybe Diego... Oh, okay. Diego found a Daisy. So and Tiago doesn't have a character. Doesn't have any hands, so he's going to have to top deck.
Oh, and that's a wrap.
And Tiago's only got 5 lore.
Man. Oh, the next card, man. That's tough.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, Diego drew a card, a Lady, but it just would have got boosted and killed by the Cheshire. And then a Chronicon was one of the draws.
So we saw the Della's Moon Lullaby
come
up, and that actually got him to the card he
the
needed
Daisy,
to win.
and it was able to target a vanished character. So Della's Moon Lullaby is a 2-cost inkable song. Whenever a chosen opposing character gets -2 until the start of your next turn, and then you also get the draw card. So that's awesome.
Right, so that actually just protects your guys for a turn. You can quest out more, and it does target those illusion characters that are still running amok.
And then you also get 2 draw cards. So you get to dig a little deeper in your deck and see a little bit more attrition to see what those impactful cards. Some of the dogs lists are playing Under the Sea too. I do not know if Diego is on Under the Sea, but some are. So you can also use Lullaby to reduce the strength of some other characters, and then Ursula, which is pretty cool. That was a pretty exciting match. Diego got out really fast against Tiago with the tramp, but and just made it stick. It was a little close. Tiago, man,
I think we saw really good patience on the side of Diego there, because we were thinking that he had established that the ladies could quest for 2 that turn, but he made sure that he was able to play the tramp for a draw 6, discard 6.
Yeah.
Which just make him sculpt the perfect hand leading.
Yeah.
To the end.
Tiago was even Tiago was even on the play.
Yep.
That round. So Diego on the draw got snuck a win. Most people think in this format, I tend to agree that if you're on the play, you have a pretty big advantage in this format. It's winning the die roll is very helpful for your win rate, and that's what you really do want to go first. But Diego, being on the draw, was able to get a win. So it looks like there's a little bit of a wager. There's an undisclosed prizing. There's undisclosed prizing for the winner of this little exhibition match. Best of 5. So we got 4 more games maximum.
A grudge match with no grudge at all.
Yeah.
They are seemingly friends. They obviously top end competitors, and they just want to put some content out for their own social media, their own Metafy per se, or anything like that, and then also do some promotion for 20 lore and CCS.
And both of them really think they're each other is favored.
Right. And it's
they both. They're kind of known for playing these color combinations, and both think they're favored into this matchup. So it's really interesting to see the Masters play. So it looks like Tiago's got a much better hand, not having to start with a non-powered character. Diablo's not really what you want to see against the dog side. Starting with that Captain Hook is really helpful in this matchup.
Right, and you could follow it up something with a Black Heron that probably sits on board for 1 or 2 attacks in general.
Yeah.
All right, we see a Clarabelle down and another Daisy.
That Daisy.
Tried and true Daisy duck.
Tiago's probably not happy to see that Daisy. It's interesting.
A lot of people have not been happy to see that Daisy over the year and a half.
Yeah, that's been legal. Yeah. And it's also interesting to see Tiago not ink this Hypnotic Strength early. Something interesting with Mowgli, I would see Tiago probably keeping this around. So if Mowgli comes down, Tiago can discard the Hypnotic Strength instead of another more impactful action like Strength of Raging Fire or
see he has
the Bolt. Okay, so we see a Go-Go, the evasive card out of Diego. Might be able to get some chip damage in, which is pretty nice.
So yeah, he kept the insulation, and it looks like he's
about to get rid of it.
Yeah.
Yep. Nope. Yep. So now there's no insulation.
So
but
it did its job that turn, though. It staved off a potential removal, and then Black Heron's going to get in with the 3/3.
Yeah. So that's kind of the kind of matchup. There's a little bit of an interesting game last game, but this is a little bit more standard curve that Tiago is going to want to see. And now Tiago, after inking that Hypnotic Strength, Diego now punishes maybe a little bit with the Mowgli.
And we can see Tiago even tell him that too. It's like, man, I had it planned out, but you just played it 1 turn later than I expected.
Yeah. So Diego being a little bit patient, not just jamming the Mowgli when he thinks. But, so it looks like Tiago's just going to ink that dock. Just play out his cards. It's really important to keep bodies on the board, so if the Dogs player does end up having a Chromicon, you can still have characters to challenge and quest, so you can race them and really combat the board. You want a lot of cheap characters.
That was kind of a rough turn for Tiago. I feel like not being able to play, or not you underdrop on the turn and you play something like a dock over one of your 3s or any of your 3 strength 1 drops or 2 drops.
Yeah, I think Tiago was kind of hoping to play that he rolled his Thunderbolt that turn after Diego played the Go-Go. He thought it was a little free to ink that Hypnotic Strength, and then the Mowgli comes down and rips his turn 4 play out from under him. So we see that Mowgli again.
Maybe on the Go-Go.
Oh wow! Oh, maybe the Go-Go's gonna take out the Black Heron now. Might get a little feisty in the combat zone, and then also we see this Tramp coming down. Draw 5, discard 5. It's so powerful.
Very few things are as good as draw X, discard X.
Oh yeah.
In this game, and especially a body that's a 2/6 that quest for 2.
2/6, and it leads you even closer to playing more free cards. Right. It's just very powerful.
It's also interesting. We saw the Webby on the Go-Go. Go-Go might be one of the few characters that actually has 2 strength that you play this early. So it's something that is
for sure.
Okay.
So we see 2 Lady 5s discarded. We see
both of the Lady 1s.
Lady 1s, and I didn't see what that 5th card was.
So he
saw Raja inked.
Raja
And another tramp. And so this is just going to be filtered into the discard, but.
Yep, and we see a Lilo that's could be impactful in a turn or two.
Ooh, and then there's that pretty enchanted Webby in the discard. I love that art. It is fantastic.
It is fantastic, and I think people were questioning if he was actually playing the shift line in general. Just
yeah.
We know the one drop is arguably a better Merryweather from sets past, but
yeah.
Now that you have the extra utility of getting yourself some extra ink and have a ward character.
A ward character that can finish off games, as well as against any of the blue decks that you play against, the shift line is so impactful and can be very, very, very good.
It's also another case of burst lore in a way where you shift to get just an extra one out there
and
that you
I
didn't have.
think this lady is going to quest for 3. Yep, that lady again was that 3 power with all the characters played.
Oh,
and
you
now
see an inkable, so the Elsa can come down here.
Elsa is going to be able to come down. It's kind of tough though. There's a little bit of pressure. You want to use your Cheshire Cat to boost so you can move some damage, but I don't think it's going to be that relevant this turn, unfortunately.
The order of cards there for Tiago is interesting too. If he were to draw the Black Heron last turn, he could have played it out and not inked anything, and then this turn ink the Elsa, play the dock and refill, and maybe get another body out there.
Hit a strength maybe.
But now he is almost forced to
play
this Heron to play the Elsa, I would think.
Yeah, or you could play the Black Heron and boost Cheshire Cat.
Boost the Cheshire, yep. But everything's just swinging back for 1 right now, so that might that'd be tough.
That is tough. The Cheshire Cat doesn't do much,
and actually,
especially with Diego not questing with the Daisy, puts him in a tough spot here.
Yeah, way to hold.
And notably, that lady is just a 0/3 after the turn has passed, so Cheshire's not going to get hardly any value unless you use this Elsa.
Let's see. Okay, there we see the Daisy being exerted.
Yeah.
Let's see. Elsa taking out the Mowgli. Doc just doing the 1 damage. Are we going to do a trade here? Let's see. Or not a trade, but a full swing and keep the cat upright, or we take both of the characters out.
Yeah, it looks like the Mowgli was taken out. It looks like he's going to Tiago's probably going to challenge the Daisy there, and then the Cheshire is going to take out the lady. So Diego's got a little bit of work to do. He's going to bring back the lady.
Snap Lilo there from Diego. And the likelihood that this card is live is pretty high, but we did see that he had a 1 clog draw at the end of last game.
That's not
another Webby.
It's okay. It's not terrible.
It lets him take care of this
Cheshire Cat pretty easily.
So let's see if that actually
and then probably take out the Cheshire Cat, and then the Tramp can probably take out the Hook, probably. Most likely, I would think so.
Keep the crack back. Yep. All right.
Because then
some serious cleanup here.
Tiago can't take out the Tramp without sacrificing his dock. So I actually think Diego's kind of in a good spot here. They're both top decking. Diego's cards quest for 2 mostly after the parity has been. Tiago's gonna be. It's gonna be pretty tough for Tiago to get back.
Just off the top of my head, I think the only non-live card would be the big lady here for Diego, so he can even the 7-drop Tramp can come out right here.
Yep.
And we're just gonna put the lower pressure on, going to 9.
And then okay, so Diego. So this is another spot where you have a couple cards that are like good and bad. That's a pretty good one from.
That was a great.
That's a very good one. So now Tiago can answer Diego's board. The Jafar can challenge the Tramp, and then Tiago can move 2 damage to the Tramp and finish it off. And then Elsa checks the Lilo. The unfortunate thing about Elsa and Lilo is Elsa checks Lilo for a long time, especially with this Cheshire Cat.
Let's see if that could also be just another patient move by Diego.
Yeah, it could be.
I think he's one of the best players in the game when it comes to biding his time.
Yep.
Let's see. Okay, we see this
3
Cheshire
and
Cat's
then
effect.
Yep. So Tramp's gonna be a 4, and then Elsa's gonna challenge this Lilo. Yeah. So Diego only being at 9 lore is gonna be very tough for Diego to get out of this spot. And even if Diego brings back Lilo, then Elsa takes it over, and then Cheshire Cat can move damage. Yeah, the problem
somewhat of a loop here.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward. Lilo comes in tapped, and then Elsa can deal damage to it, puts damage on Elsa. Cheshire Cat can move that damage, and then if you keep bringing Lilo back, it's gonna keep putting more damage on Elsa, and then Cheshire Cat's gonna be able to move that damage.
Right, and then most of your bodies get traded by that 2 damage.
Yeah, that 2 damage.
Oh, that's an incredible card.
It's pretty sweet. That's gonna be another resource for Diego, which is pretty nice.
Yeah. Essential draw one there with a warded character that
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
can't be Cheshire Cat.
Yeah, that is pretty good. Oof. Looks like Tiago drew strength this turn. Not really much to target with that Webby. If Diego wants to, Tiago can still challenge this Webby and then move 2 damage to the Lilo. So it's a little awkward.
Little awkward, but now that Diego's at 5 resources, any card off the top. Well, I guess the big tramp would be the thing that would keep
big
him
tramp.
clogged.
Yep. Big tramp. Now that Diego's at 5 ink, now any of the 4-cost tramps are live, which is really, really, really a very good card. It's a 4/4 quest for 2 and gets back 2 characters with cost 2 or less from your discard. So if any of that card is there, he can get back any 2 power characters, which is pretty good. That's what I'm kind of assuming Diego might have drawn.
He seemed to pass on the Lilo. So
Yeah,
5
so
resources.
play something.
Let's see. Yeah,
It's tough.
The Shift Lady would definitely have been a good card. We did
Yep.
see 2 get discarded.
We
earlier.
did. That is true.
But yeah, that card actually would be very strong right
Go-Go wouldn't be the worst. It wouldn't be fantastic.
now. Let's see. Diego in the tank for a second.
Yeah. Yeah, looks like Diego's thinking really about what he wants to play. So, so he drew Lilo.
Okay.
And he's being paid. Okay, so we've got another card in this hand that he doesn't feel like playing yet.
Another one of these Jafars.
But Tiago's clock is not the fastest, and Diego's got a pretty decent amount, but it's gonna start being a little bit rough each turn. Diego really can't bring these Lilos back every turn. It doesn't really do too much.
Yeah, this Cheshire Cat is just going to
Taking
dominate
over the
this
game,
game, I
yeah.
believe. Oh,
I
that does
think-
hit, though.
Oh, it does take
Mowgli does
the
hit.
strength of a Raging Fire, which is pretty interesting. If I will say if because Diego did take care of the first Cheshire Cat. If Tiago didn't draw this second Cheshire Cat, I do think Diego would have ran over this game. But now a third
And now a
Cheshire Cat is
third.
pretty brutal.
That might
And
be
there's
the
still
blender.
there's still 2 damage on the field, so Tiago can get rid of this Mowgli if he chooses. And it does look like he oh, okay. So he's thinking about it. He actually might not.
I think there might be something to keeping just the damage
Yep,
on board
I
for
think
the
so
next
too.
threat to come down. And I think he's just boosting it for
Just
bit of dig.
putting more. Yep, I agree. There's bounce cards, especially if a Chromacon comes down later on in this game.
Very true, yep.
If Diego wants to bounce a Cheshire Cat, it can punish Diego pretty poorly.
Yeah, you can just run out a bunch more dudes.
Yep.
Let's see. Okay, we do
Right, so it does-
decide to
does
do
look like it
damage.
does it.
I do think that was a good idea to think it over, though, because the possibility that the damage could hit something more impactful than a Mowgli
Is possible.
really high. Oh, we do see
Oh,
the go-go
okay.
immediately with no damage on the board. And that's just a pass. All right, we are just stacking up all
Stacking
the
them.
Cheshire Cats.
Yep. Well, those Cheshire Cats got 4 cards under it.
Yeah. All right.
That card is a powerhouse. It can it like against any aggressive type strategy. It's just Bell on a stick. So it just takes over the games, and it can really provide. It can just dominate the board state.
And we are officially racing here.
Yeah, it looks like it. Oh, it looks like. Oh, okay.
We make a trade. Let's see the big reveal. Okay.
Oh, there's some good, pretty heavy hitters.
Some relevant
Genie
here.
and Elsa.
Considering he was drawing 1-drops and 2-drops off the top.
Yeah. All right. It looks like
And
Diego's going to
okay.
pack it in. Diego's going to take the second game on the play. So now we're going to get to see going into game 3, we're going to get to see Diego on the play with dogs and see how that looks a little differently.
Yeah, let's see how aggressive this deck can start off.
Yeah. So far, it looks like Diego hasn't really gone for much of the Chromicon lines. He's gone pretty defensive, going pretty wide, and then using his Webby and Tramps to pump up his other small characters to remove a couple characters on Tiago's side, so then he can start turning sideways and getting to a bigger lore advantage.
Yeah, and that game definitely came down to the second and third copies of the Cheshire Cat. They were,
Yeah, for sure.
Diego did his job of getting rid of the first one, but then the second one just dwindled his resources and his character output.
Yep. So now it looks like we've got Diego's got a game and Tiago's got a game. So we got three more games. Well, we could have three more games. It's a best of 5.
Now it's a best of 3.
Now it's a best of 3, so we're starting over kind of. Yeah. So, but looks like Diego's going to be on the play. He kind of broke that serve game 1, so now Diego's going to start. This best of 3 is going to start over. It was a best of 5, but they're both 1-1, so now it's best of 3.
And honestly, Diego with the Mowgli play that game too was seemingly backbreaking.
Yeah.
But the
Cheshire Cat was the name of the game.
Just got him there.
Yep.
Yeah.
That card is a house. We don't, especially in the purple steel deck where like they were during set 9 during the Fabled meta. Bell was a pretty important card in all these purple mirrors. But now purple steel, most of the purple steel decks aren't even playing Bell now, and it's just Cheshire Cat. Cheshire Cat does it all. We're boosting. We are boosting. Boosting is the name of the game. We got some really, I mean, it's one of my favorite mechanics. I was super excited when they first revealed those.
Couldn't agree more. Yeah, I do love the Whisper design.
Yeah, for sure.
The foiling is incredible.
Yeah.
And I think that hopefully we have more to come
I agree. Yeah.
Can start exploring more ways to manipulate those cards, either with putting in your inkwell in your hand, some kind of way to make those cards live all of a sudden.
Yeah. It's really fun. Flynn is one of my favorite cards from the new set. You could even play that in dogs if you wanted to. At the start of the season, I saw some people playing Flynn. I don't think it's really the type of style that Dog wants to be doing, so we haven't really seen it made the cut. But Flynn is another very powerful 1-drop.
Right. I think it definitely could have been an option. Oh, we do see a little
sure.
hand flash.
Yeah.
Is it a Palace card? Is the 1-drop? So let's see if we.
Yeah. We'll see. Tiago will probably wait until Diego makes his alter decision so that Tiago then has a little bit more information on what Tiago would like to alter. This Hypnotic Strength, I don't know how many Hypnotic Strength Tiago is really playing, but man, it has been in his hand quite a bit. So we see
we've seen
another
it played,
Hypnotic
and we've
Strength.
seen it be insulation for a
Mowgli. And then immediately inked, and then immediately
and
Mowgli.
then we saw the Mowgli.
Yeah, so it'll be a little bit more interesting to see how much more aggressive Diego is when he is on the play. Diego is a little bit is very patient.
Extremely patient.
And it does pay off. He truly is very, very good at the dogs deck.
Let's see.
It looks
like
like
shipping 2 could be very scary for
very
aggressive
scary
strategy like this. Let's see if
and then Tiago ships forward. I will say one of the buddies on our team, Birdie, has played a lot of dogs. He played it a lot last set. He does say he likes being on the draw a little bit sometimes. Obviously, he will take the play, and it's very good.
Card.
But that extra dog, usually is an extra
dog,
dog, kind
usually,
of.
yeah.
But that extra card on the draw can really, really help plan out the turns for the dog player. It can really, really, really help the green-yellow player get ahead, just like map out the turns. That extra card, that extra lore sometimes is just really important for the.
I'm also sure like strategy like that, like knowing what you're playing against, could really impact how you lay your board out. So
yeah. All right. So it looks like we got that infamous Daisy for the third time just
in a
like game
row.
2. Ink Clarabelle played Daisy. So this Daisy is going to get a little bit more free lore this game, especially if Tiago does not have a Captain Hook. Oh, okay. Well, it does look like Tiago's a Captain.
He does have a hook, yeah.
But Daisy's still going to be able to get in a little bit.
So chat from the players too. I'm sure it's about
Yeah.
how often this Daisy's hit the field.
Yeah.
We see I see a Calhoun potentially as a follow up on 2.
Yeah, that's a very good start. Captain Hook into Calhoun is one of the best starts. Looks like we can see that Demona going straight into the Inkwell, which makes sense.
It does make sense. Yeah.
I mean, oftentimes the green purple players can have no hand. Demona is a good board wipe, but drawing your opponent 3 cards is pretty tough.
So we
Interesting.
see the Palace Guard.
See the
come
Palace
down,
Guard
and he-
instead of the Captain Hook, which I think can be good. Turn 4, maybe Tiago just wants to play another 3-drop plus a 1-drop, and not showing your opponent the Captain Hook early is probably pretty good. Especially this Palace Guard can get a little frisky.
I think he has something up his sleeve because he kind of flashed the Captain Hook in his hand after he played the Palace Guard. And I doubt that was a moment. That was a like, hey, this is coming, don't worry.
Yep.
We also see he's on the pseudo evasive package with the Jafars and the 3-drop genies. That on top of
and with the Dumbo.
Lexington and the Dumbo.
Now Diego inking that Ursula, just saying, I know you don't have a song. You're not gonna strike me. I'm not worried about it.
Pitched it too at the bottom.
Yeah.
It wasn't, Calhoun. We had 2 Calhouns in hand now.
Yep, the Calhoun. The Daisy revealed that Calhoun. Diego played another 2 1-drops.
Immediately with 1 damage.
I like it.
We see the Calhoun. Okay, so this Palace Guard is just going to do 1 damage to things at a time, and then the 3 strength guys are going to...
Yep. I do think that makes sense too, especially Tiago knows that he has to go wide and that there's going to be answers to these songs, kind of. And I do think in this matchup sometimes you don't really even want a 3-drop. You kind of want to just play another 2-drop and another 1-drop on turn 3. Just go as wide as possible before they can get their board settled.
Correct. Yeah, and then we see usually something like that 2-drop tramp to follow up, this 1-drop lady coming in for cheaper, and then beefing the lady.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Just anything to get to the 7-drop.
Yeah.
All right, we see a Daisy
Quest for 2 again. That's interesting.
Cobra.
Giant Cobra. It's quite an interesting quest there, Diego, in my opinion. Diego.
The collective.
The collective. Yeah.
I do like this play with the Palace Guard first because it does let him chip away the little guys, so his 3 strength guys can take them out, and it doesn't offer a trade with like the Captain Hook would.
True.
So where like a Bobby could just take it out and then survive.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Okay, so we do see a pump.
And now we kind of do get a little bit paid off by Tiago waiting with that Captain Hook. It wouldn't, and wow, we see Diego has only used 2 ink.
And he used 2 ink. He is offering whatever trade this Calhoun wants.
Probably the lady because,
The lady's probably the scare. Well, I guess
it is scary, but he hasn't. Yeah, exactly. So he's another lady. So even if Diego does have another shift, that is going to be the punishing play right here. And as I mentioned the last turn, just Tiago maybe setting up this 3-2, this little 1-2 punch of another 2-drop and a 1-drop on turn 3. And you keep seeing he inked Lexington the turn before, and he inked another Lexington. He's just inking all of his 3-drops. He's really got just trying to play as many bodies every turn.
Many bodies, and he's got 9 strength to deal with on his attacks. Yep. Oh, we see the shift.
Yeah,
that card
is brutal.
Really strong.
Being able to take back another.
The Ursula
card.
1-drop lady.
Yep.
And those are
very, very, very good.
Almost certainly coming down next turn.
Taking down that Calhoun.
And this lady being a 4/4 actually just lets the deck get active sometimes. That's probably your best. It is by far your best attacking body, but it's something that can clean up for you if you need to after already giving you advantage with the card return.
Yeah, especially.
It's probably not long for this life though. If we
and now we're seeing
some of these characters.
Diego being patient again. He could have started swinging and really trying to punish Tiago, maybe just trying to get out ahead. But no, you see him just play the lady, be patient. Now he has another Ursula, and what else did he get?
He got the 1-drop enchanted lady back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so he can definitely just redeploy both of those. Looks like he has one other card in hand too. But this here, just offers one of the trades with either the 1 or 2-drop, but that takes 3 strength off the board.
It looks like Tiago is going to go for this 1-2 punch again and play a Doc and a Black Heron and trade there.
Going the all bodies route.
Yep.
All right, back to Diego. Diego's so patient; he doesn't even shuffle his cards like a lot of the card players.
Every time that Ursula
so
takes
still.
that. that card. And now you get to see the Elsa and the Cheshire. This Cheshire is going to be very, very important again. And that's one of the tough things for the dog players. They really don't have much ways to get something off the board before it comes down. So it's going to have to exist, and it's going to get some value before it really is going to be a thing, unfortunately.
That's the second time we've seen Diego make a play with one of these card ripping characters with not like an unoptimal play, but like there's no singer on board, right? So he would have plucked either a strength or a thunderbolt, and he did hit one, but we just see it as an off curve line.
Yep.
Maybe he did just read the thunderbolt in hand, but there was no 3 costs on board, so maybe he could have been holding a strength and just not have the character for it. So that's probably what the thought was.
Diego really needs to start. If Diego can find a tramp too, a tramp 7, that would be a really, really good card right now to start filtering his deck, and kind of just going a little bit wider and bigger, and maybe like filtering his hand to try to see some more.
He definitely wants
cards.
the 7-drop tramp for sure.
Now this Raja is quite interesting.
Yeah, this is a new card from the new set. It's just one of the beefier bodyguards that we see for such a low cost. So this is 3/4.
I think we're gonna see Diego be patient again until he can find a couple, like a tramp or something, or a Chromicon at least with this Raja. Chromicon with the Raja is pretty good.
Chromicon with Raja is it's definitely a problem.
Yeah, especially being a 3/4 is quite
we
quite
see
problematic.
the cat. Here it comes.
Do see the cat, and we will probably see Daisy get healed and kill the Bobby. I'm probably guessing.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't hate that play. He's the 7-drop tramp is still alive off the top of the deck just because 4 characters and 3 ink. But
I do think every point of lore probably matters in this matchup. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Interesting.
Just questioning with the evasion.
Tiago being patient too, which I do like. If you're ever able to get some good damage, well, especially all this Raja is out there now. It's a 3/4.
Right.
It can challenge some stuff.
Okay.
But
so yeah, we're going quest out here, going to 10. Let's see if Diego can either clean this up or get off to the races himself somehow.
There's not really any damage moving out of green yellow, so Tiago kind of is a little free to go sideways.
And this we see the 7-drop
now we see the tramp 7.
And we see all these pretty D23 Ursulas and enchanted tramps and ladies, but this 7-drop doesn't look foil, or this Raj. I'm going to have to go out there and hand my boy some cards. All right, we see a lady discard. That could be strong later on.
Yeah, the Lilo can come back.
That's the Lilo, yeah.
And then put a little bit pressure. But
man, this tramp card is just so powerful. So powerful. It only gets stronger by the more sets that come out with it.
So we got one more discard.
One more. Let's see. Does he? Depending on what he keeps to, it depends on what he's going to do with this board here.
Yeah. I think he's probably looking for like another. Well, he not even. I was thinking a tramp, the little smaller tramp, the 1/3, but he does not have a lady on board for it to cost 1, so he could not play it.
Yeah, no lady on board for that, or the shift lady.
Yeah.
After the fact, but I guess he could.
This Raja can
cards.
get a little active. Maybe take out the Calhoun.
I don't hate that. Yeah,
or the Black Heron. We can see some of that.
That
But
does leave 3 damage on board for the cat.
does this cat?
Then you'd have
Cheshire is pretty tough.
Oh, a go-go gone. Okay. All right, the Raja is swinging at the Calhoun.
Yep.
Okay. And what were the cards we kept? They could be a 7-drop tramp, but the Chromicon both could be pretty good for setup next turn.
All right, so it looks like Diego's just going to be a little patient, get the free Calhoun, and not exert anything else. But
I believe Tiago has 2 cards in hand now.
yes,
I think we have a Cobra plus the new draw.
yeah.
Okay, just doing a quick check to see what problems are looming in the green-yellow deck. It looks like they're being told something.
Yeah.
Okay, for 3 is maybe this Cobra. And that
Giant Cobra. Discarding the Diablo, which I do like that. You don't need the Diablo. You're just gonna boost this cat again.
Yep.
And just 2 lore for free is fantastic at this spot. Just being able to quest.
Oh, we're just racing.
And probably this Elsa's gonna take out this Raja.
And then
Yeah. Where the 2 damage gonna go to? Probably the Tramp, I would assume.
Probably the Tramp, I would think. Let's see. I guess he doesn't. Well, the Cobra can trade with the Tramp if he does go sideways. Or he can move more damage, obviously, and crash something smaller. I like that Elsa, honestly.
The
One to
Elsa
the Daisy, okay.
I think the Elsa should have 1 damage on it. The Elsa challenged the Raja, so it should have 3 damage. And
He just boosted the cat actually to the Daisy.
Oh, and he only moved 1 damage to the Daisy. Okay, okay.
So
Cool. I didn't see that.
Some strategic math, I think, to maybe boost again.
Now
later.
this Tramp's going to be 3 power. Oh, and another Tramp.
Here we
Okay.
go.
Tramp for 5.
Yeah, people are talking about the big headless horseman being a gambling. This is the roulette of the format, if you ask me. Just
Yeah.
Digging for the tramp after tramp.
It's pretty fun.
And this might be the part where the game gets easy, where like, you don't need any of these cards. I just want to sculpt the perfect hand.
Yeah, I'm looking for like 1 specific card.
Yep. We see.
I bet this is going to be the Della's Lullaby to take out the Giant Cobra. Yep. And I believe Tiago is empty-handed as well. Yeah. And this, what got boosted with the Webby? I don't remember.
With 4, I missed that one.
But it was the Big Tramp. The Big Tramp. So the Big Tramp's going to be able to take out the Black Heron.
That's pretty
good.
Or
the Doc. And then is this Daisy going to get questing? I'd be surprised. I don't think you can afford to give Tiago a card.
This Ursula, though, might be able to just quest for free.
If the Tramp's already questing, you probably got to quest with the Ursula.
Both players with no hand, so what you see is what you get.
Yep. Well, I think Tiago has 1 card.
Does he have
Diego,
a card?
Diego, not Tiago.
Diego has a card. Oh,
yeah,
he
Diego
has
has 1 card. All right, Black Heron.
Oh, you drew the card off the Lullaby. That's correct.
Right. And he did quest with the Daisy. And revealed a Black Heron.
All right.
Tiago drew a Genie.
A Genie, yep.
It's a pretty good draw.
Just doing some lore counting here.
That is probably the best draw.
Looks like 7 lore on board for Diego.
Yeah.
So putting some pressure, but not.
Especially be able to finish the race with this Genie is pretty good. Being able to play Genie, ink a card, and then use that Cheshire Cat again.
Play the Cheshire
Cat.
Cat.
Yeah.
Or even run out the Heron. Does the Heron get him? No, it's only be 5 lore on board.
Yeah. You probably
Well,
just want to
he could
ink the Heron and
quest-
play Genie.
He could quest the 3 to go to 17 and just lay the Genie and Heron out, and there's
True.
not much they can.
And move the
do
2
about
damage
it.
off so the
Unless
Diego
that's an
can.
uninkable.
Oh,
unless
man.
that's an uninkable. So
True.
we have to ink the Heron and now use the cat.
Yeah, that's tough.
That's tough. Yeah, we see some laughter in the background because
Looks like
the
it is
crowd
the
knows what happened.
Yep. Looks like Cheshire Cat can take out this Tramp pretty easily, though. It's pretty nice.
That's about as favorable a trade as you can get to.
Yep.
Take that out and then move the 2 damage immediately. All right. Get a boost.
Yeah, we got that boost off the Cheshire Cat. We're gonna see.
Oh, he can
I
clear
would've
this 1-drop Webby.
You can also put 2 damage on the Daisy and then take it out with the Doc.
Yeah, I don't hate that.
And then it's just tough with the Doc only having one power and they also only have 2 power. If can only really take out one of these characters. Can take out Daisy, Tramp, or Ursula, or the Webby, and then you can use Elsa and Doc on the Daisy if you want to.
I think hitting the Webby is just smart in general too, because shift would be
The shift would be
pretty
pretty strong, especially with the ward.
Yeah. Let's see what he's thinking here. He might just value leaving the Daisy up as a potential card draw for himself.
True. Just challenge it, and maybe. Oh yeah, he's also probably thinking about questing, right?
Right. Yeah.
Questing to 16. And then he would be at 16 and would have pretty good.
Yeah, he's evaluating the trade backs to see if he can somehow leave 4 lore on board. But
Yep.
But yeah, hitting that uninkable off the Genie was a risky, well, not truly risky, but it was a gamble that he had to take. That did not work out.
I think it's gonna be pretty tough for Diego to win, though. Well,
okay, we see a
Quest
quest
to go
going
to
to
16. Yeah.
We do have a Lilo. Does the Lilo do anything here?
Nah.
Not at all. He's considering it. Looks like.
Yeah, it looks like he's thinking about the lead, but I don't think so.
All right. Oh.
Yeah, they're all laughing.
We see it's.
They're all laughing out there, so I think Diego knows the writing's kind of on the wall here.
It looks
There
like
doesn't really. I don't really think there's gonna be much for
See a
Diego.
snap play by any means. So he's.
No. Yeah, because I mean Tiago had Oh, okay. Yeah, just
man.
2 ladies breaking up his hand. Only have
Yeah,
3 ink. Not
actually
really much to do.
unplayable.
Yep.
Okay, so that's 2-1 to Tiago.
Yep. So it looks like
So
Tiago.
they've actually both won games on the draw.
Yep. 2 minutes or something. He said 2. He pointed something. So, I don't know what.
Might have a.
I don't know what Tiago's doing.
restroom
really,
break
but yeah, might be
potentially.
going to the restroom. This is really important for them. It looks like they
Yeah,
like it's
oh.
a truly it's a really grudge match.
Yeah, score to settle.
Yeah.
Let's see what's going on.
It's kind of fun. Yeah, you.
Yeah, I'd like to go this 5 games to see if Diego can turn this match around. Cause
Yeah.
he was off to the races in game 1. We saw some patient play both the past 2 games, and it's kind of like unrewarded draw.
Yeah.
He had some great filter with the tramp, and then it was back-to-back uninkable high-cost cards.
All right, so we did get a confirmation. It looks like Tiago is just taking a little restroom break. He just got to go.
Should be back shortly.
Got to go refresh for the last 2 games. Looks like Tiago is up 2-1, but we still got Diego's going to be on the play again, and we got 2 more games probably.
Yeah, and guys, the main event is over. Zan Sayed took it home with a Amber Amethyst Monstro OTK deck that I'm sure will be everywhere in the next few days. And
expect that at your set champs for sure.
Set champs, yep. Orlando coming up and Richmond. I'm sure it'll be at least on people's radar.
Yeah. For sure. It's pretty cool. No, this is just a little exhibition match. You can see it at the top of your screen. It's just exhibition match. We got Tiago. He is on purple steel, and we've got Diego on green yellow dogs. They just kind of both little keynote players for each deck. Diego known for playing dogs the past set and this set. Just really trying to tune it and kind of having a breakout weekend at the DLC last set. And then Tiago winning so much last set with purple steel. So many tournaments.
Both carrying over set to set
Mhm.
with their color choices and their archetypes.
Yeah, and they both really do think that they're favored. Diego thinks he's favored, and Tiago thinks he's favored. So they're just kind of having a little bit of fun. Wanted to put it on, throw it on stream. A little bit more content for you guys, just on the 20 lore, and it's just kind of having a good time.
My personal headcanon is that they've been arguing all weekend that who's better or which deck has the better matchup, and they finally get a chance to settle it this Sunday afternoon, Sunday night.
Yeah. And then we even still too, if you want to check out our stream number 2, 20 Lore Pro second stream, the ladies tournament is still going on. It's probably top 4, but it might be up to the finals now. If you go check out the second stream, you can still see the ladies 1K that you get every time. So there's another one of these CCS, the 3rd round of the Invitational 25Ks, which is actually going to be in Houston next in March, I think. March 6th through the 8th, I believe. Sometime around then. It is going to be in CCS's new location in Houston, Texas. I think round 3 and number 4 is going to be good.
It should be great. Yeah, it should be an awesome time. I love the idea of them expanding and being able to move some of these big tournaments like across the country. Middle of the country, and have more of an outreach.
Yeah, it's really cool being able to see this location kind of expand and really push more of the TCG games, which is super nice.
And CCS being like a pioneer of like Lorcana tournaments. Like,
Yeah.
I personally am not from the area, so I didn't really know about this place until Lorcana took off, but I know that they seemingly do a great job with other games, card games, fandoms, collectibles.
For sure.
And yeah, they've been really great for the scene. They almost always have one of the first big premiere events and showcases of what the meta is. And
Yeah.
Top decks, top players.
And it's always a fun time. Like,
Great time.
there's so many cool vendors here.
Incredible
collectibles. Yeah, and it's just everybody is does have a
20
good time.
Lore also does an incredible job putting on the stream and all of the production.
Yeah, huge shout out to 20 Lore. They take the time out to come travel all the way from Texas out to over here to Atlanta, Georgia, just to show everybody some good content. And it's really cool to see them coming out.
These guys had a 17-hour card ride ahead of them, so yeah, they are actual beasts.
Yeah, and I believe they even there was just a big Riftbound event a couple weekends ago, and they were here streaming that. So 20 Lore Pros just everywhere. They're getting into the new Riftbound, which is pretty awesome. 20 Lore will also be at the PBG in Orlando this upcoming weekend. It's going to be fantastic, so check them out. They're going to be on Twitch, and that'll be great. Twitch.tv/20 Lore Pro, I believe, is the...
And we'd like to thank 20 Lore for giving two schmucks like us a chance to
yeah,
hop
we're just
on the
having
mic,
fun.
you know. Shout
Some
out to Team Sungly Duckling. You know, we became friends with some of the guys from 20 Lore Pro, and it led to us at least getting a little chance to talk over some games.
Yeah, we're having a blast. I met the Snuggly Ducklings down actually at a 20 Lore Pro event in Waco, and then got picked up there. And I'm becoming part of the family. The Ducks are great, and I'm just having a great time. We love it. We love seeing all you guys at the events. People come up, talk about the podcast. It's always fun. So say hi to everybody. It looks like someone in the chat was actually talked about the Riftbound event. It looks like last weekend was the Riftbound event, which is pretty cool. And I know there is another. I think in Houston there's a big Riftbound event going on right now. I don't know who's covering that, but there's a big Houston Riftbound tournament or something this weekend as well.
Yeah, Riftbound really taking off.
Yeah.
We see Tiago show off this uninkable Thunderbolt in his hand.
Oh yeah.
So
it looks like they're back. They're Diego is put two back again.
We see a full 7.
Full 7.
Oh, maybe not. Oh, yep, showing it
off.
off.
He's showing the camera. Yeah. Oh yeah. Terrible hand. So it looks like he's just gonna put it all back.
It was
nothing good.
Rough. Yeah, let's just start this over.
Nothing good. I wonder how many Thunderbolts Tiago is really playing.
Yeah.
It looks he's seen it decent amount.
Yeah, I don't recall Tiago's list from the Singapore event, which was obviously best of 1, so it could have been catered differently. But this one definitely has like the pseudo-evasive package.
For sure.
We see the Hypnotic Strength, Damonas.
Yeah, it's a little bit taller, it looks like.
Yeah.
It's not, but it's also still got Doc. It's still got Giant Cobra, of course, as one of the finishers.
He's still on Lexington, which I feel like some people are back and forth on now.
Yep. And so Tiago's going to be on the draw. It looks like he has a pretty good hand, though. He's got a 1-drop into a 2-drop into a 3-drop, so it's still playable. And then Diego with the Daisy again for the 4th time.
Man.
Turn 1 Daisy. That Daisy is his friend.
We also see this Yzma in Tiago's deck, which was definitely a favorable card last format that kind of fell off, but maybe it is something that you're looking for.
Not as popular for sure. But Tiago kind of giving a little bit of the eyes, just like being like, hey, I'm making this terrible 3-4. But
that was a yikes.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, he's not too stoked about his opening hand into this Daisy for the 4th time. Looks like Tiago did not ink the strength. And Diego inked that Ursula.
The Ursula. Let's see if that's another patient play by him, and he's holding another removal.
2 ladies. That's strong too, especially into that shift lady is always a threat.
That shift lady is always a threat. This one obviously gets beefed up when you have a tramp in play, which they just as many tramps as they do ladies. Or actually, there's more ladies than tramps, but you play plenty of tramps.
Yeah, plenty.
Let's see what goes in the inkwell here for Tiago.
Yeah, it looks like this Yzma's going away. It's
not
too impactful in this format, and it looks like Tiago is not getting rid of the strength. He's gonna hope to get by. Dodge a Mowgli, dodge a second Ursula. Oh, and he has the Mowgli, and he maybe playing a little bit of games, inking that Ursula, knowing that he probably is gonna get rid of it. So Tiago's hand looking a little clunky.
Is definitely looking clunky. I know Diego is definitely of the mindset that the density of these card ripping characters is almost overwhelming are so overwhelming that you want to play the 8 of them, the full suite if you can.
Yeah.
I know some people have fallen off and want to do 6 total or like 2 and 2 or something like that. But I definitely think that it becomes way more oppressive when you can stack them together.
Yeah.
How about this Black Heron card though? Just completely outclassed the Raja that they were playing.
I know.
That specifically Tiago was playing.
Yeah, it's just been much better than not having to worry about your 2-drops having a vanish on them is much better. Just doesn't have a downside anymore. Just pretty much a strict upgrade.
And it's just a vanilla card putting in work.
Yep.
And one of the best decks in the format.
So Diego just not even inking, just playing Mowgli and passing. So he's just very, very, very patient.
Yeah.
Which you don't really have to go super fast when they're just setting up their turns. Tiago's just probably gonna play 3-drop. Oh, and Tiago drew that Cheshire Cat. That's one of the most important. He's got a little smirk.
Yeah.
He inked that Lexington and played a Cheshire Cat and then smirked a little bit. So this is kind of like this is one of the strengths of Purple Steel. They're very consistent. You even saw Tiago with not that great of a 7 opening hand, so he just got rid of it, shipped it, and now he has still has that curve, 1, 2, 3 curve. That's just really, really the strength of it, and it's just locking down the deck with the 3-power characters. Just really, really stop the
We see
the
an
progress.
interesting discard here from Diego off the Bobby with
Yeah.
2-drop Tramp.
Yeah.
Especially, I think that telegraphs that he has to have another Tramp, right? Because of these uninkable ladies that you would want to be able to quest more. Also, that 2-drop Tramp comes in cheaper when you have a lady, so
Yeah.
it's an interesting discard. But he is holding 2 cards, so they may be exactly what he
Tiago
wants.
inking the Demona and playing a Dumbo. So another evasive threat.
Yeah.
It's just the power. Tiago is really, really favoring the stats. Just really wants that 3
put as much
power, not
strength
playing
on
the
board as
genie.
possible.
Yep. Exactly.
We haven't seen the Emerald Chromicon out of Diego yet, but we know that
Looks
that
like
would
there's
be
going to be a tramp. Oh, okay.
Okay, that's the exact interaction you like with this
Tramp.
Tramp.
Okay,
Oh,
sweet.
and that's the money right there.
Diego has 1 card in hand, so he's going to get to filter for 7.
7
Discard
discard
7.
7.
And he still has another card, so he might be able to play another free tramp.
He gets to pick his favorite of the 8 right here. And that card notably came down for 1, this Tramp, so he could have a live card left.
And these ladies get to quest for 2, so
And,
he can quest for 3, 4, 5.
And this other lady quests for 3.
He can quest for 11 this turn if he wanted to.
Oh, we see 2 Lilos discarded.
2 Lilos. Dellas, we see a Shift Webby. She Enchanted Lady. Yeah.
Oh, man, okay.
Does he? He doesn't really need to pay for that. It's free, but.
Yep, free, and you're just going to mill the top 8 now.
Yep.
Wow, yep.
Oh. Which he wouldn't have been able to play really anyway because he only has 2 ink.
1 more card, yeah.
But
the
and
questing
he's just
power
going
right
sideways.
here
Yep.
is insane, actually. 3, 4, 5, 7,
It's just 11.
9, 11. Yep.
Yep.
11 and immediately representing a clock of you need to
brutal.
answer all of this, or almost all of this.
So it looks like, I think, unless Diego can really find some big answer, this Cheshire Cat, while extremely important in the matchup. Oh, that's off the Daisy trigger.
Off the Daisy, yep.
Well, even though Cheshire Cat, speaking of it, is very important, without being able to deal 3 damage, Tiago cannot really answer the big tramps. And now Diego has some very, very live draws as well off the top.
Yeah, and let's see. So this Cheshire Cat
As well as
can do
Lilo.
some work.
These Lilos actually put in very much pressure now.
The
Here.
Lilo, yeah. The Lilo.
Just like a confirmed 2 lore quester, but
Yeah, because he can only realistically deal with 5 of these characters.
yep, Cheshire Cat can take out another 2 power character or something like the. Well, and the Daisy's tough to
And
deal
the
with as
Daisy's
well.
Very tough, yeah. Yep.
So if you want to get rid of take out 4 of the characters most likely with all in all, this is really tough. And Tiago will be wanting to develop another card onto the battlefield.
Yeah, we
for
see
sure.
I know there's a black heron in hand that I guess he could run
Black
out with
Heron,
the boost.
and there's another Cheshire Cat as well.
It looks like
Yep. So that for
okay,
sure.
another Cheshire. Yep.
Yeah.
Maybe some quick math.
Yep.
Uh,
Looks like I assume all these ladies will go plus the Daisy.
I actually heard from a video by the Maelstrom guys. Actually had a great line that like we say in other card games that math is for blockers and math is for challengers.
Actually, you know what's actually very tough is none of these characters have 2 powers, so this Cheshire Cat is going to get no value.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's super
tough. Little
tough.
to nothing. It makes the destruction a 2-turn play.
Yeah, and this Daisy does have 3 damage on it. They're just shortcutting a little bit.
Yeah.
But yep. But I think Diego knows he's got it. He's gonna bring back this Lilo most likely.
Just put that extra pressure.
It's just more pressure, especially with the going up to 18. He's gonna go up to 18 this turn. It's just gonna be tough.
I think there are a ton of live draws, but there are enough dead draws to where you would probably bring the Lilo back.
Yeah, that's fair.
Especially there's no lady to shift on, even if you do establish that, or
since he
can't play the Chromacon.
Diego will most likely get to go to 18 this turn. So if you draw an untapped card like a Daisy or another lady, that's just you don't really want a lady because the 1/2 will probably get punished. But yeah,
Okay,
so we're
we
gonna see
the
that.
Lilo.
There's no vanished character, so that Della's Lullaby isn't really that good of a draw. What do we see though? And now the second cat probably deters Diego from taking out the first cat. Doesn't really do much.
Right.
Although double cat is pretty good because now Tiago can boost both cats.
Right.
Move 4 damage.
I guess there is a world too where we just see an ink of this card, and then we just live to see the next top deck, and then maybe just keep everything straight up. I guess that kind of offers the Lilo though in a unfavorable way.
True.
But yeah, I would like to know what this card is.
Yeah, you gotta quest with the 1/2s at least because if you don't quest with those, one of them will get eaten by the other
cats.
The other cat because the Lilo gets challenged onto one of the characters with a second damage already. This is really tight from Tiago. Yeah, this is like really important decision. Probably make or break, and this is why you see Tiago really trying to care about the stats.
Yeah.
The 3 power just really matters a lot here. Looks like Diego's just going for it. Why not?
Yep.
We'll see if Diego inks this card. Maybe trying to look for a 3-drop to play. Who knows?
Okay, he passes.
Yep. All right. So now math is for challengers.
Challengers, exactly.
Math is for
right?
challengers.
And
Just force him to
agree.
to figure it out.
Let's see. Can he answer enough of the things?
You see these impressive games with like Diego has two 7-drops in play and only has 2 ink.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Yeah.
It's just the power of Tramp 7.
Deck.
Yeah, I've seen half of his deck. It's very impressive.
No cards with strength higher than 2.
Yep.
Jafar and Inkwell.
See Doc discard the genie probably, and then
okay.
That is a very good draw.
That actually worked out really well. This Dumbo might sing this if he needs to play the Hypnotic Strength elsewhere. Let's see.
You don't really even need the Hypnotic Strength could if wanted to.
Could help clear one of the 7-drop tramps.
Those 2 Cheshire Cats go into those 2 tramps.
Yeah, because you can Hypnotic Strength and move with Cheshire.
And then you can move 2 damage. So I think Diego's going to get to untap with 1 character, I believe. That's what it looks like.
Sounds right. Yeah, he's probably evaluating. Is it better for the 2 strength, or the 2 challenger, or the extra boost?
And since all the characters are sideways, this Thunderbolt is kind of awkward.
Yep. Okay, we see
3. And there's 2. Yeah. So that's the hard part. Yeah. And like since all the characters are sideways, they're gonna get that done, and then 2 damage. Yep. So one character's gonna get to untap. The problem is there's still so much damage on the board.
So much damage on the board. I do like us holding this Thunderbolt though, because
for sure.
Next card that stands up. Okay, we see the Lilo gone, and then these Cheshire Cats are just MVPs.
Yep, that second Cheshire Cat again doing work. Without the second Cheshire Cat, there's no way.
Yeah,
Tiago didn't have an out, but the second Cheshire is very impressive. And now there's still there's still 4 damage that Cheshire can move, so even a Daisy isn't gonna get it done here. 2 1-drops would probably get it done. 2 1-drops would be MVP if one of them is like a 1/3.
Yeah.
This is tough. Yeah, Diego's just looking like, come on. There's no way for him to get rid of any of these Cheshire Cats too. These cats are a problem. These cats are fantastic.
Cat, yeah. Oh, we see.
Oh, he's gonna get the Thunderbolt. Oh, Tiago gets to choose. Actually, that's tough. I forgot about the Thunderbolt too. Yeah, this is gonna be rough. Yep. Let's go 19. Especially with the Thunderbolt still in hand.
Right, because otherwise he'd have to move 2 damage off of a character for the cat to get rid of this Mowgli, and then you wouldn't have.
Okay, so
enough to
Dumbo's gonna draw as well. Just gonna start taking over the game as well. Just keep.
Yep. Oh, another
Tiago.
Dumbo. Let's see if it hits the field or if he just hard cast this Thunderbolt probably.
Yep.
Or he probably just moves the damage actually and swings at the Bobby and saves the Thunderbolt still. Yep.
Yeah, he probably just keeps the Thunderbolt still, right? Yeah. It's too good over and
If
over.
you're only at 1 lore, you're definitely gonna have to stave off a couple turns still. And actually,
You might want to challenge
might not
with
be out of this just because you're gonna have to move that damage off the board.
But he can just challenge the Bobby with one of the Cheshire Cats to put that 2 damage back on it.
Right.
Move it there. Then you.
Okay. That's interesting.
Yeah. So now a top deck Daisy. Well, without. Well, the Thunderbolt keeps him out. Keeps him in it. The Thunderbolt still does that.
Actually, don't hate the splitting up of damage here because it lets you retain one. There's plenty of characters that only have 1 health. Actually, are there in the dogs list? Not really. That only have 1 health.
No.
So
everything's 2 or higher. It looks like.
I want to declare that a misplay, but I know it's another line to think about.
And if Tiago does win this, it's going to be 3-1 with Tiago.
It's going to be 3-1.
Best of 5 match will go to Tiago.
It's actually going to come down to these last 2 cards in Diego, and he's passing.
Oh, he has 3 ink.
No.
Is he passing?
It looked like he passed.
All right.
No.
If Diego has a go-go though, if Diego has a go-go and has 1 more ink,
so true.
he can get there. I think that's what he's kind of
so
playing for.
true.
Because playing that Webby doesn't do anything.
It doesn't do anything.
Just gets challenged.
It just
and that
removes-
Thunderbolt.
Oh, he's killing his own.
Oh wow. No, that doesn't make sense though because because Diego's at 19, so
Okay,
any
he
amount of
was
damage.
just showing off the
Yeah.
and still, Oh, we see a strength and a bell.
Yep.
Oh, this Cobra also helps get him closer.
Yep.
Okay, this is.
So Diego's really only out here is go-go. That's it. So maybe he has been holding it for a couple turns, just trying to get there, but maybe this ink was desperation ink. But
full display.
kind of guessing this last card in his hand is like a. Ooh, that giant Cobra's pretty good too.
Yeah, Cobra definitely.
This bell isn't doing much.
It's not doing much. It's a kind of a closer though, but he has the
Yeah,
2 outs
his
on the
board-
board
his board's
already
too
with
big,
the
yeah.
cats and 2. Now he's
And
a
this 2
strength
lore
and-
is kind of better, and you keep the strength and the
You also
Thunderbolt.
you also insulate against another Mowgli.
Oh, also if Diego has a Webby, a warded Webby would be very good
warded
here.
Webby would be very.
That would
good.
also
That's
be
a
able to.
great shout.
Oh, no.
Yeah, let's see. Man, okay, yeah, the second damage spell.
Yeah, I think that makes
Tiago's
sense
hand is
though
very
to
strong.
go for the extra lore.
Yeah, it's the 2 lore the bell would have gotten an extra 2 turns later.
And now Tiago can top deck another giant Cobra and get there.
Yeah, exactly. He's at 7 lore on
Yeah.
board.
And if Diego draws a go-go or a Webby, he can get there. I do not think he has it. I think it'd be pretty
It would be
easy for him
impressive.
to just do it. If he has ink go-go or ink Webby, he can still win, but
Yeah, there's only.
I think that's the only really way to win right now.
He knows he's holding the
Oh,
Thunderbolt.
he gets a second turn though for the go-go though.
He does get the second turn. He'd have to run out 2 characters here, but he doesn't know there's a strang. I guess the.
Oh, he has it.
He has another one. Oh no, just the fake
What?
out.
Oh, he must have an uninkable in hand.
Dude.
It must be that
It's
4-5 drop lady.
It's probably the big lady.
Or a Crown Con or something.
Or
Man,
a tramp, I
he
guess.
had it
Could be the
almost.
7. Oh no, he would want to ink that and play the Webby. Yeah, so it's got to be the.
Yeah, it has to be. Yeah, he would. You definitely have.
Yeah. And honestly, that card is incredible, but it seemed to be a deterrent this whole match for
Yeah.
Diego. Oh, we see a code.
Oh, and
man.
Diego doesn't even get to.
Yep.
Oh, it wasn't a go-go. What was in his hand?
It
Oh,
was the
uninkable.
lady. Oh,
So
no,
Tiago's gonna take it 3-1.
What a match!
So close.
What
That
a
Webby almost won him the game.
That Webby, that was
Man.
the card he was looking for, but yeah, the other
Yep.
card was not what could get him there.
Interesting.
Man, okay, so Purple Steel takes that home.
Yep.
Yeah, best of 3 and
Best of 5.
best of 5. Excuse me. Yep.
Tiago 3-1.
Okay. All right, guys. I think we're about to take a quick break and then move over to the
They're
other
going to
stream.
transition back to us. So thank you guys for tuning in to that fun grudge match.
Yeah, guys. Yeah,
it
thank
was
you
pretty
for
fun.
tuning
And
in.
it's the ladies tournament is still going on, by the way, on the second stream, so you can still tune in. I think it's actually the finals now, so the top 2 players are playing for that first place for the in the ladies tournament. So you can still find that on our second stream. And yeah, that was pretty fun to watch.
That was excellent. I want to thank 20 Lore and CCS for giving us a chance.
Okay. And then it looks like we just got word that they're going to start streaming the end of the 5K as well on this stream. So they're going to start. People are going to start being able to play, and you'll be able to tune in and see the rest of the second Sunday 5K that they host here at CCS.
Yeah.
So thanks for tuning in.
Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah, of course.
Tuning out.